The Grand Archmage's journey through the realms, encompassing Marvel, DC, Warcraft, Wizards, and Diablo. Current progress: Marvel, DC, World of Warcraft. Now, let us delve into the narrative. On a stormy night, a pale lightning cleaved the heavens as torrential rain poured down, causing the antiquated electrical circuits of the dilapidated district to flicker before finally succumbing to failure. The frigid raindrops struck Richard's face, rousing him from the depths of darkness. He clumsily rose from the ground. Where am I? I'm not dead? How wonderful! Despite the sensation that his mind had been hammered mercilessly, the realization of his survival elicited a smile. However, the spasmodic muscles rendered his grin rather grotesque. Leaning against the wall, he shook his head and allowed the rain to drench him, taking a considerable time to regain his composure. Upon assessing his body, he discovered no missing parts, yet the frailty of his physique was disconcerting. The once abundant magical energy that had swelled to distort the very fabric of space was now nearly depleted, and the body that could have battled Macanture for 3 days and nights had become woefully weak. As a Grand Archmage, Sorcerer King, Astral Voyager, and Master of the floating city of the Star of Wisdom, Richard frequently embarked on astral travels, acquiring various rare materials and even divinity. Given his prowess, even if a true deity were to descend, he could have evaded defeat, yet misfortune struck during his exploration of an ancient battlefield of the old gods. Just as he had subdued a formidable divine aberration to extract its power for crafting artifacts, a sudden and violent temporal storm erupted. The entire battlefield was engulfed, even the nearly eternal corpses of ancient gods were obliterated, and this unfortunate soul was inevitably swept away. In a desperate bid to escape the tempest, he expended nearly all his strength, ultimately managing to force open a narrow gap to flee the storm. Mana depleted, mental energy exhausted, severe damage to the source sea, all equipment destroyed, even the semi-artifact was sacrificed in the rupture of spacetime. Magic is temporarily unusable. Fortunately, despite significant damage, my bloodline power remains barely functional. After several minutes of assessing his physical condition, Richard concluded that matters were not as dire as they could be. He now needed to find shelter from the rain and, incidentally, change out of his beggar's garb, having weathered the temporal storm. His once magnificent legendary robe, crafted from dragon hide and enchanted with mithril, had become tattered and useless, losing even its value for repair. Regaining some strength, Richard scanned his surroundings, momentarily lost in thought. An English newspaper? Memories long buried in the labyrinth of his soul resurfaced. With an expression of disbelief, Richard hastily picked up the rain-soaked newspaper to peruse it. After a brief moment, he discarded the paper, having confirmed that he had inexplicably returned to Blue Star, specifically to Lighthouse Country. The good news was his return. The bad news was that this was not the Blue Star he had known before his transmutation, for the date on that newspaper was 1998, and the president was not Readington. Certainly, there is also the good news that his safety is now assured. He is currently drained of magical energy and physically weakened. Should misfortune befall him, landing in a chasm or an elemental plane, or even in a primary material plane like Fairn, it would indeed be perilous. Richard glanced in the direction of the alley, intending to find a place to rest, change his clothes, and procure some sustenance. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the mouth of the alley. Suddenly, a ruckus ensued. A bald Caucasian man brandished a knife, menacingly pointing it at a frail-looking individual. His fierce demeanor and robust physique made it evident that he was not to be trifled with. The scrawny man opposite him, clearly outmatched, hurriedly extended his wallet. As the imposing figure reached to take it, the man tossed it aside and fled. The bald thug did not pursue, instead picking up the wallet, cursing, "Damn it, only $20 from this broke loser." He grumbled as he approached the alley, only to spot Richard, a disheveled vagrant standing there. "Damn it, another broke fool," the bald man muttered, casting a glance at Richard as he intended to pass by. However, in the dim light, he discerned that this vagrant was not only robustly built but strikingly handsome. The presence of draconic and divine bloodlines bestowed upon him an extraordinary allure. After all, only the unremarkable could not become a sorcerer. Feeling a surge of unexpected desire, the bald man abruptly changed his mind and exclaimed, "Hey, buddy, need something to eat?" Noticing Richard's gaze, he continued, "I've got burgers and sandwiches at home, and you can even take a hot shower. I think you could use it." Richard, seeking to delve deeper into this world, found the invitation opportune, akin to a weary traveler encountering a welcoming pillow. He readily nodded in agreement. The bald man led Richard through the streets, soon arriving at a dilapidated neighborhood. Despite the dreary weather, a few homeless individuals lingered in the corners of the street. Before long, they reached an apartment. The living conditions were deplorable, with litter strewn across the floor and suspicious items in the nearby trash can. Leftover burgers were carelessly scattered on the table, exuding a foul stench that assaulted Richard's nostrils, causing him to grimace. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. Richard turned to see the bald man strip off his shirt, revealing a hairy chest, and grinning lewdly at Richard, said, "Baby, let's play a game." He reached out toward Richard. Richard's expression darkened. "You filthy pervert." He sidestepped the bald man's grasp and delivered a swift punch to the underarm. The bald man, taken aback by the unexpected resistance from the seemingly harmless vagrant, was caught off guard, receiving a blow to his ribs. A sharp crack echoed as several ribs fractured, eliciting a pained cry as he collapsed to the ground. Richard stepped forward, delivering another kick that sent the bald man into a state of infantile slumber. Having dealt with the bald man, Richard began to rummage through the apartment in search of useful items. First, he indulged in a warm bath, discarding his tattered rags that had long lost their utility, and donned a fresh set of garments. Subsequently, he sought out some food and perused various books and materials to familiarize himself with this new world. Upon thorough examination, Richard discerned that this realm appeared devoid of the extraordinary. Its technology bore little difference from that of his past life, and its history was strikingly similar, resembling a parallel world of Blue Star without any supernatural elements. Yet, his soul distinctly sensed the presence of elemental energy surrounding him. Although this energy paled in comparison to that of the world of Moterala, according to the classifications of the Grand Archmages, it seemed this world existed within the spectrum of low to mid-magic. However, he found no mention of any extraordinary energies in the newspapers and magazines. Even after interrogating the bald man, he gleaned no results. It was plausible that such powers were deliberately concealed. After a moment of reflection, Richard approached the bald man, extracting several $100s in cash from him, and remarked, "Consider this money a compensation for your misguided intentions towards me." As he prepared to depart, a thought struck him. He glanced back at the bald man, who lay unconscious and battered, and, in a display of unexpected kindness, used his phone to summon an ambulance, ensuring he would not perish. Alone in the room, Richard could not help but reflect on his own benevolence. Chapter 2. Grateful for nature's gifts, Richard departed from the apartment, releasing a long sigh of relief. He had nearly fallen victim to an adversary. Had the esteemed archmages of Motorella learned of this, they would surely have found it amusing. Just moments ago, he gleaned some information from a bald man, discovering that it was now the year 1999. After a cursory understanding of this world, Richard resolved to remain in hiding for a while to mend his injuries and regain his strength. The firearms of modern society were not something he could contend with in his current state. Richard sought out an unoccupied dwelling, intending to reside there temporarily for a couple of days. Fortunately, the old district was replete with vacant houses, and he found one without much effort. He owed a debt of gratitude to a legendary wanderer and his follower, from whom he had acquired invaluable lockpicking skills. Regrettably, this individual had a penchant for mischief and had been cast into the abyssal battlefield to fend for himself. Due to his depleted magical energy, he could only perform minor tricks, yet he still possessed some self-preservation abilities through his bloodline power. During his astral travels, he had inadvertently stumbled upon a remarkably secluded crystal wall realm. The arcane system within that realm had evolved along the path of the Witch King era, ultimately developing a wizarding civilization that leaned towards bloodline sorcery. These practitioners not only wielded spells but also boasted physical prowess akin to that of warriors. Though their control over spells and the sophistication of magical application paled in comparison to that of archmages, the formidable physique of these wizards rendered them exceptionally powerful. Richard had delved deeply into this arcane system and had incorporated some of its principles into his own practice. It was this very Witch King framework that provided him with a measure of self-defense during his grievously weakened magical state. Name: Richard. Race: human, dragon-blooded divine bloodline. Alignment: lawful neutral, with a flexible moral compass. Profession: Archmage, Astral Mage, Witch King divine sorcerer, scholar, city lord. Attributes: Strength 21, 5. Agility 17, Constitution 22, 7. Intelligence 27, Perception 20, 5. Charisma 20. 5. Divinity 5. Body injured. Magical energy depleted. Source C exhausted. Soul damaged. Weakened. Abilities. Spell exhaustion rendering him unable to use magic. Dragonblood constitution. Weakened. Semi-plane. Damaged and sealed. The system, also known as the Personal Intelligence Core, was a creation of Richard's own making. It was a personal auxiliary terminal developed through his research on tower spirits, drawing inspiration from divine hierarchies and gaming interfaces from his past life. The construction of such a terminal was exceedingly complex and costly, affordable only to archmages, necessitating at least legendary-grade soul crystals. In essence, the system Richard had crafted was a simplified version of a divine hierarchy. Upon observing his current physical attributes, he could only lament their dismal state. All enhancements from various spell rituals, runic augmentations, legendary equipment, and semi-artifacts had vanished, leaving even his bloodline power diminished. To comprehend his initial circumstances, one must acknowledge that he had employed a wishcraft to elevate his attributes to an extraordinarily high level. A significant portion of the wealth he amassed from various realms of the astral plane found its way into the hands of elemental deities, consequently resulting in a considerable number of these deities becoming acquainted with him. Richard required time to mend his injuries, the most severe of which resided within his soul, a wound that had remained irreparable for an extended period. The state of his demi-plane was uncertain, as was the extent of the remnants left within. Upon assessing his situation, Richard discovered that apart from the few $100s he possessed, he was virtually destitute. All his spatial equipment had been destroyed in the temporal storm, leaving only his demi-plane capable of storage, albeit he currently lacked the strength to access it. Richard's demi-plane had been cultivated over a century, encompassing an area of several 100,000 square kilometers. This small realm, while fundamentally planar, bore a striking resemblance to the environment of the primary material world. Richard had transformed it into an ecological garden, teeming with a plethora of magical creatures and enchanted mines. Even if it had suffered a 90% loss, the remaining resources would still afford him considerable comfort. Devoid of potions or the ability to wield magic, Richard could only resort to the most rudimentary method of healing: sleep. The following day, after regaining some vitality, he began to ponder his next steps. Given his current predicament, it was evident that he would need to remain in this world for an extended period. Thus, in order to facilitate his recovery and sustain his existence, he required a proper dwelling. This abode, however, must transcend the confines of the apartment he was currently borrowing. It should at the very least resemble a magical cottage, complete with a laboratory. Therefore, the premises needed to be sufficiently spacious and discreet to evade detection by others. Achieving such a feat would necessitate a substantial financial investment, which Richard presently could not afford. Fortunately, alternative solutions existed. During his inquiries with the bald man the previous day, Richard learned that he was situated in the old town on the city's periphery, home to numerous abandoned factories. Many of these factories succumbed to bankruptcy during the last economic crisis, with the original owners either committing suicide or fleeing, leaving these establishments in utter disrepair. This revelation presented a fortuitous opportunity for Richard, who resolved to establish a clandestine base within one of these derelict factories. As a man of action, having devised a plan, Richard promptly set to work. The expansive abandoned factory provided ample space, and he selected a large, sturdy room to clear out while reinforcing certain areas. After a day of labor, Richard prepared to venture out in search of sustenance and to acquire some furnishings, while also stockpiling essential supplies. In the secluded confines of the abandoned factory, a group of African-American individuals were engaged in a transaction with another group that appeared to be of Mexican or Latin descent. The two factions, totaling over a dozen individuals, took Richard by surprise as he stepped outside, inadvertently stumbling upon a drug deal. Drug dealers are often armed, and Richard, not wishing to confront them at this moment, prepared to leave the area. However, at that instant, a gang member on perimeter duty spotted him. "Who goes there?" The parties involved in the transaction became suddenly alert upon hearing the voice, and several gang members turned their gaze towards Richard. Upon realizing he was alone, they charged at him. "An Asian. Seeing our transaction, you can only blame your misfortune." The leader of the gang sneered, "He is unarmed. Let us seize him and deal with him after the transaction is concluded." This is troublesome. It seems I must find a new hideout again, Richard muttered to himself, shrugging. As the approaching gang members closed in, he loosened his body and took a deep breath. In the next moment, a loud roar erupted, followed by an overwhelming aura emanating from him. The innocuous little rabbit transformed into a mighty dragon in that instant. The gang members appeared to witness something horrific. Their bodies froze, trembling, with the more timid among them losing control of their bladders. The combination of magical illusions and the dragon's might proved remarkably effective. Richard chuckled. Intimidation, fear, rigidity. These gang members were merely addicts, their resolve weaker than that of an average person, and the effect of the dragon's presence was astounding. He casually picked up a steel pipe and struck the heads of these individuals without mercy, ensuring they would meet their end in a slumber as innocent as that of an infant. Simultaneously, Richard swiftly dispatched the remaining two. Eliminating a group of gang members brought no sense of accomplishment. Richard glanced at the robust figure lying on the ground, seemingly the leader of the transaction. One must admit that to become a leader, one must possess both strength and resilience. Whether this man could fight remained uncertain, but he undoubtedly could withstand punishment. After taking a few blows, he still clung to life, gasping, "Dare to rob? Cough cough. The goods of the wolf pack. The boss will not let you go." Richard furrowed his brow and struck him again on the head. "Thank you for informing me who your boss is. He will soon join you." In dealing with such gangs, Richard believed in striking first. Those who dare to deal drugs are undoubtedly ruthless. If they discovered their goods had been stolen, they would surely turn the place upside down, and he did not wish to face dozens of armed men. With the battle concluded, it was time to clean the battlefield. One must say, drug dealers are indeed wealthy. After a thorough search, Richard uncovered 173,367. With this money, he could at least advance his base significantly. Thank you for nature's bounty. After cleaning up, Richard erased his traces and departed with his spoils. He abandoned the newly cleared base. Having left the abandoned factory, Richard was once again on the lookout for a new refuge. Fortunately, with newfound wealth, he could seek a better location. Simultaneously, he also prepared to deal with the wolf pack. Though he left no trace, the gang is not the police, bound by the need for evidence. As an outsider, he would undoubtedly arouse suspicion, and given the sum of money in his possession, it was merely a matter of time before he was discovered. Thus, he resolved to take the initiative and eliminate the Hungry Wolf gang. After departing from the abandoned factory, Richard intended to procure some supplies to craft certain tools. However, upon reaching the bustling heart of the city, he was momentarily stunned by the colossal advertisement for Stark Industries displayed on the façade of a towering skyscraper. Is this the Marvel Universe? The realm of world wars and alien invasions, home to the director of the Cosmic Family Planning Office, Thanos. Had he been at full strength, he would have felt no fear, but now apprehension gripped him. Chapter 3. The Succubus. Upon realizing his presence within the Marvel Universe, Richard was engulfed by a profound sense of urgency. According to the timeline, only a mere decade or so remained before Thanos would descend upon Earth. Thus, he needed to amplify his strength in the shortest time possible. The magical cabin was woefully inadequate. At the very least, he required a floating city. In that instant, Richard's ancestral fear of inadequacy resurfaced. Gazing at the $173,367 in his possession, he was once again beset by financial woes. How much would a floating city cost? In the Motera realm, even the most basic floating city demanded at least 100 billion gold shields, while the super-floating cities of the Arcane Council Alliance could cost hundreds of billions or even trillions. To establish a floating city in this world, he estimated that it would start at a minimum of $1 billion, if not more. Fortunately, time was on his side, and the technological advancements of the Lighthouse Nation were sufficiently developed. Its productivity should enable the construction of a floating city. Perhaps, next, Richard commenced the procurement of supplies. Although he was technically off the grid, his mastery of suggestion magic allowed him to procure even firearms with ease. He even learned to shoot at a local gun shop, for in comparison to spells, the cost and convenience of firearms were undeniably appealing. One must evolve with the times. While casting a spell to release an arcane missile might take several seconds, in that same span, An adversary could have emptied a magazine. After several days of gathering supplies, Richard prepared to return to the old district. During his absence, chaos erupted in the old district. The Hungry Wolf gang suffered significant losses, igniting their wrath as they sought to identify the culprits behind the betrayal. Believing that rival gangs were responsible for their misfortunes, they began clashing with other factions, resulting in a tumultuous uproar across several blocks. The few remaining law enforcement lines in Brooklyn were inundated with calls, yet with limited personnel, they were incapable of restoring order. Their efforts were merely focused on apprehending a handful of unfortunate souls after the chaos subsided. As Richard returned to confront the Hungry Wolf gang, aware that any gang would possess a considerable fortune, he resolved to act as a harbinger of justice, seizing the wealth that would rightfully be his reward. While contemplating his lucrative venture, a stunning blonde woman suddenly dashed past him, her expression fraught with panic as she appeared to be evading some unseen threat. Before she could escape too far, two burly men emerged at the intersection ahead, effectively blocking her path. Witnessing the scene, the blonde's expression shifted dramatically. She turned to flee, only to discover that several more imposing figures had already pursued her from behind. These men, clearly armed, prompted the surrounding pedestrians to scatter in alarm, swiftly vacating the area. "Run, you fool! Where do you think you can escape to?" The leader of the men growled menacingly. "Seize her!" With his command, 4 of his cohorts lunged forward to restrain her. "Help me! They intend to abduct me!" cried the blonde, directing her plea toward Richard, the only individual who had not fled. The man at the forefront let out a cold chuckle and turned to Richard, threateningly stating, "Handle your tongue while the Hungry Wolf gang is at work." As he spoke, he waved his gun menacingly. With a swift motion, he attempted to forcibly drag the woman into a vehicle. As she was on the brink of being taken away, the woman grew increasingly frantic, struggling desperately. "Help me! Save me!" Yet, how could she, a solitary woman, stand against 4 robust men? Just as she was about to be coerced into the car, an extraordinary force suddenly erupted from her. A mesmerizing swirl of purple light emanated from her being, coiling around the nearby men like a constricting serpent. Strangely, the men showed no resistance, their faces reflecting utter ecstasy, as if they were relishing the experience. In the next moment, the life force within them swiftly dissipated, and they collapsed to the ground like a heap of mud. The blonde woman, seemingly drained of all her strength, leaned against the car door as she slid down. Witnessing this spectacle, the leading man was taken aback and shouted at his companions, "Isaac, Jim, what has happened to you? What are you? What have you done to them?" As he received no response, his fear and anger coalesced, prompting him to instinctively aim his gun at the woman. "Are you part of the Hungry Wolf gang?" A voice suddenly resounded beside him. He instinctively turned towards the source of the voice, only to be met with a steel pipe swung downwards, sending him flying, blood splattering as he crumpled into the corner, lifeless. Richard casually flicked the blood off the pipe and retrieved the handgun from the ground, striding towards the blonde woman. "Are you all right? Did you do all of this?" The blonde beauty looked incredulous. "If not you, then who?" Richard replied, "This place is not safe. Do you intend to remain here? I will go with you." The blonde woman regained her composure and hurriedly declared, managing to stand with effort. Richard extended his hand to assist her, but to his surprise, she wrapped her arms around his, her ample curves pressing against his arm. Simultaneously, a sweet, intoxicating fragrance wafted into his nostrils, igniting a fiery sensation within him, and a singular thought flashed through his mind: temptation. In a dilapidated apartment, Richard had just closed the door when Catherine could no longer contain herself and leaped into his arms. "Miss Catherine, you must learn to control your powers, rather than allowing your bloodline to overpower you." Richard attempted to counsel her, but before he could finish, the blonde beauty had already toppled him to the ground. "I understand, but I can't help it. You smell so delightful, exerting an irresistible pull on me," she casually remarked. "Miss Catherine, we just met today." Richard suddenly realized that his draconic lineage was a fatal allure for a fae like her. The Vance succubus is a superior breed among the female demons, bearing an almost indistinguishable resemblance to humans, all possessing extraordinary beauty. However, Engaging intimately with them comes at a significant cost. Alas, do not tear my garments. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely when suddenly, a series of system notifications echoed in my mind. Detecting a reduction in the master's magical energy. Detecting a decline in the master's physical stamina. Detecting a slight diminishment in the master's vitality. Indeed, the succubus possesses a unique constitution that allows her to absorb the life force and strength of males. Without any special abilities or a robust physique, one risks being drained of their vitality, and this advanced succubus's powers are even more formidable than those of ordinary succubi. Richard had encountered numerous succubi and succubus maids. In comparison to ordinary humans, these creatures belong to a long-lived breed, capable of enduring the test of time without the need for frequent replacements. For a sorcerer, the fleeting and fragile lifespan of ordinary humans is utterly insufficient, and it is not merely due to the allure of succubi and incubi. The succubus, having just satiated her hunger, spoke with a contented and languid demeanor. Lee, this is the first time in my life I have felt such fulfillment. My previous lovers perished shortly after our kisses, which instilled in me a fear of intimacy with men, until today when I encountered you. You must be a divine messenger sent to rescue me. God will not come to your aid. He will only consign you to the stake. Richard retorted. You are a advanced succubus. Engaging intimately with an ordinary person is tantamount to courting death. Your bloodline has been awakened today, and you must learn to exercise control. Otherwise, any ordinary individual who approaches you within 3 meters will have their life force drained away. The advanced succubus is a unique entity. Prior to the awakening of her bloodline, she bears no distinction from ordinary human females. Once her bloodline is activated, her appearance becomes even more alluring, her strength augmented, and her innate charm awakened. However, during intimate encounters, she uncontrollably consumes the essence and life force of her partner, and if the partner is not sufficiently powerful, they risk being drained to death. Strikingly, the victim feels no pain and may even experience immense pleasure, akin to dying in ecstasy. Thus, despite the inherent dangers, there are valiant souls unafraid of death who dare to engage, and historically, many nobles have succumbed to such encounters. Naturally, the advanced succubus typically favors powerful males, and the allure of a dragon's bloodline to her is akin to that of gold and jewels to a dragon. Now rise, don your clothing, and let us partake in a meal before we address your concerns, Richard said, rising and feeling his legs weaken. Without the restoration of his strength and faced with an awakening advanced succubus, his exertion had been considerable. Katrina embraced Richard's neck and planted a kiss on him before rising, unperturbed by the display of her beauty before him. It must be said, the advanced succubus is indeed a pinnacle of demonic allure. Though still somewhat naive, her potential rivals that of incubi. The advanced succubus is one of the few female demons capable of bearing offspring with humans, and any daughters born will likely awaken their bloodline, becoming advanced succubi themselves. Lee, why did I kill those people today? Katrina inquired. That is the power of your bloodline. Richard remarked, when a farcer succubus awakens, it is highly likely that her powers will surge, thus draining the life force from those unfortunate enough to encounter her. The farcer succubus possesses an innate charm that captivates males, while simultaneously enhancing her strength, agility, and constitution. She belongs to the realm of the extraordinary, capable of siphoning vitality and life essence to augment her prowess. Life force? Circe's expression shifted dramatically. Having grown and studied in human society, she was not a purely farcer succubus. She could not view life as mere fodder, and she still regarded humans as kindred beings, making it exceedingly difficult for her to accept such a notion. You need only drain the wretched gang members and scum. If you truly cannot overcome this mental barrier, I can assist you, she offered. Richard smiled gently at her. With Richard's life force, even a mere fraction would suffice. Moreover, his magical energy could serve as a substitute, posing little threat to him, given the vast disparity in their strengths. Chapter 4. How much does a month cost and what risks are worth taking? Through Richard's persuasion, Catherine finally accepted her identity, and Richard understood her purpose for being there. Catherine, an intern journalist at a newspaper, displayed remarkable audacity. Upon hearing about the happenings in the old district, she ventured there to capture photographs, intending to expose the situation. Fortuitously, She managed to document some of the unlawful activities of the wolf pack. Inevitably, she was discovered by members of the gang, who prepared to apprehend her. However, to their astonishment, Catherine's bloodline awakened in response to the danger, leading to the ensuing events. The wolf pack lost a leader and 6 henchmen, intensifying their frenzy. They were compelled to act madly, using their insanity to mask their fear and weakness. For if other gangs perceived their vulnerability, they would be mercilessly torn apart. As the night enveloped the city, Richard instructed Catherine to remain at the apartment while he changed his attire and ventured out. Numerous gang members still roamed the streets. Concealing himself in a dim alley, Richard seized the opportunity when he spotted a lone gang member, swiftly extending his arm to grasp the man's neck, rendering him unconscious and pulling him into the shadows. Reviving him with water, Richard immediately employed a suggestion spell as the man regained consciousness. Inquiring, "Which gang do you belong to?" "Wolfpack," the man replied without hesitation. "Where is your leader?" "At the Ice and Fire Bar." Such small gangs lacked any sense of confidentiality, and the loyalty of their subordinates was negligible. Richard easily extracted the location of the bar, its general layout, and a description of their leader before delivering another blow to send the man back into slumber, then promptly made his way to the bar. In this land of lighthouses, aside from upscale neighborhoods that featured some surveillance, other areas were largely devoid of monitoring. Consequently, the wandering gang members had never encountered him and remained oblivious to his presence. Richard successfully arrived at the Ice and Fire Bar, though he did not enter through the main entrance. Instead, he circled to the back, stealthily infiltrating to eliminate their leader. In such gangs, the demise of the leader incited immediate chaos among the remaining members, as they vied for power or were consumed by rival factions. With ease, he unlocked the door and slipped inside. The 3rd floor of the Ice and Fire Bar was isolated and not accessible to patrons. It served as the stronghold of the Wolfpack's leader. Over the past few days, the gang had been scouring for stolen goods, resulting in a sparse crowd within the bar. However, as he ascended to the 3rd floor and took a few steps, he unexpectedly encountered a group of 10 gang members preparing to exit. Richard smiled awkwardly yet politely. "Is your leader here?" "Seize him," the leader of the group shouted, brandishing a club and charging at Richard. Local gangs truly lacked manners. Richard, showing no sign of hesitation, swiftly grasped the stick firmly in his hand and with a sudden force, wrenched it away. The man stared at his empty hand, bewildered. "Where's my stick?" Before he could react, the stick struck his head, causing blood to spatter from his gleaming egg-like skull. Others rushed forward, brandishing their clubs to attack. But the narrow corridor could only accommodate 3 or 4 at a time. Richard swung the stick with fierce precision, akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep, and soon the air was filled with anguished cries as the gang members clutched their arms and heads, collapsing one after another in mere moments. Without a moment's pause, Richard continued to wield the stick, rendering all his opponents unconscious. Some unfortunate souls met their demise outright. In the blink of an eye, a dozen gang members lay sprawled on the floor, silent. The commotion in the corridor naturally drew the attention of others. In the room of the Hungry Wolf gang's leader, Hungry Wolfkers, was watching this unfold on the monitor, his expression one of terror. "Who is he? How is he doing this?" His subordinates looked on in shock. "Boss, what do we do if we can't stop him? Don't you have guns? No matter how formidable he is, can he withstand bullets? Quickly, grab your guns. As soon as he enters, shoot him down," Kurz commanded loudly, pulling a handgun from his drawer. Outside, Richard swiftly dispatched the remaining gang members, and upon noticing the surveillance camera in the corner, he realized he had been discovered. With a flick of his wrist, he shattered the camera. Seizing one of the gang members, he made his way to the innermost room, where he hurled the captured thug against the door. As the door splintered, a cacophony of gunfire erupted. The body had barely hit the ground before it was riddled with bullets. Once the gunfire ceased, the assailants realized, to their horror, that their target had been one of their own. "Damn it! Reload!" Several faces turned pale as they recognized their blunder. In their eagerness to eliminate the monster, they had emptied their magazines, now scrambling to reload. Seizing this golden opportunity, Richard entered the room and promptly cleared the remaining threats, ensuring their demise. After confirming that all were indeed dead, he began his search. He swiftly extracted the hard drive from the surveillance system and then scoured the room, soon discovering a safe. Upon seeing it, he used the key he had taken from Kurz to attempt to unlock it. To his astonishment, the key turned effortlessly, granting access to the safe. It seemed these individuals had not even bothered to scramble the combination for convenience's sake. Inside the safe lay 20 to 30 bundles of old cash, several passports and firearms on the second tier, and at the bottom more than 20 gold bars and chains, collectively worth hundreds of thousands of US dollars. Richard, without hesitation, grabbed a backpack and filled it with the old cash and gold bars, adding yet another sum to his funds for constructing the floating city, grateful for nature's bounty. As for the firearms within, Richard did not take any. In addition to these, he also discovered a considerable amount of illicit substances and several property documents within the house. Evidently, these were prepared as an escape route by the leader of the Hungry Wolf Gang. Richard took these documents with him, expressing gratitude for nature's bountiful gifts. Having gathered his spoils, he did not linger but swiftly departed from the ice and fire bar. At that moment, the bar was entirely deserted, as the recent gunfight had frightened away all patrons. The gang members, upon witnessing the carnage, hastily fled as well. The notion of fighting to the death for their gang seemed absurd to them. After all, what loyalty did the gang offer in return for their lives? Once the dust settled, they could simply join another gang. Chapter 5. Richard. Oh, Richard, how could you be so captivated? Richard had anticipated that the downfall of the ravenous wolf gang would engender significant repercussions. However, to his astonishment, aside from the ensuing chaos as neighboring factions divided the gang's territory, there was an unsettling silence elsewhere. Just as Richard pondered this perplexity, he chanced upon a newspaper article announcing that the chief of the New York Police Department had declared their successful dismantling of the notorious ravenous wolf gang, a feat achieved after years of strategic planning, thus making an indelible contribution to the stability of New York and calling for increased funding for the police department. One must concede, the chief was indeed a remarkable individual. Following the gang's demise, Richard departed the old district with Catherine. With the villa gifted by the former gang leader, he had no reason to remain in the old neighborhood. Once again, he expressed gratitude for nature's bounteous offerings. The villa, though not situated in a wealthy enclave, boasted a reasonable size, nestled near a forest with a river adjacent, in a pleasantly tranquil environment predominantly inhabited by the middle class. Having acquired his first pot of gold, Richard embarked on procuring a myriad of supplies to renovate the villa. He sought to construct an elemental array to facilitate his healing while simultaneously enhancing the villa's defenses. Within the cosmic framework of the Arcanists, all planes, worlds, stars, and celestial bodies are composed of energy and elements. Even in a low-magic or no-magic realm, one could, through transformation and energy conversion, create an elemental domain, albeit at varying costs. Present, Richard lacked both the funds and the capability to fabricate a stable energy-providing elemental furnace or to construct an elemental pool. However, he could certainly establish an elemental magic array utilizing the ley line node. In the basement, a soft click echoed. On the expansive platform, Richard inserted the final silver rod, etched with numerous runes, into the ley line node. High-quality crystals connected the magic array nodes atop the platform. The 4 largest nodes were adorned with exquisite gems: yellow, blue, green, and red sapphires. These gems, each the size of an egg, even when artificial, had cost a fortune. Carved into octagonal prisms, the 4 gemstones represented the elements of earth, fire, wind, and water, with a multitude of runes inscribed within them, exuding a unique aesthetic that rendered them a cohesive whole. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the scant magic within him to infuse the magic array. Magic surged forth. A low hum resonated, and the air quivered slightly. Subsequently, a glimmer of light emerged, vibrant and radiant, swiftly traversing the energy conduits on the platform, ultimately converging at the center of the stone dais. After a brief pause of 1 or 2 seconds, the intricate magical patterns on the dais illuminated instantaneously, revealing a kaleidoscope of colors to the naked eye. Earth, water, wind, and fire, the elemental energies activated in that moment. The very ground seemed to tremble gently. Strands of peculiar energy began to coalesce. Richard closed his eyes, raised his staff, and felt himself levitate, buoyed by this extraordinary force. By my name, elements, heed my command. A complex energy formation manifested around Richard, the entire array presenting a three-dimensional aspect. At its center, a rune symbolizing Richard shimmered with a golden radiance. Subsequently, a tempest erupted within the basement. Formless energy began to coalesce, the very earth pulsated, and strands of vibrant, multicolored starlight emerged. This was not mere starlight but rather a manifestation of elemental energy condensed to a significant degree. Should this condensation persist, it would eventually coalesce into a liquid state, known as elemental water, a phenomenon attainable only through the construction of an elemental pool that connects to the elemental planes. Once the elemental energy accumulated, it swiftly radiated outward, enveloping the entire villa, and those luminous elements soon dissipated. With a gentle wave of his hand, the elemental formations surrounding him dissipated like whispers in the wind. The elemental domain magic circle was successfully activated. The dormant elemental energy was awakened, gathering within the confines of the villa, transforming the area into an elemental domain. Such domains are vibrant zones of elemental energy, commonly found in both medium and high magic planes, where, in high magic realms, the entire world may exist in an elemental state. However, in low magic planes, elemental energy lies inert, exceedingly difficult to activate, requiring special methods to harness. The establishment of this elemental domain, albeit modest in scale, was suffused with abundant energy, providing a 30 enhancement to Richard's meditation, while simultaneously easing the difficulty and cost of spellcasting. A torrent of elemental energy flooded into the domain, gradually revitalizing Richard's previously desiccated magical power. How delightful! Richard exclaimed, his face aglow with rapture. An area rich in elements offers significant benefits to the human body, particularly for spellcasters, granting them a sense of buoyancy, and this elemental abundance greatly aided Richard in his recovery from injuries. The construction of this elemental domain facilitated some healing, most notably restoring a portion of his spellcasting abilities, enabling him to cast spells of up to the 3rd tier. As his recovery continued, with his source C and magical energy replenishing, he anticipated the potential to wield 5th-tier spells. The restoration of his spellcasting prowess further accelerated his healing process, and at last, he felt he had gained a measure of self-protection. Upon the completion of the elemental domain, Richard commenced the construction of defensive and alert magical arrays, scattering gold, silver, copper, iron, various gemstones, and marble as if they were flowing water. Fortunately, in this modern era of industrial advancement, as long as one possesses wealth, the necessary materials can be procured swiftly. If there were a downside, it would be the expense. The hundreds of thousands of dollars he possessed vanished in an instant. Thus, he managed to establish a rudimentary protective magical array, ensuring that ordinary individuals could not approach without his explicit permission, as they would subconsciously overlook the area. During this time, Circe, having learned to control her own powers, returned to her role as a journalist, for even the banshee must eat. The photographs she captured not only secured her permanent position but also garnered accolades. The New York Police Department awarded her for providing evidence that significantly aided their investigations. Though Catherine departed, her insatiable craving compelled her to return to seek Richard within a few days. Each time she graced his presence, Richard was invariably at her beck and call. Their encounters invariably erupted into fierce clashes. The traits of the succubus manifested rapidly within her, the most evident being her increasingly alluring figure, with her ample bosom and astonishing curves, complemented by skin that was smooth and exquisite, and long, flawless legs. After each encounter, Richard would engage in a moment of reflection. "Oh, Richard, you must regain your strength and construct the floating city. How can you succumb to such temptations? From tomorrow onward, I shall labor diligently." The following day arrived, presenting a blank slate, time for some serious work. Chapter 6. Out of money. The studio. Richard once again calculated the funds at his disposal and slammed his hand down in frustration. Damn it, how could the money vanish so swiftly? To construct the floating city, money was imperative. How could one earn in the lighthouse nation? Richard felt overwhelmed. He had contemplated learning the local custom of zero-cost purchasing, but under such circumstances, Unless he were to engage in a zero-cost transaction at the bank, his meager funds would be utterly insufficient. Without resorting to bank heists, acquiring supplies through legitimate channels proved to be a daunting challenge, and Richard was not averse to exploring that option. As for seeking employment, he pondered how many years it would take to accumulate enough. Of course, if companies were to hire the undead, Richard could consider summoning several hundred spirits to work and earn money. Unfortunately, the prejudice against the undead ran deep. It is worth noting that, in the City of Wisdom, the undead were the most sought-after labor force, low cost, no need for rest, no wages, and diligent work ethic. Aside from their somewhat unappealing appearance and lower intelligence, they were practically the ideal tools. Regrettably, without the ability to employ the undead for profit, Richard was left with no choice but to pursue alternative means of income. Perhaps I could borrow from other factions. Recalling the previous encounters with the Hungry Wolf Gang, Richard deemed this a potential avenue for financial gain, grateful for nature's bounty. However, this source of income could not be relied upon frequently. After all, even fruit requires time to ripen. One must not put all their eggs in one basket. Besides this potential income stream, he planned to forge another path to address certain special incidents. In this world, while many things appeared normal, Richard surmised that various peculiar events were indeed abundant. Addressing these matters for the wealthy would undoubtedly yield considerable profits. Why do supernatural occurrences always seem to seek out the affluent? The impoverished possess limited power and can only engage in so many unethical deeds. As for those who intentionally court danger or pursue supernatural events, one could only respect their personal choices, trusting that divine intervention would offer them redemption. Thus, Richard established a detective agency in the nearby district to manage anomalous cases for profit, simultaneously acquiring rare materials. Furthermore, this industry afforded him access to a wealth of intelligence and information. In this low-magic world, the emergence of extraordinary events was certainly not without cause. They could stem from extraordinary items or other phenomena. Even the events themselves could serve as magical materials. Although Richard could cultivate some magical materials, he was constrained by the limitations of his half-plane, rendering his capacity for cultivation quite restricted. Many magical materials required an environment rich in elemental energy to evolve. For instance, mithril could only be found in worlds experiencing elemental tides. In ordinary realms, one could merely attempt to induce the transformation of raw or using concentrated elemental energy, with a remarkably low success rate. Richard prepared a staff crafted from the heartwood of an ancient oak, embedded with a gem. After enchanting the staff, it could store 3 second-tier spells and 3 first-tier spells. The oak was sourced from the woods behind his villa, infused and cultivated with elemental energy. He had prepared an array of spells within his staff: Energy Shield, Inferior Deflection Field, Levitation, Arcane Missiles, Flame Jet, and Rainbow Projection, encompassing offense, defense, control, and escape. Each spell could be cast only once and required recharging afterward. This was, thus far, the most advanced magical artifact he could create. The choice of crafting a staff instead of other weaponry was primarily due to Richard's proficiency in stick fighting. In a pinch, he could wield the staff with adeptness, and bludgeoning weapons had critical strike and weakness effects against female adversaries. After the establishment of the Abnormal Phenomena Handling Office, the initial days were rather desolate, thwarting Richard's aspirations of prosperity. With time on his hands, he resolved to wander through the old town, hoping to encounter the bounties of nature once more. Just as he was about to close the door to leave, the phone beside him rang unexpectedly. Richard answered the call, and after a few minutes, he set the receiver down, exclaiming with excitement, "At last, we are about to commence operations." The caller was a wealthy magnate, and the situation was somewhat convoluted. There were issues at a mine he had purchased, where humanoid beasts had attacked, resulting in the disappearance of several miners. When he reported this to the police, they merely categorized it as a missing persons case, and after a brief investigation yielded no results, they departed. Shortly thereafter, more individuals went missing, and upon further attempts to alert the authorities, the police simply cordoned off the area and erected warning signs, showing no inclination to resolve the matter. Ridiculously, the police in the Lighthouse Nation were not sufficiently funded to take risks, and their duties did not encompass the safety of taxpayers' lives and properties. In desperation, the magnate resorted to hiring a search party, which tragically encountered an attack in the forest, with only one member managing to escape. Initially skeptical of supernatural occurrences, the evidence had become undeniable. As for persuading the capitalists to abandon the mine, that would only be feasible through force. Lacking viable solutions, they resorted to seeking out an assortment of peculiar individuals for assistance, including a gypsy witch, with Richard's office being among them. Michigan is not in close proximity to New York, separated by the Great Lakes. Yet, thanks to the convenience of air travel in the Lighthouse Nation, Richard arrived there without hindrance. Rich in minerals and natural resources, Michigan's largest city is Detroit, a place that few could foresee would face bankruptcy in mere years. By the time Richard arrived, several parties had already gathered, including 3 burly men who seemed to be a group, an elderly gentleman, and a woman dressed in eccentric attire, presumably the gypsy witch. As Richard observed this assembly, a commanding middle-aged man entered and stated, "You are all aware of the situation. I care not whether you are charlatans. Whoever can assist me in resolving this issue shall receive a reward of 300,000. Should you fail, well, I have had enough. Do you comprehend the financial losses I incur with each day of inactivity? Mr. Smith, I believe it is best to leave the resolution of the matter to us professionals. Do you not think that these frail individuals will merely hinder progress?" A burly man declared, casting a taunting glance at the old man, the woman, and Richard. "Youth, muscle cannot resolve every issue. Take the opportunity to depart while you still can. Delay, and you shall find yourselves praying for divine intervention." The old man retorted with a sidelong glance. "You are courting death, old man," the burly man exclaimed as he advanced, only for the elder to swiftly reveal a revolver, its muzzle aimed directly at him. "Silence," Smith commanded coldly. "I have no interest in your theatrics. Resolve this matter post-haste. Henry, lead them away." With that, a young man emerged from behind him, guiding the group away from the villa. Chapter 7. I still prefer your untamed nature. Richard cast a glance at the 3 burly men alongside 2 others. Among this group, the 3 robust men were trained ordinary individuals, while the elderly man possessed a hint of latent energy within him. As for the witch beside him, she too harbored some intriguing abilities. Henry led the group away from the villa and into another room, stating, "Please inform me of the tools you require. I shall arrange for them to be procured." Suddenly, the witch interjected, "Mr. Henry, might we take a look at the corpses?" Henry regarded her seriously, then replied, "Very well, follow me." Soon, they arrived at the morgue of a hospital, which had also been funded by Smith. Inside the morgue, they encountered several mangled corpses. Each body bore immense claw marks, with signs of gnawing, and their entrails had been devoured. Scattered nearby were damaged firearms, one of which, a shotgun, was entirely warped. "These were caused by those beasts," Henry remarked. "The beasts lack such strength," the elderly man observed gravely, examining the deformed shotgun, which bore deep scratches along its bent barrel. Henry shrugged. "This is precisely why the boss sought your assistance. Do you think earning $300,000 is a simple task? We have deployed a considerable number of personnel to tackle these beasts. You are not the first group, yet without exception all have failed. I hope you shall succeed this time. What tools do you require? I will make arrangements promptly. We need high-caliber firearms, grenades, infrared night vision goggles, and if possible, a rocket launcher." One of the burly men enumerated a list of weaponry, clearly indicative of their military combat team's arsenal. Henry nodded, "No problem." He then turned his gaze to Richard and his companions. "What about you? What do you need?" "I require firearms and silver bullets, silver weapons, refined salt, and aconite. If you could assist me in crafting some salt rounds, that would be appreciated," the elderly man stated with a serious demeanor. The witch similarly requested a collection of items, along with various herbs. When it was Richard's turn, he pondered for a moment and seized the opportunity to request firearms and ammunition, unwilling to pass up such a chance for free resources. That afternoon, the group was adequately prepared to head toward the site of the incident, a mining area nestled within the forest, near several abandoned mines purportedly left by early colonizers. This vast mining site was rumored to contain high-quality gold-copper deposits, surrounded by expansive woodlands. Upon reaching the forest's edge, the 3 burly men were the first to enter, armed with an array of weaponry. Surprisingly, the witch followed closely behind, with the elderly man, Olson, casting a glance at Richard, stating, "Young man, My name is Olson, a monster hunter. This is no ordinary beast incident. You are still young, and if you wish to avoid death, it would be prudent to leave now. Old man, given your attitude today, should danger arise within, I shall save your life, Richard replied with a slight smile, before stepping directly into the forest. Olson stood in a daze for a moment, then smiled and ventured into the depths of the forest with his gear. Upon entering, Richard noticed a faint, ethereal mist enveloping the woods. The predominant trees were red pines and white birches, yet their growth appeared oddly distorted. The light surrounding him was dim, creating an atmosphere that felt entirely separate from the outside world. The forest exuded an eerie and sinister aura. As the wind whispered through the trees, it carried a mournful sound, reminiscent of many souls weeping, while the rustling leaves echoed like applause. After a brief observation of his surroundings, Richard discerned that the negative energy in this place was significantly higher than elsewhere. The peculiar growth patterns of the trees were not due to human intervention but rather the strange energy field that permeated this area. Despite the lush greenery, an oppressive chill hung in the air, and the pervasive mist obscured visibility to a mere 30 or 50 meters. Richard closed his eyes, attuning himself to the flow of energy around him, and then proceeded in a specific direction. Although he was unaware of the exact whereabouts of the beasts, he could sense the approximate regions of concentrated energy. These creatures would naturally seek out areas rich in energy for survival, primal instinct. In the stillness of the forest, the sounds of birds and insects were scarce, and Richard did not hasten to locate the beasts. Upon witnessing the environment, he surmised that these creatures were likely otherworldly beings. Given his diminished strength, he decided it prudent to allow the others to scout ahead. As for their fates, they were adults. Having chosen this path, they must be accountable for their choices. This reflects a respect for the destinies and decisions of others. With a subtle movement, Richard melded into the shadows cast by the trees. Suddenly, the tranquil forest was shattered by the sounds of gunfire, followed by deep, guttural roars. The explosions of grenades and rockets echoed, intermingled with human screams and howls, before all noise abruptly ceased. Silence reclaimed the forest, and from the shadows among the trees, a flicker of an indistinct form vanished. When Richard arrived at the scene, chaos reigned. Traces of bullets and signs of violent explosions littered the ground, unmistakably indicating that a fierce battle had just occurred. Bloodstains and torn fabric marked the earth, revealing the grim fate of the 3 retired soldiers from the Lighthouse Nation. Richard quickly scanned the area, noting the numerous claw marks and additional bloodstains on the ground and trees, alongside a plethora of spent cartridges. In some locations, bloodied projectiles lay scattered. System, scan the surrounding evidence. Scanning complete. Moments later, a voice resonated in his mind. At least 6 beasts stand before him, towering at a minimum height of 3 meters, capable of bipedal locomotion, weighing between 380 to 450 pounds, with a strength of at least 1.3 tons. They exhibit remarkable agility and possess formidable defenses against firearms, yet they remain capable of inflicting harm. Richard finds no surprise in their high resistance to gunfire, as the majority of extraordinary beings exhibit significant resilience or regenerative capabilities against physical damage. Take, for instance, vampires. Without the appropriate tools, such as silver or sunlight, an ordinary individual would find it nearly impossible to slay them. Though the 3 men carried numerous weapons, they lacked the means to confront such entities. Facing extraordinary beings was akin to delivering a feast, and they emerged unscathed. Following the trail left by these beasts, Richard pursues them. Their movements are swift, and they leave no cover in their wake, with numerous bloodstains marking the ground. At that moment, a sudden explosion and a furious roar erupt from a distance, followed by a barrage of gunfire. Before Richard can reach the scene, the sound of snapping branches fills the air, and he soon spots a disheveled Olson sprinting desperately, pursued relentlessly by several agile figures. Suddenly, one of the shadows leaps with ferocity, using a tree branch for leverage as it lunges at the old man. Just as it seems the old man is doomed, he performs a daring roll, evading the attack as if he possessed an innate awareness. The shadow is revealed to be a gray werewolf, towering over 2.5 meters. Its mist sends it sliding forward, only to have the ground beneath its feet give way. A deep pit lies concealed beneath the foliage. A pained howl erupts as the werewolf is impaled by numerous silver spikes concealed within the pit. Even a creature impervious to large-caliber firearms finds itself at the mercy of silver, shrieking in agony. Dozens of silver spikes pierce the werewolf's body, one even penetrating its chest. The wounds rapidly blacken, accompanied by a hissing sound, as its formidable regenerative abilities falter. The silver spikes also darken swiftly, and in an instant, the werewolf is rendered lifeless. Witnessing the demise of its companion, the remaining werewolves are consumed by fury, charging forward. Olsen raises his weapon and fires several rounds from his shotgun, eliciting pained howls from the concentrated werewolves, indicating the use of silver pellets. However, while the silver ammunition proves potent against the werewolves, the limited number of rounds and their cunning use of the dense foliage for cover complicate matters. Furthermore, the agility of the werewolves far surpasses that of humans. An ordinary person would be swiftly dispatched before they even had time to react. Even seasoned soldiers find themselves powerless against werewolves in the intricate environment of the forest, a fact that elucidates the ease with which the previous trio met their demise. Olsen is evidently aware of these dynamics. Hence, he opts for a shotgun, bolstered by his superior physical prowess and extensive experience. Yet, despite Olsen's swift reactions, he finds himself cornered. A lucky shot from his shotgun injures one werewolf, but the silver within the pellets is insufficient to deliver a fatal blow, and lacking a strike to a vital area, it only elicits a cry of pain, swiftly followed by an outpouring of wrath. Olsen's face was etched with despair. He had never anticipated that the forest harbored not merely one or two werewolves, but an entire pack. The equipment and traps he had prepared were only sufficient to contend with 2 or 3 of these creatures. Though his shotgun was undoubtedly effective, the ammunition would eventually dwindle. Regardless of how judiciously he conserved his bullets, the relentless advance of the werewolves compelled him to fire continuously to fend them off, and in the blink of an eye, his ammunition was depleted. Bereft of the silver bullets that posed a threat, the werewolves seized the opportunity, charging directly at him. A dazzling spectacle erupted as a rainbow burst forth. Spheres of vibrant colors materialized in the arena, transforming into countless beams of multicolored light that shot forth, their ceaselessly shifting hues inducing a sense of vertigo at a mere glance. The werewolves staggered, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Effects of fainting, stunning, dizziness, and blindness manifested instantaneously. The control spell proved as effective as ever. "Well done," Richard remarked with a smile, followed by a flurry of arcane missiles that accurately struck the heads of the werewolves. Their iron-hard skulls shattered like watermelons, and their vaunted regenerative abilities were rendered utterly ineffective before the might of the spell. "Old man, are you dead?" Cough, not dead. Olsen felt dizzy and nauseated, grimacing as he attempted to rise, only to find his body unresponsive. After several futile struggles, he managed to stand. If even the werewolves could not withstand the power of the spells, how could a mere human? Although he was not the primary target of the magic, the residual effects left him quite uncomfortable. "Are you a wizard?" After a while, Olsen finally regained his composure and looked at Richard with a mixture of surprise and suspicion. "Indeed," Richard replied, his focus unwavering as he gathered materials from the slain werewolves. The claws and teeth of the werewolves were sharp and sturdy, suitable for crafting daggers and arrows imbued with poison. However, these were of little use to him. Richard was extracting the essence of the werewolf's bloodline. As he cast his spell, the werewolves' robust bodies rapidly withered, transforming into desiccated corpses in mere moments. In Richard's hand, a red crystal orb, the size of a fruit pit, materialized. "No wonder you dared to accept such a commission. It seems I spoke out of turn," Olsen said with an awkward smile. After witnessing Richard's actions, a glint of caution and trepidation flickered in his eyes. "Thank you for saving me, old man. I still prefer your defiant demeanor. Recover now." Olsen merely responded with silence. "Old man, are you an exorcist?" Richard inquired after extracting the werewolf bloodline. "Yes. May I ask you a few questions?" "Go ahead. I will tell you all I know." "Are there many exorcists in your line of work?" "Not many." "Do you have connections among yourselves?" "Yes. There is a website that shares information about various monsters and occasionally posts commissions." With that, Olsen provided him with the website. After this exchange, Richard learned that the Lighthouse Nation also had agencies dealing with extraordinary incidents. Indeed, it was the Bureau of Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistics, commonly known as SHIELD. However, the personnel of SHIELD are rather limited, and they often operate under the auspices of the FBI rather than revealing their true affiliation. Some exorcists work in pairs or trios, while others prefer to act alone. Historically, the Church was the most powerful and predominant group of exorcists. However, in the past 2 to 3 centuries, its influence has significantly waned, with over 99% of priests being ordinary individuals. Those within the Church who possess the genuine ability to exorcise demons have largely ceased such practices, opting instead to sell holy water and other exorcistic items, adopting a rather low profile. It is rumored that internal issues within the Vatican have arisen, as their god has remained silent for an extended period. After receiving a plethora of information, Richard and Olsen resumed their journey, realizing that their previous endeavor was far from complete. Initially, Olsen believed that only a few werewolves had appeared in the area, but upon confrontation, he discovered that it was, in fact, a werewolf tribe. Moreover, the werewolves here are not the evolved kind that possesses intellect and can shift between human and wolf forms. They are primitive werewolves. These primitive werewolves are exceedingly intelligent, nearly on par with humans, yet their temperament is more akin to that of beasts. They possess greater strength than their evolved counterparts, exhibiting a more bloodthirsty and brutal nature, while also being highly infectious and vengeful. Previously, Olsen had ambushed 6 werewolves, successfully eliminating 2 through his cunning traps, and managed to slay another during his escape, leaving the remainder to be dispatched by Richard. The 2 men followed the traces left by the werewolves, making their way towards the werewolf tribe. Chapter 8. The Wolf's Den. With Olsen's experience and Richard's arcane perception, they swiftly pinpointed the approximate location of the werewolf gathering. The werewolves, possessing acute senses of smell and hearing, would likely detect any encroachment. This area was densely forested, with towering trees surrounding them, and a pungent, gamey odor permeated the air. Richard reached out to grasp a wisp of the breeze, closed his eyes to listen intently, and after a moment, opened them to declare, "There are 9 werewolves within, and one of them is a wolf king." 9? And a wolf king? Olsen's expression shifted dramatically. "This is beyond our capabilities. I believe we should retreat and summon more exorcists." "There's no need for such complications," Richard replied, shaking his head. "However, after we deal with these werewolves, Mr. Smith will need to increase his payment. This is quite different from the information they provided." Olsen's countenance became peculiar. On one hand, he was daunted by the number of werewolves and the presence of the Wolf King, while on the other, he recalled Richard's earlier display of prowess. "My Lord Richard, do you have a plan?" Olsen hesitated to inquire. "A plan?" Richard responded, somewhat taken aback as he gazed at Olsen. "It's quite straightforward. Charge in, surround them, eliminate the werewolves, and then return to claim our bounty." Olsen, noticing Olsen's expression, Richard seemed to have an epiphany and continued, "You stay outside to intercept in case any werewolves attempt to flee. I can handle this alone." With that, Richard strode directly into the depths of the forest. Upon entering the wolf's den, the acrid odor intensified, and the werewolves quickly sensed Richard's presence. With a resounding howl, 9 werewolves charged toward him. Each stood between 2 and 3 meters tall, their movements agile, cloaked in thick gray fur, with powerful muscles and eerie emerald eyes. Their gaping maws were lined with razor-sharp fangs, instilling dread in all who beheld them. Despite their intellect, they still operated with bestial instincts, Richard mused. Venomous vines. The thorns on the ground instantly morphed into living entities, coiling like serpents toward the nearest werewolf. The 3 foremost werewolves were ensnared by the suddenly sprouting vines. The dark green tendrils, studded with sharp spikes, pierced their flesh, releasing a paralyzing toxin. The struggling werewolves grew increasingly feeble. The remaining werewolves, witnessing their comrades ensnared, promptly began to leap and evade the remaining vines.
Arcane missile.
Spotting the werewolves that had evaded the vines, Richard raised his hand and unleashed several arcane missiles.
Bang! Bang!
Bang! The missiles struck the 3 airborne werewolves, unable to dodge, as the magical energy shattered their physical defenses, tearing through their muscles. Flame burst. Richard pointed his staff, and in an instant, a conical flame hot enough to melt steel erupted forth, directly engulfing the werewolves. The oil-rich fur of the werewolves acted as an excellent accelerant, and they were instantly engulfed in flames, their wretched howls echoing through the forest. At this very moment, several other circling werewolves approached Richard, witnessing the tragic fate of their companion. With claws brandished, they lunged towards him. Flight! A gust of wind instantly lifted him, allowing him to soar into the air like a bird. Although these werewolves were numerous and formidable, they were mere targets for a wizard who had mastered the art of flight. This was the foundation of Richard's confidence in single-handedly dealing with them. A howl of rage erupted from the remaining werewolves as they watched their prey ascend into the sky. One werewolf leapt onto a tree trunk, then sprang up to the canopy, attempting to leap towards Richard. Fireball! A fireball the size of a basin struck that werewolf squarely in the face. The creature emitted no sound as it plummeted to the ground with greater speed than before, landing with a thud and sinking into an infant-like slumber. The remaining werewolves bared their teeth and howled at Richard, when suddenly one of them seized a stone from the ground and hurled it at him. The tremendous force propelled the stone forward at an astonishing speed. However, these werewolves lacked practice in throwing, causing the stone to veer off course. Nevertheless, this prompted the others to follow suit, each picking up stones and branches to hurl. Though their aim was poor, they were bound to hit something eventually. Richard deftly waved his staff, enveloping himself in an invisible force field. Secondary deflection field. Energy shield. The stones and branches that had been aimed at Richard veered uncontrollably in various directions, unable to inflict any harm upon him. It was time to conclude this.
Arcane missile.
With a gentle flick of his staff, several arcane missiles shot forth, and under Richard's precise control, the werewolves had no time to evade before being struck. In an instant, the werewolves were left with shattered bones and torn flesh. A few unfortunate ones were directly hit in the head by the missiles, their skulls bursting like watermelons, with crimson and ivory splattering everywhere. In the blink of an eye, 9 werewolves, including their leader, lay dead or incapacitated. Richard descended from the air, approaching the towering werewolf king, whose eyes were filled with hatred and fear as they locked onto Richard. Richard raised his hand, ready to send this wolf king to his demise. "Please wait a moment," a voice suddenly interrupted. From the nearby woods, a figure swiftly emerged. It was the witch he had encountered earlier. "Who are you?" Richard inquired, turning toward the witch, unperturbed by her sudden appearance. "Esteemed sir, I am Jenny, as you see, a jungle witch," she replied with a respectful bow. The jungle witches, a faction of witches, predominantly inhabit forests, mastering potions, plant manipulation, and animal taming, akin to druids. "What brings you here?" Richard asked, his tone neutral. Which Jenny continued, "Respected sir, I wish to negotiate for this werewolf." "Negotiate?" Richard raised an eyebrow. "Yes, negotiate." The witch implored. "You see, the jungle witch is not adept in combat. I require the taming of beasts for my protection. Hence I wish to barter for this werewolf." Richard pondered for a moment and replied, "Very well, what do you intend to offer in exchange? Potions, some rare minerals, magical artifacts, or perhaps gold?" The witch responded with delight. "How much gold can you provide?" Richard inquired. $100,000, the witch hastily replied. Richard shook his head slightly. "This is the Wolf King I captured through great effort. Therefore, the price must be increased." Chapter 9. It was all Charlie's doing. What does it have to do with me, Richard? Ultimately, Richard succeeded in selling the formidable Wolf King to the witch Jenny for a price of $200,000. Following this, Jenny began the process of forging a contract with the Wolf King. Given Jenny's prowess, it was initially inconceivable that she could bind such a creature, but with the Wolf King severely weakened by Richard's efforts, she finally had her chance. Acquiring a powerful and loyal bodyguard for $200,000 was indeed a lucrative deal. Once the transaction was completed, Jenny produced a collection of powders and various vials, commencing the drawing of a magical circle upon a large stone, all the while reciting incantations. Although Richard had never studied this language, the enchantment embedded within him allowed him to comprehend its essence. Essentially, it was a plea for the aid of a so-called deity to impose constraints upon the Wolf King, compelling him to enter into the contract. Such an undertaking was fraught with difficulty, particularly given the Wolf King's fierce resistance. As the ritual neared completion, Jenny approached the Wolf King, who sensed imminent danger and attempted to resist. However, Richard swiftly subdued him, breaking both his arms and legs. Jenny forcibly pried open the Wolf King's jaws and poured a vial of green liquid into his mouth. Soon, the Wolf King's gaze became vacant, and Jenny activated the magical circle, a surge of arcane energy enveloping both the witch and the wolfman in a violet glow. After approximately a minute, the magical energy dissipated, revealing the figures of the wolfman and the witch once more. At this moment, a mysterious symbol began to shimmer upon the wolfman's forehead. Following the successful binding, Jenny produced a potion for the Wolf King to consume, and his injuries began to heal rapidly. In merely 10 minutes, the Wolf King regained his mobility. Then, to Olsen's astonishment, the towering beast, exceeding 3 meters in height, transformed into a gray wolf, larger than an ordinary dog. After dealing with the other wolfmen, Richard also extracted the remaining wolf bloodlines and discovered several magically infused plants nearby. Near the nodes of magical energy, not only extraordinary creatures are drawn, but also remarkable flora flourish. Having collected the enchanted plants, the trio departed with their spoils, including the corpses of the wolfmen, returning to the villa to claim their reward. At the villa estate, Mr. Smith was taken aback upon seeing the wolfman corpses Richard and his companions brought back. The appearance of such a legendary creature profoundly shook his worldview. Mr. Smith, your erroneous intelligence has cost us dearly. We have even lost 3 dear brothers. You must provide us with adequate compensation, Richard stated politely, with the presence of several wolfman corpses and the imposing Wolf King, towering over 3 meters and bearing his fangs and claws, lending considerable weight to his words. Smith, glancing at the fearsome jaws of the wolfman, which were less than 30 centimeters from him, swallowed hard and said, Mr. Charlie, I can offer you an additional $200,000 in compensation. 200,000? Alas, they are my beloved friends and family, with young wives and children awaiting sustenance at home. How could I possibly convey this heartrending news to them? An increase in remuneration is necessary. Mr. Smith hastily interjected, Mr. Charlie, how much more do you require? 500,000, replied Charlie. Upon hearing this figure, Mr. Smith instinctively wished to refuse, but upon noticing the werewolf beside him bearing its sharp fangs, he swallowed hard and said, Mr. Charlie, 500,000 is indeed reasonable. I consent. Might you persuade this werewolf to step back a bit? Fear not, Mr. Smith. This werewolf has been tamed and poses no threat, assured Richard, as he gently gestured for the creature to retreat slightly. Of course, the werewolf, wild by nature, may sometimes act irrationally. Mr. Smith managed a strained smile and remarked, Your compensation will be prepared shortly, my lord. Without delay, he instructed his associates to deliver $800,000 to Richard. After counting the sum, Richard expressed his satisfaction and continued, Mr. Smith, I believe you would benefit from acquiring a werewolf specimen to enrich your collection, which would certainly elicit envy among your friends. Such legendary creatures are rare and coveted. Following the receipt of the 800,000, Richard felt particularly pleased and found Mr. Smith increasingly agreeable. If you are interested, I can offer you a friendly price of $100,000 for a complete werewolf specimen. Upon hearing Richard's proposal, Mr. Smith recognized it as a splendid opportunity and thus spent an additional $100,000 to procure the most pristine werewolf body. Richard even kindly assisted in magically preserving the specimen, making the handling of the blood-extracted werewolf body quite convenient. Ultimately, Richard allocated $50,000 to old Mr. Olsen, departing with $1,050,000 in hand, en route to New York. As for whether Mr. Smith would seek revenge afterward, Richard felt no concern, as it was Charlie's doing and had nothing to do with him. Upon returning to New York, Richard descended into the basement to prepare for the processing of the remaining werewolf bodies. In Mr. Smith's estate, a flash of inspiration struck him. He realized that creating werewolf specimens could open another lucrative avenue. He envisaged selling these specimens at high prices to affluent collectors, particularly those with a penchant for hunting and an extensive collection of animal trophies, especially fierce and rare beasts like lions, tigers, and rhinoceroses. While these trophies are indeed impressive, they pale in comparison to the allure of a werewolf, a mythical entity. As long as the werewolf specimen is authentic, those affluent individuals would be more than willing to pay a premium. In his laboratory, Richard set about preparing the remaining dozen werewolf bodies as specimens. Observing the massive wounds on the werewolves, he felt a twinge of regret for having exerted too much force at the time, resulting in a scarcity of intact corpses, thereby necessitating the use of other werewolf bodies for assembly. Fortunately, his craftsmanship was exceptional, and the finished werewolf specimens appeared remarkably flawless, concealing any signs of their original damage. Certainly, among the 16 werewolf corpses, aside from one sold to Smith, Richard meticulously reassembled 11 complete werewolf specimens. These creatures had previously rewarded Richard with a fortune of $1 million during their lifetimes, and now, even in death, they continued to contribute to his wealth, truly a testament to their dedication. They deserve an accolade. Once again, he expresses gratitude for nature's bountiful gifts. Richard placed one of the werewolf specimens in his specialized incident handling facility for promotional purposes, while the remainder were discreetly introduced to a senior manager at an auction house through subtle persuasion. Utilizing the connections of the auction house, he established contact with several affluent individuals showing interest. Ultimately, these 10 werewolf specimens were sold at an average price of $120,000 each to 10 wealthy patrons. As for the repercussions of the knowledge regarding these legendary creatures reaching the general populace, Richard had not the slightest consideration. That was a dilemma for S.H.I.E.L.D. and the government of the Lighthouse Nation. It was of no concern to him. If there were any issues, they could very well approach Charlie. Chapter 10. Bloodline Elixirs. The werewolf specimen was swiftly acquired by affluent collectors at a premium price, resulting in Richard receiving a substantial sum of funds. Over $2 million appeared to be a considerable amount. However, it proved insufficient for his expenditures. A set of high-end laboratory equipment alone could demand several million. When combined with various other expenses, Richard found his finances dwindling rapidly. Although the experimental apparatus was not of the highest caliber, following Richard's enhancements utilizing the arcane principles from the Moterra world, these devices had approached the sophistication of his former floating city laboratory, merging the technological and magical advancements from both realms. While the arcane civilization of Moterra was indeed prosperous, capable of creating miraculous floating cities and facilitating extensive interstellar travel, even interstellar colonization and large-scale planar exploration and ecological transformation, marking it as a civilization of interstellar stature, the overall productivity of this world fell short compared to Blue Star. Most regions of the Moterra world remained ensconced in a feudal era, with only a handful of magical metropolises and commercial alliances, such as the Shugril Union, exhibiting a significantly advanced level of civilization. This stagnation was not due to the reluctance of the Grand Archmages to reform the world, disseminate knowledge, and elevate the overall level of planar civilization. Rather, it stemmed from the gods' unwillingness to allow such advancements. The deities confined the civilization's progression to a feudal society, as this level of civilization yielded the most stable and potent faith energy for them. The Grand Archmages had once clashed violently with the gods over the dissemination of knowledge and the elevation of civilization, resulting in fierce conflicts that spanned multiple planes and pantheons, leading to the fall of several deities and the destruction of numerous floating cities and archmages, with over a third of the planar population perishing. Ultimately, both parties reached a reconciliation under the pressure from abyssal demons, infernal fiends, and cosmic marauders. After all, neither side possessed an overwhelming advantage. Further conflict could result in the planar realm being subsumed into an endless abyss. This historical context elucidates the stark civilizational divide within the Moterra world, where one side embodies interstellar civilization while the other remains rooted in feudal agrarianism. The magical metropolises governed by the Grand Archmages are free to develop civilization and arcane arts as long as they do not disturb the principal material plane, yet they are prohibited from sharing their advancements with other nations. Conversely, the gods cannot impede their recruitment of apprentices from various kingdoms. In summary, while the industrial technology of the Moterra world significantly lags behind that of Blue Star, the utilization of arcane arts can elevate these technologies beyond Blue Star's capabilities, albeit on a scale that remains impractical for mass production. Only the Grand Archmages and powerful sorcerers can operate such innovations. For instance, microscopes on Blue Star can achieve magnifications in the tens of millions, whereas those crafted by Multiverse artisans can barely reach 100,000. In such cases, the intervention of arcane practitioners is essential to enhance the magnification effects. The varying abilities of these practitioners yield different results post-enchantment. However, should one employ a blue star microscope augmented by an archmage's enchantments, the resultant magnification would undoubtedly surpass that of Multiverse's original devices. Certainly, other tools similarly exhibit remarkable capabilities, such as the art of precise rune engraving and the casting of extraordinary metals. Previously, Richard's grand aerial citadel was constructed from obsidian, steel, and various alloys, further enhanced by hardening spells and rune enchantments. Its durability and resilience were exceptionally high. In this lifetime, should he replace the primary material of the floating city with the finest alloy and apply hardening spells and rune enchantments, its sturdiness would undoubtedly surpass that of his wisdom star. The very materials alone could withstand the onslaught of ninth circle spells without sustaining any damage. Naturally, the cost of such an endeavor would be staggering. Richard estimated that the expense for materials alone would exceed hundreds of billions, while his current finances. Progress of the floating city, 0.0002. The exorbitance of the project is not a flaw of the floating city, but rather a reflection of your circumstances. Richard must simultaneously recuperate from his injuries and construct the aerial citadel. The most expedient method for him to amass wealth at present is through the werewolf bloodline he acquired not long ago. Once again, he expresses gratitude to these werewolves and the bounties of nature. They are akin to candles, sacrificing themselves to illuminate Richard's path, devoted to their end even in death, and even in becoming specimens, they continue to provide him with financial support. How moving! The werewolf bloodline also exists in the world of Multiverse, classified as a form of beastly transformation. After natural evolution, werewolves can shift between human and wolf forms, possessing intelligence comparable to that of humans, with enhanced strength, agility, and remarkable regenerative abilities, while harboring a fear of silver and wolfsbane. The werewolf bloodline Richard possesses is closer to the primitive werewolves, who cannot transform into humans but possess high intelligence yet behave according to primal instincts. They have strong regenerative capabilities, a fear of silver and wolfsbane, and exhibit infectious properties with a 30% transmission rate. Those infected by them may become werewolves, though there is also a risk of losing their sanity or facing death. Richard intends to refine the werewolf bloodline. Despite its various flaws, it can enhance human physical attributes, bolster resistance to diseases, improve recovery capabilities, and most importantly, delay aging and extend lifespan. Werewolves typically live between 120 and 150 years. Richard plans to filter the werewolf bloodline to eliminate its deficiencies, sacrificing strength and constitution to create a bloodline potion that could potentially extend lifespan to 150 years. Of course, this bloodline potion provides minimal enhancement to strength, agility, and constitution, rendering the individual only slightly stronger than an average person, devoid of the ability to transform into a werewolf and lacking infectious properties, although they would still succumb to wolfsbane poisoning. However, it is worth noting that even an ordinary person would perish from ingesting wolfsbane, so this should not be considered a weakness. The sole advantage lies in the extended lifespan to 150 years. This bloodline potion is effective solely for ordinary individuals, losing its efficacy on extraordinary beings with a professional level exceeding 10, serving at most to heal injuries and restore vitality. The fusion of bloodlines is subject to a significant limitation. It is advisable to merge only one type or those with similar attributes. Exceeding the amalgamation of three bloodlines poses a substantial risk of bloodline disorder, potentially leading to a catastrophic collapse. Choosing to merge with the werewolf bloodline signifies a lack of potential. Richard concocts this bloodline elixir primarily to sell to affluent individuals. It is well known that these wealthy patrons invest hundreds of billions, if not more, annually in research to prolong their lives. They would undoubtedly be willing to pay a handsome sum for a solution that can safely extend life to 150 years with minimal side effects. However, the bloodline elixir must be tailored to the user's specific bloodline and genetic makeup, rendering it non-universal, and its materials are limited and scarce. Few wealthy individuals dare to directly merge this bloodline elixir into their own being. Only those whose lives hang by a thread would gamble everything. Richard needs to identify those affluent individuals who are willing to undergo the fusion of the bloodline elixir. Chapter 11. the explosion of gold coins in the laboratory. At the workbench, Richard is engaged in the purification of werewolf bloodlines. The technique of bloodline purification is a creation of the earliest schools of sorcery, which was later refined and elevated by the wizarding school. Within the legacy of the Witch Kings, various methods of imitation, evolution, and unique meditation practices are employed, ensuring that each Witch King is not only proficient in numerous spells but also possesses physical strength that surpasses that of legendary warriors. This discipline bears resemblance to the dragon blood sorcerers, yet its magical potency is more formidable. However, despite its strengths, the Witch King system is not without its drawbacks. The primary challenge lies in the difficulty of promotion. For a wizard within the Witch King system, ascending to higher ranks is significantly more arduous than for spellcasters of other schools. Additionally, this system demands a considerable expenditure of resources. Moreover, the spiritual space, the Source Sea, constructed by the Witch King system is less stable than that of other spellcasters, rendering its practitioners susceptible to mental instability, although reaching the Witch King level greatly reduces this risk. Consequently, the spellcasting abilities of practitioners within the Witch King system tend to be inferior to those of arcanists. After receiving the legacy of the Witch King school, Richard integrated some of its elements into his own path. Research on bloodlines is also a significant topic within the arcanist school, with many arcanists expressing keen interest in the bloodlines of dragons. As time progressed, Richard diligently purified the werewolf bloodline and subsequently optimized it, achieving remarkable success without the need for specific arcanic arrays to induce directed mutations or the addition of other bloodline capabilities. Soon, he completed the concoction of the werewolf bloodline potion. Upon the experimental table rested 3 crystal vials, each containing a drop of red liquid that flowed gently, shimmering with the faint glimmer of starlight, exuding an air of mystery. Werewolf Type 3 Bloodline Potion. Strength 1, Constitution 1, Resistance 1, Vitality 50. Note: ineffective for strength and constitution above 12. Extends the lifespan of an ordinary human to a maximum of 150 years, with each point of vitality equating to 1 year. Using this bloodline potion followed by another bloodline potion may result in a high likelihood of rejection, and in severe cases, bloodline disorder may occur. Please exercise caution. With a gentle wave of his hand, the red liquid within the crystal vials ascended gracefully, followed by an invisible force that evenly divided the 3 drops of bloodline potion into 15 portions, which were then placed into 15 exquisitely prepared crystal vials. Subsequently, the potion was diluted to ensure that each bottle was identical to the original. Secondary Werewolf Type 3 Bloodline Potion. Slightly enhances strength, constitution, resistance, and vitality by 10. Reusable up to 5 times. Becomes ineffective after 5 uses. Each portion, when divided, can extend life by 10 years. Richard contemplated selling them in annual increments, wishing to avoid wastage of the potion's efficacy. Are the old Bidens ready for an explosion of gold coins? At the New York Hopkins Private Hospital, in the intensive care unit, this establishment stands as the finest private hospital in the Lighthouse Nation, receiving substantial donations from affluent benefactors each year. Here, numerous wealthy individuals from the Lighthouse Nation have undergone multiple heart transplants, kidney transplants, and blood transfusion therapies. Numerous affluent individuals have resorted to accepting the plasma of youthful donors to replace their own blood, hoping to rejuvenate themselves and delay the inevitable decay of age. Yet, despite these efforts, their bodies are still inexorably bound to the passage of time. Brighton, a renowned real estate magnate in New York, finds himself confined to a hospital bed, a regular resident of this establishment over the years. Following a steady decline in his health this year, he chose to admit himself, only to discover through examinations that he was not afflicted by any illness. Rather, the cause of his malaise was straightforward: his advanced age, having reached the twilight of his life at the ripe age of 93. "Dr. Merlin, how much longer can I expect to live?" Brighton inquired. The attending physician, furrowing his brow, replied, "Sir, your body has reached its limits. Blood transfusion therapy can no longer prolong your life. At this rate, you have at most 6 months. Is there truly no other recourse?" Brighton expressed his reluctance to succumb to mortality. The wealthier one becomes, the more one tends to resist the finality of death, unwilling to relinquish their grip on power and riches. Throughout history, From the noble classes of yore to the contemporary elite, including the so-called celestial dragons, there has always been an insatiable quest for the extension of life. I am profoundly sorry, sir. We have no better alternatives, Dr. Merlin uttered, a tone of resignation in his voice. Receiving the same disheartening answer once again, Brighton's countenance darkened further. After the physician departed, he turned to his most trusted aide, asking, "Have you uncovered the origins of the werewolf specimens?" A week prior, a collection of werewolf specimens had surfaced in New York, subsequently claimed by various wealthy collectors. Upon confirming that these specimens were indeed authentic werewolves, rather than mere forgeries crafted from wolves and humans, many were stirred by the possibilities. What ostensibly appeared to be the discovery of a new species subtly ignited the imaginations of those affluent individuals, leading them to ponder the existence of other legendary entities. If werewolves were real, could there be truth to other myths? Do vampires, said to live for centuries, truly exist? Is there a fountain of youth that grants eternal life? Might the golden apples that bestow divine qualities actually be real? Or could sorcerers and witches offer them a chance to reclaim their youth? Richard, upon selling these werewolf specimens, had anticipated such intrigue, deliberately orchestrating the narrative. He employed subtle persuasion to manipulate the senior manager of the auction house into selling the specimens, leaving behind scant information. After considerable investigation, they had only managed to uncover the name Charlie. This approach served to maintain an air of mystery while also cultivating a certain persona. "We have found some leads," the aide relayed, presenting the collected information to Brighton. "We managed to contact Mr. Charlie. He has agreed to meet with you. When will this occur?" Brighton pressed. "Regrettably, sir, Mr. Charlie mentioned he would appear before you today. Yet he did not disclose the specific time or location," the aide replied, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. At that moment, the door to the room suddenly creaked open. The assistant promptly signaled to the bodyguard nearby to investigate the situation. It was crucial to note that there were guards stationed outside the ward, and only those with authorization could approach. Yet, without prior notification, someone had arrived at the door. "My apologies for the abrupt entrance. I was in a bit of a hurry," came a voice as a figure pushed the door open. Just as the bodyguard was about to take action, he found himself frozen in place. "Who are you?" the assistant demanded loudly. "There's no need to raise your voice and alert everyone else," the figure replied, waving a hand dismissively. "Weren't you looking for me? Well, here I am." The assistant was about to retort when Brighton, seemingly struck by a realization, interjected, "Are you Charlie?" "Indeed," Richard replied with a subtle smile, stepping forth from the shadows. Chapter 12. The laboratory. Brighton gazed at the individual who had suddenly materialized in the room. Unremarkable in appearance, he seemed devoid of any distinctive traits, easily forgotten by those who encountered him. This was, of course, the visage conjured by Richard, taking the form of Charlie. "Mr. Brighton, is there a matter for which you sought me?" Richard inquired, gesturing lightly. A chair soared behind him, and he gracefully took a seat. Brighton directed his assistant to assist him, then solemnly stated, "Your Excellency, you must be a wizard." Richard remained silent, prompting him to continue. "You must perceive that I have reached the twilight of my existence. It is said that wizards possess methods to prolong life. Can you perform such a feat?" Brighton spoke without hesitation. "To extend one's lifespan," Richard replied, his expression turning serious. "This contravenes the laws of nature and is not easily accomplished." "Do you truly possess a means?" Brighton exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Your Excellency, if you can achieve this, finances will not be an obstacle. I can indeed effectuate this, but you must comprehend that to gain something, one must pay an equivalent price," Richard remarked, observing the wrinkled visage of Brighton. He then produced a lengthy list and handed it over. "Prepare the items on this list, and I shall provide you with a potion that can extend your life by 10 years. Upon hearing of the possibility to prolong his life by a decade, Brighton's breath quickened, and his gaze toward Richard became fervent. No one desires a shorter life, especially not someone like him, who teeters on the brink of mortality. This potion was imperative. Money could be earned, women sought, even sons could be sired anew, but once life extinguished, all that one possesses dissipates into oblivion. After glancing at the list, Brighton felt a tremor in his heart. The items required were numerous, predominantly comprising sensitive materials and sophisticated equipment, beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, even with considerable wealth. Even with his stature, certain items, such as plutonium and uranium, remained unattainable despite his connections. May I inquire as to the purpose of these items? Your Excellency, he asked. I intend to construct a laboratory, necessitating various apparatus and materials for research, Richard replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, Brighton exhaled in relief. Indeed, many of the items on the list were essential for a laboratory. The investment and equipment required for a top-tier laboratory were exorbitant, yet it would also serve his interests, as it could potentially extend his life even further. Your Excellency, there are far too many items on this list. I will endeavor to gather them for you, but there are limitations to what I can procure, Brighton acknowledged. Indeed, Richard nodded slightly, fully aware of the list's value and understanding that it was beyond Brighton's sole capability. It was merely a means to encourage him to make an effort. My family holds a modicum of influence in the Lighthouse Nation. If you consent, I can assist in connecting with other families to help you acquire these items, Brighton offered. Richard nodded and stated, we must gather these items promptly. I require a complete laboratory to concoct the elixirs. If the life essence is not transformed into potions swiftly, its vitality will continue to dissipate. The longer we delay, the less life will ultimately be gained. No, that life is mine. The loss of life essence translates to a reduction in his future lifespan. Even a mere 10 or 15 days lost would be enough to cause the old man considerable distress. For the first time, he grasped the adage that time equates to wealth. Your Excellency, what exactly is life essence? Where can it be found? Brighton inquired. Life essence exists within all living beings, yet within ordinary organisms, it is exceedingly scarce and devoid of value. It is only within certain legendary extraordinary beings that it possesses worth. This life essence can extend one's lifespan by up to 50 years. To achieve further longevity, a higher quality of life essence is required. After providing a brief overview, Richard left his contact information and departed from the hospital. In the ensuing days, Brighton began to reach out to his network and affluent acquaintances, particularly those involved in biotechnology and arms trading. Many items on Richard's list could only be supplied by biotechnology firms, while arms magnates were notorious for their extensive connections. Hello, Norman, this is Brighton. I've heard you've been in the hospital lately. How's your health? Not very well. There's a matter I wish to discuss for potential collaboration. What is it? Are you aware of the werewolf specimen from a while back? Yes, a meticulously crafted hoax, Norman Osborn replied impatiently. If this is about that, I think we need not collaborate. What if the werewolf specimen were genuine? Brighton, seemingly oblivious to Norman's irritation, continued.
Impossible.
Werewolves are merely grotesque tales to scare children. I have had it verified by a biologist. It is authentic. Werewolves do exist. ISNT your Osborn group conducting human enhancement experiments in conjunction with the military? I believe we could work together. I would like to see that werewolf specimen first. Very well. Richard swiftly received the initial batch of experimental equipment. After inspecting the apparatus, he felt quite satisfied. Though not brand new, their functionality remained unaffected. Had he attempted to procure them himself, it would have cost hundreds of millions, and some equipment was not even available on the market. Richard promptly transported the equipment to his villa and commenced the process of enchanting and modifying it. Runic craftsmanship is one of the pivotal technologies of Arcane civilization, possessing the power to transmute decay into the miraculous. Initially, this craft served the purpose of warfare, creating more formidable weaponry. As it evolved, enchanting techniques began to permeate all aspects of Arcane civilization. Enchanting these devices required considerable precious resources, including silver, gold, gemstones, and crystals, and at times even soul crystals. The price of silver on the blue planet is rather modest, while that of gold is exorbitant. Gems can be synthesized using artificial stones combined with elemental energy, and the cost of crystals is also reasonable. However, both synthetic gems and crystals are only suitable for mid-tier enchantments. High-level enchantments necessitate the crafting of magical gemstones and mana crystals, which require considerable time to produce. Upon completing the enchantments, he intends to refine the werewolf lineage, eliminating its weaknesses and flaws, and using it to cultivate a workforce to assist him. They would gather various resources, generate wealth, or undertake diverse tasks. He is not inclined to toil endlessly. Rather, he would prefer to spend his time engaging with Kesav in discussions about the art of life. Chapter 13. The elixir. Upon receiving an invitation from Richard, Brighton hurriedly made his way to the designated location. Richard, still donning Charlie's guise, arranged to meet him in a lavish villa. "My Lord Charlie, it has been a few days," Brighton remarked, although he appeared more aged than before. His gaze towards Richard was filled with fervent anticipation. Richard, maintaining a stoic demeanor, nodded slightly and gestured for him to sit. Once Brighton settled in, Richard produced a vial containing a crimson elixir. The mere sight of the vibrant potion sent a thrill through Brighton's heart, compelling him to look intently at Richard. "My Lord Charlie, is this the elixir of life?" Brighton inquired, his voice trembling with excitement. "Indeed," Richard replied impassively. "This vial can extend your life by a decade, with a maximum intake of 5 doses, potentially granting you an additional 50 years. He then handed the elixir to Brighton, who accepted it with trembling hands. The crystal vial shimmered, the red liquid swirling within sparkled like stars, exuding a mysterious allure that stirred an innate longing within him. Soon, Brighton regained his composure, yet hesitated as he prepared to consume the potion. Tales of wizards and their myriad of arcane methods flooded his mind, but ultimately, the yearning for life prevailed. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed the elixir in one swift motion. Contrary to his expectations, the potion did not possess a gruesome taste. Instead, it bore a hint of sweetness. However, almost instantly, a wave of heat enveloped him, an internal fervor that felt as though it would ignite him entirely. Amidst this searing sensation, his body greedily absorbed the essence of the potion, each cell clamoring for more. Brighton's complexion flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a lobster being boiled. His eyes bulged, veins engorged with blood, and he appeared to swell in size. Richard observed the unfolding transformation with a dispassionate focus, meticulously recording and analyzing Brighton's reactions. He was intent on documenting the responses of Blue Star humans to the potion in order to refine the elixir for their unique physiology. Time passed swiftly, and approximately 1 minute later, Brighton's body began to undergo a remarkable metamorphosis. Veins protruded prominently, blood coursing rapidly through his system, while his previously lax skin regained its firmness. Age spots on his face faded away, and fine lines softened, as his once rotund physique began to slim down, revealing the contours of his muscles anew. When the transformation concluded, Brighton radiated vitality, appearing a decade younger, with his physical prowess significantly restored. "Incredible! Truly marvelous!" he exclaimed, marveling at the changes in his body, examining his hands in disbelief, and exploring the newfound vigor coursing through him. Meanwhile, Richard's system completed its scanning process, gaining a clearer understanding of Brighton's physiology. As Blue Star humans had never ingested magical potions and lived in a low-magic environment, they exhibited no resistance or tolerance to such elixirs. Consequently, the potion, designed to extend life by a mere decade, proved to be even more effective than anticipated. It appears that the efficacy of the potion has proven to be quite remarkable, as your lifespan has been extended by 11 years. Continue to transport the goods, and I shall provide you with another vial of the elixir next week. Upon Brighton's departure from the villa, the aides and bodyguards awaiting outside were taken aback. Upon entering, Brighton was a decrepit figure, teetering on the brink of death, yet now he radiates vitality, appearing rejuvenated by a decade or more. After leaving the villa, Brighton promptly organized the retrieval of the remaining items while also engaging in various events hosted by other affluent individuals. Although he refrained from overtly promoting himself and his entourage remained discreet, whispers of his transformation swiftly circulated. The other wealthy patrons were well aware of Brighton's prior state in the hospital, yet upon witnessing his current vigor, their demeanor shifted dramatically. Those who had previously shown him mere indifference now eagerly approached him for dialogue, and collaborations that were once under consideration were swiftly solidified, with agreements to sell various supplies, instruments, and equipment. Though they remained unaware of the specifics, Brighton's metamorphosis was undeniable. No one could resist the allure of extending their own lifespan. What was once dismissed as implausible now seemed credible, and witnessing Brighton's transformation convinced them of its authenticity. Following a series of advantageous exchanges, these affluent individuals acquired the information they sought, prompting them to ponder what offerings they might present to the enigmatic wizard in exchange for the life-extending elixir. Some even contemplated whether they could exert control over the wizard, compelling him to serve their interests. In the subsequent days, Richard received an influx of supplies, instruments, and equipment, and 6 vials of the life elixir were traded. These wealthy patrons had become his temporary financial benefactors, grateful for nature's bountiful gifts. In the laboratory of the Osborne Industrial Building, Norman Osborne was engrossed in the study of the life elixir. Despite its rarity, Norman, having just crossed into his 40s, was more preoccupied with the hereditary ailments plaguing his family and the potential for human enhancement drugs. Thus, upon acquiring the life elixir, he immediately set to work. The insights gleaned from the werewolf specimen had significantly inspired him, suggesting substantial applications for human enhancement. However, the werewolf genes had lost their vitality. Now, with the life elixir in hand, he aimed to restore the activity of these genes, anticipating a monumental breakthrough in the realm of human enhancement. The experiments progressed smoothly, with the life elixir successfully revitalizing the werewolf genes. However, complications arose when he attempted to incorporate these genes into the human enhancement drug. Norman was compelled to conduct numerous experiments, tirelessly seeking solutions to the challenges that emerged. After successfully enchanting a piece of equipment, Richard rubbed his shoulders, preparing to take a moment to rest and unwind. In recent days, Katrina had been preoccupied, seemingly tracking down some significant news, leaving her no time to collect samples from him. This change left Richard, who had been recuperating from his injuries with the aid of the dragon vein, feeling somewhat out of sorts. Therefore, he resolved to venture into the entertainment scene of the Lighthouse Nation to clear his mind. Certainly, there is an even more significant aspect: the desire to experience the paid programs at the bars of the land of the lighthouse. It is said that one can watch matches in these establishments, and if merely watching does not suffice, patrons can also pay to engage in the game. Richard has resided here for a while and has grown quite accustomed to his surroundings. Thus he made his way to a nearby upscale bar. Upon entering, he discovered an array of balls in white, brown, yellow, and black hues, available for selection. Previously, during his time in the realm of Moterra, he was quite the connoisseur of various games, and the options before him seemed rather unremarkable. As Richard ventured deeper into the bar, intending to seek out a ball that suited his taste, he was suddenly jostled by a figure whose presence was a heady mix of alcohol and perfume. The astonishing elasticity and overwhelming sense of pressure engulfed him. Richard was aware of the liberal nature of the land of the lighthouse, yet he had not anticipated it to be even more unrestrained than he had imagined. Chapter 14. The which Richard was taken aback when he first entered the bar, as someone immediately threw themselves at him. Turning around, he was immediately struck by the sight of golden locks, a voluptuous figure, alabaster skin, and a captivating visage. "Help me. They've drugged me." Before she could finish her sentence, several men charged down the stairs, swaggering with an air of authority, seemingly searching for something. Upon seeing the men, the Persian cat in the woman's arms swayed slightly, urging Richard toward the nearby restroom for refuge. Seizing the moment, Richard embraced the woman and entered the men's restroom. Just as they did, the door swung open, and a man, noticing Richard's embrace, offered a suggestive smile before sidestepping away. The woman pulled Richard into a central stall, and as soon as they were inside, the effects of the drug seemed to kick in. She leaned heavily against him. At that moment, a cacophony of thunderous sounds erupted from the adjacent stall, unabashed and seemingly intent on announcing their presence to the world. What on earth? The woman paused, momentarily startled by the noise, her ears visibly reddening, her already dreamy eyes becoming even more lustrous. The raucous sounds from next door seemed to stir the effects of the drug within her. The golden-haired Persian cat wrapped her arms around Richard's neck, her enchanting gaze flickering, and in an instant, she began to nibble on him. Before he could process the situation, Richard felt his belt being undone. How thrilling! The next moment, the golden-haired Persian cat coiled around him like a siren. As tranquility settled in and the effects of the drug began to wane, the woman appeared to regain her composure, though her gaze remained entranced, lingering on Richard as she playfully licked her lips, as if craving more. "What is your name? What just happened?" Richard inquired. "Madison," the golden-haired beauty replied, seemingly recalling something. "Thank you for earlier. What is your name?" "Richard. How did they manage to drug you?" "I want them dead." Madison's anger surged as memories of her earlier ordeal flooded back. She swiftly retrieved Richard's phone, input a number, and declared, "I'm leaving now. From this day forth you are my boyfriend. Don't forget to call me." With that, she quickly adjusted her clothing and exited the restroom. Richard took the phone, dressed himself, and stepped out, just in time to see the group of men who had chased Madison hastily leaving the bar. He followed them outside. By the time Richard caught up, they had boarded a bus, and just as the bus began to pull away, a sudden surge of magical energy erupted. In the next heartbeat, the bus soared into the air, flipping over and crashing down. Seeing the bus topple, Madison turned to leave. "Aren't you going to deal with the two who are still alive inside?" A voice suddenly echoed, startling Madison as she turned toward it. Surprised, Richard emerged, his expression revealing he had witnessed everything. "You saw it all?" Madison asked, her face devoid of emotion. "I did. Aren't you afraid?" "I am a witch," Madison emphasized. Richard smiled faintly and beckoned her with a flick of his finger. Madison, feeling a sense of curiosity, suddenly found herself moving towards him as if under a spell. "A witch? Quite powerful, are you? Do you possess magical abilities as well? Are you also a witch?" Madison exclaimed incredulously. "Is it not possible that I am a wizard?" Richard replied. "But isn't it true that only women can awaken the witch's talent?" Madison questioned. Richard raised an eyebrow, pondering the narrow-mindedness of such a belief, as if only witches could awaken magical gifts. "Wizardry knows no gender discrimination. Now, the police are on their way. Shouldn't you deal with those individuals?" Madison immediately cast her spell, and the bus erupted into flames. Richard led Madison away from the scene, returning to his villa. Upon arrival, Madison marveled. "It feels so comfortable here. I sense that my spells are easier to cast." "This is my estate," Richard replied with a smile. "Now let us discuss you. Who did you learn your magic from? As a witch, how could you be drugged by a few ruffians? Did your mentor not prepare you for such situations?" "My magic is an awakened talent. It was not taught by anyone. My mentor is rather timid. She only imparted some techniques for manipulating spells," Madison explained. "Awakened talent spells?" Richard activated the system scan and soon discerned Madison's uniqueness. Her magic indeed derived from her bloodline. She was a witch inclined towards sorcery. Upon further inquiry, Richard learned that Madison had not studied witchcraft from a young age, but had awakened her witch's talent at 18, after which she was sent to a witch school. All the witches in her lineage awakened their gifts from their bloodline upon reaching adulthood. However, having awakened these talents did not mean they could learn all forms of magic. They were limited to spells from their specific lineage. This bloodline inheritance, which restricted them to awaken spells, was even inferior to that of sorcerers, who could learn spells beyond their bloodline. Nevertheless, this method of inheritance had its merits. As long as they could reproduce, new witches would emerge even if the previous ones perished, alleviating the fear of extinction. Moreover, due to their bloodline inheritance, they could master spells quickly, almost without extensive study, granting them considerable strength. Yet, the downsides were evident. Their potential was limited, making them vulnerable, and with a single misstep, even ordinary individuals could defeat them. Richard further understood that the witches resorted to this approach because, since the Middle Ages, the Church had hunted them down, deploying numerous witch hunters to burn them at the stake. Even today, in some remote areas, witches are still executed, forcing them to adopt this method of inheritance. In a bid for self-preservation, the witches united their powers, concentrating the collective gifts of all witches into a singular witch, thereby elevating her to a state of unparalleled strength. She became the supreme witch, possessing the talents of every witch, the supreme witch wielded formidable power, and it was through her protection that this coven of witches could endure. Upon learning of the existence of this witch faction, Richard was immediately inclined to recruit them. After all, the construction of a floating city necessitated a considerable workforce, and these witches represented a valuable source of labor. Chapter 15. Who could resist a group of fair-skinned and beautiful maids? The floating city has a considerable demand for various helpers. Although he could substitute them with tower spirits, who would prefer to confront a multitude of construct golems when a gathering of fair-skinned, beautiful, and capable witches is at hand. Of course, this excludes the liches. Many arcanists, in their pursuit of prolonged life, have willingly transformed into liches. While Richard harbors no prejudice against liches, he has a distinct preference for the warmth of the living body. Thus, within his floating city, there exists a multitude of maids from various races, including succubi, drow elves, and even undead banshees. Undead banshees, unlike other undead beings, possess a semblance of vitality. However, this vitality is not derived from life force but rather from negative energy. Friends who frequently summon the undead are aware that their bodies typically decay and emit a foul stench. Even death knights are not exempt. Yet, the undead banshees stand as an exception. Under the influence of negative energy, their bodies astonishingly retain vitality. This phenomenon, completely contrary to the norm, piqued Richard's research interest, prompting him to enlist an undead banshee made for his studies. The body of an undead banshee still exhibits signs of vitality. Superficially, aside from being somewhat cooler, they are almost indistinguishable from ordinary individuals. Fair-skinned, elastic, and devoid of sweat, the juxtaposition of coldness and warmth offers a unique charm. However, persuading these witches to serve him is no simple feat, particularly in this era of the Lighthouse Nation, where women are rebellious, playful, and yearn for freedom, traits ingrained in their very being. Without the bruising lessons of society, maturity remains elusive. Upon learning that Richard is a wizard, Madison felt elated, igniting a skirmish between the male wizard and the female witch within the villa. It must be noted that the previous constraints of the bar restroom had limited Madison's capabilities. She showcased to Richard the enchanting allure of witches from the Lighthouse Nation. Madison's witchcraft talent lies in telekinesis, allowing her to manipulate objects. When faced with overwhelming odds in battle, she could only retaliate using her telekinetic abilities. But alas, she ultimately succumbed to Richard. After the confrontation, Madison did not linger. She had to return to the Witch Academy, as it was against their regulations to stay overnight elsewhere. With the patronage of wealthy benefactors, Richard acquired numerous high-end devices and materials, enhancing the sophistication of his laboratory. However, these benefactors would not endlessly shower him with wealth. In fact, they were averse to seeing Richard rise above them, subtly imposing restrictions. While they endeavored to fulfill his demands for experimental apparatus, resources such as money, precious materials, rare metals, and ores were considerably scarce. Not all affluent individuals enjoyed the favorable circumstances of Brighton, and Richard had recently learned that some of these wealthy patrons were discreetly seeking other wizards. They believed that if Wizard Charlie could concoct life-extending potions, other wizards might possess similar methods. The adage of not placing all one's eggs in one basket is an instinct deeply rooted in these affluent circles. Richard paid little heed to these clandestine maneuvers. Indeed, there exists more than one wizard, yet not all possess the means to extend life. Moreover, even those who do may find the costs exorbitant, and the methods often come with a myriad of side effects. When individuals eventually encounter these wizards, they will undoubtedly comprehend the merits of elixirs of life. After all, it is through comparison that one recognizes the harm, as the presence of peers accentuates one's own deficiencies. Upon enhancing his laboratory, Richard commenced the transformation of the environment surrounding his villa. He sought to cultivate enchanted flora and materials to furnish his laboratory while simultaneously tending to his own injuries. Previously, the area was characterized by a low-magic environment, where many flora and fauna did not undergo magical mutation. Following Richard's conversion of the villa district into an elemental domain, the elemental concentration has now reached levels comparable to a mid-magic plane. However, to attain the status of a high-magic plane, merely transforming the area into an elemental domain is insufficient. An elemental pool is essential. An elemental pool is standard for a wizard's tower, and constructing one necessitates at least an advanced mage, specifically one of the 15th professional level. Richard, due to his prowess and mastery of knowledge, can establish one at the 12th level. Only with the presence of an elemental pool can a wizard's tower be deemed genuinely worthy of its title. In the villa's garden, Richard embedded numerous rune columns fashioned from gold and silver into the earth, subsequently utilizing magical crystals to create energy conduits. The expanse of Richard's villa spans an acre. Aside from the 600 square meters of built space, the remainder consists of lawns and gardens. While an acre is substantial for a residence, it proves inadequate for cultivating enchanted plants, compelling Richard to employ magic to expand the space. Arcane practices encompass various spatial extension spells. One such spell, the Extension Charm, is primarily utilized to create magical trunks and bags capable of containing numerous items. Another, the Space Folding spell, allows for the folding of space such that it may appear superficially as just 1 square meter, yet within lies the vastness of a football field. A more advanced technique involves the creation of dimensional spaces. Each spell possesses its own merits and drawbacks. The Extension Charm is the simplest to cast, yet the space created cannot serve as an ecological garden. The Space Folding spell, while more complex, is often employed by arcanists to create secret realms or botanical gardens. For his current endeavor, Richard intends to utilize the Space Folding spell, aiming to fold part of the forest behind his villa into its confines. He must place a multitude of rune columns and stones at the land's energy nodes, employing these runic elements along with the elemental energy conduits to establish a rune array for the Space Folding spell, thereby folding the surrounding land. The area Richard plans to fold is approximately 30 acres, which is the limit of his current capabilities. Executing this spell necessitates collaboration with a mid-level mage, as Richard's casting ability has only recovered to the 6th level. In addition to the casting challenges, the resource consumption is exceedingly high. Silverite, a magical metal crafted from the fusion of silver with several other metals and magical materials, serves as a substitute for mithril, which is both costly and rare. Silverite was developed by arcanists as a more accessible magical alloy. According to various formulas, the effectiveness of mithril ranges from 40 to 70%. This time, Richard concocted a blend with a 45% ratio of silver, preparing a total of 32 rune pillars and 108 rune stones, nearly depleting his entire fortune. After meticulously arranging the rune array, Richard made his way to the center of the basement, the area rich in elemental energy. With a gentle flourish of his staff, he activated 27 rune arrays of the elemental realm, beginning to draw upon its power to cast spells.
Spatial Folding technique.
With a subtle tap of his staff, golden runes gradually ascended, swiftly coalescing in midair into a singular form. Under his guidance, they were directed towards the land he sought to fold. As the entire villa trembled slightly, the energy of the elemental realm began to swirl, with a substantial influx of elemental energy entering the prearranged rune nodes. To the outside world, this area momentarily distorted, as if the fabric of space had overlapped, only to revert to tranquility in the next heartbeat. Chapter 16. The Ancient One. A surge of elemental energy surged into the rune array, causing the surrounding space to warp as if it were a photograph folding in upon itself. A slight crease appeared in the formerly smooth expanse, soon to be smoothed out by the influence of the elemental energy. As the arcane brilliance dissipated, the terrain underwent a dramatic transformation. The forest adjacent to the estate, along with approximately 30 acres of land, vanished. The forest beyond the 30-acre mark now seemed to merge seamlessly with the estate, as if it had always been this way. Richard exhaled in relief, noting that the once dense elemental energy surrounding him had become exceedingly sparse, nearly indistinguishable from the elemental energy of the low magic realm outside. His current level would typically preclude him from casting a space folding spell. This feat was achieved solely through the rune array arranged in the elemental realm. With the successful establishment of the space folding array, Richard's villa had expanded 30-fold. Within the folded space, he had meticulously arranged numerous rune arrays, preparing to create a small botanical garden dedicated to the cultivation of magical plants. Almost every wizard or arcanist would establish their own garden. Those of lesser power, like Richard, would create a modest flower garden, while the more powerful would develop vast ecological sanctuaries spanning hundreds of kilometers. The mightiest among them would even create a demiplane. A botanical garden is limited to the cultivation of magical plants, whereas an ecological sanctuary can establish a relatively complete ecosystem, nurturing magical beasts and plants, as well as transforming enchanted minerals. A demiplane, on the other hand, is akin to a small world. The highest Arcane Council Alliance, to which Richard belonged, had constructed demiplanes measuring at least tens of millions of square kilometers, encompassing oceans, land, glaciers, deserts, and various other environments, home to millions of inhabitants. These demiplanes provided substantial resources to the highest Arcane Council alliance annually. The Arcane Council possessed no fewer than 5 of such demiplanes, with each of the Grand Arcanists owning their own private demiplanes as well. This was one of the factors that enabled the highest Arcane Council to contend with the divine beings of Moterra. Richard began to revamp his garden, infusing it with elemental power to alter its environment, and then carefully selected a multitude of plants for magical inducement and cultivation. The Arcanists had conducted extensive research on magical plants and animals, discovering that the vast majority of magical flora were mutations of ordinary plants. The mutations resulted from a combination of environmental factors, elemental energy concentration, light conditions, and other influences. By mimicking these environmental conditions, Arcanists could induce these plants, ultimately transforming ordinary flora into magical plants over generations of cultivation. Richard employed this very method to cultivate various magical plants. Thanks to the extensive experience gleaned from the Arcane Council Alliance, Richard had previously nurtured a plethora of magical plants, and the task of recultivating them posed no challenge for him. In a short span of time, he successfully produced a considerable number of magical plants. In the majestic Himalayas, at the Kamataj Temple, a group of apprentice sorcerers is diligently turning a wheel of sand. In the void surrounding them, sparks fly, and fleeting images occasionally flicker into existence, only to vanish moments later. These sorcerers are engaged in the study of portals. High above in the temple, a tall, slender figure gazes into the distance, with a radiant gem glowing before him. Time flows ceaselessly around him, seemingly under his control. After a brief moment, the luminescence of the time gem gradually diminishes, and the Ancient One opens her eyes. In recent times, she has noticed perturbations in the timeline, indicating alterations in the future. Utilizing the power of the time gem, she embarks on a quest to uncover the reasons behind these changes, as well as to glimpse the transformations that lie ahead. However, to her astonishment, despite traversing millions of timelines, she cannot discern who or what event has precipitated these shifts. Thus, she ventures back into the past in search of answers. Her diligence pays off, as she ultimately uncovers a timeline in flux, even identifying the catalyst for this alteration. Yet, when she attempts to observe it, she finds the area shrouded in mist, obscuring her view of the source of change. The Ancient One is taken aback. Since acquiring the time gem, she has never encountered such an anomaly. Even Odin, the All-Father of Asgard, could not conceal his presence within the currents of time. Once more, the Ancient One employs the time gem to peer into the future, only to discover that further changes have occurred. Yet these too are veiled in mist, rendering observation impossible. Nevertheless, the timeline remains intact, which piques her curiosity. Additionally, the Ancient One has attempted to forcibly part the mist with the gem's power, but as soon as the thought crosses her mind, she senses a colossal eye manifesting within the river of time. An invisible dread envelopes her heart, suggesting that should she proceed with her intention, calamity would surely ensue. Ultimately, she refrains from acting on this impulse. Just moments ago, she emerged once more from the river of time. While she did not uncover the answers she sought, her exploration was not without merit. The future world appears to have improved significantly compared to the original timeline. Since the timeline has not collapsed and has indeed transformed for the better, the Ancient One decides against further pursuit of the cause. Instead, she resolves to venture out, eager to witness the world with her own eyes. Although she could not identify the individual from the timeline, the tangible reality lacks the obscuring mist, making it ultimately visible. Unbeknownst to her, Richard is unaware that the Ancient One seeks to uncover his past and future through the time gem. Even if he were to learn of her intentions, it would matter little to him. After ascending to the rank of Archmage, he began to conceal his own past and future. He also drew upon the divine essence of the deities to intertwine with his being, using this divine power to seal away his history and destiny. Richard, a master of the prophecy school, is well versed in the art of divination and fully cognizant of its limitations. Thus, he has devised numerous countermeasures against prophetic insight. In truth, the art of divination is not as wondrous as one might imagine. It merely unveils to you a myriad of potential futures, none of which are guaranteed to manifest. Divine forces inherently obstruct the practice of prophecy, and during Richard's zenith, layers upon layers of seals were added. It is not only the present incarnation of him that is enveloped in this shroud of obscurity, but also his future selves, which further complicates the matter. For the Ancient One, attempting to see him through the river of time via divination is nearly an insurmountable task. While the Ancient One may utilize the Time Stone for exploration, she refrains from directly employing divination against Richard, thus avoiding any backlash. Conversely, should others attempt to wield prophecy against him, they would immediately face repercussions, the severity of which would depend on the potency of the divination employed. Chapter 17. Expensiveness is not its flaw in the Old Town, 6th District. A cacophony of gunfire erupted, interspersed with anguished cries, reverberating through the night like a haunting symphony. Soon, the gunfire subsided, plunging the area into an eerie silence. After 3 or 4 hours, a few shadowy figures cautiously infiltrated the scene, only to be struck dumb by the sight before them. However, once they regained their composure, they began to scour the surroundings for various items. Before long, a fierce struggle ensued among them, culminating in a gunshot that sent the scene spiraling into chaos. At the Manor Villa, Richard meticulously examined the spoils of this venture. Bundles of old banknotes, a dozen golden chains and gold bars. The total value exceeded $150,000. He expressed gratitude for nature's bountiful gifts. Not long ago, after completing the botanical garden, Richard had exhausted his funds and found himself compelled to revert to his former pursuits. He sought out a fortunate gang and delivered them a just retribution. The entire operation lasted less than 10 minutes, executed with remarkable fluidity, as the gang members cooperated seamlessly. $150,000 would suffice for several days. The profession of an arcanist is indeed commendable. However, its sole drawback lies in its exorbitance. No, it is not the profession that is expensive, but rather my own circumstances. As for why he did not directly seize control of the wealthy and siphon their fortunes, it was partly due to Richard's alignment issues. As a lawful neutral, he could not recklessly contravene established rules. Additionally, such actions would invite significant repercussions. Should a wealthy individual suddenly behave out of character, it would certainly arouse suspicion. Currently, he had no vulnerabilities and preferred to avoid unnecessary risks. Of course,
Richard pesest a flexible moral campes.
there was a period when his alignment had shifted towards lawful evil. In desperate times, he would momentarily adjust his alignment to resolve matters before reverting, a talent he embraced with ease. Richard's chosen targets were minor gangs, devoid of substantial backing, primarily engaged in the trade of illicit substances and other low-level crimes. Eliminating them posed no moral dilemma for him, nor did he fear retaliation. They represented an ideal opportunity for harvesting. With newfound wealth, Richard commenced purchasing various items necessary for the transformation of the botanical garden. Simultaneously, to reduce costs, he began preparing to establish processes for crafting artificial magical gemstones and magically enhanced minerals. As his strength was restored, he initiated the construction of a floating city. The demand for artificial magical gemstones and magically enhanced metals would surge, reaching staggering figures. Should he continue relying on monetary expenditure, the costs would indeed be astronomical. Arcanists employed various techniques to manufacture magical gemstones, with the renowned seed diamond technique being one of them. This invention allowed for the cultivation of diamonds at remarkably low costs due to continuous refinement of the process. In addition to diamonds, there were also facilities for cultivating magically enhanced oysters. Arcanists genetically modified pearl oysters, significantly increasing the likelihood of producing magically enhanced pearls, thereby providing a substantial annual yield and drastically reducing the prices of magical materials. These technologies were once established by Richard in his floating city, but alas, they have all vanished now. In his earlier endeavors, Richard modified and fused the bloodlines of numerous creatures, enhancing the mining worm lineage, enabling it to crystallize magical gems. This remarkable achievement earned him the prestigious honor of the Light of Wisdom from the Supreme Arcane Council Alliance. In this low magic dimension, Richard is compelled to recultivate various magical creatures, which demands an even greater expenditure of time and resources. Simultaneously, he must find opportunities to generate income. Only the vast and comforting embrace of Katrina can provide him with a semblance of warmth. During this period, Katrina has been preoccupied with her work, and when Richard sought her assistance in managing the villa, she declined, aspiring instead to make her mark at the newspaper. Richard harbors little optimism regarding her ambitions, for he is acutely aware of the future. The print media is waning, and the age of electronic media is upon us. Nonetheless, to express his support, Richard subscribed to their publication, the Florida Post. Following the establishment of the Botanical Garden, Richard discovered that his expenses had escalated. The over $100 million he had just acquired quickly dissipated. He resolved to revisit the old district. Recently, several small gangs in the old district had been eradicated, prompting many to adopt a more discreet approach to their activities. However, there were others conspiring to unite against the perpetrator. Upon arriving in the old district, Richard was met with the relentless sound of gunfire and the explosions of grenades. Curiosity drew him closer, revealing a lone assailant attacking a gang. The man, clad in black combat attire and wielding an M16 assault rifle, was adorned with an array of grenades and other weaponry, riding swiftly on a motorcycle. His marksmanship was impeccable, as he dispatched 3 gang members with a single burst of fire, followed by a barrage of grenades. Approaching the scene, he executed a dramatic roll off the motorcycle, which crashed into the gates just as a grenade detonated, resulting in a thunderous explosion that obliterated the entrance, sending the gang members seeking refuge around the gate reeling from the shockwave. Having expended the ammunition of his M16, the man discarded the firearm and swiftly drew 2 Uzi submachine guns from beneath his black trench coat. Just as he intended to capitalize on the brief moment of reloading to attack the gang members, he burst forth only to be met with a hail of bullets from the Uzis. Although the gang members were numerous, they were no match for the black-clad assailant, who swiftly overwhelmed them, the sounds of gunfire and explosions reverberating continuously, indicating the dire fate of those inside. As the gunfire ceased, a pickup truck burst through the gates, but at that very moment, a dozen armed assailants emerged, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the vehicle. Within a mere minute, a Ford pickup was reduced to a heap of scrap metal. As the bullets ran dry, several armed individuals cautiously approached to inspect the wreckage. Just as the earlier black-clad man descended rapidly from the 5th floor using a rappel line, and during his descent, he unleashed a volley of fire from his Uzi submachine guns upon the armed assailants. In the blink of an eye, a significant number of the armed assailants had fallen, while the remaining few sought refuge and retaliated. However, their marksmanship, reflexes, and combat prowess were evidently no match for the man in black. Under the assault of submachine guns and grenades, the ground was littered with lifeless bodies. Having swiftly dealt with these adversaries, the man in black did not linger. He discarded his weapon, now devoid of ammunition, and departed with haste. Clearly well acquainted with the surrounding terrain, he deftly navigated through 3 blocks, taking a series of twists and turns, until he arrived at a sewer entrance. Seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention, he swiftly turned and slipped inside. Chapter 18. The Punisher. The man clad in black traversed the sewer for a while, eventually arriving at a side entrance. Upon reaching this point, he exhaled a sigh of relief and rummaged through a corner to retrieve a first aid kit. Swiftly shedding his jacket, he extracted a hemostatic clamp and other tools, meticulously extracting a bullet from his arm before hastily dressing the wound and binding it with a bandage. It was evident that although he had vanquished his adversaries in the recent skirmish, he had sustained injuries in the process. "Are you the Punisher?" A voice suddenly broke the silence. The man, preoccupied with tending to his wounds, instinctively reached for his firearm, only to realize that his body had become completely immobilized before he could grasp it. "Who are you?" The Punisher forced himself to remain calm, directing his gaze towards the shadowy figure before him, Richard, who had been following him. "Quite the reflexes," Richard remarked, snapping his fingers. A chair soared through the air, landing behind him, and he seated himself with ease. "I harbor no ill intentions. Your reactions were merely a bit excessive, prompting me to employ certain special measures." With that, he dispelled the enchantment. Now able to move, the Punisher refrained from seizing his weapon and instead inquired in a low voice, "Who are you, and why have you sought me out?" Richard smiled reassuringly. "No need to be tense. You can retrieve the firearm in your left hand, and do take care not to accidentally detonate the bomb's pull ring. Despite being called out, the Punisher maintained a stoic demeanor, remaining highly cautious of Richard. Very well. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Richard, a wizard. I have come to propose a transaction. I refuse to barter with the followers of demons. Please leave. The Punisher retorted vehemently, for the church had long propagated the notion that wizards were acolytes of evil, and dealings with them inevitably led to one's soul being claimed by the devil since the Middle Ages. Are you truly certain you wish for me to depart? Richard inquired with a slight smile. Do you not wish to learn the terms of the transaction? Absolutely not. Such a pity. I see you have no desire for vengeance for your wife and child, Richard remarked, shaking his head in apparent regret as he prepared to leave. Wait. Upon hearing Richard mention vengeance for his family, the Punisher could no longer remain seated. Even if it meant making a pact with a demon, he was determined to avenge his wife and child. Richard turned back to face him, stating, It appears you have reconsidered. Do you know who murdered my wife and daughter? The Punisher asked with palpable excitement. Richard shook his head slightly. I am not privy to that information. However, I can provide you with the power for vengeance. Frank, the Punisher, felt his initial excitement dissipate into disappointment. I possess the strength for revenge myself. Is that so? Richard replied with a faint smile. Today, you encountered mere scattered forces, and they were enough to inflict harm upon you. Who is to say that a stray bullet may not claim your life one day? Though Frank was exceptionally skilled, proficient in various firearms, intelligence gathering, and stealth, he remained an ordinary man susceptible to fatigue, injury, and death from gunfire. What then? Does the esteemed wizard propose to shield me from bullets and firearms? Frank harbored doubts regarding Richard's capabilities. However, Richard asserted, It is not merely a matter of fearlessness towards bullets. I possess extraordinary regenerative abilities, immense strength, and unparalleled speed. In essence, I can transform you into a super soldier akin to the legendary Captain America. Super soldier? Frank exclaimed, his astonishment evident as he regarded Richard. Are you affiliated with the military? He understood the formidable prowess of Captain America and, as a former Marine, was well aware of the military's super soldier program, which selects soldiers annually for experimental trials. Not at all, Richard scoffed. The military's foolish super soldier program pales in comparison to what we wizards can achieve. We possess our own methods to safely obtain super soldier capabilities without adverse effects, and even surpass them. However, to gain something, one must be willing to sacrifice something in return. That is my principle of trade. What will you offer in exchange? It's quite simple, Richard continued. You will serve me for 30 years, and in return, I shall enhance you, granting you physical attributes that rival those of Captain America. 30 years? Frank's expression grew grave. He realized that by then, he would be well into his 60s. Was such a gamble worthwhile? He hesitated internally. Indeed, 30 years, Richard reassured him, noticing Frank's expression. Do not fret about aging. Once you acquire the physique of a super soldier, you will likely live to at least 150. A 30-year master-servant contract in exchange for 150 years of life and super soldier capabilities is a profitable bargain. After 30 years, you will gain your freedom, and what you choose to do thereafter shall be entirely your own affair. After pondering for a moment, Frank looked up and declared, I have an additional condition. What condition? Assist me in seeking vengeance. Very well, Richard conceded. I can provide you with some extraordinary equipment. With such tools at your disposal, revenge shall not be a daunting task. I agree, Frank affirmed. Subsequently, Richard escorted him from the sewers back to his opulent estate. This is my villa. You may choose a room on the second floor for your stay. Remember, you are not permitted to enter the third floor or the basement without my express permission. Richard instructed. Understood. Take some time to rest. Tomorrow, I shall help you merge with the bloodline elixir to enhance your strength. After Frank retired, Richard proceeded to his laboratory. Previously, he had crafted a life elixir utilizing some lycanthrope blood. This time, he intended to use lycanthrope blood to fortify Frank. Richard extracted 10 doses of lycanthrope essence and began the preparation of the bloodline potion. Utilizing advanced apparatuses, he adeptly eliminated the useless impurities and other bloodlines from the lycanthrope essence, subsequently incorporating various magical materials to rectify its deficiencies. The infections and madness associated with the lycanthrope blood required mitigation, and the weaknesses related to silver and wolfsbane needed to be eradicated. During this period, Richard had cultivated a significant number of magical plants, some of which were ready for use in potion crafting. The potions were subsequently infused into the essence of the werewolf lineage, facilitating its restoration. After a meticulous process of refinement, the werewolf bloodline underwent a remarkable transformation. It not only shed its vulnerabilities to silver and aconite but also rendered the effects of wolf poison and madness to a benign state. The wolf poison became non-contagious with minimal toxicity, while the madness was subdued. However, considering its potential to enhance combat prowess, Richard opted not to eliminate it entirely but instead restrained it to a manageable level. The genetic traits associated with transformation into a werewolf were eradicated. Ultimately, the perfected elixir grants the formidable powers, physical constitution, swiftness, and regenerative capabilities of a werewolf. Chapter 19. The Master Servant Pact. Low Bloodline Elixir. Werewolf. Strength 5, Constitution 8, Agility 3, Cellular Vitality 8, Life Force 60. Werewolves are not considered particularly formidable supernatural beings. If it were a bloodline of the Wolf King, the attributes conferred by this elixir might be somewhat elevated, yet the potential remains limited. The strength threshold for a typical human on Blue Star is 1011, though achieving a score of 9 is already quite rare. In the Motella world, the strength limit for an ordinary person hovers around 12, and any further enhancement necessitates specialized training methods, primarily due to environmental factors. In contrast, the intellect of Blue Star's humanity tends to be superior, typically reaching 12, and with education it can ascend to 14, with a select few geniuses attaining scores of 16 or even 18. Surpassing 18 categorizes one as an extraordinary talent. The intellect of Motella's inhabitants is comparatively lower, with the majority possessing only 9 to 10 points, and only a handful of prodigies reaching 16 or 18 points. This disparity largely arises from the dissemination and accessibility of knowledge on Blue Star. Of course, many individuals on Blue Star possess only 8 or 9 points of intelligence, with a significant portion of them falling within this range. Frank, for instance, has a strength score of 9. After all, he does not specialize in brute strength but rather embodies a more versatile archetype. Once the bloodline elixir was completed, Richard took a brief respite, and after noon the following day, he commenced the preparations for Frank's bloodline implantation. This procedure is fundamentally distinct from the life elixir. The bloodline elixir induces irreversible changes on a genetic level, establishing a permanent inheritance of these traits in future descendants. Conversely, the life elixir is a transient solution, devoid of hereditary implications or genetic alterations. The modification directly impacting the genetic framework cannot be approached with haste. Had Richard retained his former prowess, he could have executed it with ease. In the laboratory, Richard turned to Frank and said, "This bloodline alteration is irreversible. Once you choose to accept it, there is no turning back. I must make this clear to you. Is there still an option?" Frank shook his head, fully aware that despite being a soldier of unparalleled skill, his adversaries were no ordinary foes, making the quest for vengeance exceedingly arduous. Richard harbors a genuine fondness for Frank. Otherwise, he would not have exerted such effort to facilitate the merging of the bloodline. The Punisher, unlike other heroes, possesses a straightforward moral compass. If you are guilty, you must die. He does not operate like Batman, who apprehends criminals only to follow procedural guidelines for sentencing, allowing many to evade justice and persist in their malfeasance. The Punisher's philosophy starkly contrasts with that of other so-called superheroes who eschew lethal measures, as he is committed to eradicating crime once and for all. With that, Richard instructed Frank to recline on the platform and gently waved his staff, causing the surrounding elemental energies to swiftly converge. He delicately tapped the staff upon the core of the magical array, causing golden runes to gradually materialize before rapidly forming a complete runic diagram. A substantial influx of elemental energy surged through the conduits into the magical array as Richard retrieved a crystal vial, within which a crimson liquid flowed languidly. Under the influence of magical forces, the crystal vial soared into the air, and in the next instant, it rapidly dissolved into shimmering specks of ethereal light, revealing the crimson liquid within. The red liquid swayed gently, with countless sparks of light flickering within, and some runes faintly visible in the liquid, exuding an air of profound mystery. As the spell was cast, the elemental energy around the rune array surged swiftly into it, forming a miniature vortex that infused a copious amount of elemental energy into Frank's body. Simultaneously, that drop of crimson liquid flowed swiftly, landing on Frank, and the moment it touched his skin, it rapidly permeated into his flesh, expanding quickly along his body. In just a few seconds, Frank was enveloped in a thin layer of blood. Soon, all the elemental energy was infused, and Frank's body visibly swelled. As the ethereal light dissipated, intricate bloodline runes emerged on Frank's skin. With the fading of the luminous essence, the bloodline runes swiftly integrated into his being, ultimately vanishing from sight. System scan initiated. Richard focused his thoughts, and a beam of light swept over Frank. Frank, level 12, extraordinary second tier. Strength, 16, Constitution, 17, Agility, 11, Intelligence, 14, Charisma, 9, Perception, 10. Skills: Mastery of Firearms, Mastery of Driving, Stealth, Intelligence Gathering, Assassination, Sprinting, Mastery of Cold Weapons, Short, Bandaging, Regeneration, Intermediate, Iron Bones, Intermediate, Unarmed Combat, Expert, Demolition, Explosive Crafting. Specializations: Enhanced Werewolf Bloodline, Learning, Resolute Belief. Once everything returned to normal, Frank awoke from his stupor. After a moment of bewilderment, he immediately rose to examine his body. Richard sipped his green tea leisurely and asked, "How do you feel?" "I feel an overwhelming surge of power within me," Frank exclaimed with delight. "Follow me. You need to familiarize yourself with your newfound strength." Richard led him to a training ground behind the villa, allowing him to acclimate to his abilities. Frank's physical attributes experienced a tremendous enhancement, with his strength soaring from 11 to 16. While this appeared to be an increase of half, it was, in fact, a miscalculation. In the Motera world, each point of attribute added equated to a multiplication of 1.5 for strength. His true strength was effectively calculated by multiplying 1.5 to the 5th power, resulting in an astonishing increase of approximately 78 times. After a series of tests, Frank's strength had reached an impressive 4 tons, with his explosive power soaring even higher. Additionally, his regenerative capabilities had significantly improved. The gunshot wound from the previous night had completely healed. All the latent injuries from his rigorous training were also fully restored. It appeared that the bloodline fusion had yielded excellent results, with a high degree of integration. The werewolf elixir had successfully eliminated numerous flaws. The only downside was that, following the fusion of the werewolf bloodline, Frank's body hair had increased notably. Now that the bloodline enhancement was complete, it was time to sign this contract. Richard produced a spell contract scroll and handed it to Frank. Upon witnessing the contract, Frank hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately inscribed his name upon it. As the pact was sealed, a sudden burst of flames erupted, swiftly reducing the document to ashes, which then transformed into a luminous essence that vanished into Frank's very being. This contract, forged through arcane means, was indelibly imprinted upon Frank's soul, rendering him incapable of contravening its stipulations. Of course, Richard himself was a man of honor, pledging to grant Frank his freedom after 30 years. "Your Excellency." Frank bowed respectfully to Richard. With a nod, Richard replied, "It appears you have acclimated to your role. Your next assignment remains unchanged, to dismantle the gangs in the old district. However, this time your objective is to seize their assets. Once you neutralize these factions, you are to return with their currency, gold, gemstones, and other valuables. Exercise caution. Do not act too hastily, lest you provoke a coalition among them." Indeed, Richard's intention in enhancing Frank's bloodline was to enable him to gather wealth from these gang members while simultaneously serving as the guardian of the estate. Chapter 20. The Botanical Garden. Richard was reveling in a leisurely afternoon tea, perusing several tomes he had meticulously organized from his memory palace. Cultivation of Enchanted Flora, Origins of Enchanted Plants, Bloodline Origins, a comprehensive analysis of tentacle binding spells, and the Pink Tome. Although he had read these volumes countless times, the act of revisiting them was undeniably enriching. Richard intended to cultivate some advanced magical plants to heal his injuries. Once he regained the strength of a high-level mage, he aspired to establish an elemental pool, thereby elevating his estate to a wizard's tower. With the elemental pool in place, he could utilize the highly concentrated elemental water to concoct the elixir of life, which would effectively mend most of his ailments. The large-scale cultivation of enchanted plants was no simple endeavor, requiring substantial manpower for their care. Within the Arcane ecological garden, a multitude of apprentice mages resided long-term. These apprentices, aside from mastering spells, were also tasked with tending to the enchanted flora. As Richard had established a botanical garden, he too required attendance. However, the plants he cultivated were not of advanced enchantment, making their maintenance relatively uncomplicated. During his travels in the realm of the Sorcerer King, Richard had encountered sinister black sorcerers who employed a method akin to nurturing apprentices through the use of cursed practices, resulting in an abysmally low success rate of 1%. While those who emerged from such a method were undeniably powerful, the approach was ultimately counterproductive, a far worse fate than merely sacrificing a chicken for its egg. Richard perceived these apprentice mages as valuable assets, essential for producing various enchanted materials and generating wealth. It was imperative that they be employed effectively to create prosperity rather than squandered. Currently, without apprentice mages to assist him in tending to the botanical garden, and disinterested in devoting his own time to its upkeep, with the tower spirit yet to be crafted, Richard resolved to explore alternative means, specifically golems. The advent of using golems for labor marked a significant revolution in the annals of arcane development. Initially designed for combat as golem technology evolved, these constructs began to undertake various tasks, with simpler, repetitive jobs increasingly delegated to them. However, upon conducting a thorough analysis, Richard realized that the cost of golems was rather steep, and they required recharging. The energy from the elemental realm was predominantly allocated to the botanical garden, and introducing additional golems would strain the elemental energy reserves. After much deliberation, Richard abandoned the notion of utilizing golems in favor of another alternative, the undead. If one were to inquire about the most cost-effective and efficient production tool within the Arcane Alliance, there would be no debate. Undead beings were unparalleled. In stark contrast to the exorbitant costs and energy requirements of golems, the undead were exceedingly inexpensive. They required no sustenance, no compensation, and even no rest, capable of working tirelessly around the clock with virtually no expenditure. Even in the event of damage, replacing a skeleton was a trivial matter. Were it not for the limitations of these lowly undead in performing complex tasks, apprentice mages might have already been rendered obsolete. Certainly, the apprentice mage serves as an exceptional tool for production. Richard began his journey as a mage apprentice, gradually ascending to the esteemed rank of a grand archmage. Upon deciding to employ the undead to manage his botanical garden, Richard commenced his search for suitable undead entities. Not all undead are fit for overseeing a botanical garden. Skeletons, being low-tier undead, possess limited intelligence and predominantly act on instinct or follow commands. Therefore, it is prudent to select undead based on their previous professions. For Richard's intended use in the garden, it would be ideal to summon those who were gardeners or farmers in their former lives. Research conducted by archmages has revealed that upon death, souls lose a portion of their memories, with the extent of this loss depending on the strength of the undead. More powerful undead retain a greater share of their memories, while weaker ones forget most, preserving only their most profound or familiar recollections. It is said that liches can retain their memories in their entirety. Liches are natural masters of the undead, scholars of the soul, whose understanding of spiritual matters far surpasses that of archmages. Only demons may rival them in this regard. They possess the ability to meticulously divide and seal memories from within the soul, creating memory boxes to preserve both soul and remembrance. As long as their memory box remains intact, liches can resurrect themselves regardless of how many times they perish. This renders liches exceedingly difficult to eliminate, and their near-immortal lifespan bestows upon them formidable power. Generally, few would dare to provoke a lich, for unless the memory box is destroyed, the lich is effectively immortal. Only deities who command dominion over death can entirely vanquish a lich. Richard planned to seek out deceased gardeners and farmers to summon as undead. This endeavor is intricate, yet for the affluent it is but a mere task. Through Brighton's connections, He arranged for him to locate recently deceased gardeners and farmers. After receiving a life-extending potion, Brighton showed great deference to Richard and immediately dispatched individuals to search for the deceased, quickly amassing a wealth of information from various hospitals regarding the deceased. Utilizing this data, Richard was soon able to identify suitable candidates. As a sprawling metropolis with a population of 10 million, New York witnesses numerous deaths each day, encompassing a wide array of professions, making Richard's requirements quite attainable. If he were willing to invest some additional time, Brighton could even assist him in locating the deceased students or professors from agricultural universities. Furthermore, one must express gratitude to the Lighthouse Nation for not mandating cremation, as this greatly facilitated the acquisition of suitable spellcasting materials. Summoning undead directly from the lower planes through spells is entirely random. Thus, to find the appropriate undead servants, considerable time and effort must be expended. Therefore, possessing spellcasting materials for summoning remains the most advantageous approach. Richard selected 10 seasoned gardeners from the materials provided in Brighton. These individuals had dedicated over 40 years of their lives to the art of gardening. Even though they had passed away some time ago, and their souls had lost much of their memories, the ability to nurture and cultivate plants remained indelibly etched in the very essence of their souls, a skill difficult to forget even in death. Once the selections were made, Richard, under the cloak of night, stealthily made his way to the cemetery where these individuals were interred. They were not laid to rest in a single graveyard. Rather, Richard needed to navigate various cemeteries across New York in search of them. Fortunately, these gardeners were not affluent, having eschewed extravagant burial sites, allowing Richard to swiftly locate one of his targets. The temperature within the cemetery was notably low, and a substantial accumulation of negative energy pervaded the area, a circumstance that proved advantageous for Richard in the execution of his spells. Chapter 21. A tearful sight for capitalists, the cemetery lay in serene silence under the cloak of night, disrupted only by the faint chirping of insects and the whisper of the wind. Upon his arrival, Richard swiftly pinpointed his objective. With a gentle flourish of his staff, the gravestone lifted, revealing the coffin beneath. As the lid opened, a foul stench wafted through the air. A flicker of gray necromantic energy surged forth, and the remains that had lain within the coffin began to stir slowly. The skeleton, devoid of substantial thought, was deftly summoned into the realm of the undead by Richard's subtle gesture, and the scene was restored to its previous state. Next, Richard proceeded to the subsequent gravesite, traversing several cemeteries until he had amassed 10 skeletons within his necromantic domain. Upon returning to the manor, Richard employed negative energy to enhance these newly resurrected beings. Initially frail and sluggish, these skeletons were easily vanquished by an adult, a mere wooden stick sufficient to shatter them. As Richard infused them with negative energy, their once pallid forms transformed into a dark gray hue, their skeletal structure visibly fortified. The flames of necromantic energy within their skulls expanded, elevating them from mere skeletal minions to the stature of skeletal warriors. Following this, Richard imparted knowledge regarding the cultivation, nurturing, and maintenance of enchanted flora to his skeletal companions, all of whom had spent decades as gardeners in their former lives. The assimilation of this knowledge was seamless. However, due to the limitations of their soul flames, each skeleton could only grasp the techniques pertaining to 2 distinct varieties of enchanted plants. Richard thus needed to individually instill different knowledge in each skeleton. Covering 30 acres, the garden was neither excessively vast nor modest. Cultivating over 20 varieties of enchanted plants was indeed feasible. Richard resolved to modify the garden according to the preferences and growing conditions of these magical plants. After the enhancements and knowledge transfer, the 10 skeletons had acquired the necessary competencies. The system scanned the attributes of these skeletons, and a glimmer of spiritual light illuminated Richard's view, revealing their properties. Skeletal Warrior, Level 5, Rank 1 Strength, 7, Agility, 8, Constitution, 6, Intelligence, 4, Charisma, 1, Perception, 1, Skills, Slashing, Piercing, Planting. Special abilities: Undead, immune to hypnosis, toxins, curses, and other negative spells. Immortal, no lifespan limitations unless destroyed or soul flame extinguished. Planting Mastery, capable of cultivating and caring for a limited selection of enchanted plants. Equipment: Gardener's Bone Hoe, a special tool that evolves only for skeletons with over 40 years of gardening expertise. Planting skill level 1. Upon observing the attributes of the skeletal warriors, Richard nodded in satisfaction, affirming their status as chosen gardeners. Congratulations, he proclaimed, you have been granted a new lease on life. I have summoned you back from the eternal realm of silence. You are required to serve me in a simple task: the care of these enchanted plants. With your 4 decades of gardening experience, I trust you will tend to them admirably. Should you excel in your endeavors and enhance the yield of enchanted flora, I shall bestow upon you additional necromantic energy to facilitate your ascension. Now toil diligently in your cultivation. Despite the low intellect of the skeletons, Richard still provided them with promises, or rather encouragement. Such conduct would bring tears to the eyes of any capitalist. With 10 gardeners at his disposal, Richard commenced the task of assigning duties to these skeletons, dividing the botanical garden into 10 distinct zones, each overseen by a gardener skeleton tasked with the cultivation of enchanted plants. 30 acres of enchanted flora would enable him to conduct numerous experiments. With the advent of these enchanted plants, many of his plans could be set into motion, particularly the lucrative venture of profit-making. The practitioners of arcane arts possess myriad avenues for generating wealth. Among the most fundamental are the sale of magical potions and enchanted equipment. Historically, the practitioners have been the foremost arms dealers in the world of Moterra, their potions and weapons enjoying widespread demand across the multiverse, even establishing trade caravans to engage with other realms. Richard now aimed to capitalize within this world, and after thorough investigation, he discerned that the Lighthouse Nation harbored numerous lucrative industries, with the most profitable being the arms industry, health supplements, and cosmetics. These sectors generate annual revenues in the hundreds of billions, if not trillions, of dollars. Such a vast market, of course, could not be dominated by merely 1 or 2 enterprises. The arms industry not only requires a robust background but also an extensive network of connections to lobby the government. Without such connections, even obtaining a production license is a formidable challenge. Given the high barriers to entry, Richard found himself with scant opportunity to secure orders. Thus he resolved to enter the realms of health supplements and cosmetics instead. The health supplement industry is rife with dubious products. It can be said that 99% of health supplements offer merely placebo effects, promising to delay aging, enhance immunity, and prevent cancer, all of which are mere advertising slogans. As for cosmetics, various statistics indicate that the purchasing power of humans, ranked from highest to lowest, is held by women, followed by children, pets, and finally men. The most lucrative expenditures for women invariably revolve around cosmetics. However, competition within both the health supplement and cosmetic sectors is considerably fiercer than in other industries, as the product differentiation is minimal and primarily reliant on advertising and celebrity endorsements. Moreover, companies in these fields lack the formidable influence that arms dealers possess, thus avoiding the potential for collusion with military forces. Richard's forthcoming products, however, are poised to outperform those in both industries significantly. For practitioners of the arcane arts, there exist countless methods to maintain youth and delay aging. Furthermore, a cadre of witches has developed an array of techniques for preserving youth, even achieving eternal vitality. Richard had once delved into these subjects and garnered immense admiration from numerous witches, becoming a highly sought-after archmage among them. His remarkable prowess with a staff earned him widespread acclaim among the witches. The efficacy of the products utilized by these witches is indeed exceptional. However, Richard does not intend to produce them in their potent forms, as their effectiveness is too profound and their costs too high. Instead, he plans to dilute and weaken them, creating a more accessible, albeit inferior, version for the masses. The potions once employed by witches could endure for centuries, if not longer. Richard is now preparing to produce a formula that lasts for merely 3 days, while simultaneously deconstructing the effects of a single potion into a multitude of diverse variants. The cosmetic companies of Blue Star have already demonstrated to him the possibilities: hydrating, whitening, blemish removing, anti-aging, and skin repairing effects, each categorized distinctly. A single product can effortlessly be fragmented into numerous varieties, subsequently classified into Supreme, VIP, Deluxe, Youth, Valentine Special Editions, and Standard versions, culminating in an impressive array of over 100 categories. Moreover, these can be assembled into various sets, ensuring that there exists a perfect option for everyone. Richard is confident that even this rudimentary version will be sufficient to revolutionize the cosmetics industry. Chapter 22. Bestowing awards upon oneself, the potions crafted by the sorcerers possess remarkable effects, capable of preserving youth and even reversing the ravages of time. Richard's concoction, which diminishes these effects, still represents a formidable advancement in the realm of cosmetics for this era. In his laboratory, Richard was diligently brewing a potion. Under the influence of spells, the treated potion transformed into a liquid, and after a shimmer of magical brilliance, the freshly fashioned elixir stabilized in its properties. He then proceeded to dilute a drop of the potion, approximately 1/10 of a milliliter, into 10 liters of distilled water, subsequently adding a few other aromatic elements for enhancement, resulting in a blue liquid that faintly glimmered with ethereal light. He retrieved a crystal vial and filled it with the liquid, which, against the backdrop of the crystal, exuded a dreamlike hue. It should be a success, Richard remarked with a smile. A swift scan from the system illuminated the attributes of the liquid before him. Distilled water containing an extremely small amount of elven tears effect temporarily restores skin vitality, providing a boost to skin activity, smoothness, and elasticity, with effects lasting for 72 hours. The system does not even acknowledge it as a potion. Yet, as long as it is effective, that suffices. If the effects were so remarkable that a single application could preserve youth for several years, how then could he profit? This potion serves to delay cellular aging, nourish and combat cellular oxidation, replenish moisture and vitality within the cells, and diminish dull pigmentation, blemishes, and wrinkles, rejuvenating cellular activity, resulting in firm, radiant, and elastic skin. Additionally, there are various other potions that can enhance the complexion, ensuring skin remains fair, youthful, and smooth while erasing scars, truly the preferred choice of aging noblewomen and Hollywood starlets. One could say it is a friend to women. Named Elven Tears, this potion is essentially a diluted version of the elixir, reduced 100,000 times. Richard is not boasting. The efficacy of this cosmetic is entirely achievable, primarily due to its raw materials sourced from the enchanted potions of his botanical garden, which he has refined for industrial production. Of course, the original essence of Elven Tears requires magical crafting. To maintain secrecy, Richard has invested effort into the production method, opting to employ golems for the manufacturing of the raw essence. As all raw materials are derived from his botanical garden, controlling these resources ensures that imitation is futile. Even if someone were to clandestinely learn the formulation, without access to the raw materials, their efforts would be in vain. Upon completion, Richard prepared several sets, including toners, lotions, creams, and masks, filling 12 50-milliliter crystal vials. The basic set is priced at approximately $2,000. He then delivered them to Kesov and Madison for their indulgence. As for the cost of production, well, that remains a closely guarded commercial secret. In summary, Richard's gross profit margin hovers around 90, with a net profit of approximately 85, and the profits from these premium cosmetics are poised to be even higher. In this era, the monthly income of workers in the land of the free ranges from $1,500 to $2,000, with those in the white-collar sector earning even higher. A sum of $2,000 is still manageable. Subsequently, Richard began preparing to establish a company to produce tiers of the elves' cosmetics. Of course, prior to commencing production, Richard also intended to apply for an association. The next day, a man clad in a sharply tailored suit entered the government office building in New York and approached an official, saying, "Hello, I wish to register an association." "What association do you wish to register?" "The Global Life Bioresearch Association." After a search on the computer, the official confirmed that there were no name conflicts and that registration was possible. "You will need to provide the application materials for the company, valid identification for the shareholders and legal entities, and prepare a registration capital of $10,000 for review." Indeed, he was preparing to register an association. In reality, many associations, foundations, organizations, and societies can be registered as companies. Even cults can register in the land of the free. It can be said that this nation is home to the most religions in the world, as well as the most cults, with only South Korea being a contender. It is noteworthy that even the Federal Reserve operates as a private bank. Using Charlie's identity, Richard applied for the association, and a few days later, the Global Life Bioresearch Association was successfully registered. He then rented an office in a building in New York, hired 2 clerks, and drafted a company charter for them. Within a week, the Global Life Bioresearch Association was officially established. Upon its formation, Richard's first action was to award himself a certificate. Charlie Howard became the president, chief life scientist and chief evaluator of the Global Life Bioresearch Association. He also produced a multitude of certificates, trophies, and medals, particularly sourcing them from the flower country to reduce costs while ensuring quality. When the time came to sell skincare and health products, he could easily label them as highly recommended by the Global Life Bioresearch Association or awarded the gold medal by the Global Life Bioresearch Association, instantly elevating their prestige. Following this, Richard hired a lawyer to help him find several cosmetics manufacturing plants on the brink of bankruptcy or already bankrupt for acquisition. Simultaneously, he appointed a professional manager to oversee the company. George Bryan, the professional manager he hired, was skeptical about Richard's plans to produce cosmetics, agreeing to take on the role solely for the financial incentive. However, despite his doubts, George Bryan proved to be entirely competent as a professional manager. Accompanied by him, Richard, along with the lawyer, inspected several factories available for sale. Factors such as the size of the factories, the age of the equipment, the workforce, as well as the location and pricing were all taken into account. Ultimately, after careful consideration, suitable factories were identified. Richard had to be frugal, as he could not afford to overspend. While Frank was assisting him in raising funds, the expenses were numerous. After dedicating a day to his exploration, Richard evaluated 4 companies. Among them, the most modern equipment and the largest facility belonged to the Canderson factory, which specializes in producing a variety of face masks, serums, and creams. The owner had initially invested $1 million, ambitiously aiming to penetrate the cosmetics industry. However, the industry proved to be unforgiving. While losses were not incurred, the profits remained exceedingly meager. A drawback was its considerable distance from the city center. Conversely, the Avis factory was situated closer to the urban area, boasting a better security environment, yet its equipment was considerably outdated and the prices were higher. Ultimately, Richard opted for the Canderson factory. Chapter 23. The Starlets of Hollywood. Richard encountered Daniel, the proprietor of the Canderson factory. Despite running his cosmetics company for 3 years, its profitability remained disappointingly low. Meanwhile, the stock market and high-tech industries were witnessing unprecedented growth, prompting him to eagerly shed this burden and venture into more lucrative realms. Mr. Daniel, what price do you have in mind for your company? $2 million. These are newly customized machines, only 3 years old. The factory has been consistently producing, generating profits of over $100,000 each month. I believe it is worth this amount, Daniel asserted with confidence. Mr. Daniel, the so-called profit you mentioned is contingent upon substantial advertising investments each year. The actual profits are far less, George interjected directly. Even so, it remains profitable, and sales are expanding, Daniel retorted. Richard smiled slightly, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes as he employed a subtle suggestion technique. Mr. Daniel, your company still has outstanding bank loans. Indeed, there are loans, and the company's sales are not performing well. Under Richard's insinuation, Daniel involuntarily revealed the factory's shortcomings. Ultimately, Richard succeeded in acquiring the factory for $900,000. Subsequently, Richard commenced an upgrade and renovation of the factory, appointing George Bryan as the general manager to oversee the modifications according to Richard's specifications. Upon returning to the villa, Richard was immediately embraced by a figure, a considerable pressure emanating from her ample bosom. Richard, where did that set of cosmetics come from? Katrina inquired excitedly. How is it? Is it effective? Richard asked, lifting the supple, rounded peach. It's simply marvelous, Katrina exclaimed, then began to extol the virtues of the skincare products. In truth, as a nymph, her skin was already in exceptional condition. The effects of the products were minimal for her. However, Richard evidently underestimated a woman's pursuit of beauty. What do you think of this skincare set priced at $20,000? Richard asked. Well worth it. I firmly believe no woman could resist it, Katrina declared resolutely. That evening, A fervent battle erupted in the villa, traversing from the living room to the balcony, from the kitchen to the bathroom, various positions unlocked, rivaling the intensity of the Pink Book. The following day, the young witch Madison arrived, equally exhilarated. The results of the skincare products were even more pronounced on her. Her skin appeared visibly fairer and smoother, as if adorned with 2 additional layers of filters. On this day, the young witch's combat prowess surged, yet her constitution paled in comparison to Katrina's, rendering her no match for Richard, who soon found her begging for mercy and calling him daddy. After receiving excellent feedback from both Katrina and Madison, Richard began preparing for the sales of the Elven-tier skincare line. In this era, even miraculous products require promotion and advertising. And what is the best method to market skincare products? The answer is simple: enlist Hollywood starlets. The shelf life of women in the West is often fleeting. Once they surpass the age of 30, the signs of aging become conspicuous. Ironically, 30 is when most female stars are at the pinnacle of their careers, and Richard exudes confidence. Undoubtedly, those once renowned actresses who now bear the marks of time also find themselves in need. As Richard orchestrates the production of skincare products with John Bryan, he personally embarks on a journey to California equipped with an assortment of cosmetics. Should he successfully establish a market in California, it would pave the way for opportunities across the entire Lighthouse Nation and the Western world. Upon his arrival in California, Richard refrained from leveraging the connections of the affluent, as he harbored no intention of sharing the lucrative prospects of the cosmetics industry with others. He aimed to monopolize the profits to fund his floating city. Prior to his arrival, he meticulously identified several targets: Monica Bellucci, Nicole Kidman, Alicia Elizabeth Taylor, among others, each a prominent figure, either currently or formerly in the limelight. After settling in, Richard first rented a villa in Beverly Hills, from which he gathered information regarding these stars, including their residences and preferences, before proceeding to make his selections. Ultimately, he chose Monica Bellucci and Nicole Kidman, both of whom had recently gained notoriety in Hollywood, yet were already in their 30s. Though they still possessed striking beauty, it was largely a result of cosmetic enhancements. In the name of his company, Richard extended invitations to both women, expressing his desire for them to endorse the skincare products. To increase the likelihood of their acceptance, he imbued the invitation with persuasive subtleties. On a day marked by clear skies, Monica Bellucci returned home after a fashion magazine shoot. "Monica, there's a business invitation for you to consider," her assistant remarked, handing her an envelope. "A business invitation? What are the terms? Endorsement or advertisement?" Monica inquired, a hint of fatigue in her voice. "Well, I believe it would be best for you to review it personally," the assistant replied. As Monica perused the invitation, her casual demeanor transformed into one of earnestness upon opening it. The contents were succinct, presenting an invitation to experience a new product from a cosmetics company. Such invitations flooded her mailbox throughout the year, yet she only entertained those from renowned brands. However, upon reading this particular invitation, an inexplicable sensation arose within her. She felt that missing this opportunity might lead to future regret. Compelled by this intuition, Monica acquiesced. "Very well, I accept. Please arrange a time for tomorrow." "Understood." Simultaneously, Nicole Kidman received a similar invitation and, like Monica, resolved to accept it. The following morning, Monica, accompanied by her assistant, arrived at Richard's villa in Beverly Hills. Upon seeing Richard, Monica was somewhat taken aback, yet before she could voice her inquiries, another Hollywood star, Nicole Kidman, arrived at the same location. Richard entered the villa accompanied by several individuals and promptly addressed the assembly. "This is our company's newly launched skincare anti-aging product, Tears of the Elf. Its efficacy is unprecedented, genuinely capable of delaying the aging process, rendering the skin hydrated, smooth, and resilient." A voice from the side, belonging to Nicole Kidman's assistant, interjected, "Sir, currently all skincare products make such claims, yet the results." Richard offered a slight smile and replied, "The true effects are quite simple to ascertain. You may experience them directly." With that, he produced 2 sets of Tears of the Elf skincare products, gesturing for them to give it a try. As renowned actresses, they would typically refrain from experimenting with unfamiliar cosmetics. Yet upon seeing Richard, An instinctive desire to try it stirred within them. Chapter 24. Promotion. The two instinctively accepted the skincare products and began to experiment with them. Soon, they both noticed a remarkable smoothness in the skin of their arms, which left them utterly astonished. This is our company's latest product. You may take it home for a trial, and it will not disappoint you, Richard remarked with a smile. The skincare product, named Tears of the Elf, is the result of our company's research, which discovered a life-enhancing substance capable of replenishing cellular nutrition, allowing the skin to revert to a youthful state reminiscent of 18. The life substance within it can delay aging, brighten the complexion, eliminate wrinkles, and render the skin firm, smooth, and elastic. Human cells require energy. When energy is depleted, cellular decline ensues. Our product replenishes this energy, thereby slowing the aging process and maintaining the skin's smoothness, firmness, and elasticity. At that moment, Richard assumed the role of a lecturer, elaborating on his theories to the two women. Under the influence of his persuasive techniques, they quickly embraced his concepts, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to try the product. Both Monica and Nicole are rising stars in Hollywood, and countless women covet their positions, wishing to supplant them. Any change in their appearance would undoubtedly attract attention, effectively making the whole of Hollywood aware of it. After their departure, Richard felt quite pleased. To enhance the product's efficacy, he had prepared the supreme version for them, containing 5 times the essence of the basic model, promising quicker and more pronounced results. Upon returning to her residence, Monica immediately began using the skincare line. Once she completed the regimen, she noticed a significant improvement. Previously visible wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and jawline had entirely vanished, and her skin regained its elasticity. The skin of individuals of European descent tends to be somewhat rougher and, due to early maturation, has a shorter shelf life. Many people exhibit signs of aging by their 30s, prompting Hollywood stars to invest substantial time and money in skincare, yet they often still require heavy makeup to conceal imperfections. Monica's situation was relatively better, but after using the skincare line, her current condition was akin to that of several years prior, requiring only a light application of makeup rather than heavy coverage. "Jessie, look at my skin. Oh my God. I can hardly believe this is real," Monica exclaimed, excitedly pulling her assistant Jessie to her side. "Incredible. This is nothing short of a miracle." Jessie responded in astonishment. "Monica, we must cultivate a good relationship with Charlie. This product is destined to become a sensation, and we must secure it, even if it means incurring losses," Jessie stated earnestly. "Rest assured, Jessie, I will secure this endorsement," Monica replied with unwavering confidence. Without waiting for the next day, that very afternoon, Monica returned to Richard's villa, and coincidentally, Nicole had the same intention. The two women encountered each other once again at Richard's villa. Clearly, after realizing the extraordinary potential of the skincare product, they both made the same decision in unison. In Hollywood, rivalry is an inherent aspect of the landscape, and now, with the coveted Tears of the Elf at stake, it is evident that the ambition to become the sole ambassador is an impossibility. Thus, the two must rely on their own capabilities. Richard, observing the demeanor of the two, is acutely aware of their intentions. After all, their competition serves to augment his own advantages. It must be said that the peak allure of Monica and Nicole is undeniable. Their physiques and beauty are of the highest caliber. Coupled with their mutual efforts to charm, Richard revels in the captivating essence of Hollywood's leading ladies. The red sofa pales in comparison. The various live-action cosplays are the true pinnacle. What could surpass an actor embodying their former roles? Next comes the supporting cast. With strategic movements and exchanges, as Richard transforms into a director, personally guiding the two luminaries through their scenes, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Witnessing their dedication, Richard joyfully announces that both have become the ambassadors for Tears of the Elf, granting them lifetime access to the premium edition, while also obligating them to partake in various promotional activities. With Richard's promise secured, Monica and Nicole embark on numerous commercial ventures, gracing fashion magazines with their stunning presence, becoming the focal point of eager reporters. Many inquire about their beauty regimens, to which they nonchalantly attribute their enviable state to the usage of Tears of the Elf skincare products, claiming that the effects have rejuvenated them remarkably. They become the finest advertisements themselves. A myriad of Hollywood figures flock to inquire about Tears of the Elf, resulting in Richard's villa becoming a bustling hub. Among the crowds are numerous aging stars, and even male celebrities express a fervent desire for the product. Richard offers the premium edition at a price of $100,000 which lasts for a month. While exorbitant for the average person, this sum is trivial for these Hollywood elites. After using Tears of the Elf, they quickly notice transformative changes. Skin that is firmer, smoother, and free of blemishes and wrinkles, restoring their youthful glow. Each one becomes a living testament to the product's efficacy. The remarkable results spread rapidly through the affluent circles of California, and soon, the elite are well aware of Tears of the Elf. Richard's initial stock of 1,000 premium sets is swiftly depleted, resulting in a windfall of $100 million. With newfound wealth, Richard organizes press conferences, invites stars, launches advertising campaigns, and establishes branches in affluent states like California, creating sales channels. Simultaneously, as the influence of Hollywood stars expands, the European entertainment and fashion industries become aware of the effects of Tears of the Elf. Consequently, many rush to the United States to procure the sought-after product. The purchasing and utilization of this product began to permeate the circles of European aristocracy and affluent elites, swiftly elevating the renown of Tears of the Elf within the upper echelons of society. These individuals, eager to acquire the coveted elixir, soon discovered that their arrival was somewhat belated. The Supreme Edition had already been entirely depleted, necessitating shipments from New York. Consequently, various advertisements commenced a rapid dissemination, and Tears of the Elf was subsequently made available for sale. Chapter 25. The frenzied sales. The miraculous efficacy of the Tears of the Elf skincare products has garnered immense attention from affluent individuals, igniting a frenzy among countless women. With an overwhelming barrage of advertisements, the entire nation of Beacon has swiftly become acquainted with this extraordinary skincare line. Naturally, the most affordable Youth Edition commands a price of $5,000, while the Standard Edition is priced at $10,000, the Deluxe Edition at $30,000, and the VIP version at $50,000. The Supreme Edition, at a staggering $100,000, is in particularly high demand. Each variant is designed for a month's use. The production of Tears of the Elf is intrinsically linked to the yield of various raw materials cultivated in Richard's botanical garden. Occupying merely 30 acres, the garden cannot solely be dedicated to the cultivation of the potion. Its primary function is to grow medicinal herbs that heal Richard's injuries. Initially, Richard believed that the output of the Tears of the Elf potion was sufficient. However, he soon realized, in his youthful naivety, the depths of women's obsession with beauty. As the popularity of Tears of the Elf soared, even the Standard, Deluxe, and VIP versions began to sell out rapidly, while the Supreme Edition became almost legendary. Rumors began to circulate, suggesting that if the Standard version exhibited such remarkable results, the Supreme Edition must be even more potent. Some tales proclaimed that the Supreme Edition could reverse aging and preserve eternal youth, further fueling the desire for this coveted product. Indeed, many individuals publicly declared that they would become a lover of anyone who gifted them a complete set of the Supreme Edition. This unprecedented demand propelled Richard's company to rapid growth, with the soaring sales of Tears of the Elf generating substantial profits. Within less than a month, sales exceeded $800 million, and the second month saw revenues surpassing $2 billion. With a staggering total of $2.8 billion in sales, after accounting for employee wages, materials, transportation, advertising, and various other expenses, profits soared to an impressive 95%. Naturally, after amassing such wealth, tax obligations arose, which Richard accepted without hesitation. After all, these earnings were generated within Beacon. Rather than addressing tax payments directly, Richard enlisted the assistance of professional accountants. Beacon offers a plethora of tax reduction schemes, including deductions for consumption and charitable donations, along with various permissible tax avoidance strategies, which Richard eagerly embraced. Following meticulous calculations by the accountants, Richard discovered that his tax liabilities were significantly reduced. Simultaneously, his bank account began to be invested in various materials, equipment, and rare metals. The unique metals from the Motella world, or the magical realm, are not found here. For instance, both gold essence and secret silver are exceedingly rare, existing solely in worlds where elemental tides have occurred. In the ordinary world, discovering such metals necessitates that gold and silver mines remain in areas rich with elemental energy for extended periods, a process that typically spans millennia. The Arcane Council has undertaken numerous such endeavors across various planes, yet the lengthy timeframes yield limited results. However, the advancement of arcane civilization necessitates the consumption of numerous rare metals, giving rise to the creation of mithril and argentum. These magical metals are uniquely refined by practitioners of the arcane arts from various ores, serving as substitutes for mithril and argentum. In the world of Blue Star, whether mithril or argentum exists is beyond Richard's knowledge. If he were to induce mutations independently, a millennium would pass in vain. The most prudent course of action is to utilize mithril and argentum as replacements. The synthesis of mithril and argentum similarly requires gold and silver, and in addition to these, it also demands platinum, cesium, iridium, titanium, among other metals, alongside a substantial quantity of magical gemstones. Magical gemstones can be either natural or artificially crafted. Arcane scholars simulate the conditions under which these gems form to create synthetic magical gemstones, although the latter are not inexpensive. The highest quality and most abundant magical gemstones are found in the elemental plane of Earth. Often, interstellar travelers venture into this plane to collect various magical gemstones, yet entry is no simple feat, as it is inhabited by numerous elemental lords and demigods. Should they be discovered, dire consequences await. With a considerable amount of currency at his disposal, Richard commenced procuring supplies while simultaneously purchasing the land surrounding his estate. He intends to begin constructing a wizard's tower once he regains his strength as a high-level mage. The tower will occupy a vast area, and he must also reserve space for future upgrades to a floating tower. As for transforming the floating tower into a floating city, the requirements will extend far beyond mere land. To ensure the city's resilience and durability, a vast quantity of metals will be necessary, amounting to hundreds of millions of tons. The smallest floating city will have a diameter of at least 1 kilometer, capable of accommodating thousands, while a medium-sized city will have a minimum diameter of 2 kilometers, and a large floating city will span 10 kilometers. As for the super-floating city, in the realm of Motera, there exists one belonging to the highest arcane alliance, with a diameter exceeding 50 kilometers, housing millions of inhabitants. This super-floating city orbits the Motera world in the astral plane like a satellite, and it serves as a source of pride for the highest arcane council, revered by countless mages as a sacred place, a miraculous manifestation of arcane prowess. Within this marvel of a city, there exist numerous portals leading to dimensions controlled by the highest arcane council, realms colonized over millennia. Naturally, the floating city Richard intends to construct will not be of the small variety. Given the myriad dangers in the tumultuous Marvel world, only a large floating city could offer him a modicum of security. As substantial amounts of currency are expended, various materials are being transported from across the globe. Richard has prepared ample storage to accommodate these supplies. At this moment, he finds himself nostalgically recalling his half-plane. Had the half-plane remained intact, he could have stored all these materials within it, accessible at any time. Richard plans to first create several pieces of spatial equipment, and once his strength is restored, he will set about reopening and repairing the half-plane. Within that space lies a vast ecological garden and a plethora of resources. Preserving even a portion of it would be of tremendous assistance to him. The creation of spatial equipment is not particularly challenging. Even a low-tier mage can craft a basic spatial pouch with a capacity of approximately 10 cubic meters, capable of alleviating weight by 80%. However, it lacks security measures, allowing anyone to utilize it once acquired, and it necessitates maintenance. If left unattended for an extended period, the pouch will diminish in size and ultimately collapse. Richard is preparing to forge a spatial ring, which possesses a capacity ranging from 10 to 100 cubic meters, allowing for the storage of items without increasing their weight. This makes it exceedingly convenient for the transportation of various supplies and goods. Chapter 26. Crafting Equipment, the Manor Villa. Ever since Richard acquired the land surrounding the villa, he has commenced the establishment of an elaborate magical array in this area. However, due to the absence of an elemental pool to provide energy, the energy condensed in the elemental realm is limited, resulting in the array possessing only modest efficacy. The primary function of this array is to cause ordinary individuals to subconsciously overlook this location. In simpler terms, it serves as a muggle-repelling charm. Additionally, this array is equipped with a warning mechanism, allowing Richard to be alerted should anyone intrude. Furthermore, Richard has employed several security personnel around the manor to deter any unauthorized entries. During this period, Frank has been diligently safeguarding his factory. The sales of Tears of the Elves have been booming, and as the factory is situated in the suburbs, it is inevitable that some rivals from other cosmetic companies, in a fit of jealousy, may attempt to sabotage the factory or steal raw materials. Arson, theft of raw materials, poisoning, cutting off electricity, and stealing official seals have all become alarmingly commonplace here. Such is the unembellished reality of corporate warfare. To prevent any disruption to his lucrative enterprise, Richard has discreetly assigned Frank to protect the factory, ready to respond with decisive force should anyone dare to cause destruction. In the laboratory, Richard is wholly focused on inscribing runes onto a metallic ring. The tools from Blue Star have greatly facilitated his work, enabling him to carve even more intricate runes. Only by employing Blue Star's tools and enhancing them with rune enchantments can such outcomes be achieved. The absence of either element would render it impossible. On the workbench, the silver ring is adorned with delicate runes inscribed in a peculiar pattern, ultimately forming a series of rune arrays. Countless elemental lights flicker, resembling a starry sky, before coalescing like a swimming dragon into the ring. At last, a silver ring shimmering with mysterious radiance appears in Richard's hand. Starry Ring, a magical artifact, extraordinary Tier 3, composed of silver, starlight gold, and magical gemstones. Attributes: Intelligence 2, Agility 2, Strength 3, Perception 2. Effects: Dimensional space, 1,000 cubic meters, capable of storing most items excluding living beings and spatial objects. Starry Shield, a level 6 protective spell invented by the Grand Archmage Richard, offering exceptional defense against both physical and magical damage, activating instantaneously upon being attacked, or can be used proactively. Teleportation, upon activation, allows instantaneous travel to a designated location, with the option to pre-mark 5 teleportation points or teleport randomly. Soul Binding. Richard takes up the ring and leaves his soul imprint upon it. A faint glow flickers across the silver ring before he adorns it on his finger. After a thorough inspection, Richard nods in satisfaction. Until the half-plane is restored, this spatial artifact will suffice for his needs for an extended period. With the starry ring completed, Richard retrieves 2 pistols, preparing to enchant them. The times have changed, and he does not harbor any disdain for firearms. It is well known that archmages are celebrated for their adaptability and innovation. Otherwise, how else would the floating city have come into existence? Richard chose 2 classic handguns, one being the Desert Eagle and the other the Colt M1911. The process of enchanting both firearms was not overly challenging. Richard possessed ample experience in enchantment. His objective was to enhance both handguns comprehensively and imbue them with unique magical effects. The original metallic composition of the guns required fortification, and the barrels needed specific enchantments to bestow effects upon the bullets upon ignition. This aspect was indeed the most crucial element of firearm enchantment. After dedicating some time to the task, Richard enchanted both handguns, utilizing mithril to augment their strength, employing moissanite to enhance magical conductivity, and finally applying arcane dust for the final enchantment. By the end of the morning, he had completed the enchantments on both firearms. White Ivory, Desert Eagle. Enchanted Firearm, Extraordinary Tier 1, Materials: Steel, Starlight Sand, Moissanite, Mithril. Usage Requirements: Strength 7, Agility 6, Constitution 7. Accompanying Skills: Explosive, Dispel, Precision, Rapid Fire. Magazine Capacity: 12, 200 rounds. Black Ebony, Colt M1911. Enchanted Firearm, Extraordinary Tier 1. Materials: Steel, Starlight Sand, Moissanite, Mithril. Usage Requirements: Strength 6, Agility 6, Constitution 5. Accompanying Skills: Precision, Freezing, Armor Piercing, Rapid Fire. Magazine Capacity: 16, 200 rounds. Set Effect: Weakness Detection, identify target weaknesses 3 times per day. With a flick of his wrist, the black and white handguns twirled gracefully in his hands before settling firmly. A glimmer of ethereal light flashed across the surface of both firearms, where intricate runes were inscribed, resembling ornate patterns that exuded an air of mystery. With a subtle gesture, he stored the 2 handguns within a ring. One handgun was designed for critical hits while the other focused on control, making them particularly effective against medium-sized targets. Should the adversary prove formidable, Richard could always switch to more potent enchanted ammunition. The enchanted bullets were consumable yet powerful. He had crafted a selection of armor-piercing, explosive, and banishing rounds, totaling 200 in number. It was not for lack of desire to produce more, but rather due to the absence of a dedicated enchanting workshop. While enchanting individual bullets was a straightforward task, mass production required an inordinate amount of time. In the shooting range behind the manor, Richard stood on the open ground, preparing to fire at a target made of alloy steel not far off. This steel, originally intended for tanks and warships, was remarkably resilient. Firearms with a caliber below 10 simply tickled its surface, leaving only minor dents. With both handguns in hand, Richard unleashed a torrent of over 30 bullets upon the targets within a mere 2 seconds. Approaching the target for inspection, he found the once formidable armor steel now in disarray. Several bullets had penetrated the 30mm steel plate. The explosive effects of the handguns had caused significant melting on the surface, while the freezing effect rapidly cooled the plate. The central section of the target had become exceedingly fragile, utterly devoid of its protective capabilities. After enhancement, the bullets now possess a power comparable to that of minor fireballs and minor ice spells. Subsequently, Richard replaced the enchanted bullets and set up a new target. He fired an explosive round, and the target was engulfed in flames as if struck by a rocket. Upon inspection, he discovered a large hole burned through the center, and the entire target had melted and deformed. Such formidable power rivaled that of a fireball spell. Witnessing this astonishing strength, Richard felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The only drawback of this handgun was the exorbitant cost and tedious crafting process of the enchanted bullets. In that moment, Richard found himself reminiscing about the rune masters of the floating city in the world of Motella. Chapter 27. Coveting within Richard's floating city, a myriad of mages reside, encompassing both apprentices and high-ranking sorcerers. The city boasts various enchanting factories and golem manufacturing plants, where numerous mages serve diligently. For instance, the enchanted bullets produced in these factories can yield tens of thousands daily, provided the resources are sufficient. It is noteworthy that when the golem army of the floating city is deployed, the consumption of magical bombs and rune-breaking arrows exceeds several 100,000. After testing the explosive shells, Richard proceeded to evaluate some armor-piercing rounds. Replacing the target with a new one, a single gunshot echoed, and a flash of violet magical energy instantaneously pierced through the target, vanishing in an instant. Approaching the target, he observed a 5-centimeter diameter hole at its center. The armor, over 90 millimeters thick, had been effortlessly penetrated. Clearly, this thickness was not its limit. However, Richard chose not to further test its boundaries, as the demonstrated power was already ample. Should it fail to penetrate, he could always fire a few more. The factories established by Richard, coupled with substantial investments in various materials, have provided New York with numerous job opportunities and tax revenues, earning him a favorable impression from the mayor. In recognition, the mayor extended a formal invitation to Richard for an upcoming gala. Although he was not particularly fond of such gatherings, Richard ultimately resolved to attend, acknowledging that his current strength did not afford him the luxury of disregarding societal norms. In times of weakness, adherence to the rules is essential. Upon calling Katrina, she expressed great excitement upon hearing of his invitation to the high-profile government event. That very afternoon, she arrived at the villa with an array of over a dozen gowns, eagerly seeking his opinion on which to wear. Captivated by the enchanting young demon, Richard found himself inspired, selecting several elegant evening dresses before engaging in a friendly match with her. "Don't worry about my attire. It won't be damaged. Just let the dress be alluring," Richard assured confidently, executing a graceful maneuver. After their playful encounter concluded, Richard accompanied Katrina to purchase a few more exquisite evening gowns before they made their way to the hotel hosting the mayor's gala. At the event, Richard encountered several government officials and lawmakers. After a brief conversation, he sought something to eat, for although Tears of the Elves was immensely popular, he still lagged behind the established affluent elite. While he was enjoying a quiet moment in a corner, a middle-aged man approached him. "Mr. Charlie, my employer wishes to meet you." "Your employer? What does he want with me?" Richard inquired, casting a glance at the man. "Sir, he seeks your expertise for a business collaboration," the middle-aged man replied courteously. "Lead the way," Richard instructed. The man guided Richard to a room on the second floor of the hall. Upon entering, a charismatic middle-aged gentleman greeted him warmly. "Hello, Mr. Charlie. I am Stanley Kahn." The man extended his hand enthusiastically. "Are you the one seeking to collaborate with me?" Richard inquired as they shook hands and took their seats in the lounge. Stanley Kahn smiled and remarked, "Indeed, Mr. Charlie's cosmetics are simply remarkable. I have personally tried them, and they are nothing short of astonishing. If you are willing to collaborate with me, with the strength of our two families, sweeping through the lighthouse nation and establishing ourselves in Europe would be entirely within reach." As he spoke, Stanley Kahn animatedly gestured with his hands, overflowing with enthusiasm. Richard inquired flatly, "Mr. Stanley Kahn, what can you offer me? How will the profits be distributed?" "Our Stanley Kahn family possesses a well-established sales network, transportation channels, and connections within the lighthouse nation that can facilitate your entry into the European market. We could jointly establish a company in which you hold a 30% stake in Tears of the Elf without any financial investment, merely undertaking production responsibilities. The Stanley Kahn family would handle transportation, market expansion, and bureaucratic matters, with profits distributed accordingly." Upon hearing Stanley Kahn's words, Richard shook his head, saying, "I appreciate your invitation, Mr. Stanley Kahn, but Tears of the Elf currently has no intention of increasing production, so those offerings are unnecessary at this moment. The primary limitation for Tears of the Elf is not the market, but rather the production capacity of the potion. Mr. Charlie, historically, once a new product is launched, there is an utmost effort to seize the market. Failure to do so promptly will result in being supplanted by more formidable competitors." Stanley Kahn responded, "Mr. Richard, even if they cannot produce a comparable product temporarily, they will find alternative methods. Remember, this is the free lighthouse nation." "Mr. Stanley Kahn, may I interpret this as a threat?" Richard asked, gazing at him. "Mr. Charlie, you misunderstand," Stanley Kahn replied, shaking his head. "My family and business operate within legitimate industries. My invitation to you is merely a standard commercial collaboration. Even if you decline, there will be no repercussions. However, others may not adhere to the same principles we do." Richard nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "Thank you for your warning." He then turned and departed. As Richard left, a middle-aged man approached and inquired, "Sir, should we send someone to?" "No need for that," Stanley Kahn replied, shaking his head. "Even if they succeed, the portion belonging to our Stanley Kahn family will still find its way to us." After leaving the banquet, Richard returned to the estate with the exhilarated young sprite. He had anticipated the evening's events. Although those individuals were unaware of the specific profits from Tears of the Elf, the fervent atmosphere assured substantial earnings. Naturally, some would be unable to resist the temptation to partake in the spoils, especially someone like Richard, who had minimal connections in official circles and appeared as ripe for the taking in others' eyes. Upon returning to the estate, Richard summoned Frank. "Have there been any suspicious individuals near the factory recently?" "My lord, there have been some small-time thugs observing from the periphery, but I have already dealt with them," Frank replied. "During this period, one must exercise caution, for there are those who may seek to harm the factory," Richard remarked. Frank nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "I understand." Richard harbored no concerns regarding official matters. If need be, he could always resolve them through subtle insinuations. As for technological aspects and patents, he was unperturbed by the prospect of others attempting to steal from him. The Tears of the Elves bore little technological complexity. The crux of the matter lay in the concoction of potions. Without potions, all efforts would be in vain. What he truly needed to guard against were individuals who might resort to underhanded tactics to sabotage the factory and impede his profits. It seemed he would have to reveal his fangs, Richard muttered, believing that those who threatened his earnings deserved nothing less than demise. Chapter 28. A warning to others. The night was deepening, and the factory, having toiled throughout the day, had quieted down. It was not that the factory lacked the desire to operate around the clock, but rather that it was constrained by a shortage of raw materials. Jim cautiously evaded 2 security guards, skirting the wall as he approached the office building. "Do not worry. They cannot see me. Once I find the formula, $1 million awaits me. With $1 million, fine wine, exquisite steaks, and beautiful women will come to me as I please. No more dreary workdays. With $1 million, I shall be wealthy. I will buy a car and move into a grand villa. Jennifer, Jessica, I shall have them all." Jim murmured to himself, bolstering his resolve as he carefully made his way to the manager's office. With a piece of wire, he deftly manipulated the door lock until he heard a satisfying click. The lock yielded. The formula, here I come," Jim exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. $1 million was beckoning him, and he gently closed the door, ready to search for the coveted formula. "Who sent you?" A cold, sharp voice suddenly pierced the air. Just as Frank apprehended the intruder seeking to steal the formula, a tremendous roar erupted from the opposite side of the factory. In an instant, a modified truck crashed through the wall, barreling into the warehouse. Before the truck had come to a complete stop, a dozen individuals leapt from the cargo area and swiftly rushed to the neatly stacked tiers of the Elf skincare products, heaving bundles onto the truck. In mere moments, they filled the vehicle to the brim. Just then, one of them tipped over a barrel of gasoline, preparing to ignite it and make their escape.
Frase, humans.
A glimmer of light flashed, and in that instant, everyone in the warehouse was immobilized. Witnessing the gasoline pooling on the ground, Richard's expression darkened. These individuals intended to set the factory ablaze. Whip of pain. Gray tendrils emerged instantly, lashing out at the immobilized figures before him. As a signature spell of the elven matriarch, the whip of pain was crafted to torment its victims. It would not inflict significant physical harm, but it would compel them to suffer in agony. After being subjected to the immobilization spell, the group writhed in torment on the ground, their contorted faces and bulging veins narrating the anguish they endured. At that moment, Frank also arrived, dragging someone along. Upon witnessing the writhing, screaming individuals, Frank's face soured. Approaching Richard, he said, "Boss, I was careless. Take these individuals back." Richard commanded, "Bring them back to the villa for interrogation." Frank escorted the incapacitated individuals back to the villa for questioning, while Richard seized the opportunity to discreetly gather the supplies and instructed the security personnel arriving later to clear the area. It was worth noting that the security personnel of the Lighthouse Nation had an uncanny ability to assess situations. Despite the considerable commotion, not a single one had arrived until the chaos had subsided. Upon Richard's return to the estate, Frank approached, reeking of blood, and reported, "Master, it was the Irish from Hell's Kitchen, the Hades gang. Have the individuals been dealt with?" "They have been disposed of in the greenhouse as per your instructions," Frank replied. Frank's complexion paled slightly as he recalled the recent events at the botanical garden. The seemingly innocuous thicket had, in an instant, ensnared a dozen individuals, only to leave behind a mere heap of bones, which soon crumbled into a grayish powder. "Arm yourself. We are heading to Hell's Kitchen." Richard was resolute in his intention not to spare the Hades gang, especially since he sought to showcase his prowess, and the Hades gang presented the perfect opportunity. Under the cover of night, the two drove directly to Hell's Kitchen. The Hades gang primarily engaged in human trafficking, organ trade, drug dealing, prostitution, and smuggling. They lured women and children from South America, Asia, and Eastern Europe under the guise of overseas employment or illegal immigration to the Lighthouse country, selling the more attractive ones to places akin to Lolita Island or auctioning them on the black market. The second tier forced them into prostitution in casinos and similar venues, while the third tier involved them being used as organ repositories for the wealthy, with specialized doctors ensuring compatibility for organ transplants when needed. The Hades gang's lair was well concealed. The individuals they had encountered earlier were mere peripheral members with limited knowledge. Although unaware of their main hideout, Frank had gleaned some intelligence, such as the dock secretly controlled by the Hades gang. This location served as a critical conduit for their smuggling and trafficking operations, undoubtedly housing key figures of the gang. Richard and Frank arrived at a dock where vessels were currently unloading cargo, with numerous gang members engaged in the operation. Without a moment's hesitation, the two disembarked and launched an assault on the gang members. Frank wielded his M16 and unleashed a barrage upon the unsuspecting gangsters, who were caught off guard during the unloading process, resulting in a significant number of them being felled. The gang members reacted swiftly, dropping to the ground at the first sound of gunfire and drawing their weapons to retaliate. Yet they were no match for Frank. After integrating the bloodline serum, his strength allowed him to easily mitigate the recoil of the firearm, maintaining a steady aim with one hand while dispatching any adversaries foolish enough to expose themselves. Over 30 gang members fell before him alone. As the two pressed forward, a shadow suddenly emerged from the wall, preparing to strike. However, before it could take him, Richard fired a shot that erupted with a loud bang, obliterating the lower half of the shadowy figure. The upper half collapsed to the ground, its skin shifting through several hues before settling back into its original form. It was Reed, the Hades gang's top assassin, a product of a mysterious organization's human experimentation. After the organization was dismantled, he had escaped and become an assassin for the Hades gang, utilizing his chameleon-like skin for stealthy assassinations. Yet, this ability was rendered utterly ineffective in the presence of Richard's mental prowess. Soon, the gang members at the dock were vanquished by the two individuals. Aside from the deceased, all remaining surrendered. However, the duo was taken aback to discover that the leader of the Hades gang was not present at the dock but rather at home, asleep. Having dealt with these men, they set out to locate the elusive leader. At that moment, a car careened onto the dock, followed swiftly by a wounded giant who leaped from the vehicle, shouting, "Help! I am Paul. Someone is trying to kill me. Whore, you are doomed, you shameless harlot. How dare you treat me this way? I shall torment you piece by piece." The man bellowed as he fled, but before he could escape further, a bullet struck his knee, causing him to collapse to the ground, wailing in agony. Behind the car, a motorcycle burst forth, executing a stunning drift that left a long black mark on the pavement before halting 3 meters away from the man. The tall, voluptuous figure gracefully dismounted the bike and approached him. She had long black hair, her face obscured by a mask, rendering her features indistinct yet striking. Her blue eyes sparkled like precious gems, and her slender fingers delicately wielded a small pistol, akin to a butterfly in flight. Clad in a form-fitting black outfit, her figure was exquisitely accentuated. A prominent bosom, a slender waist, and a firm, rounded rear, with long legs that hinted at muscular contours, exuding a palpable sense of strength. She evoked the image of a powerful leopard, yet moved with the grace of a cat, radiating allure, dangerous, ferocious, and lethal. Chapter 29. Orina. The sudden appearance of the two individuals caught Richard off guard, yet he remained still. "Even if I am a harlot, I am the most exquisite harlot in this world. But what about you? If your subordinates do not come to your rescue soon, you shall be a lifeless dog." In an instant, the woman stood beside the man, her stiletto heel pressing firmly against his groin, twisting with a deliberate force upon the ground. Though the distance was considerable, Richard could vividly imagine the sound of eggs shattering, a cacophony that even the man's pitiful cries could not overshadow. She embodied beauty, cruelty, and peril, akin to a strikingly vibrant datura flower, gorgeous yet laced with venom. More importantly, she was utterly shameless, completely indifferent to the vitriol of others, relishing in it instead. "Someone, come, kill this wench." The man screamed, yet received no reply. "It seems your subordinates have abandoned you. Now, tell me, where are those girls?" The woman drew a dagger, plunging it down to pin the man's hand to the ground. "Ah! Once you enter our Hades gang, do you think you will be sent anywhere else?" The man glared at her, his face contorted with hatred. "You deserve to die." The woman instinctively moved to strike, but quickly regained her composure, sneering, "Are you trying to provoke me into granting you a swift end? Dream on." Just then, a voice unexpectedly rang out. "Who?" The woman swiftly rolled sideways, her firearm raised and firing in one fluid motion, displaying a precision that spoke of rigorous training. "Hello." Richard furrowed his brow. "The most beautiful harlot in the world, madam." Beside him, Frank's lips twitched, unable to suppress a smile, while the woman, now aiming her weapon at them, darkened her expression, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. "Your gaze is perilous. I advise you not to move," Richard remarked, glancing at her before a heartbeat later. He appeared beside the man on the ground. Upon witnessing Richard's sudden traverse of several meters, the woman leapt aside like a startled cat, wariness etched across her face. "You have yet to answer my question," Richard stated. "Yes, I will." The woman regarded Richard with uncertainty. "My lord, it is him," Frank interjected as he approached. "Soul extraction." Richard, disinterested in further interrogation, initiated the spell, extracting the man's soul. A flicker of purple light illuminated the air, and in the next moment, a spectral figure emerged from the body. It was his soul. Memory extraction. The process of memory extraction forcibly accessed the recollections within the soul, a violent method that inflicted severe damage. Upon completion, the soul would be left in a state of near idiocy. A torrent of memories surged through Richard's mind, and soon he uncovered the information he sought, along with a wealth of dark dealings orchestrated by the Hades gang. A few moments later, Richard meticulously organized his memories and turned to the woman beside him, stating, "The women recently trafficked are imprisoned within this warehouse. Some have already been dispatched for black market auction. The location is here." As he spoke, Richard lightly tapped his finger, and a flash of ethereal light swiftly shot forth, penetrating the woman's mind before she could react. Instantly, she appeared dazed, regaining her senses only after a brief interval. The soul that Richard had probed, having lost the protective power of magic, dissipated into countless specks of light in an instant. "Thank you for your assistance. I am Olina, seeking those who have been trafficked," she said, her gaze towards Richard filled with reverence. "Come, for by nightfall the Hades gang shall cease to exist." Richard said no more and directly departed with Frank, while Olina promptly followed suit. The trio pressed on, swiftly arriving near a concealed warehouse. The gang members guarding the area were utterly unprepared for any disturbance on Hades' territory, their vigilance lax. However, even with caution, it proved futile. Both Frank, the Punisher, and Richard could effortlessly dispatch them. Richard cast a spell of confusion upon the two gang members stationed outside. Frank and Olina surged into the fray. The gang members posed no challenge. A flurry of gunfire erupted, but tranquility soon returned. Upon entering the warehouse, Richard found a dozen gang members sprawled across the floor. Within the confines of the warehouse were dozens of filthy women and children held captive. Seeing the panicked expressions on the women's faces, Richard sighed inwardly. Most of these women had been deceived into coming from Eastern Europe. Since the dissolution of the Soviet Union, Eastern Europe has undergone tumultuous upheaval, becoming a significant source of human trafficking worldwide. According to unofficial statistics, countries such as Ukraine, Romania, and Belarus see tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, trafficked each year. Had Richard not intervened, these women would likely have met a fate as slaves, offered to the upper echelons of society. The remainder would probably be forced into prostitution, ultimately fading away in the shadows as they aged. As for the children, they were mere vessels for organ harvesting, their grim fate all too predictable. Meanwhile, Olina was tirelessly searching the crowd for something. After inspecting everyone, she found no one else. "Are there others here?" she inquired, seizing a surviving gang member. "They were sent to the auction house yesterday," he replied hastily. Upon hearing this, Olina's expression darkened. She understood that if they had indeed been sent to the auction house, it was highly probable that they had already been purchased by someone else, making recovery exceedingly difficult. Given the number of captives in the warehouse, if Richard did not act, they would soon be seized by another gang and reduced to mere tools for profit. Richard called Katrina, and upon learning of the significant news, she immediately rushed over in a car. These occurrences, shrouded in darkness, if not exposed to the sunlight, will soon fade into obscurity. However, once they make headlines, those officials, legislators, and law enforcement will immediately rise with righteous indignation. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to have journalists unveil the truth here. Richard has never held the moral integrity of those in power in high regard. At least for now, they still possess a semblance of shame. Should the day come when these elites abandon all sense of decency, They would not hesitate to engage in actions that violate biblical principles. Exposing this situation is also part of Richard's strategy. He intends to stir the proverbial grass to startle the snake. By inflicting pain upon them, he aims to compel the members of the Hades gang to gather, allowing him to seize the opportunity to apprehend them all at once. Before long, Catherine hurriedly arrived, and upon witnessing the scene before her, she immediately unleashed a torrent of invective against the Hades gang, determined to bring their misdeeds to light. Chapter 30. A thunderous blow with the assistance of Kesav. Before dawn had even broken, the news regarding the abduction of women and children by the Hell's Kitchen gang spread rapidly online. In a matter of moments, countless voices rose in condemnation against Hell's Kitchen. Meanwhile, Olena bid farewell to Richard and hurried to the auction house in search of someone. New York Police Chief George was quick to announce an operation against the Hades gang, declaring an unwavering stance against evil. The mayor of New York City and various council members also joined in denouncing the nefarious deeds of the Hades gang. A gang is still a gang. Despite the formidable strength of the Hades gang and their collusion with numerous officials, once exposed to the light of day, they swiftly became targets of public ire. At this juncture, even the officials and council members who had previously associated with them began to sever ties. Soon, the Hades gang found themselves akin to a rat scurrying across the street, with everyone clamoring for their downfall. By the time the patriarch of the Hades family discovered that the docks and warehouses had been thoroughly ravaged, it was already morning. Enraged by the news, the core members of the Hades family, scattered far and wide, rushed back home. "Damn it, who is targeting our Hades family?" An irate Hades field demanded. "Where is Luen? The docks and warehouses are his responsibility. Where is he now?" "Uncle, Luen is dead," another person interjected. "We have determined that it was the owner of Tears of the Elf who did this. Doesn't he lack any significant background?" Field inquired. "Apologies. We never anticipated that the Punisher would assist him," came the response. Once again, the Punisher. The surrounding individuals seethed with rage, recalling how their previous transactions had been disrupted by him. "You acted without confirming the facts, Bruno. This is your responsibility. After this matter, you will relinquish half of your business to compensate for the family's losses." Field directed at Cullen, the family's intelligence officer. Bruno's face flushed crimson, yet under Field's scrutinizing gaze, he ultimately bowed his head in acquiescence. "Very well. What shall we do now? We can only offer a few scapegoats to those people. The Hades family shall also change its name to the William family, contributing $8 million to the Hades gang's campaign next year, while simultaneously donating $10 million to the city government under the name of the William family." As the founder and the one who had led the Hades family to prosperity, Field swiftly made his decision. "If they seek accolades, we shall grant them. If they desire recognition, we shall provide it. If they demand money, we shall comply. Should they refuse, we will hand over their incriminating evidence to the Republicans." Field was prepared to cut off the tail to save the body. Even if the Hades gang managed to survive this ordeal, it would be at a significant cost. "First, we must navigate through this hurdle. Once we resolve these issues, we will turn our attention to the Punisher. This time, I want him dead," Field declared, crushing the remaining half of his cigar onto the Punisher's photograph with a forceful twist. "All right, let us proceed." With that, the group prepared to depart, eager to swiftly enact their plan for survival. However, at that moment, the sudden sound of gunfire erupted. "What is happening? The Punisher! The Punisher is here!" A gang member hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "The Punisher dares to come here." Bruno, seething with rage after being coerced into relinquishing half of his business, commanded, "Gather the men and eliminate him at once." Does he truly believe that the Hades family is a soft target? In no time, over 60 trained gang members, including former special forces from Mexico and mercenaries, rushed to provide support. This was one of the Hades family's most formidable forces. They believed that 60 seasoned military personnel, armed with an array of assault rifles, grenades, and even rocket launchers, were more than sufficient for a small-scale battle against the Punisher, underestimating the gravity of what lay ahead. Frank swiftly dispatched a patrolling guard and advanced into the inner courtyard. Upon entering, a hail of bullets greeted him. Luckily, Frank's reflexes were lightning fast, allowing him to narrowly evade the onslaught. He immediately lobbed 2 grenades into the fray and, taking advantage of the ensuing chaos, charged forward without a hint of fear amidst the crossfire. 12 o'clock, crossfire. Someone shouted. This is bad. He is too fast. After infusing himself with the werewolf blood serum, Frank's physical prowess had undergone a profound transformation. The reactions of ordinary humans were no match for him, and he tore through an ambush of 12 with ease. In rapid succession, he dispatched the two closest foes, then seized one of their lifeless bodies to use as a shield, forcing his way deeper into enemy lines. Bullets penetrated the corpse and struck Frank, inflicting only slight discomfort. The embedded projectiles dislodged themselves with a mere twitch. With each breath, Frank's wounds rapidly healed. Before others could fully comprehend the situation, he surged forward, wielding an Uzi in one hand and the corpse in the other. The weight of the body, over 200 pounds, felt as light as a feather in his grasp, and soon, he annihilated the entire squad. The bullets from assault rifles and submachine guns posed negligible threat to him, and even grenades proved ineffective. Frank's speed was unparalleled. Before anyone could throw a grenade, he had already closed the distance, leaving several combat teams in disarray. The onlookers' expressions darkened with dread. What manner of monster is this creature? He must have sold his soul to the devil. Silence. This is a military super soldier. Quickly use explosives to annihilate him. Though information about super soldiers was scarce, the legacy of Captain America from World War II was well known, especially given the plethora of films depicting him over the decades. Even the official narrative acknowledged Captain America as a super soldier. Upon witnessing the Punisher's might, Field decided against further resistance. Amidst the chaos, he made his way to a secret passage, shielded by his loyal bodyguards, fully aware of the true power of a super soldier. You! Bruno exclaimed, as Frank suddenly recognized a familiar figure, the very man responsible for the deaths of his wife and daughter. Upon seeing Bruno, Frank let out a furious roar, seizing a lifeless body and hurling it away. In a swift motion, he surged forward. As the Punisher approached, Bruno was gripped by fear and dared not linger. He turned to flee, yet his speed paled in comparison to that of the Punisher. Before he could take more than a few steps, the Punisher caught up to him with a firm grasp. Punisher, it was not I who killed your wife and daughter. I merely followed orders. Who was it? I will reveal the name if you swear not to kill me, Bruno exclaimed in haste. Speak. Frank's eyes burned with fury as he clutched Bruno's throat. It was Jean Bing. It was Jean Bing. Chapter 31. Frank, who is Jean? I do not recognize him. Why would he do this? Frank exclaimed, his eyes bloodshot. Because you refused to take the money, Bruno replied nervously. Tell me everything you know, and I shall spare you, Frank demanded. Bruno hastily replied, your superior at the FBI said that you were jeopardizing our revenue stream and refused to accept payments. To prevent any complications, he contacted us to eliminate you. Ah! Frank roared, slamming his fist into the adjacent wall, creating a gaping hole. Bruno, terrified, felt his legs weaken and pleaded, I have told you everything. I beg you, spare me. Spare you? Frank retorted. Upon realizing he had narrowly escaped death, Bruno felt a momentary relief, only to be seized by Frank, who used him as a human shield as he charged forward. In that instant, a barrage of gunfire erupted, leaving Bruno riddled with bullets. Bruno muttered, you promised to forgive me. Forgiveness is the domain of the divine. I am merely responsible for escorting you to meet him, Frank coldly replied. Moreover, it is your own people who seek your demise. With that, Frank hurled the lifeless body aside and drew a submachine gun, unleashing a hail of bullets. Meanwhile, Field, under the protection of his bodyguards, traversed a hidden passageway to an exit, only to discover upon arrival that they had inexplicably returned to their original location. The group, undeterred, searched desperately for an escape, but no matter the direction they chose, they invariably ended up back where they started. As Richard prepared to take action, he cast an illusionary barrier around the villa, rendering their escape impossible. With the veil of illusion in place, the events transpiring within would remain concealed from the outside world. Observing the group return to their starting point once more, Richard gestured to restrain them and approached Field, inquiring, who instructed you to target me? My lord, we do not know who you are. You must be mistaken. Field cautiously replied. Do not recognize me? Richard chuckled, then continued. Surely you are acquainted with Tears of the Elf? Why yes, I am aware. Field managed a strained smile. Then might you divulge the details? It is the ferret family. They also produce cosmetics. The Tears of the Elf have adversely affected their profits, prompting them to offer $30 million for us to steal your formula and destroy your factory. Field hastily confessed. Excellent. I appreciate cooperative individuals. Richard nodded, then proceeded to perform a soul extraction, forcibly accessing his memories. Moments later, Richard discovered the information he sought. The old man is quite affluent, he noted, quickly uncovering a staggering $200 million in cash stored in a Swiss bank. Consider this sum a compensation for the damage to my factory. I am grateful for nature's bounty. Richard summoned several fireballs with a wave of his hand, bringing an end to their nefarious existence, leaving behind only a trace of dust as evidence of their former presence. Subsequently, using Field's telephone, he contacted a Swiss bank, successfully passing through 3 layers of coded phrases to transfer $200 million. Meanwhile, Frank completed the cleanup operation, ensuring that all key members of the Hades gang were eliminated. Next, Richard meticulously cleared out the valuables from the villa. Despite now being a billionaire, he maintained the virtue of frugality, thoroughly scouring the premises before departing quietly. It must be noted that the Hades gang was quite affluent. Much of their wealth was derived from illicit activities, resulting in a substantial amount of cash stored within. Richard once again reaped a fortune of tens of millions. After a grueling day and night, he had finally garnered some reward to soothe his wounded spirit. As for the Ferlet family, he intended to find the time to discuss matters with them. Generally, Richard was amicable and held no grudges, a fact well known throughout the Motella world. Typically, he avenged any grievances on the spot if possible. If not, he would wait until he possessed sufficient strength to retaliate. The situation surrounding the Hades family was discovered a day after Richard and Frank's departure, sending shockwaves through New York's underground world. It is worth noting that the Hades gang was among the most formidable underlings of Golden, yet they had been silently eradicated. This incident was promptly taken over by a specialized department. In the grand hall of the Hades gang's headquarters, a one-eyed man in a suit inquired, with all core members of the Hades gang dead, send someone to reclaim their assets, sell off their properties across various locations, and investigate the hidden caches in the banks held by their leaders. Ensure that every last penny is transferred to our account. Damn it, after submitting so many reports, each time the funding has been miserly, and we are expected to generate our own revenue. Boss, this is the entirety of the Hades gang's assets. Soon, an agent handed a file to the one-eyed man. What the hell? How can it be only 40 million, including those properties? Boss, we discovered that Field had 200 million deposited in a Swiss bank. Then what are we waiting for? Transfer it immediately. However, upon inquiry, we learned that the money was transferred just a day prior. Damn it, the one-eyed man exclaimed in frustration. That is my money. Is there any way to trace who transferred it? The agent wiped his brow and replied, apologies, but that sum has been moved through numerous offshore banks over a dozen times, ultimately scattered across over 200 accounts before being transferred again. We currently cannot ascertain the whereabouts of this money. Damn it, the one-eyed man seethed. These wretched bankers ought to be hanged. All banks should be under the oversight of the Lighthouse Nation. Having dealt with the Hades gang, Richard returned to the estate, where the factory resumed operations after a day of rest. As for the Punisher, Frank, Richard granted him a brief respite to validate certain matters. In years past, Frank was a member of the FBI system, and he felt compelled to consult his former superior to ascertain whether Bruno had spoken falsely. However, Frank harbored a suspicion that Bruno's claims were likely to be true. He was well acquainted with his previous superior's mannerisms, and in the realm of the FBI, indeed throughout the entire nation, such matters had a high probability of veracity. After all, they had not hesitated to suppress war veterans with tanks or betray frontline agents. Thus, the circumstances surrounding him were hardly extraordinary. To those in positions of power, he was merely an inconsequential figure. After acquiring a substantial sum of money, Richard did not retain the funds but swiftly allocated them towards the procurement of various supplies, as he intended to transform the estate into a wizard's tower. Chapter 32. The Mage Tower. The annihilation of the Hades gang sent shockwaves through the community. A formidable criminal organization that had dominated New York for over 2 decades was obliterated overnight, leaving many in disbelief. The revelation that their downfall was precipitated by an attack on the tiers of the Elves Company was met with skepticism. However, the Punisher's declaration left no room for doubt. In an instant, the various factions that had been contemplating actions against tiers of the Elves retreated, for while the company was profitable, it paled in comparison to other lucrative enterprises. With newfound wealth, Richard resolved to upgrade his estate, transforming it into a mage tower. His current residence, predominantly wooden and only 2.5 stories tall, felt rather cramped for his aspirations. He envisioned a 5-story structure, leaving room for future enhancements, considering he was capable of constructing a floating city. The new edifice would employ reinforced concrete and various metals. Rather than hiring a construction crew, Richard intended to utilize skeletal minions for the labor. Since employing the undead, he had discovered their remarkable efficiency, which explained the interest many arcanists held in necromancy. Were it not for the specialized skills required, skeletons could easily replace a significant portion of the workforce. Indeed, in factories akin to those on Earth, skeletons would prove more than competent. If capitalists could harness their potential, they would experience no moral qualms. Richard meticulously scoured the cemeteries of New York, acquiring dozens of robust skeletons, which he then resurrected using the skeletal revival spell. Fortuitously, many of these skeletons possessed backgrounds in construction, making them ideally suited for the task at hand. He procured a vast array of building materials for the Mage Tower, and the original villa was swiftly dismantled, leaving only the elemental energy array in the basement. In the esteemed Arcane Council, constructing a Mage Tower also involves the use of substitutes for concrete, alongside a plethora of magical crystals, obsidian, and steel. Wealthy arcanists often cast an extensive hardening enchantment on their towers. This spell, a staple among practitioners of the arcane arts, is widely utilized and serves as a primary means for many novice mages to generate income. The hardening enchantment can transform ordinary wood into materials comparable to steel. A mage tower constructed to standard specifications, when fully enchanted, can withstand spells of up to the 7th tier without any damage. Moreover, the hardening enchantment is essential for the foundational enchantments of floating cities. According to construction standards for such cities, they must endure assaults from 9th tier spells, remaining undamaged even amidst interdimensional and meteorite impacts. A standard application of the hardening enchantment can cover an area of 10 square meters, whether on the ground or walls. For those masters of enchanting with proficiency in the hardening spell, they can enchant thousands of square meters in a single casting. The fusion of the hardening spell is remarkably high, capable of enchanting almost any object, even living beings, though the consequences are borne solely by the practitioner. When teaching the hardening enchantment at the Mage Academy, instructors solemnly advise all apprentice mages on the first day to exercise caution when enchanting living creatures, particularly with the hardening spell. This spell is classified as a permanent enchantment, which can only be dispelled through a ritual specifically designed for such purposes. In the textbook A New Compendium of Motella Spell Enchantments, Wisdom's Light Edition, there is a clear enumeration of the mishaps resulting from the uncontrolled application of the hardening spell. During the 7th elemental era, a mage, while engaged in pleasant discourse with a succubus, inadvertently performed a hardening enchantment on his lower extremities, resulting in amputation. Of course, for a high-ranking mage, amputation is not a grave matter. The use of clone magic to create an identical body provides a perfect remedy. However, lower-tier mages cannot afford the cost of cloning magic. The book also presents an alternative method for those mages with such intentions, suggesting the use of the enlarged spell in conjunction with the grease spell for enhanced effect. To bolster the enthusiasm of apprentice mages for learning magic, the Academy of Wisdom published an extracurricular reading titled The Pink Hand. This book meticulously details tentacle and palm spells from the 0th to the 9th ring, covering various applications from the mage's hand and tentacle binds to the 9th ring's rune hand and group shadow touch. It is said that the book sold out immediately upon its release. These 2 categories of spells inflict additional damage to female creatures, although they may also provoke adversaries. For an extended period, both male and female mages became proficient in these 2 spell types. In the world of Motella, mages typically utilize the mud to stone spell to construct various edifices. Upon completion, they enhance the structures with the hardening spell. This method allows for rapid construction. Richard employed the same technique for his mage tower. After pouring concrete, he directly used the mud to stone spell to harden it, followed by the application of the hardening spell to the concrete. Consequently, the construction of the mage tower progressed at an astonishing pace. A multitude of skeletons served as laborers, alleviating Richard's concerns about manpower shortages, while various mechanical devices enabled continuous work. Concepts like the 8-hour workday or 996 schedules pale in comparison. The skeletons could labor year-round, tirelessly for 24 hours a day. However, the only unfortunate soul in this endeavor was Richard, as the construction of the mage tower necessitated the installation of various energy circuits, which required a significant amount of enchanted crystals and the engraving of numerous magical runes. These tasks were beyond the capabilities of the skeletons, and lacking apprentice mages, Richard found himself shouldering this burden alone. He lamented, "Next time, I must recruit several apprentice mages to assist with this." A multitude of skeletons operated extensive engineering machinery, transforming what was originally a 500 square meter estate into a vastly expanded domain. The foundation boasted a diameter of 120 meters and a depth of 20 meters, with walls measuring 1.5 meters thick. Such a foundation could easily support the construction of a 30-story building. The construction of the Wizard's Tower will be divided into 3 phases. The initial phase encompasses the 5 lower levels, including 2 subterranean floors. The second phase involves the upper 4 levels, along with the comprehensive enchantment processes and energy conduits, as well as the tower's insignia and the Arcane Annihilation Projector, commonly referred to as the Magic Crystal Cannon. The final phase will include the Elemental Pool and the Floating Ring, transforming the Mage Tower into an aerial structure. The first phase presents the least difficulty, as, despite the substantial workload, it primarily consists of civil engineering, aided by numerous skeletons and machinery. Richard anticipates that the first phase will take 3 months. The first month will be dedicated to erecting the main structure, while the subsequent 2 months will focus on the installation of various facilities and the construction of the rune arrays within. Chapter 33. The Wizard's Tower, 2. The demise of the Hades gang has rendered those who once coveted the tears of the elves increasingly cautious. Subsequently, the demand for the tears has surged, with an ever-growing number of individuals becoming aware of its remarkable effects. The elven light has also gained immense popularity. It can be said that the sales of the tears of the elves have resulted in queues extending 3 months into the future. Were it not for Richard's stipulation that pre-sales are limited to 3 months, the waiting period could easily stretch to half a year or even a year. Currently, the limiting factor in profiting from the tears of the elves lies not in sales, but in production capacity. To enhance output, Richard must expand the botanical garden, which can only occur once his strength has sufficiently recovered. During this period, Richard has been exceedingly busy, casting the hardening spell and the mud to stone spell dozens of times a day, while also finding time to engage in friendly matches with Kazerwai. Throughout this time, the little sprite has likely consumed an abundance of Richard's high-quality life essence, leading to an enhancement in her abilities. The most notable change is the awakening of her mental prowess. As a transcendent being, the sprite possesses innate spellcasting abilities, more accurately described as spell-like capabilities. The sprite's magic leans heavily towards illusion, yet upon reaching legendary status, she may awaken a death domain spell known as the Wail of the Banshee. However, not all sprites will awaken this ability. Only a select few possess the potential. Even in the world of Motera, legendary sprites that have awakened the Wail of the Banshee are exceedingly rare. Those sprites endowed with this ability are regarded as posing a danger comparable to that of divine aberrations within the highest arcane council. The Wail of the Banshee is an expansive spell that compels all enemies within its radius to undergo a life force extraction and consciousness assessment. Should they fail the assessment or possess insufficient life force, they will perish instantly. Kazerwai has now awakened the abilities of the Banshee's touch and an illusion spell. Observing her burgeoning magical prowess brings Richard great joy, prompting him to personally instruct her in meditation and spellcasting. Yet, the following month resembled a parent assisting with homework, nearly driving him to distraction. Over the span of 30 days, they altered the meditation technique 3 times, and astonishingly, Kazerwai failed to complete a single meditation successfully, let alone cast a spell. Throughout this entire month, she did not master even the most fundamental of magical tricks. However, it was not devoid of gains. At the very least, they managed to learn some of the special postures documented in the Pink Book and practice them with fervor, developing a remarkable synergy. Whenever he stood, she instinctively knew to kneel. When he lay down, she understood to crouch. Though they found little success in meditation and spellcasting, Kazerwai honed her innate spell to great proficiency. Her illusions differ significantly from those of traditional mages. While she may create various forms that are riddled with flaws, when it comes to conjuring the image of a woman, she achieves an extraordinary level of realism, engaging all senses to such an extent that it is nearly indistinguishable from reality, at least for ordinary humans. In simpler terms, she could transform a sow into a stunning beauty in your eyes, and then frolic with that very sow. Moreover, she can employ her illusions for disguise, enabling her to assume the appearance of anyone she chooses. Richard can indulge in the exhilarating experience of having countless girlfriends, which merits a 5-star review. Although he has relinquished the task of teaching Kesavi the arcane arts, he still encourages her to diligently practice meditation and acquire various spellcasting knowledge each day. In the absence of innate talent, one must rely on perseverance. Concurrently, practicing meditation proves beneficial for her mastery over her inherent powers. The construction of the Mage Tower proceeds smoothly as Richard expands the elemental array's scope, connecting to a greater number of ley line nodes, thereby establishing a ley line network within this region. As long as the world persists, it fundamentally possesses a ley line network, with ley line energy circulating to sustain the vitality of existence. Upon investigation, the Arcanists have discerned the significance of this ley line network, leading to a more systematic establishment of such networks, which invigorates elemental energy within specific areas. Richard's expansion of the elemental vitality zone aims to furnish a greater supply of elemental energy. Once the Mage Tower is completed, the demand for elemental energy will also increase. Currently, his capabilities do not suffice to construct an elemental reservoir, and he must resort to a smaller energy pool as a temporary substitute. This diminutive energy pool primarily harnesses ley line energy, efficiently gathering it through an optimized ley line network. Most often, over 95% of ley line energy within the world remains dormant. Wizards extract this energy via the energy network and subsequently simulate energetic fluctuations within the energy pool, thereby enlivening the elemental energy in the vicinity. The ley line energy conversion rate within the energy pool ranges from 15 to 30. Exceeding this threshold is technically feasible, yet excessive extraction of ley line energy can lead to environmental degradation, a practice strictly prohibited by the Supreme Arcane Council. The majority of the energy within the energy pool is devoted to maintaining the integrity of the ley line network. In the arcane history of Moterra, energy pools were swiftly supplanted by elemental reservoirs, with energy pools ultimately evolving into facilities dedicated to the upkeep of ley line networks. Richard crafts numerous high-quality natural crystals into magical energy crystals, which he then begins to lay within the Mage Tower and the ley lines. Upon the completion of the ley line energy network and the construction of the energy pool, Richard's botanical garden shall continue to flourish. In the basement, Richard is constructing the energy pool, the entirety of which is based on marble, with its surface adorned in a layer of silverite, followed by a comprehensive application of hardening spells. Subsequently, various magical runes are intricately engraved upon its inner walls, necessitating the inclusion of numerous magical gemstones. It can be asserted that within the initial phase of the Mage Tower project, this energy pool embodies the highest technical sophistication. The construction methodology of the energy pool bears an 80 resemblance to that of the elemental reservoir. The critical distinction lies in the fact that the elemental reservoir requires connectivity to the 4 elemental planes, whereas the energy pool does not. As the elemental reservoir is linked to the 4 elemental planes, its energy is more abundant and seemingly inexhaustible. However, while theoretically inexhaustible, this entails complications related to the passages leading to the elemental planes. Should the openings to these planes be overly expansive, it may attract the attention of elemental beings, with a certain likelihood of drawing forth elemental elders or titans, thus establishing regulatory constraints on the elemental conduits is customary. This led to the realization that the energy output of the elemental pool is inherently limited. Once this threshold is surpassed, one must patiently await its gradual restoration. For a time, the scale of the elemental pools expanded significantly, giving rise to the phenomenon of supermassive elemental pools. However, these supermassive pools were soon abandoned, primarily due to their instability and susceptibility to destruction, as any explosion would result in a catastrophic disaster. The silvery liquid, shimmering with the brilliance of stars, swiftly merged into the inner walls of the energy pool in Richard's hands. Wherever it flowed, the marble's interior transformed into a lustrous, silvery hue, smooth and even. After a full week of dedicated effort, the energy pool was finally completed. Chapter 34. The Tower of Mages, 3. Time slipped by unnoticed, and after a span of 3 months, the first phase of the Mage Tower was entirely completed. The original 2-story villa had transformed into a towering edifice rising 35 meters high. The intricate runic arrays had been meticulously constructed, and the hardening enchantments were fully applied. The system began scanning the entire tower. Scanning in progress. Scan complete. Current attributes of the tower: height, 35. 7 meters. Diameter, 120 meters. Structure: reinforced concrete. Enchantments: hardening, elemental realm, ancillary structures, energy pool, ley line energy network, botanical garden, laboratory, ecological cultivation chamber. Magical traps: 12 defensive arrays, earth elemental barrier, muggle dispelling charm, wind spirit mirage. Guardians, elite skeletons 35. Energy reserves: 20, 0, 0, 0, 100, 0, 0, 0. Challenge level 8. The challenge level indicates that only a party of adventurers at level 8 stands a chance of overcoming it. Richard examined the system's assessment and could not help but smirk. Without a tower spirit guardian or a golem army, the tower's defensive capabilities were lamentably weak. Any moderately competent adventurer team could easily conquer it. This was an unavoidable circumstance, for a tower spirit was a legendary magical construct that Richard currently lacked the ability to create. Additionally, crafting a tower spirit required a legendary soul crystal, an item that was predominantly found in the realms of Hell and the Abyss. High-quality soul crystals were exceedingly precious, regardless of their origin. Fortunately, the extraordinary forces in this world were not overly abundant, alleviating immediate concerns regarding the tower's security. During this period, Richard had resurrected hundreds of skeletal undead, among which those with commendable soul qualities had been promoted to elite skeletons, while the remainder remained ordinary skeletons. He intended to utilize these skeletons as laborers for his factory. Within the Arcane Council Alliance, numerous arcanists employed undead as a labor force. However, the appearance of the undead often incited panic. To address this, a technique known as flesh activation was developed. This involved cloaking the skeletons in a layer of flesh, allowing them to undertake work while appearing more human-like. This layer had no adverse effects on the skeletons themselves. Richard selected several skeletons to bestow the flesh activation spell upon, subsequently directing them to commence their duties at the factory. In addition to these skeletal workers, he began preparations to create some puppet golems. While skeletons were useful, their effectiveness as guardians was insufficient, and their necromantic aura could adversely affect sensitive areas. In the Arcane Council Alliance, the development of construct golems was flourishing, with the most economically viable options being the flesh puppets crafted by necromancers. These golems, constructed from numerous corpses, were low-cost but were favored only by liches. The traditional hierarchy of golems ranged from clay golems, rock golems, iron golems, to the legendary diamond golems, fine gold golems, and mithril golems. Additionally, there existed many other high-tier golems, such as demon slayers, arcane sentinels, devastators, magical constructs, and neutron star golems. The construction cost of these golems is exceedingly high. Generally speaking, possessing a legion of iron golems signifies immense strength. The standard configuration for a floating city includes both iron golems and rock golems. Richard intends to bypass the creation of clay and rock golems, opting instead to forge iron golems directly. Although the Arcane Council Alliance possesses advanced smelting techniques and a commendable iron output, it pales in comparison to the steel production of this era. Particularly, the Red Dragon across the Pacific boasts a steel output that utterly dwarfs that of the highest Arcane Council. The availability of abundant, inexpensive steel significantly reduces the cost of iron golems. Coupled with various convenient resources, Richard finds himself with ample funds to construct a battalion of iron golems. Moreover, the materials for these golems could even be upgraded to titanium alloy. While utilizing titanium alloy as the primary material would substantially increase costs, it would also greatly enhance the strength of the iron golems. Should he acquire the unique metals of this world, such as vibranium or the forging artifacts of Asgard, Richard even contemplates the construction of advanced golems like the Demon Slayer or Neutron Star Golem. He estimates that such constructs could potentially reach a challenge level exceeding 30, a threshold tantamount to demigod status. Meanwhile, as Richard busies himself with the construction of a mage tower, New York is far from tranquil. The military has long since revived the super soldier program and collaborated with major corporations to research super soldiers, aiming to recreate Captain America. However, this path has been fraught with difficulties from the outset, as the data on the super soldier serum left from years past is lacking critical components, resulting in either unsuccessful attempts or subjects exhibiting severe side effects. After witnessing substantial investments in dollars yield no corresponding results, the military's patience is nearing its limit, leading to incessant demands for outcomes from the laboratories. Oscorp faces immense pressure. Norman seeks to present their developed human enhancement serum, yet several researchers express dissent, citing numerous unresolved issues with the serum. Months ago, Norman procured a vial of a life serum along with a specimen of a werewolf corpse. Upon encountering this legendary creature, he was greatly astonished and subsequently extracted the werewolf's cellular DNA from the specimen, combining it with the life serum to enhance the human enhancement serum. The experiment proved remarkably successful, resulting in a quantum leap in the serum's enhancement capabilities, much to everyone's astonishment. However, they soon discovered that the injected lab mice became bloodthirsty and uncontrollable. Consequently, they were compelled to continue researching methods to maintain the mice's rationality. On another front, Norman realized that while the life serum could augment vitality, it did not cure the hereditary afflictions plaguing his family. He was left to place his hopes on the human enhancement serum. In pursuit of additional funding and to placate the shareholders, he began monetizing certain biological experiments and recruiting intern researchers from universities to reduce costs. However, these actions cannot swiftly resolve the issues plaguing Osborne Industries, unless they succeed in developing mature biopharmaceuticals. As for the traditional arms trade, they have been nearly ousted from this realm by several other arms giants, particularly in the lucrative high-end weapon manufacturing sector, which is almost entirely monopolized by Stark Industries. The products offered by these companies pale in comparison to those of Stark Industries. The individual soldier weapon system meticulously crafted by Osborne Industries is deemed by the military as an extravagant toy, ostentatious yet impractical. Should the human enhancement agents fail, Osborne Industries may face imminent bankruptcy. In a desperate bid to secure funding, Norman is even contemplating concealing data to apply for human clinical trials. Chapter 35. Healing wounds. Norman Osborn's human experimentation did not pass, which left him incensed. Although Oscorp was a substantial enterprise, it paled in comparison to the medical giants that overshadowed it. Moreover, there were others keenly interested in Oscorp, who would naturally not allow it any opportunity to extricate itself from its predicament. With the failure to obtain approval for human trials, Oscorp's human enhancement serum could only continue to be tested on laboratory mice. Meanwhile, the affluent individuals who had originally procured the life serum from Richard had established laboratories of their own, embarking on their own research into the life serum. Some of these magnates even sought out witches, offering their support for the concoction of potions. Of course, these sorceresses possessed varying degrees of unique abilities. After all, these wealthy patrons were no innocents, and any charlatans among them faced dire consequences. As for what these individuals ultimately succeeded in creating, that remained a mystery. The newly constructed Mage Tower consisted of 5 levels. The first floor served as a reception area, the second as a lounge, the third housed a magical prison, the fourth contained laboratories, and the fifth was a meditation room. The basement was allocated for storage, while the second subterranean level featured an energy pool, serving as the energy nexus for the entire Mage Tower. In the second basement of the Mage Tower, the newly constructed energy pool had finally filled with energy after several days, the pale blue elemental water gently rippling, resembling a true lake. After verifying the integrity of the elemental water, Richard withdrew his staff and began preparing his incantations. This time, he intended to harness the elemental water to mend his injuries. Restoring his wounds would ordinarily require numerous high-tier potions, which were notoriously difficult to cultivate. Thus, he resorted to an alternative method, forcefully activating his body's natural healing capabilities with abundant elemental energy. In that instant, a vast reservoir of elemental energy surged forth, elevating Richard into the air. Runes materialized and rapidly coalesced into a colossal elemental magic array. Super magic technique, spell maximization, restoration, elemental tide. Elemental energy was swiftly consumed, and an energy storm erupted within the confines of the basement, with Richard positioned at its epicenter. Transmuted arcane energy flowed into his body, with every drop of blood and each cell greedily inhaling this copious energy. Dragons, being high-level elemental beings, were inherently suited to environments rich in magic. However, due to environmental changes, they had sealed off certain abilities for survival. According to the tomes of the Arcane Council, the strength of dragons was ever-evolving. During the Elemental Tide epoch, even white dragons possessed formidable magical prowess. Yet, following a period of elemental dormancy, even the red dragons, among the chromatic dragons, had nearly lost their spellcasting abilities. This alteration in capability was a response by dragons to adapt to their surroundings. Whenever a dragon entered the astral realm or an area rich in elemental energy, they would gradually regain their former powers. This phenomenon explained the absence of powerful titans in many realms, while dragons continued to flourish and propagate. Through this lineage regression, dragons ensured their survival. Once the environment changed, they would once again reclaim their might. Years ago, Richard merged with the bloodline of a dragon, endowing him with remarkable characteristics. In moments of abundant energy, the latent power within his veins could awaken. Countless streams of energy flowed into his body, continuously mending his injuries, while the essence of the dragon's lineage was also activated. It is worth noting that his dragon blood was bestowed upon him as a reward for aiding an ancient time dragon in suppressing a divine aberration. Golden runes ascended from his being, and soon, Richard became one with them. These runes penetrated his bloodline, representing one of the highest achievements of the Arcane Council, known as the Runes of Legacy. The Runes of Legacy are knowledge inherited by arcanists from golden scrolls, refined and developed through relentless study and innovation. From the initial magical sigils, to the subsequent alchemical marks, and ultimately the Runes of Legacy, each evolution marked a significant qualitative leap. The Runes of Legacy also gave rise to other entities, such as rune stones, which possess inherent power when singular but unleash formidable strength when combined. Richard had inscribed the Runes of Legacy upon his bloodline using his soul's energy and divine force, treating it as his trump card. This was also the key to his survival amidst the tempest of time and space. As a vast influx of vibrant energy surged within him, the Runes of Legacy began to mend themselves gradually, revitalizing Richard's body and rejuvenating his spirit. Meanwhile, in the underground chamber, the once plentiful elemental energy began to deplete rapidly. Within mere minutes, the accumulated elemental energy was reduced by more than half, while the Runes of Legacy transformed from a nearly collapsed shadow into a more substantial form. With a gentle wave of his hand, Richard concluded this restoration. As the magical array dissipated, what had once been a pool brimming with elemental water was reduced to less than 1/5. Richard sensed the abundance of energy coursing through his body, feeling as though he possessed limitless strength, as if he had shed his shackles in that very moment. However, he was acutely aware that this was merely an illusion. System: scan my body. Name: Richard. Race: human, dragon bloodline, divine bloodline. Alignment: lawful neutral class. Grand Arcanist, Astral Mage, Sorcerer King, Divine Warlock, Scholar, City Lord. Attributes: Strength 21, Agility 17, Constitution 22, Intelligence 28, Perception 20, Charisma 20, Divine 5, Source C depleted, Soul wounded. Following this restoration, his bodily injuries were completely healed, and his magical power returned to normal. Only the wounds on his Source C and Soul remained unhealed. Besides these, the various enhancements from spells previously cast upon him had diminished, necessitating that he invest time to reapply them. The recovery is commendable. I have nearly regained the spellcasting capabilities of a 13th level practitioner. Due to the conditions of his Source C and Soul, Richard's magical abilities were significantly suppressed. Otherwise, with his current attributes, he would be akin to a fusion of a 21st level legendary mage and a 21st level dragon blood sorcerer. Despite his spellcasting abilities being restored only to the 13th level, the array of supernal techniques and arcane specialties he had mastered allowed his true power to far exceed that of a mere 13th level practitioner. After all, the distinction between a mage endowed with extraordinary expertise and one devoid of such prowess is profoundly significant. A quintessential illustration would be the ability to cast high-level spells instantaneously. A mage possessing this feat can effortlessly unleash potent incantations, while one lacking this specialization must adhere to the tedious process of articulating the spell, often finding themselves outpaced by their adversaries who have already launched several spells before they can even complete their incantation. The overwhelming influx of arcane energy inundated Richard's body, leaving him feeling excessively burdened, necessitating a period for his body to naturally expend this excess energy. To expedite the consumption of this energy, it is only logical to engage in physical exertion. The squandering of energy is indeed a source of shame, prompting Richard to summon the petite succubus, Katrina, to partake in exercise alongside him. The energy radiating and bursting forth from his form was perfectly suited for the diminutive succubus to absorb. Furthermore, given his current physical prowess, an ordinary human would be incapable of withstanding his force. Only beings such as succubi, draconic sorcerers, and enchantresses could endure such an impact. Chapter 36. Enchanted Flora. Following an exhilarating battle, Richard resumed his work. Although he could not expand the area of the botanical garden at present, he resolved to cultivate enchanted plants on the land surrounding the Mage Tower. After the expansion, the range of the ley line magic array had multiplied several times, enveloping the elemental realm to encompass the entire vicinity of the Mage Tower. Thanks to the hereditary talents coursing through Richard's veins, he harbored a preference for cultivating enchanted plants over mere lawns. To bolster the outer defenses of the Mage Tower, he planned to plant various enchanted flora at the edge of the magic array. The enchanted plants Richard currently possessed were the result of decades of meticulous induction in his laboratory, primarily cultivated for healing injuries and generating profit, none suitable for defensive purposes. Thus, he needed to initiate a new cycle of seed induction and mutation. Numerous varieties of enchanted plants were ideal for defensive guardianship, among which the bloody thorn and the carnivorous flower were the most prevalent. The bloody thorn could grow into a thorny thicket resembling a wall, attacking anyone or anything attempting to cross it. It would ensnare its victims and rapidly siphon their blood, capable of draining an adult's blood within a minute, subsequently burying the corpse in its roots for nourishment. The carnivorous flower, on the other hand, would swallow both humans and animals whole, its potent digestive fluids capable of corroding even steel. However, these enchanted plants possessed more than these capabilities. After consuming a sufficient number of prey, they would bear fruit, the fruits of the bloody thorn and the carnivorous flower. Each of these fruits contained a potent vitality, usable in crafting restorative potions or extending a mortal's life by approximately 5 years, limited to a single use. Richard did not intend to position these perilous enchanted plants at the outermost perimeter. Instead, he planned to deploy enchanted mandrakes and pea shooters. The enchanted mandrake emitted a fragrance that induced hallucinations or unconsciousness in beings, while the pea shooter was a hybrid of several plants he had cultivated, capable of firing projectiles with force equivalent to half that of a handgun, and both varieties were relatively easy to nurture. Of course, he would also cultivate bloody thorns and carnivorous flowers, and he prepared to breed bomb trees. This particular species, native to tropical rainforests, bore explosive fruits that, once cultivated, could be hurled as bomb projectiles, releasing toxic gas upon detonation. The bloody thorns and carnivorous flowers would be planted in the second layer of defense, while the outermost circle would feature enchanted mandrakes and enchanted vines, with bomb trees and pea shooters nestled behind the bloody thorns and carnivorous flowers. In addition to these defensive enchanted plants, Richard filled the remaining areas with a plethora of enchanted flora, all serving as raw materials for crafting the Elven Tier's skincare products. Indeed, the illustrious Archmage, master of the light of wisdom, and astral wanderer, Richard ultimately succumbed to the allure of wealth, transforming the revitalized elemental realm into a thriving habitat for these raw material enchanted plants. Richard's estate, having been reacquired, now spans an impressive 5 acres. Aside from the Mage Tower and several defensive magical plants, the remaining land is wholly dedicated to cultivating the raw materials for the elusive tears of the elves. The yield of this precious substance has surged by 1/6, yet despite this increase, the skincare products derived from tears of the elves remain perpetually in high demand. After spending several days perfecting the surroundings of the Mage Tower, Richard conducted another thorough scan with the system. As anticipated, the challenge level of the Mage Tower has ascended to level 10. To further elevate this challenge level, the creation of tower spirits and steel golems is required. However, both endeavors necessitate the acquisition of soul crystals. The tower spirits are advanced constructs that demand at least legendary-grade soul crystals, while the steel golems require intermediate soul crystals. Ordinary individuals, upon their demise, can only yield small fragments of soul crystals. Only those of formidable strength or those who possess a powerful faith may coalesce into higher-grade soul crystals. Within the world of Moterra, arcane practitioners often seek higher-grade soul crystals in the lower planes or the realm of the undead, with the primary material plane yielding such crystals only through the faithful of the deities. However, according to the covenant established between the Supreme Arcane Council and the deities, no arcane practitioner is permitted to usurp the souls of the faithful. Richard had long coveted these higher-grade soul crystals, but the deities maintained strict vigilance over this matter. The most devout followers, upon death, are greeted by emissaries from other realms, leaving no opportunity for others to intervene. The relationship between the faithful and the divine is fundamental. Thus, arcane practitioners, despite their yearning, must seek soul crystals in the lower planes. For those with sufficient confidence, vanquishing a lich can yield at least one legendary-grade soul crystal. Yet, Richard currently resides in Blue Star, a place devoid of any deities, where even the Almighty has not been seen for centuries. Angels are a rare spectacle as well. During this time, he has amassed a wealth of information regarding demon hunters. If it were not for the closure of heaven's gates, the Holy See would not have diminished its power. It is essential to recognize that during the Middle Ages, the Church was not only preoccupied with suppressing werewolves, vampires, demons, and devils, but also targeted witches, wizards, and druids as heretics. It was only after the decline of the Church's power that they ceased their pursuit of witches, wizards, and druids, shifting their support to demon hunters instead. In the absence of the Church and heaven's reaping, all high-grade soul crystals in this world now belong to him. Although the past 2 centuries have witnessed an explosion of technology, resulting in a marked decrease in devout believers compared to the Middle Ages, the sheer population of over 6 billion ensures that even a small proportion of the faithful yields an astonishing figure. Moreover, Richard has received word from witches regarding a formidable entity known as the Spectral Knight, a fearsome skeletal warrior engulfed in flames. Upon receiving this news, Richard understood that the souls of these malevolent knights were at least of the high-grade soul crystal caliber, and they might even be legendary. In addition to the malevolent knights, Richard recalled from his previous life the Sanctum of Gonsack contract, which contained a total of 3,000 devout believer souls. These souls, having fallen due to their dealings with demons, had undoubtedly endured immense suffering. Souls that had undergone such torment were predominantly high-grade soul crystals. With 3,000 of them, Richard could establish several legions of iron golems. Upon learning this, his desire for the Sanctum of Gonsack contract became utterly resolute. Chapter 37. The Soul Crystal of St. Gonzas contract is an agreement forged between the residents of the town of Gonzas and the devil Mephisto. Once, the inhabitants of this quaint town were devout Catholics, steadfast in their faith in God. However, through cunning manipulation, Mephisto led these earnest believers into moral decay. Following their fall from grace, the souls of these devout individuals, having endured tribulations, acquired extraordinary qualities, rendering them a veritable delicacy for demons. Such souls could elevate a lesser demon directly to the status of a demon lord. Upon realizing they had been deceived by the devil, the townsfolk began to curse Mephisto. Yet, due to the intricacies of their contract, Mephisto found himself unable to physically claim this pact. Once it was established that there existed malevolent spirit knights in this realm, Richard commenced an investigation into the whereabouts of the St. Gonzas contract. Prior to his transdimensional journey, he had seen a film that referenced this contract, but the passage of time had blurred many details, with the St. Gonzas contract being one of them. As for the spirit knights, Legends of their existence have circulated worldwide, prompting Richard's intention to journey to California, where he also wished to visit Monica and Nicole. Although Richard routinely allocated time each month for them, the distance from Hollywood to New York was quite considerable. Upon his return to his loyal Beverly Hills abode, Richard learned that a multitude of Hollywood stars were eager to meet him. The benefits of the Tears of the e.l.f. skincare line had been experienced firsthand by many, and now even the most basic product from this line was in high demand. Meanwhile, Monica and Nicole enjoyed the luxury of the premium Tears of the e.l.f. each month. It is noteworthy that both women's complexions and appearances remained akin to those in their 20s, inciting envy and jealousy among other Hollywood stars. Furthermore, during their endorsement of Tears of the e.l.f., they had risen to global fame, receiving an abundance of film offers and endorsement deals, with countless fashion magazines vying to feature them as cover girls. Hollywood, being a realm of fame and fortune, saw other female stars eager to emulate their success. Richard's inbox had been inundated with numerous photos from beautiful women, the boldness of which rendered various adult entertainment genres pale in comparison. Were it not for his lack of time, Richard might have considered indulging in such distractions. Upon arriving at his villa in Beverly Hills, he demonstrated a series of martial arts moves to educate Monica and Nicole. However, before he could embark on his quest to uncover the St. Gonzas contract, a phone call summoned him back to the company to address a plethora of documents. With a branch office located in California, many matters required his signature. As his company expanded, even with professional managers in place, numerous issues still necessitated his attention. This burden weighed heavily on Richard, yet he recognized the necessity of managing these affairs for the sake of his company's profitability. Fortunately, the majority of tasks were handled by his professional managers, leaving him with relatively few matters to resolve. After dedicating some time to these responsibilities, Richard began to prepare for an on-site exploration across California, having received some leads from the witches Jenny and Madison, the authenticity of which remained uncertain. It is said that there exists a haunted house in Los Angeles, where numerous souls have perished, accompanied by a plethora of so-called supernatural occurrences, including various hotels with ghostly tales. Just as Richard was preparing to depart, his assistant abruptly interjected, "Sir, it is advisable to avoid the downtown area of Los Angeles. There has been some recent turmoil nearby." Curiosity piqued, Richard inquired what has transpired. The assistant explained, "A robbery recently took place. While such incidents are commonplace in this city, this particular robbery resulted in the untimely demise of the president of a publicly traded company. With the loss of its leader, the company has become a coveted prize, attracting those eager to seize it, leading to fierce competition, and even the hiring of assassins and the involvement of gang members." Richard nodded. "I understand. I will exercise caution." He did not consider the robbery a mere accident. This was not a Hollywood script filled with corporate espionage and dramatic twists. The reality of business warfare was stark and brutal, often resulting in one's untimely end, rendering any skill irrelevant. Not long ago, Richard's own company had faced a similar ordeal. Therefore, he held no belief in coincidence. A president of a publicly traded company, regardless of their discretion, would have bodyguards. It was absurd for a robber to target him in a nation where firearms are prohibited. Those bodyguards are armed, and even with their protection, a death occurred. What kind of robber would dare? They might as well become an assassin. Richard hailed a taxi and requested the driver take him to various rumored paranormal locations in Los Angeles. Upon learning of Richard's destination, the driver eagerly asked, "Are you a fan of the supernatural? Are you going to check in there?" Taken aback by the driver's enthusiasm, Richard asked, "Is it a popular spot?" "Of course. It's one of Los Angeles' attractions, drawing tourists daily." With this revelation, Richard's hopes for the location dwindled. Soon, the taxi arrived at the destination, and indeed, he encountered numerous tourists snapping photographs. After surveying the dilapidated structure, Richard turned to proceed to the next site. In short order, Richard visited 7 or 8 more locations, only to find them akin to the first, void of any remarkable discoveries. Glancing at the remaining sites in his notebook, he resolved to visit them all. Having already come this far, the taxi soon arrived at a villa. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the gem of the city center, the pride of Los Angeles, the abode of spirits, the murder villa." Upon his arrival, Richard encountered a tour group, with the guide dramatically gesturing towards the dilapidated villa before them. Since 1922, this villa has been the scene of 11 gruesome murders, beginning with the first family that resided here, resulting in the untimely demise of over 30 individuals. Richard gazed up at the villa, which had long stood abandoned. Its entrance was rusted, and a sign hung above the door proclaiming it for sale. Vines had overtaken the structure, rendering it seemingly unremarkable. Yet, in Richard's eyes, the villa was shrouded in an ominous aura, and he sensed the presence of a rift within its walls. A faint scent of sulfur lingered in the air. To Richard's astonishment, the supernatural occurrences rumored to transpire within this villa were indeed real. Chapter 38. The rift to hell. Richard was taken aback to discover a fissure leading to hell right in the heart of downtown Los Angeles. However, the rift appeared to be minor. Otherwise, the demons of the underworld would have long since emerged. The aura of hell was notably faint in this vicinity. Otherwise, the sinister presence would have permeated the entire neighborhood, not just this villa. With such a rift in proximity, the inhabitants of this area would inevitably be tainted by the essence of hell, leading to madness over time and making violent crimes a mere commonplace occurrence. According to the tour guide, this villa boasted a century's worth of history and had witnessed numerous deaths, suggesting the spirits within had significantly grown in power. The absence of any reports of violent crimes or paranormal events in the surrounding area indicated that it was a place of earthbound spirits. Richard duly noted the location, intending to return later that evening. After departing, he instructed the taxi to take him to a few remaining locations, his anticipation heightened by the discovery of the villa. Regrettably, the subsequent sights proved to be disappointingly mundane. Not only were there no hellish rifts, but even the presence of gathering shadows was absent. To his astonishment, he found several locations had already been commercialized. As night fell, Richard left his lodging and made his way directly to the villa he had visited earlier. The chaotic streets of nighttime Los Angeles were rife with addicts. He soon arrived at the villa, which appeared even more sinister and foreboding under the cloak of night. The dilapidated structure, overgrown lawn, and walls marred with mildew resembled a chaotic tapestry of bloodstains in the moonlight. He gently waved his hand, and the tightly shut door creaked open, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Simultaneously, the opening of the door seemed to disturb something within. In an instant, the antiquated decor and filthy floor vanished, replaced by a lavish hall. Finally, someone had arrived. How long had it been since he last encountered a living soul? 5 years? Perhaps 10? Suddenly, a man appeared before Richard, wielding an axe and gazing at him with insatiable hunger. "You can no longer kill. You are human, not a demon," Richard implored. At that moment, the man appeared to spiral into a fit of madness, clutching his head. "Silence. I am a god, not a demon. Humanity is but my flock. Return to your place." The man quickly regained his composure, his eyes glinting with crimson as he fixed his gaze upon Richard, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "Welcome to my paradise." "Paradise? More like hell," Richard retorted, breaking his silence. "Indeed, it is your hell," the man cackled. "Soon, you shall experience the fervor of hell." Richard shook his head slightly. "I shall send you to the true depths of hell." In an instant, raging flames erupted, transforming the man into a living torch. The searing fire inflicted excruciating pain, causing him to morph into a shadowy figure desperately trying to escape. The apparition was grotesque, retaining a semblance of humanity while becoming increasingly bestial in appearance. In the next instant, a roar erupted as a shadowy figure detached itself from a layer of illusion, breaking free from the flames and charging towards Richard. Necromancer's binding! A radiant light burst forth from his staff, golden runes ascending and swiftly enveloping the dark figure that was lunging at him, instantly freezing it in place. Soul binding! The golden runes transformed into shimmering threads, deftly weaving into an expansive net that ensnared the shadow. Sensing the imminent danger, the figure emitted a resentful howl, desperately struggling to escape. Yet, the seemingly fragile threads remained utterly unyielding. Ultimately, it was ensnared tightly by the golden strands, rendered immobile. As the shadow was subdued, Richard discerned another silhouette within the now corrupted dark spirit, nearly identical to the first, yet it remained suppressed by its darker counterpart. Soul Shatter. A bolt of purple lightning struck the shadow before him, eliciting a cry of agony, but it was powerless to resist. Soon after, its original form began to blur and ultimately shattered, countless shadows dispersing in the aftermath. Fragmented and indistinct figures emerged around him, these souls instantly attacking their surroundings, even consuming one another. Clearly, they were the remnants of those he had slain. Explosive fire ring. Centered around Richard, a spherical fire ring erupted in all directions, incinerating the fragmented souls into ashes amid their anguished wails. A cacophony of clattering echoed as numerous shards of soul crystal fell to the floor. Bang! The ensnared shadow could no longer withstand the pressure, its dark form bursting like a balloon. With a final scream, it vanished, revealing the figure of a middle-aged man before Richard. The man nodded slightly, an expression of relief flashing in his eyes before he transformed into countless motes of starlight, dissipating in the night breeze, accompanied by a barely audible whisper of gratitude. The death of a spirit signifies true demise. They retain a final flicker of their essence, returning to the sea of origins to be reborn, albeit as someone entirely different. With a soft clatter, a purple crystal fell to the floor. This was a soul gem formed from the essence of the unfortunate man after his complete obliteration, a substance fervently sought after by demons and devils alike. Richard gently beckoned, and the soul gem floated into his hand. A purple-black, oval crystal, entwined with an ominous aura. He could easily sense the despair, madness, sorrow, and the final glimmer of redemption contained within the gem. The struggle of despair and redemption, high-grade soul gem. For an ordinary soul to crystallize into such a high-grade gem, it must endure unimaginable tribulations, which explains why demons revel in the manipulation of souls. Yet, only a minuscule fraction of souls achieve success. Most are shattered into fragments of the most inferior soul gems. Higher-grade soul gems bear names, with legendary-grade gems even carrying the name of their original owner. For instance, the Soul Stone of Diablo. This is a soul crystal left behind by a fallen demon lord during the Abyssal Blood War. After being acquired by the Grand Archmages, it was utilized to forge a war golem of the meteorite class. It stands among the few strategic-grade golems within the esteemed alliance of the Supreme Arcane Council. As the earthbound spirit perished, the surrounding environment shattered like glass, ultimately reverting to its original state. Richard waved his hand to gather the scattered fragments of the soul crystals from the ground. Although these fragments do not compare to the one in his possession, they can still serve as effective components for spellcasting. Chapter 39. The local gang's utter disrespect after vanquishing the earthbound spirit. Richard commenced his quest to locate the spatial rift connecting to the netherworld. Having encountered this anomaly, it was imperative to address the issue in its entirety. The spatial rift, initially well concealed, exuded the unmistakable aura of hell, making it feasible to trace it by seeking the area saturated with this infernal essence. Following the trail of hellish energy, Richard swiftly discovered the rift within a cluttered storage room. Although this rift existed in the physical realm, it remained hidden, manifesting instead in the spirit world. The malevolent aura permeated through this fissure into Blue Star. Before him lay a narrow crevice, measuring a mere 10 centimeters in length and 2 centimeters in width, surrounded by an atmosphere thick with the stench of hell. Such a diminutive gap was insurmountable for demons and fiends alike. Richard withdrew several magical gemstones, exerting pressure upon them until they shattered into dust. As he invoked a runic array, the gemstone powder transmuted into radiant wisps, forming golden runes. Dozens of these runes coalesced into a protective array, enveloping the spatial rift. Under the aegis of the golden runic formation, the rift in the void gradually sealed, soon closing into a nearly imperceptible slit, severing the connection to the infernal realm. Richard summoned a fierce gale, dispersing the surrounding hellish essence. To safeguard the seal from potential tampering, he meticulously arranged an illusionary barrier to obscure it. Once he had ensured that everything was secure, Richard conducted a final inspection before departing the villa. The clock struck midnight, and his spirits lifted upon obtaining a high-grade soul crystal. Even the 2 robbers he encountered along the way were rendered into a state of infantile slumber. Although crafting a tower spirit from such a crystal was somewhat ambitious, It was more than sufficient for the creation of an iron golem. In fact, thanks to the exceptional quality of this soul crystal, the golem could be enhanced with additional skills and equipment. There existed a stark disparity between a basic iron golem and a special edition. Their costs could differ by several multiples. Naturally, one gets what one pays for, and it was only reasonable that arcanists would invest significantly for superior craftsmanship. In high spirits, Richard prepared to return to his Beverly Hills villa for a friendly contest with Monica and Nicole. However, just as he departed the murder villa neighborhood, he was startled by the sound of hurried footsteps. Almost immediately, a disheveled woman burst around the corner, clutching a small girl in her arms. In her panic, she failed to notice a pothole in the road, losing her balance and tumbling heavily to the ground. Yet, in that fleeting moment of descent, the woman managed to twist her body, cushioning the fall for the little girl beneath her. The woman quickly regained her footing, but before she could move away, she stumbled once more, crashing down. "Please, take her away," she implored, her eyes lighting up with recognition as she spotted Richard ahead. Despite her pain, she valiantly limped toward him, determined to reach out for help. Upon encountering Richard, the woman resembled a drowning individual grasping at a straw, pleading earnestly, "I implore you, take her away. She is but 8 years old and should not perish here." The cacophony from the street nearby pierced the air as Richard regarded the distressed woman and inquired, "Madam, have you been robbed? There is no time for explanations. Just take her away. I will handle those behind us. This card is your reward." The woman, hearing the approaching voices, gritted her teeth and thrust the little girl into Richard's arms, producing a bank card from her pocket. "This is an anonymous card containing 3 million. It is your payment. My daughter knows the password. I beg you, take her away." The man before her appeared neither robust nor extraordinary in attire. He seemed an ordinary person. She understood well that he could not save them. Her only option was to stall the pursuers and buy him time to escape. To persuade him to take her daughter, she resorted to enticement, revealing that the password was known solely to her daughter, thereby compelling him to take the child if he desired the 3 million. What lay ahead was a matter she could only leave to the mercy of a benevolent deity. 3 million. Richard glanced at the little girl in his arms, and in the next moment, his brow arched as he noticed the girl subtly absorbing stray elemental energy. This phenomenon indicated she possessed an elemental constitution, a natural mage, capable of accumulating magical power more swiftly and advancing with greater ease. Provided she did not meet an untimely end, she was destined to embark on a legendary path. "There's no time. You must take her away." Seeing Richard hesitate, the woman, resolute in her acceptance of fate, urged him to flee. "I promise," Richard replied with a gentle smile, accepting the bank card, then added, however, "I believe the child should not lose her mother at such a tender age. You ought to continue caring for her." The woman was taken aback by his words, and before she could comprehend fully, she crouched down and caressed the little girl's head, saying, "Mommy has hurt her ankle. Will you stay here and take care of Mommy?" "Okay." The little girl, albeit timid, nodded vigorously. "Excellent." Richard ruffled the young girl's hair, then stood and flashed a reassuring smile at the woman before retrieving 2 classic pistols, one black and one white. Bang! A bullet was fired directly towards them, but as it neared Richard, an invisible force deflected it, sending it off into the unknown. "The local gang is exceedingly rude," Richard remarked, dissatisfied, before raising his hand to fire back. With a resounding gunshot, the man who had just fired moments ago was struck as if by cannon fire, his body disintegrating into fragments. Those nearby were also caught in the blast, hurled several meters away, blood streaming from their ears, noses, and mouths. Witnessing such devastation, the crowd gasped and exclaimed, "Grenade! They used high-explosive grenades. Is this a gun?" The woman gazed in astonishment at the firearm in Richard's hand, acutely aware that she had witnessed him discharge a shot with a force reminiscent of a cannon's explosion in a film. A surge of exhilaration coursed through her. With such a formidable weapon, their foes were surely doomed, and she had survived. There was but one enemy, and we would disperse to suppress him, with a portion of us flanking from the side. After a moment of confusion, the others swiftly regained their composure. Noticing that Richard stood alone, They promptly prepared to encircle him from both sides. He wielded only 2 guns, while we were numerous and armed. Surrounding him, he could not possibly prevail. Chapter 40. Anna confronted by those intent on surrounding him. Richard remained utterly unfazed, wielding his firearm merely as a new toy to showcase. Observing the assailants divide into 2 factions, he offered them no reprieve, activating the skill set of his white ivory and black ebony. In a mere 2 seconds, over 30 rounds were discharged, unleashing explosions and icy blasts that wreaked havoc among the crowd, who were rendered defenseless, overwhelmed by a barrage of bullets. In an instant, the ground was strewn with devastation, a chaotic tableau of charred remnants and frost. Not even armored vehicles or tanks could withstand such relentless bombardment. As the flames subsided, an eerie silence enveloped the world. Richard glanced at the severed limbs and smoldering remains on the ground, which had been reduced to ash. He summoned a fierce wind, effortlessly dispersing the remnants to an unknown location. Following this, he conjured a stream of clear water to cleanse the area, leaving no trace behind. Once everything was set to rights, Richard cast a large-scale forgetfulness spell, ensuring that the nearby residents would erase the events of the night from their memories before he prepared to depart with the mother and daughter. "Brother, did you just use magic?" the little girl eagerly inquired as Richard approached. He nodded. "Indeed, brother, can I learn magic too? Once I master it, I won't be afraid of bad people bullying me and my mother anymore." The girl looked at Richard with hopeful eyes. "Learning magic is quite arduous. Can you endure the challenges?" Richard replied with a smile. The girl glanced at her mother and then back at Richard, hesitating before asking, "But can I have cake and candy while learning magic?" "Certainly. Then I'm not afraid of hard work," the girl declared. Richard chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her hair and then addressed the woman. "Please follow me." Richard escorted the mother and daughter to a villa in Beverly Hills, where they were astonished to discover he resided in such a luxurious abode rather than a forest or an ancient castle. "Now tell me, why are they pursuing you?" Richard poured himself a cup of tea, reclining comfortably on the sofa. "I am Anna Flores, and my husband is Brooke," Anna replied. "Go on," Richard encouraged, taking a sip of his tea. Noticing Richard's lack of reaction, Anna continued, "The CEO of the publicly listed company who was recently murdered during a robbery was my husband." "They seek your husband's wealth?" Richard quickly grasped the situation. Anna nodded. "My husband and I jointly held 35% of the company's shares. He was the CEO, and I was the CFO. We had previously received an offer to acquire our company, but the price was unacceptably low, and my husband declined. They then proposed to invest, which my husband accepted. However, upon gaining a stake, they attempted to seize control of the company. When my husband discovered their intentions, he expelled them, leading to their furious retaliation and ultimately, his murder. My husband was murdered, and the company's stock price has encountered issues. They seek to acquire my shares at a low price, attempting to coerce me through my daughter." Richard listened attentively to the woman's account and quickly grasped the situation's origin. It was merely a matter of this company having promising prospects. They aimed for acquisition, and upon refusal, sought to buy in and subsequently resorted to underhanded tactics to seize control. Their schemes were ultimately uncovered, leading to their expulsion from the company. Thus, these individuals resorted to a more aggressive approach. Richard had been informed by his assistant that this company was valued at around $200 to $300 million. The company president lacked significant backing, making it a target for influential figures within Los Angeles. Such crude methods were not surprising. After all, Wall Street resorts to drastic measures when faced with retail investors, even going so far as to sever connections and freeze accounts. One must not be astonished. Reality often surpasses the exaggerations of Hollywood. $200 to $300 million is no trifling sum. "Do you wish to reclaim your company?" Richard inquired directly. "Is that possible?" Anna looked at Richard with excitement. "Of course," Richard replied with a slight smile. "However, even if we reclaim the company, the aftermath of this incident will render continued operations impossible." "I intend to sell the company," Anna stated. "Then let us proceed with that plan," Richard nodded. As a publicly traded company, Richard neither needed nor had the time to manage it, and Anna alone could not sustain it. Thus, selling was the most prudent course of action. However, before the sale, certain individuals must be dealt with. Otherwise, even if the company is taken over, the final offered price will be significantly low. Richard was not in the business of philanthropy. Hence, those behind the scenes tonight must meet their end. He had already notified the Punisher to take care of those gangs, ensuring that the individuals backing them would simply suffer a fatal heart attack. Having regained considerable strength, Richard no longer approached matters with the same caution as before. Previously, he refrained from directly controlling the wealthy to construct his mage towers and floating cities, understanding that such actions would easily lead to exposure. Hypnosis is not infallible. A sudden change in personality and behavior among a group of billionaires would undoubtedly attract governmental scrutiny, posing a risk of exposure. Although he was well versed in numerous spells, his diminished strength left him vulnerable to many weapons, not to mention the lurking presence of the Hydra North America branch. In times of weakness, one must learn to remain low-key, as his mentor had taught him in their first lesson. No matter how exceptional your talent or intellect, the deceased hold no value. There are rooms nearby. Choose one to stay in. Each room is equipped with a bathroom for your convenience. Mrs. Anna appeared quite disheveled, her clothes stained and torn, while the young girl's attire remained intact, though she was mentally exhausted and had fallen asleep on the way back. There should be some clothes in the room. Find something to wear. This is a potion. Apply some to your wounds. After making some simple arrangements, Richard proceeded to his studio. He contemplated Anna's role, intending for her to manage the company on his behalf. As a chief financial officer of a publicly listed company, her business acumen should be commendable, sufficient for overseeing operations. Additionally, the young girl exhibited promising potential. He planned to impart magical knowledge to her. A future legendary mage holds significant investment value, and once she masters her spells, Richard's own workload would be considerably alleviated. The floating city cannot realize its full potential with him alone. Various production workshops require personnel, and management necessitates manpower. Approximately half an hour later, Anna emerged once more. After tidying herself, she appeared considerably more pleasing to the eye, particularly with her well-endowed bosom, slender waist, and rounded hips, which together exuded a captivating charm. Richard cast a casual glance in her direction and continued, "Given your current state, it seems you haven't eaten. This meal is prepared for you. After you finish, rest well, for there are matters to attend to tomorrow." With a snap of his fingers, a lavish banquet materialized before them, astonishing Anna further as the dishes emitted steam, as if freshly pulled from an oven. Though taken aback, she quickly rationalized the situation, recognizing that the man before her was indeed a legendary wizard. Nodding in acknowledgement, she felt no need for pretense. After hiding away with her daughter for several days, both her spirit and body were weary. Upon seeing the food laid out on the table, she began to eat heartily. Chapter 41. Seduction. Richard reached out to Frank, who had recently rekindled his connection with his former superior. After a cordial inquiry, Frank's ex-boss ultimately confessed that they had indeed conspired with Jean to orchestrate his demise. Enraged by the revelation, Frank sought retribution against Jean. Yet as the underground kingpin of New York, Jean was not easily accessible. Frank was even unaware of his whereabouts. At that moment, Richard tasked him with addressing some gang members in California. Fueled by pent-up fury, Frank promptly set off for Los Angeles, prepared to confront the local gangsters. Having undergone Richard's rigorous training, Frank had transformed significantly, and with Richard's enchanted weaponry, now a semi-magical item, he was well equipped to handle the gang members with ease. After a restful night, Anna regained her composure. Reflecting on the previous night's ordeal, she steeled herself with determination. The sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor as Richard stowed away a high-grade soul crystal. A knock at the door prompted Richard to invite the visitor in. As the door opened, Anna gently stepped inside, having changed out of her previous attire into a fitted blouse that accentuated her figure. Her soft, golden hair was casually styled, and her porcelain skin exuded a radiant purity, devoid of any coarseness typically associated with Western features. Her long legs were clad in denim shorts, revealing her fair and elongated thighs. With an enticing bosom, a slender waist, and graceful legs, she embodied the alluring charm of a mature woman, seamlessly blending youthful delicacy with the sophistication of womanhood, creating an astonishing allure. This woman was astute. She had mastered the art of showcasing her advantages to perfection, embodying a sense of smoothness. "What brings you here?" Richard inquired, seemingly indifferent. When serious matters arose, he remained clear-headed, and Anna's subtle tactics were all too familiar to him, having encountered similar tricks from succubi and lust demons in his past. In his floating city, he had been surrounded by handmaidens of various races. "Your Excellency, the wizard, my daughter and I seek your protection," Anna declared directly. Richard nodded in agreement. "I will teach your daughter magic, for she possesses a talent for it. Additionally, I have a company that requires assistance in handling various affairs. Your Excellency, I can help you." Despite having received Richard's promise, Anna remained somewhat apprehensive. Her recent experiences had taught her that without strength, everything was mere illusion, ready to shatter with the slightest provocation. This was why she had come to tempt Richard so early that day. Upon learning that Richard was the president of Tears of the Elves, Anna was taken aback. "Do not be so surprised," Richard replied nonchalantly. "Even wizards must adapt to the times. Otherwise, where would we procure our experimental materials? In this country, with sufficient funds, one can acquire nearly anything. Why not harness the ability to earn? Could it be that the Tears of the Elves are the product of a wizard's alchemy? No wonder they exhibit such miraculous effects, while other companies fail to replicate them. Very well, once this matter concludes, you shall commence your work at the Tears of the Elves." Richard gestured animatedly. Since acquiring a piece of high-level soul crystal, Richard has been eager to create a steel golem puppet. Without a legion of golems guarding the Mage Tower, he feels a sense of incompleteness. To facilitate travel, Richard established a teleportation array within his villa in Beverly Hills, allowing direct access to the 5th floor of the Mage Tower. He transformed the 5th floor of the tower into a teleportation hub, creating a permanent teleportation array, and designated the teleportation beacon here. By activating the teleportation spell, he can instantly return to this location. His crafted teleportation scrolls also utilize this beacon. Long before he contemplated the creation of a Golem Legion, he had instructed the company to procure vast quantities of specialized metals such as steel, titanium, tungsten, and dozens of others. Following his acquisition of the high-level soul crystal, he set to work on the steel golem. Golem craftsmanship has undergone numerous revolutionary improvements. The technology of the Arcane Council has become exceedingly advanced. A basic model steel golem possesses capabilities for ranged, melee, area, and magical attacks, while its movements are remarkably agile, devoid of the clumsiness that once characterized golems. Some enhanced versions even boast the ability to fly, high-energy magical shields, and energy-solidifying weapons. In certain unique environments, their combat prowess has reached legendary levels. Such advancements are attributed to the successful miniaturization of elemental furnaces designed by the Arcanists, along with progress in runic craftsmanship. During the nascent era of arcane civilization, known as the Nazaral period, steel golems heavily relied on wizard towers or floating cities, as only the energy cores within floating towers and cities could supply the power needed by the golem legions. At that time, the Meson energy core was a marvel created by the Grand Arcanists and the goddess of magic, capable of providing a stable, enduring output of energy, possessing nearly limitless potential. However, since the destruction of Nazaral, the method for crafting Meson energy cores has been lost. The energy cores of floating cities in the post-Nazaral period are remnants from the past. After enduring that era, the surviving Arcanists turned their attention to researching elemental energy furnaces. In truth, elemental furnaces were already under study during the Nazaral period, but the presence of Meson energy cores led to the abandonment of this research direction. Subsequently, scholars innovated based on existing materials, ultimately developing the elemental furnace. Over the next 3 millennia, Arcanists continuously researched and improved the elemental furnace, evolving from elemental fission to controllable fission and then to elemental aggregation. However, at this stage, the development of elemental furnaces became increasingly challenging, leading to a trend toward both miniaturization and massive scaling. The latter is not merely a straightforward expansion. Rather, it involves optimizing energy and structure to achieve a stable, sustained output of greater energy, which forms the foundation of the super-floating city established by the Arcane Council. The miniaturization refers to the Steel Golem Legion, the energy core of the legendary constructs. During the era of the Supreme Arcane Council, The Golem Legion and the legendary constructs had already attained the ability to operate independently from the floating cities. By the time Richard traversed to this realm, the most avant-garde arcanists were delving into the research of elemental annihilation. Once the arcane annihilation technology achieves a breakthrough, the elemental furnaces will possess boundless energy akin to the mysterious energy core. Although the mysterious energy core offers limitless power, its output is fixed and unchanging. Thus, the floating cities established with it can accommodate a maximum of 20,000 inhabitants, with the majority housing around 5,000. Chapter 42. Arcane civilization. The floating cities of the era of Nasir were indeed magnificent. However, their scale was generally modest. Due to the profound connection between the mithril energy core and the magical net, any disruption in the magical net could lead to the city's catastrophic descent. The arcane practitioners who survived that era, seeking to avert a similar fate, designed their elemental furnaces to operate independently of the magical net from the outset, establishing an artificial magical net around the floating city instead. While the elemental furnace offered a higher output compared to the mithril energy core, it was not an inexhaustible source of energy. Thus, it was essential for the floating cities to stockpile elemental fuel. A fully charged elemental furnace could function stably for centuries, and typically, the energy reserves of a floating city could sustain its operation for a millennium. In the astral realm, this duration could multiply several times, as the absence of gravity meant that the floating ring merely ensured basic functionality. The miniaturization of elemental furnace technology was not overly complex. The challenges that initially plagued the arcane practitioners lay in the engraving of runic arrays and material issues. However, with the advent of microsculpting, lithography, and etching techniques, a significant portion of these problems was resolved. The material issue was also addressed through the refinement of runic arrays, which were employed across various sectors of arcane civilization, leading to a wave of upgrades in magical devices and the emergence of superior magical metallic materials. Runic engineering, microsculpting, advanced arcane theory, and high-energy elemental mechanics are but a few of the dozens of disciplines considered confidential within the Supreme Arcane Council. Every Grand Sorcerer studying these subjects must sign the Ocean of Sources Covenant, pledging not to disclose any information externally, and must serve the Supreme Arcane Council for a century. Of course, one could also exchange their research findings for knowledge with the Supreme Arcane Council, but disclosure remained strictly prohibited. Richard, having served 100 years for the Arcane Council, was able to reclaim knowledge through his own discoveries. In his mage tower, amidst a laboratory imbued with magical essence, Richard operated a furnace brimming with enchantment. He carefully introduced a multitude of metal ingots alongside various elemental powders, added in precise proportions. The furnace was adorned with intricate runes, forming a runic array into which elemental energy was continuously infused, perfectly amalgamating the metals and elemental powders within. Richard was in the process of crafting Canral magic steel, preparing to create a unique steel golem. Thus he refrained from using ordinary runic magic steel. Canral magic steel is lightweight, highly resilient, and possesses excellent magical conductivity, along with memory and self-repairing properties, making it an exceptional material for golem construction. With the assistance of the alchemical hand, Richard moved swiftly. Before the metal could cool, it was reshaped into various forms and subsequently tempered in elemental spring water. The elemental energy transformed the properties of the metal, endowing it with wondrous characteristics. Golems can take on numerous shapes and styles, differing according to their intended purposes. This time, Richard aimed to create a golem resembling humanity more closely. Various metal components were forged, and in addition to these parts, Richard needed to construct a small elemental furnace and a soul core. The most crucial components of the golem are the elemental furnace and the soul core. The elemental furnace serves as the heart of the steel golem, providing it with energy, while the soul core embodies the essence of the golem, akin to a superior artificial intelligence. The pinnacle of such intelligence is represented by the tower spirit, whose cognitive abilities are nearly indistinguishable from those of a human, excelling in numerous domains where humanity pales in comparison. Each day, Richard dedicates some time to crafting various parts of the steel golem, while the remainder is devoted to meticulously sculpting the soul crystal. High-quality soul crystals require careful engraving. Any misstep could adversely affect the soul core. The intelligence of the soul core is derived partly from the creator's input and partly from fragments of memory, remnants of a once-living being embedded within the soul crystal. After undergoing extraction to eliminate extraneous impurities, these memory fragments are fused with the intelligence bestowed by the Arcanists, culminating in the creation of a wholly new form of sentient intelligence. The more advanced the soul crystal, the more complex commands it can comprehend, interpret, and execute. The soul core of the golem puppets lacks independent thought. The Supreme Arcane Council once produced a substantial number of low-level golems, including clay golems and stone golems, with the intention of selling them to lords for purposes such as mining, road construction, and transporting heavy goods. To minimize production costs, they resorted to either compressing configurations or increasing output to lower expenses through sheer volume. However, upon the mass production of these golems, it became apparent that they were fundamentally ineffective. A clay golem can bear 1 to 3 tons of weight, capable of performing the labor equivalent to hundreds of individuals in mining, although its lifespan was reduced to merely a decade due to cost-cutting measures, could generate profits far exceeding its initial investment. Yet, when the Arcanists sought to promote these golems, they discovered a lack of interest. The feudal lords showed no inclination toward clay golems. They favored powerful combat golems to ensure their security. As for using clay golems for mining, such considerations were far from their minds. They were indifferent to the plight of the peasants. Clay golems, while not inexpensive and requiring maintenance, simply did not provide a cost-effective alternative to human labor. For the feudal lords, the labor of their subjects was virtually free. Offering a meager sustenance was sufficient to motivate them to work diligently. Why invest in golem puppets when human labor posed no expense, no maintenance needs? Therefore, it would be nonsensical for them to employ golem puppets. Consequently, the promotional endeavors of the Arcane Council were effectively stifled, leaving thousands of clay golems relegated to mining and transporting goods. The only competitor with serfs was the skeleton, which required no sustenance, had low raw material costs, and was widely available. This experience led the Supreme Arcane Council to refrain from producing clay golems for an extended period. Richard carefully wielded a silver-tipped engraver upon the soul crystal, etching intricate runes into the resilient surface of the soul crystal. These runes are arranged in a peculiar rhythm, ultimately intertwining to form a grand rune array. Richard must weave a virtual persona, a privilege reserved solely for the most sophisticated custom golems. However, the utility of this spell extends beyond mere fabrication. It is said that in a vast alternate dimension, an ancient silver dragon has taken to pilfering the eggs of white dragons, subsequently employing this spell to forcibly alter their temperaments. The once malevolent nature of these dragons is transformed into a neutral good disposition, akin to that of the silver dragon itself. Over the course of centuries, it is estimated that several hundred white dragons have undergone this transformation. It is rumored that Tiamat, the goddess of evil dragons, dispatched one of her divine champions, an ancient red dragon, to confront this silver dragon, only to be repelled. Prior to this, none were aware that this silver dragon harbored a penchant for the arcane, wielding spells of an astounding 27th level. Chapter 43. The core of the soul. The art of soul weaving was once the exclusive domain of legendary archmages, for the essence of the soul is shrouded in profound mystery. Liches, masters of soul manipulation, imparted their knowledge to the archmages, who adeptly assimilated this spell and ingeniously combined it with the dream-weaving incantation to enhance their craft, particularly in the creation of soul cores for constructs and tower spirits. This spell requires an intimate understanding of the soul for its execution, yet its complexity remains manageable, enabling high-ranking mages to wield it effectively. In the laboratory, Richard meticulously operated a magically altered precision machine, carefully engraving runes onto a soul crystal. These runes were exceedingly minute, approximately on the micron scale. In the world of Motera, achieving such precise rune engraving was no simple feat. Although Motera possessed its own precision engraving devices, their accuracy paled in comparison to that of Blue Star, necessitating the assistance of enlargement and reduction spells. Archmages proficient in the enlargement spell could temporarily magnify objects by 100-fold, and the same applied to the reduction spell. However, these effects varied significantly based on the material of the enchanted object. Generally, higher quality materials allowed for less dramatic changes. Thus, Top-tier materials could only be enlarged 4 to 5 times, and when combined with the reduction spell, did not achieve the desired results. Now, bolstered by Blue Star technology, Richard's rune engraving technique had seen tremendous advancement. The highest ranks of the Arcane Council also possessed the intricate engraving skills, albeit with a high failure rate. Their methods employed magical erosion techniques, utilizing the corrosive nature of magical energy for sculpting. Countless runes were carefully inscribed upon the soul crystal, ultimately coalescing into a rune array. As the array reached completion, a faint magical energy began to gather upon it. Richard then commenced the soul-weaving spell, golden runes emanating from his being and cascading into the soul crystal, where the purple soul energy began to assemble in accordance with his will. After several days of effort, Richard successfully fashioned a flawless soul core from this superior soul crystal. As he removed the finished soul core, a smile graced his lips. "My skills remain sharp. This will suffice for now." The purple soul core shimmered as if dust had been brushed away, revealing its brilliant magnificence. Perfect soul core. Material: superior soul crystal. Quality: perfect. Level: pseudo-legendary. This exceptional soul crystal, following meticulous engraving, yielded a soul core that approached legendary caliber. Once Richard equipped it with an array of prepared weaponry and a specialized construct body, he surmised that the combat prowess and destructive capacity of this high-grade iron golem could rival that of a legendary being. In addition to the various magical armaments crafted for the iron golem, it would also be outfitted with modern weaponry, for the lethality and efficiency of contemporary arms were not inferior to those of the highest Arcane Council. Carefully securing the soul core, Richard took a moment to return to his Beverly Hills villa, where he received news from Frank that the gang had been eradicated. Richard then took the time to deal with the puppet master behind the scenes, ensuring that he met his demise in the midst of slumber due to a heart attack. The underworld of Los Angeles was rife with trepidation. The name of the Punisher had already spread far and wide. Particularly noteworthy was the swift obliteration of a gang within a mere 2 days, causing a palpable shift in the demeanor of the gangs throughout Los Angeles. The leaders of these factions hastily sought excuses to withdraw, disappearing from sight as the specter of the Punisher loomed large. Even the petty criminals became markedly subdued, fearful of inadvertently crossing paths with the Punisher, uncertain of how their fates might unfold. As these individuals adopted a more subdued demeanor, an unexpected tranquility enveloped the entirety of Los Angeles. The city's law enforcement situation improved significantly, leaving many residents feeling somewhat disoriented. A night devoid of gunfire rendered their slumber restless. The chief of the Los Angeles Police Department proclaimed before a throng of journalists that within the past 48 hours, not a single shooting had occurred across the city. The police had invested immense effort and sacrifice, with numerous officers facing peril on the front lines each year, ultimately yielding the current state of improved order. Following a fervent speech, the chief urged citizens to contribute to the police department. Meanwhile, news of a local councilman's heart attack death was relegated to a mere footnote in the newspapers. Yet, in the underworld, the announcement of the councilman's demise transformed the demeanor of the gangsters. They became exceedingly cautious. Though they were oblivious to the intricacies of high society's conflicts, they understood that he was the backer who had facilitated the annihilation of their gang by the Punisher. How could they perceive the timing of the gang's destruction followed so closely by the councilman's heart attack as mere coincidence? On the other hand, officials and council members in Los Angeles harbored their own suspicions, acutely aware of the implausibility of such coincidences. However, none were willing to take decisive action. The power Richard had demonstrated commanded their respect, yet simultaneously engendered disdain. They found themselves at an impasse. Lacking the means to deliver a fatal blow to Richard, they opted to observe, hoping others would take the initiative. Regrettably, Richard was not the only astute individual in the room. Others were equally aware. This led to an odd situation where all parties acted as though nothing had transpired, waiting for someone else to make the first move. When a gathering of intelligent minds convenes, one should not assume they will arrive at sagacious decisions. Rather, their conclusions often appear foolish. As Los Angeles experienced a newfound calm and a significant surge in public safety, it was ironically the very figure they deemed a butcher, the Punisher, who was responsible for this transformation. Truly, only through a scorched earth approach could peace be achieved. In contrast to the disdain held by the upper echelons towards the Punisher, the grassroots police force found him to be a welcome presence, as his decisive actions considerably lightened their burdens. While the media and the elite considered his methods to be overreaching and criminal, frontline officers did not share this perspective. Following Richard's display of power, he wisely refrained from further indiscretions, as he now aligned with the forces of lawful neutrality, albeit with a slight inclination towards malevolence. Once the obstacles were removed, Anna swiftly seized control of the company and began to circulate the notion of selling it. Before long, several interested parties approached for discussions. After a week of negotiations, Anna sold her shares to another major corporation. Due to the pressing timeline for the sale, she ultimately sold her shares for a total of $65 million. Chapter 44. Effort is worthless in the face of talent unless one invests heavily. Anna gazed at the $60 million in her bank account, a tinge of sadness enveloping her. This chapter of her life had finally come to a close. Moreover, she had avenged her husband, and she and her daughter no longer had to live in fear. Following the sale of the company, Anna felt an unprecedented sense of relief. "Thank you," she expressed sincerely to Richard. With a smile, Richard replied, "Now you should take a position at tiers of the Elf Company. Do you wish to stay here, or shall we head to New York?" "Let us go to New York," Anna stated directly, harboring no lingering attachments to the battle in Los Angeles. "Mom, does that mean I don't have to go to school anymore?" the blonde, blue-eyed little girl exclaimed with excitement. During this time, little Evelyn had become quite familiar with Richard, and ever since he had promised to teach her magic, she had been eager to learn spells. She had not attended school lately, reveling in play at home, and had completely lost interest in education. "No, once we reach New York, I will arrange for you to enroll in school. You must go to school," Anna stated firmly without hesitation. "But I want to learn magic from my brother. I don't want to go to school with those childish kids," little Evelyn protested. Anna admonished the little girl, "You are clever for your age, yet you cannot even recognize letters. How can you learn magic? You must first attend school." Brother, please tell Mom not to make me go to school. I want to learn magic with you." The little girl, sensing her plight, dashed to Richard's side, seeking his assistance. Richard knelt down beside the little girl and said, "Evelyn, learning magic is not as simple as it seems. You must first learn to read and write, as well as mathematics, geometry, linear geometry, calculus, and advanced mathematics. Therefore, attending school is essential. Although the arcane civilization is of a transcendent and mysterious nature, sorcerers have a comprehensive educational framework that requires extensive theoretical knowledge. Becoming a sorcerer is not a trivial endeavor. Learning spells necessitates understanding spell models, energy manipulation, and casting techniques. Even the simplest cantrip requires extensive documentation, dozens of pages outlining spell principles, energy flow patterns, and spell models. All must be comprehended and internalized. Of course, there are simpler magical professions, such as sorcerers. Sorcerers do not need to study spell models or delve into the principles of magic and normal energy flow. Their power develops rapidly in the early stages. Sorcerers derive their magical abilities from their bloodline, unlike wizards who must undergo rigorous study. In contrast, wizards may require years, even over a decade, to master their craft. While sorcerers may appear to enjoy effortless power, such gains come at a cost. Wizards invest considerable time in their studies initially, but as time progresses, the gap in strength between the two classes narrows swiftly. By the time they reach intermediate levels, wizards will catch up to sorcerers. Once they attain advanced levels, sorcerers will lag behind wizards in both strength and progression. Regarding the legendary status, the advancement probability of a warlock is significantly lower than that of an arcanist. In the realm of Motera, many assert that warlocks thrive on innate talent, yet they remain oblivious to the fact that it is the arcanists who truly depend on such gifts. A warlock, even with a lackluster bloodline, can seek various means, such as potions or bloodline arrays, to enhance their abilities. However, an arcanist devoid of exceptional talent will find their efforts futile. It is akin to the struggle of mastering advanced mathematics. No matter how diligently one studies, if the aptitude is absent, success will elude them. Even when provided with comprehensive solutions, one may still falter. If one cannot achieve a score of 140 or above in mathematics during the college entrance examination, they ought not to pursue a major in mathematics. Just because you have scored the same as a top student on a test does not equate your abilities to theirs. This is simply a reflection of the test's total score being merely 100. In the Arcane Academy, the annual influx of students is substantial. As the Supreme Arcane Council oversees dozens of major cities across the material plane, along with numerous demiplanes and smaller realms, culminating in a population nearing 100 million. Among the thousands of freshmen each year, fewer than 3,000 will ultimately remain. The first-year curriculum, encompassing spells such as Arcane Tricks, Hand of Fire, and Arcane Missiles, is humorously dubbed by the student body as the transition from introductory spells to eventual abandonment. Yet, some individuals grasp these concepts with ease and advance at a remarkable pace. Within the Arcane Academy, diligence is rendered inconsequential in the face of innate talent. Of course, in this world, there are no absolute impossibilities. Arcanists aspire to turn the improbable into the possible. What should one do when the study of the arcane proves arduous? The ancient mages have proposed several solutions. One is to acquire various extraordinary equipments that enhance wisdom, while another is the wish spell, often referred to as the ultimate investment. There are also magical potions available, albeit at a considerable cost. Numerous extraordinary equipments exist to augment wisdom, yet most only provide a modest increase of 1 or 2 points, and their efficacy diminishes beyond a certain threshold of intelligence. The wish spell can permanently enhance one's attributes with minimal restrictions, yet it demands a substantial monetary investment and a sacrifice of soul energy. Should one possess ample wealth, even with a mere 10 points of intelligence, one could ascend to the rank of a high-level arcanist, or even a grand arcanist. Limited wishes can enhance attributes by up to 20, while greater wishes allow for enhancements exceeding 20. Each wish requires a significant amount of gold, magical gems, and soul energy, which is extracted from soul crystals. In his earlier days, Richard expended countless gold coins, gems, and soul energy to elevate his attributes to a remarkable level, to the extent that even the elemental demigods and spirits responsible for granting wishes became acquainted with him. Upon hearing Richard's words, young Evelyn was momentarily taken aback. "I am to study magic and learn all this knowledge, and attend school. To expedite your learning progress, I have procured an entire set of textbooks and various workbooks, along with solution manuals from the land across the ocean." Richard continued, "The so-called joyful education of the Lighthouse Kingdom is ill-suited for you. What you require is a structured approach to learning based on these texts." In the midst of the little girl's fearful gaze, Richard meticulously arranged stack upon stack of books, swiftly constructing a towering wall of tomes that surpassed even Evelyn's height. These volumes were foundational for her education. Once mastered, she would delve into the concepts of elements, the origins of magic, and the intricacies of elementary spell models, among other subjects. As the pile of books loomed ever higher before her, little Evelyn, overwhelmed, burst into tears. She ran to Anna, crying, "Mama, Mama, I don't want to learn magic anymore. I don't want to learn." Woo-woo. Chapter 45. The ambition of the arcanist in the grand hall of the Mage Tower. Young Witch Madison sat at a long table, engrossed in her studies, adorned in a flowing black gown that contrasted beautifully with her porcelain skin, resembling exquisite white jade. A crimson sash carelessly encircled her waist, and her golden tresses cascaded naturally down her shoulders. Occasionally, she would peruse a page of her tome, then rest her delicate chin in contemplation. How challenging! Madison sighed, stretching languidly before closing a book on magic. The tome, as if mocking her, gracefully lifted and twirled before her, only to return to the bookshelf moments later. Frustrated, Madison seized a nearby amethyst fruit and bit into it with vigor, as if it were the very spellbook she struggled with. This was the library of the Mage Tower, currently home to a mere dozen tomes. These volumes were crafted by Richard during his spare time, each enchanted to preserve their contents. Madison studied spells at the Witch Academy, but her lineage relied on bloodline power, akin to sorcery. While she could manage spells from her own heritage, those beyond her lineage proved exceedingly difficult. The spell Madison endeavored to master was a first-tier incantation known as Weaken. This spell could render an elite soldier as feeble as a shrimp. It served as a precursor to the spells Mass Weaken and Energy Drain. Despite possessing magical potential within her, Madison had yet to successfully cast the spell after a week of diligent study. Although she had once basked in the limelight as a young star in Hollywood blockbusters, her dedication to learning remained unwavering, yet she still found the pursuit of magic daunting. At that moment, a spatial portal opened on the 5th floor of the Mage Tower, and Richard emerged with 2 companions. Is this the power of magic? To traverse thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye, from the West Coast to the East Coast? Anna marveled as she stepped through the portal. Brother, I think I might like to learn magic, young Evelyn mused, feeling that the challenges could indeed be surmountable, even if she decided to focus solely on one type of spell. Have you made your decision? No turning back, Richard said with a smile. I'm certain, no turning back, Evelyn replied earnestly. Richard, you've returned, Madison remarked, her gaze lingering on Anna for a brief moment before she casually inquired. And who might this be? This is Anna, who will be overseeing the tiers of the Elves Company. And this is her daughter Evelyn, who will learn magic here. Richard introduced them. Greetings. Hello. The two exchanged pleasantries and engaged in a brief conversation. Madison, please show Anna and Evelyn around. They will be residing here. By the way, Evelyn will be your classmate, so do ensure that she does not surpass you, Richard said with a light smile before heading towards the laboratory. Madison rolled her eyes and, with a playful shake of her fist towards Richard, declared, just wait. I will master all the magic here in no time. Keep it up, Richard responded without turning back. Although the first phase of the Mage Tower had been completed, it still required extensive decoration and the arrangement of various magical formations. Routine renovation tasks were entrusted to the elite skeletons. Richard merely needed to prepare the materials, and they would handle the installation. Within the Mage Tower, only the energy pool in the basement and the formations in the laboratory had been completed, while the rest remained largely unfinished, resembling a raw construction site with numerous formations yet to be arranged. The training area also needed protective formations and spatial expansion formations. Otherwise, the confined space would hinder the casting of spells, and targets would need to be installed. The meditation zone required the arrangement of elemental gathering formations to enhance the concentration of elemental energy, facilitating an increase in magical and mental potency during meditation. The planting area demanded the establishment of ley line energy formations and plant nurturing formations to accelerate the growth of flora, which included both the magical plants he was cultivating and materials for his experiments. While these myriad details may seem trivial, they incurred significant expenses. In the forthcoming days, Richard's schedule was tightly packed. He would meditate at 5 in the morning to heal the wounds of his soul and, at 9, conduct classes for Madison, Irina, and Katrina. The curriculum was elementary, covering foundational topics, and the trio was making commendable progress. In the afternoons, he would assign homework for them to study while he labored in the laboratory or worked on the various formations for the Mage Tower. Evenings were spent reviewing their assignments before continuing to refine the creation of the steel golem. When fatigue set in, he would seek out the witch or the dryad to play a game of Gwent, allowing himself to unwind. During this time, the trio's card-playing skills had significantly improved, acquiring a wealth of new strategies or rather knowledge. The construction of the steel golem took longer than anticipated. This delay was primarily due to his discovery that utilizing the specialized steel and titanium from this era greatly enhanced the golem's defensive capabilities, necessitating an upgrade to its combat template. Within the steel golem, Richard created a dimensional space to store the modern equipment he had modified. After his enhancements, the internal space expanded to a cubic volume of 100 meters, sufficient to accommodate a small arsenal. Additionally, the golem retained its original functions: advanced melee magical weapons, flight capabilities, various magical rays, magical particle shields, and magical repair devices. This steel golem is capable of casting spells up to the 7th tier, boasting over 50 types of spells within its spell sequence. Among them, there are 3 7th tier spells, 5 6th tier, 7 5th tier, and 15 4th tier. The intricate engraving of these spell sequences required considerable effort, and Richard equipped the golem with a magical core. Excluding labor costs, the construction of this steel golem has already surpassed $100 million. Richard estimates that the total completion cost, including his labor, will amount to at least $300 million. The ordinary steel golem may not even cost $1 million. As for its combat prowess, Richard estimates that it should be comparable to the later armors of Iron Man, if not slightly superior. After all, Iron Man's armor is ineffective against the Hulk. Yet this steel golem possesses a soul attack that can inflict direct damage to his very essence. Furthermore, he has equipped the golem with a magical energy particle high-frequency oscillation blade, a weapon specifically crafted by arcanists for the purpose of slaying deities. Of course, to merely possess such a weapon and aspire to slay gods would be nothing short of a fool's dream. The endeavor of godslaying has long been one of the highest research topics of the Supreme Arcane Council. As the saying goes, an arcanist who does not wish to slay gods is not a true arcanist. Chapter 46, Vibranium Golem to Vanquish Deities. One must devise a meticulously crafted plan and possess an output capability of unparalleled strength. After all, the divine force field wielded by these celestial beings is extraordinarily formidable. Within the realm occupied by a deity, everything space, time, matter, and more falls under their dominion. Here, they wield powers such as altering reality and modifying space. To inflict harm upon them, one must breach their divine space. The high-frequency oscillation blade of magical energy stands as one of the few weapons capable of penetrating this divine domain. In truth, this high-frequency oscillation blade of magical energy is one of the weapons developed by arcane scholars through their research on the Guy's Silver Blade, which is also among the rare artifacts that have successfully slain gods. The complete Guy's Silver Blade is a 12th-tier artifact. The Guy's Yankees used it to liberate themselves from the enslavement of the Heartstealer, leading to the fragmentation of the vast Heartstealer Empire and its fall from interstellar supremacy. Subsequently, this artifact was destroyed and later reforged twice, first as the Guy's Silver Blade 10, and then as the Guy's Silver Blade 9. Each iteration resulted in the downfall of deities, with numerous demigods and false gods perishing beneath its might. The only artifact that could rival it is the complete form of the Scythe of Ages. Since then, no Guy's Silver Blade of Tier 7 or above has emerged, with rumors suggesting that fragments of the Guy's Silver Blade have been secretly sealed by deities in unknown planes or perilous locations to prevent anyone from reconstituting it. The high-frequency oscillation blade of magical energy is a weapon crafted by arcane scholars based on their studies of the Guy's Silver Blade, with even more powerful models developed thereafter, although Richard currently lacks the capability to forge them. To create such weapons, he must first restore his own strength. Richard has procured a substantial quantity of specialized steel, titanium, tungsten, and other high-strength metals from the market, while also consistently acquiring various rare metals in large quantities. This significant purchasing activity soon attracted the attention of certain individuals. A mysterious merchant reached out to Richard, offering to sell him a quantity of vibranium at a remarkably high price. Richard was well aware of vibranium's properties. It is exceedingly durable and possesses the unique ability to absorb kinetic energy, making it the optimal metal for crafting defensive gear. The only drawback is its exorbitant cost, priced at 200 times that of gold, with 1 gram fetching upwards of $10,000, and its availability on the market is exceedingly limited. Thus, when someone proactively offered him vibranium, Richard did not hesitate and purchased 20 kilograms, expending $250 million. With additional expenses factored in, even the profits from the tears of the elves could scarcely withstand such expenditure. Once his strength is restored, he is determined to journey to Wakanda, for the vibranium left there is a waste. Richard has firmly resolved that when his power is sufficient, he will visit Wakanda. He plans to persuade them through benevolence to contribute vibranium for his forthcoming floating city project. Naturally, utilizing solely vibranium is impractical, as it is not without its flaws. Richard's recent testing revealed that its magical conductivity is rather mediocre. The floating city must not only possess sufficient sturdiness but also exhibit excellent magical conductivity to facilitate the transmission of energy, thereby supporting the operation of various magical arrays within the city. A deficiency in magical conductivity would lead to heightened energy consumption, diminishing the efficacy of the magical runes, and even adversely affecting the weaponry aboard the floating city. He is tasked with fine-tuning the balance among various metals to achieve an optimal state, and the vibranium at his disposal is perfectly suited for experimentation. Richard intends to employ this vibranium in the construction of the steel golem, as its density is less than that of steel, and 20 kilograms would suffice to envelop the golem in a substantial layer with ample surplus. In the laboratory, Richard liquefies the vibranium and meticulously applies it to the surface of the steel golem using a specialized method, simultaneously imbuing the vibranium with a hardening spell to further enhance its hardness and resilience. Given vibranium's commendable magical resistance, Richard inscribes various runes to augment this property upon its surface. Vibranium is characterized by its exceptional hardness and high melting point, rendering it exceedingly challenging to process. Conventional techniques struggle even to melt it, let alone manipulate it. Fortunately, alchemy provides specific methods to address such materials, akin to the divine ability to alter substances, albeit with considerable limitations, restricted range, prolonged casting time, and the necessity for prearranged magical arrays that cannot be relocated. Typically, these are fashioned into rune arrays and inscribed upon alchemical platforms. Through this approach, Richard adeptly alters the form of the vibranium, applying a uniform layer of silvery vibranium across the surface of the steel golem. The exterior of the golem gleams like a mirror, adorned with swirling runes that Richard intertwines with the vibranium in an exceptionally unique manner, ensuring maximum durability. Following the treatment, the defensive capabilities of the steel golem reach remarkable heights. Richard deliberately crafts a shield from the same material and brings it to the training grounds for testing. The results reveal that the shield withstands continuous frontal assaults from 7-ring spells before sustaining minor damage. Furthermore, the inscribed repair runes quickly restore the shield, necessitating 8-ring or higher spells to compromise its integrity. Upon assembly, the steel golem's components are interconnected by a composite magical array, further enhancing its defensive capabilities. Richard can confidently assert that he has harnessed all his abilities in the creation of this steel golem, which possesses strength surpassing his own. However, to animate such a potent construct, a sufficiently powerful energy core is imperative. Richard has prepared an elemental fission furnace as the energy core. In truth, with his current prowess, he could attempt to directly employ an elemental fusion furnace. However, the fusion furnace requires the fission furnace to ignite it. Technical knowledge alone cannot facilitate this leap. Unless he returns to his peak condition and ignites the fusion furnace directly on the sun's surface, this step remains insurmountable. The elemental fission process necessitates not only various elements but also the metal plutonium. It is said that the inspiration for the great archmage's research into elemental fission stemmed from their encounter with a legendary dragon known as the Plutonian dragon in the multiverse. This mythical creature possesses extraordinary strength and is among the few beings capable of contending with deities. The Plutonian dragon, along with several other dragons and ancient aberrations, is referred to as the Hatred from the primordial era. Some Plutonian dragons have even ventured into the abyss, where they vanquished the demon lords dwelling within. The archmages expended considerable resources to glean insights from the Plutonian dragon, refining the theories of elemental fission and fusion, thereby laying the groundwork for the emergence of the elemental furnace. Chapter 47. The elemental furnace. The reserves of metallic plutonium in the world of Motera are exceedingly scarce, categorizing it as a strategic resource. Only the Supreme Arcane Council possesses the authority to permit its extraction, and any unauthorized mining endeavors are met with severe repercussions. Pure metallic plutonium rarely occurs in nature. Nearly all plutonium ores are amalgamated with other minerals or metals, or consist of various isotopes, necessitating refinement for practical use. Concurrently, during their investigations into plutonium, the Arcanists discovered uranium, another metallic element capable of undergoing fission. Unlike plutonium, uranium ore is naturally occurring and does not require the intricate refining processes. However, uranium does have its drawbacks, as its energy output pales in comparison to that of plutonium. On Blue Planet, both uranium and plutonium are subject to stringent regulation. Yet, in this world, alternative methods invariably exist. It is noteworthy that even nuclear weapons have been traded, so the trade of uranium and plutonium is hardly surprising. Richard, while procuring various ores containing minute quantities of plutonium, simultaneously resorts to the dark web to acquire metallic uranium and plutonium. Low-concentration uranium can be traded internationally. It is the 3 enriched uranium utilized in nuclear power plants. However, lacking a nuclear facility, Richard finds himself unable to procure it through conventional channels, compelling him to turn to the dark web. Despite the rigorous regulations surrounding metallic plutonium and uranium, loopholes persist in this world. For instance, 9 years ago, during the disintegration of the Bear Empire, Not only were several nuclear weapons lost, but also an abundance of metallic uranium and plutonium, which subsequently surfaced for sale on the dark web. Even to this day, remnants of the military arsenal from the Bear Empire's collapse are available on the international market. More crucially, the dissolution of the Bear Empire resulted in numerous confidential materials being entirely forgotten, such as the Hydra base located within the Arctic Circle. Some individuals, either intentionally or inadvertently, concealed certain items, and by the time the Great Bear began to regain its strength and reassert control over the nation, many confidential documents from the Bear era had vanished, such as the secret base housing uranium rods in Siberia. The market price for metallic uranium is exceedingly high. In pursuit of profit, the Great Bear once sold uranium rods in vast quantities on the international market, with trade volumes reaching $300 to $400 billion. Those who concealed the uranium rod reserves were strategically waiting for the opportune moment to sell at a favorable price. Naturally, Richard's interest in purchasing uranium rods caught the attention of these individuals, as his repeated acquisitions on the dark web had garnered him a modicum of notoriety. Consequently, they initiated contact with him to negotiate a transaction. After a series of discussions, Richard resolved to procure $200 million worth of uranium rods, enriched to an impressive concentration of 80%. Although this is not weapon-grade purity at 90%, it suffices for Richard's purposes. The sole challenge lies in the transportation of this batch of uranium. Even smuggling syndicates would hesitate to transport uranium of such caliber. However, what poses the greatest challenge for others is rendered remarkably simple and convenient for Richard. With a spatial ring in his possession, he can simply place the uranium rods within the ring and bring them back effortlessly. Furthermore, with the teleportation array of the Mage Tower now established, upon acquiring the goods, Richard can directly utilize teleportation magic to return. Richard dedicated 2 days to successfully completing a transaction, acquiring a substantial amount of raw materials. Subsequently, he commenced the construction of a small elemental fusion furnace. The choice of materials for the furnace is of utmost importance. Inferior materials would inevitably result in an explosion. Elemental fission releases a tremendous amount of energy, generating both light and heat, which necessitates a specialized transformation array for conversion. If one were to employ the rudimentary method used on Blue Planet, over 70% of the energy would be squandered. However, for Arcanists, energy transformation is their forte. Through the use of energy conversion runic arrays, they can reclaim 80 to 95% of the energy. System: scan the blueprint for the small elemental fission furnace. The process of scanning the blueprint commenced. Blueprint for small elemental fission furnace has been retrieved. In an instant, Richard was presented with an array of intricate diagrams. These diagrams rapidly coalesced, revealing a model of the small elemental fission furnace before him. System: initiate a data experiment. Parameters for the experiment were input, and the simulation began. The elemental fission furnace powered on, and data simulation commenced. Energy output at 5%, operation normal. 10%, operation normal. 15%, operation normal. Increase output. Energy output surged to 50%, operation normal. 60%, operation normal. 85%, device began to heat up. Pause the experiment. Continue. Richard resolutely opted not to halt the simulation. 90%, device overheated, energy overflow commenced. 95%, device operation became problematic, significant energy leakage ensued. The device overheated, the elemental energy valve lost control, resulting in an explosion. Simulation experiment failed. 31 areas of improvement have been identified. Restarting the simulation experiment. After several rounds of simulation, Richard's design for the small elemental fission furnace successfully passed the experimental phase. He then proceeded to fabricate the furnace itself. In the laboratory, a large apparatus meticulously carved a diminutive component. Hundreds of small chisels flowed seamlessly, engraving runes with precision and accuracy. Richard continuously infused elemental magic into the piece, imbuing the runes with power. This step was crucial. Any deviation could render the runes inert, ultimately nullifying the runic array and rendering the component useless. Under his deft control, elemental energy was precisely integrated into each engraved rune, vibrant hues of magical light suffusing them as each rune shimmered with arcane brilliance. Soon, the component was flawlessly crafted. Richard inspected the piece. Perfect quality. It was ready for use. With a gentle wave of his hand, the pre-prepared components soared into the air. Hundreds of pieces rapidly assembled under Richard's guidance, and in the blink of an eye, a meticulously crafted energy core, 10 centimeters in diameter, materialized in midair. Richard extended his hand to retrieve the energy core, and in that instant, a flash of magical luminescence enveloped him. Identification spell. Small elemental fission furnace. Type. Energy core. Material. Runic mithril, runic vibranium, enchanted gemstones, silver star sand. Quality. Orange. Level. Pinnacle of extraordinary 4th rank. Evaluation. It is as flawless as a masterpiece of art. Upon witnessing the data, Richard felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, and with a gentle snap of his fingers, a stunning automaton materialized before him on the workbench, the very body of the steel golem he had just completed. With a soft click, the chest of the steel golem opened, revealing a labyrinthine network of runes. At the center of this intricate design lay a recess, into which Richard placed the energy core, and in an instant, the golem's chest closed seamlessly, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 48. The guardian Richard gazed upon the steel golem upon the workbench, preparing for the final step, the most crucial step, the activation of the soul core. Only by instilling the soul core with its intrinsic values could the steel golem be truly animated. He retrieved the meticulously crafted soul core and, with a gentle motion, opened the compartment nestled in the golem's chest, revealing a labyrinth of intricate and precise runes within. He placed the soul core inside, and with a soft chime, the runes and the core fit together seamlessly. Next, Richard brandished his staff and lightly tapped the ground. Instantly, a golden array of runes sprang to life, the energy pool activated, and luminous energy channels flickered to life, with runes emerging one by one. Richard ascended into the air, his voluminous mage robes billowing around him. With an outstretched hand, 7 magical gems appeared, which, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a myriad of colorful lights, resplendent and vibrant, merging into the entire rune array. To ensure the success of this spell, he harnessed the energy from the Mage Tower's energy pool, the ample power allowing him to temporarily cast high-tier spells. Activate Construct Life. Elemental energy surged into his being, accompanied by an unusual chant. To achieve the optimal effect, Richard employed the spell maximization technique. Countless elemental energies, under the influence of the rune array, coalesced into a mysterious force of creation, which then infused the steel golem upon the workbench. Under the influence of this force, the steel golem began to exhibit signs of life. The entire casting process lasted a quarter of an hour, during which 30% of the energy from the pool was consumed, already the maximum limit he could wield. Thanks to the application of spell maximization and the rune array, the spell's level reached the 9th tier, crossing the threshold into legendary magic. As all the energy was imparted to the steel golem, and the ethereal glow of the spell dissipated, a peculiar wave of soul energy materialized from thin air. In the next moment, the steel golem on the workbench trembled slightly before rising to its feet, the soul energy now pulsating with vitality. Master, the steel golem knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully to Richard. Arise. Richard interrupted the energy supply, concluding the spell. How do you feel? Like never before, the steel golem responded, its surface now adorned with shimmering golden patterns, exuding an air of mystery. System, scan its status. A beam of ethereal light swiftly scanned the steel golem, and a wealth of data materialized before Richard's eyes. Steel golem, advanced model material, vibranium, rune steel, magified titanium alloy, level, legendary, height, 2.03 meters, weight, 2 tons. Attributes, strength 33, agility 25, constitution 35, intelligence 11, perception 13, charisma 8. Alignment, lawful neutral. Challenge level, 19. Weaponry, arcane particle high-frequency oscillation blade, rune-infused vibranium shield, arcane particle protective barrier, compact elemental fission furnace, dimensional combat space, radar detection, Gatling gun, rockets, missiles, etc.
Combat expertise, advanced initiative, soul scanning, mastery of unarmed combat, weak point breach, Armor piercing, magic breaking, multi-strike, aerial combat, combat spellcasting, spell pénétration, rapide combat, défensive offense, combat à Warren.
Intuitive evasion, momentum slash, sword and shield mastery, advanced energy absorption, legendary resilience, legendary strength, elemental resistance, rapid repair. Damage immunities. Fire, toxins, hypnosis, piercing, paralysis, petrification, terror, weakness, freezing, bludgeoning, etc. Skills, teleportation, flight, scorching ray, thunderstorm, group dissuasion spell. Upon observing that the data of the Iron Golem aligned perfectly with his design, Richard felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He had invested considerable effort to ensure that the Iron Golem could master these formidable abilities. Only high-grade soul crystals could withstand such expertise and skills. To Richard's delight, what he initially intended to create as a pseudo-legendary golem had, with the infusion of vibranium, truly attained legendary status. Richard bestowed upon it a new soul. Although the Iron Golem remained a construct, its intellect had approached that of a normal human, capable of comprehending nearly all commands. It could devise combat strategies autonomously based on its surroundings and adapt to unforeseen circumstances. However, it still bore the traits of a construct, lacking human creativity and independent thought. From this day forth, you shall be called the Guardian. Your task is to protect the entire Mage Tower from invasion. Richard commanded the Iron Golem. He simultaneously set permissions for Kesov, Madison, Annie, and Yelena to ensure their safety, granting them some degree of command authority as well. Typically, the Guardian would remain within the Mage Tower, but upon Richard's summons, it would arrive immediately. The Mage Tower was equipped with a teleportation array, allowing Richard to summon the Guardian directly as long as he was still on Blue Star. Currently, Richard's strength was limited to that of a level 12 Arcanist, with numerous threats surrounding him. With the Guardian at his disposal, he could summon it in times of danger and watch as it dealt with any threats. The presence of this Guardian Golem afforded Richard a modicum of security in this perilous world. Richard led the Iron Golem into the hall, gathered the others, and informed them of the Golem's capabilities. "Brother, are you saying this giant will protect me?" exclaimed the little girl, Yelena, with excitement. "Indeed, it will safeguard you when danger arises, but do not allow it to act recklessly. Its destructive power is immense and could easily demolish a building," Richard cautioned. "Normally, it will not leave the Mage Tower." Understood. Despite the many restrictions, Yelena remained elated. With the Guardian now at his side, Richard's treasure-seeking endeavors could commence. For this world harbored numerous powerful relics. For instance, there are 6 Infinity Stones, and currently at least 2 reside on Blue Star, one being the Time Stone, held by the ancient sorceress Gui, and the other, the Space Stone, presumably within the confines of the Shield of Serpent. As for the stone in Guyi's possession, there is no point in contemplating it. Defeating her is beyond reach. Regarding the Space Stone, he has no intention of provoking the Shield of Serpent, and there will be ample opportunities in the future to acquire it. When the time comes, he can simply seize it. Apart from the Infinity Stones, what Richard yearns for most is the Covenant of Sanctum Ganses, a document housing 3,000 high-quality souls, with the least being high-grade soul crystals. Should he succeed in obtaining it, he could commence the construction of his Iron Golem Legion, and with the Tower Spirit secured, he might even be fortunate enough to acquire the Tower Spirit of the Floating City. During this period, he has tirelessly sought information regarding the Covenant of Sanctum Ganses through various channels, yet his efforts have yielded little success. He is even unaware of the precise location of Sanctum Ganses itself. Chapter 49. The coveted collection that envy all Arcanists. The Covenant of St. Gonzalez is an absolute necessity for Richard, for only by acquiring this pact can he procure a sufficient quantity of high-grade soul crystals. As for the prospect of confronting the denizens of hell, he is exceedingly familiar with that notion. Due to the constraints of dimensional barriers, the lords of hell, whether they be exalted devils or demons, are unable to manifest their true forms here. They can only traverse to Blue Star in the guise of avatars or through possession. Should they indeed seek out Richard, it would be nothing short of splendid, grateful for nature's bountiful gifts. Obtaining a soul crystal inscribed with Mephisto's own signature would undoubtedly become a coveted treasure among all Arcanists. Richard would arrange for a dedicated exhibition hall for it, ensuring it occupies the most prominent position. The very thought ignites a sense of eagerness within him, especially as he has just completed the Guardian Golem, which he intends to utilize for testing practical combat capabilities. In the absence of any news regarding the Covenant of St. Gonzalez, Richard resolved to investigate various ghost stories and legendary locales rumored throughout the Lighthouse Kingdom. With a stroke of fortune, these tales might hold a kernel of truth, potentially yielding him additional soul crystals. They need not be of exceptional quality. Even mid-grade soul crystals would suffice. Mid-grade soul crystals can be crafted into rock golems, such as granite or obsidian golems, both of commendable strength. Even if employed for golem construction, they serve well for casting the wishing spell. When casting the wishing spell, besides the requisite expenditure of gold and magical gems, one must also expend soul energy. For Richard, an abundance of soul crystals is always welcome. He assigned tasks to Caspian, Madison, and Irina before setting off towards the nearest site of paranormal activity. The closest location is near New York, with intelligence sourced from his Anomalous Affairs Agency, where he was commissioned to locate a missing person. The site is a secluded town in New York State, where individuals with nothing better to do often embark on adventures, camping in places reputed to be haunted, as if such endeavors might showcase their uniqueness. Unfortunately, many of them meet with untimely fates. Were it not for the pursuit of high-grade soul crystals, Richard would have long since shuttered the agency, for he has amassed a fortune that renders the agency's meager profits inconsequential. The task at hand is not particularly challenging, yet it is a significant waste of time. Reviewing the collected information, Richard discovers that these individuals are venturing to a town steeped in the legend of the Headless Horseman, seeking to ascertain its existence. As anticipated, their expedition leads to unforeseen complications, resulting in their rapid disappearance. Among them is a girl whose father is a wealthy magnate. Upon her vanishing, he promptly enlisted help to search for her, yet 2 successive groups have failed to locate her, ultimately leading him to Richard's Anomalous Affairs Agency. Regarding these reckless souls, Richard perceives them as seekers of their own demise. Just in time, Richard is prepared to seek high-tier soul crystals. He accepts a payment of 1 million while also planning to investigate the matter himself. Enka Town. Once a bustling town, it fell into decline as the tides of time swept away its economic foundation with the closure of a local factory. The townsfolk, seeking new opportunities, departed en masse, leaving the town to languish in desolation, its population dwindling. This forsaken place became a fitting backdrop for urban legends, and soon whispers of a headless horseman began to circulate. Ironically, this very legend attracted a handful of young adventurers eager to explore its eerie charm. As night descended, Richard finally arrived at the town, though he did not venture inside. The missing individuals had vanished along a secluded path outside the town, and he resolved to head directly toward it. Richard retrieved a set of garments, specifically requested from a wealthy patron, which matched the attire of the disappeared. He then cast a spell to sense the essence lingering upon the clothes. A flicker of ethereal light surged, and upon consuming the essence, it transformed into an arrow, soaring towards the distant woods. Richard pursued it closely, soon penetrating deep into the forest, where he discovered several tents. Approaching the campsite, he found the campfire extinguished and a headless corpse sprawled nearby, blood staining the ground. Upon inspection, Richard determined that the body had been lifeless for approximately a day, surrounded by a chaotic array of footprints. Given the grim scene, he prepared to summon the spirit of the deceased for answers, only to discover, to his dismay, that the soul had vanished. Typically, even an ordinary person's spirit lingers for a brief period after death, approximately 7 days before transitioning to the afterlife. With a corpse as a medium, one could usually call forth its spirit. Yet, in this instance, the body remained unresponsive to Richard's incantation. With no spirit to guide him, Richard directed the arrow to continue its search for the missing individuals, which soon led deeper into the thicket. Along his path, he stumbled upon 2 more headless corpses, both devoid of souls mirroring the first. Continuing onward, an unexpected fog materialized within the forest. Richard acutely sensed the dense aura of negative energy enveloping the mist, which had the power to disorient and obscure signals. Those who wandered into it were unlikely to find their way back. Clearly, his objective lay concealed within this shroud. Fortifying himself against malevolent forces, Richard stepped boldly into the foggy woods, where the mist held no sway over him. Before long, he located his target. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed through the air, and from the depths of the fog emerged the towering figure of a headless horseman. Concealed behind a tree, Zoe curled herself tightly against the trunk, her heart racing as she fervently whispered prayers for divine protection, vowing that should she survive this ordeal, she would never again court danger. Yet, the hoofbeats grew ever closer, and she sensed the creature prowling beneath her perch. Time seemed to stretch. It could have been an hour or merely a second before the beast circled the base of the tree and moved on. As the figure receded into the mist, Zoe exhaled a sigh of relief. Just as she relaxed her tense body, a sudden crack of a branch echoed through the air, and a headless horseman emerged ominously beneath the trees. Ah! Zoe let out a terrified scream, instinctively hurling the stone in her hand, before leaping down the other side of the tree to escape. The stone struck the headless horseman, only to pass right through him, and in an instant, he urged his steed forward in pursuit. The trees and vines of the forest offered no hindrance to the headless rider. In the blink of an eye, he had reached Zoe's back, brandishing a blood-stained pipe axe that swung menacingly towards her head, aiming to sever it from her body. Chapter 50. The axe of vengeance. The blood-stained pipe axe swept through the air, poised to behead its target. As Zorn beheld the gleaming blade approaching her, despair filled her eyes. Yet, at that moment, the axe abruptly halted. Its sharp edge, accompanied by a chilling gust, froze before her, a single strand of hair drifting to the ground. Binding curse! The menacing headless knight stood as though suspended in time, motionless. Soul bind! Several golden threads shot forth, ensnaring the headless knight, leaving it utterly powerless to resist. You are Zorn. Just as Zorn remained in a daze, a figure appeared beside her. Yes, I am. You are safe now. Stay aside. I will take you home shortly. Richard waved his hand, and a magical hand lifted her and set her aside. Zorn, still in a bewildered state, felt herself being effortlessly lifted. Richard observed the headless knight before him, clad in an 18th-century military uniform, astride a skeletal steed, enveloped in an aura of deathly energy, exuding a menacing presence. Yet, its essence was insubstantial, lacking in intelligence, and crucially, it existed only through that very pipe axe. Soul shock! A burst of spiritual energy erupted, shattering the headless knight's form into countless fragments, which swiftly coalesced into a swirling black mist, converging upon the axe. In the next moment, all of it fused into the weapon. The golden threads wove into an expansive net, ensnaring the axe. Though it appeared fragile, the net was remarkably resilient. The pipe axe had no means of resistance and was thoroughly subdued. Next, Richard sought out the lair of the headless knight, an ancient graveyard dating back at least 2 centuries. Beside it stood a dilapidated church, remnants of its former glory. Within a tomb lay a decayed skeleton, while a tree branch nearby was adorned with severed heads, watched intently by several crows with blood-red eyes. Arcane missile! A flurry of arcane missiles surged forth, striking the unsuspecting crows, reducing them to mere pulp. The graveyard appeared desolate, devoid of any life, and the inscriptions on the nearby tombstone revealed that it belonged to a colonial officer from the 18th century, who perished in a conflict with the local inhabitants. Subsequently, those colonizers annihilated an entire tribe, burying the chief's pipe axe as a funerary offering. Richard quickly surmised the events that unfolded, the colonizers vying for land against the local tribe, ultimately emerging victorious. After their triumph, they established a church and a settlement there. Little did they anticipate that the pipe axe would wield the power to summon vengeful spirits against them, forcing them to abandon the land. Richard examined the pipe axe, noting the strange engravings resembling shamanic totems, likely crafted by the local shaman of that era. Richard had previously encountered such entities in the primitive tribes of other realms, where these tribes predominantly venerated the spirits of nature and the souls of their ancestors. Possessing magical abilities, they wielded peculiar curses and priestly powers. It was evident that those early colonists had crossed paths with such shamanic sorcerers. The pipe axe, crafted from rather ordinary materials, was imbued with a multitude of souls that incessantly devoured one another until they amalgamated into a singular entity. However, this method of consumption yielded a spirit akin to an axe spirit. Despite the substantial accumulation of soul energy, its essence had not undergone rigorous refinement. Consequently, even when the soul was extracted, it merely resulted in a medium-grade soul crystal, falling short of the higher echelon. The extraction at this juncture proved to be a futile endeavor. With a wave of his hand, Richard stowed away the pipe axe and subsequently discovered 2 additional beleaguered survivors in the woods, whom he brought back to New York. Upon witnessing Richard's display of sorcery, Zorn persistently sought to learn from him but was met with immediate refusal. Lacking the requisite talent, Richard had neither the time nor inclination to teach. After collecting his commission, Richard returned to the Mage Tower and commenced his study of the pipe axe. The axe's coarse engravings rendered it rather ineffective, and the intellect of its axe spirit was in disarray, limited by a restriction that allowed it to manifest only thrice daily, meaning the Headless Horseman could claim but 3 lives in a day. This limitation explained why those individuals had managed to endure until Richard's arrival. Contemplating the axe, Richard found himself in a quandary. Extracting the axe spirit would yield at most a medium-grade soul crystal, yet leaving the axe untouched served little purpose. Had he allowed it to continue its rampage, perhaps in a few decades the axe spirit might have evolved into a high-grade soul crystal. Richard mused aloud, and as the words left his lips, he suddenly recalled something. Indeed, why not allow it to ascend to a high-grade soul crystal on its own? With a decisive clap of his hands, he set to work. Acting swiftly, Richard had previously encountered numerous troublesome demon lords in the world of Moterra, even capturing a few to extract soul crystals for the crafting of legendary golems. His dealings with demons had imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding their cunning strategies. Demons often seduced individuals into signing contracts, with some opting to barter their souls for power, revenge, or other pursuits, yet invariably they ended up forfeiting their souls to the demons. Before him lay the pipe axe, a weapon of vengeance. The shamanic sorcerer who had sacrificed his soul to forge this battle axe had imbued it with formidable power of retribution, and the essence of the vengeful spirit was of exceptional quality. Thus, Richard undertook a series of upgrades and modifications to the pipe axe, culminating in the emergence of a gleaming, cold-lighted pipe axe upon the laboratory table. Wrathful Axe of Vengeance. Material: walnut, steel, soul of vengeance. Quality: extraordinary level 2. Traits: sharp, armor-piercing, possession. Ability: this axe is imbued with the essence of curses and the fire of vengeance. Only the fury of retribution can awaken it. Upon signing a vengeance contract, one may harness its formidable power for revenge. Note: this involves trading with demons, and your currency is your soul. Revenge's Fury. Upon activation, one shall receive a strength of 8, constitution of 8, and agility of 8, with all enhancements not exceeding 18. You will gain the form of vengeance, acquiring a temporary level 15 warrior template, alongside the abilities of rapid regeneration, corporeal phasing, lifesteal, and berserk. The effects endure for 10 minutes. When the law fails to deliver justice, seize your axe and reclaim it. Upon fulfilling the contract, the user's soul shall be drawn forth, with the agreement lasting a maximum of 1 year. Upon expiration, the soul shall be forcibly extracted. All power comes at a price. Note: do not violate the contract. Upon beholding the axe of vengeance, Richard could not help but commend himself. New York is rife with those yearning for retribution yet lacking the means. Now, the benevolent Lord Richard grants you the opportunity for vengeance. Grasp the axe and seek retribution. This axe's spirit has been meticulously transformed by Richard. As long as the flame of vengeance burns within your heart, its power can be summoned. Having completed the axe of vengeance, Richard snapped his fingers, and a portal materialized instantaneously. He cast the axe into it, and in the next moment, at a street corner in New York, a smoking pipe axe materialized unexpectedly. Chapter 51. The bustling New York. In the heart of New York, a mark was left upon the revenge axe, allowing its wielder to monitor its condition and whereabouts at any moment. As for whether casting this axe into the streets of New York would incite chaos, Richard merely shrugged, dismissing the concern. After all, this axe was the revenge axe, a symbol of justice for the oppressed. He believed that the citizens of the Beacon Nation would welcome such a gift. If the police, judges, and juries failed to deliver justice, then let this axe serve as their means of reprisal. The populace had grown accustomed to the daily spectacle of violent shootouts. Surely, the addition of a revenge axe would pose no issue. In a dim corner of New York, Jim had just collected a meal from a nearby shelter, his demeanor resembling that of a lost soul as he slumped onto a bench to eat. Not long ago, he had enjoyed a blissful family life, complete with a gentle wife and a cherished daughter. Yet, in the blink of an eye, everything had unraveled. He found himself unemployed, and despite his relentless pursuit of work, no one was willing to hire him. Soon after, the bank began pressing for loan repayments, and they seized his home and car, leaving his family homeless. They were forced to relocate to a slum, where the search for employment became even more daunting. Ultimately, his wife could no longer endure the strain and filed for divorce, leaving him bereft of his family and burdened with monthly alimony payments. Thus, he was cast out onto the streets, transformed into a vagrant. He pondered deeply why he had fallen from a position of envy to this wretched state. After 2 decades of dedicated service to his company, he was unceremoniously dismissed, his pleas for severance met with the cold indifference of his bankrupt employer. The banks, unmoved by his desperate cries, expelled him from their doors. Neither judges, nor police officers, nor jurors came to his aid. Despite his diligent efforts, he found himself facing this grim fate. Consumed by rage, he yearned for vengeance against his affluent boss, the banks, the judges, and their complicit enforcers. In that moment of despair, a thought ignited within him: revenge. Simultaneously, his gaze fell upon a pipe axe resting silently at his side. In that instant, a voice echoed within his heart: "Seize it, grasp it, and you shall have your vengeance." Without a moment's hesitation, Jim clutched the pipe axe in his hand, and as he did, he felt an immense surge of power coursing through his veins. Do you desire the strength for retribution? You have been cast into the depths, living like a dog, while those above indulge in endless feasts and pleasures. Do you not wish to retaliate? Simply claim it, and you shall possess the might of vengeance. None shall impede your path. You can trample those lofty individuals beneath your feet and reclaim what was rightfully yours. A tantalizing voice resonated within his mind, igniting a fierce fire within his chest. Without hesitation, he declared, "I accept. I seek vengeance, and I will slay them. I shall trample them all beneath my feet. I am determined to reclaim what I have lost. As you wish, go forth." With the fading of the voice, a surge of formidable power coursed through his veins, and an array of combat techniques materialized in his mind. In that instant, he resembled a seasoned warrior, having endured countless battles. Upon reopening his eyes, a glimmer of fierce determination flashed within Jim's gaze. The confusion and helplessness that once consumed him vanished entirely, supplanted by a burning desire for vengeance. The axe of retribution does not distort one's will nor drive one to madness. Rather, it amplifies the yearning for revenge. Richard understood all too well that while this frenzy could significantly enhance their strength, it could also degrade their spiritual essence. Moreover, in their madness, these individuals might fail to achieve their vengeance, leading to incomplete soul harvests. As for why he employed deceptive methods, akin to a devil to reap souls, such is the burden of a kind heart, unable to bear witness to their unjust suffering. The terms he offered were far more generous than those of any fiend. As a new day dawned, New York resumed its bustling rhythm. Pedestrians hurried along the streets, and a nearby bank commenced its operations. Suddenly, a pickup truck barreled through the bank's entrance like a wild stallion. Alarms blared, and chaos erupted in the bank's hall. Security personnel scrambled to draw their weapons, but before they could react, a figure leapt from the vehicle, donned in a mask. Almost instantly, he swung a pipe axe, cleaving through the neck of one guard with brutal efficiency. Blood flew, and as the crimson spray erupted, the remaining guards, paralyzed by fear, opened fire. Astonishingly, the bullets passed through him without inflicting any harm. "You wretched accomplices, perish," came the deep, resonant voice. In the next moment, the masked figure charged forward, his pipe axe sweeping through them with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Terrified, the remaining patrons scattered in panic. The masked assailant paid them no heed, directing a powerful blow at the bulletproof glass of the counter. To the astonishment of all, the glass instantly fissured into a spiderweb of cracks. Without a moment's pause, he swung his arm like a windmill, shattering the glass entirely. The bank staff, gripped by terror, instinctively began filling bags with cash, their movements revealing extensive training. "What of Jason?" the masked figure inquired, not accepting the bags. "The manager is in the office," a nearby staff member quickly replied. No sooner had the words left his lips than a resounding crash echoed through the room as the heavy bulletproof door was deformed by a single blow of the axe. With a few more strikes, the fortified blast door, measuring a thickness of 40 centimeters, was dismantled as if it were mere tofu, yielding effortlessly to the onslaught. "Sir, you may take the money, but please, do not harm me." A scream pierced the air as the patrons lay prostrate on the floor, too frightened to make any sudden moves. Once the masked figure departed with the money, the police arrived, but by then, he had vanished as if into thin air. In the following days, within an affluent neighborhood of New York, the enigmatic masked figure reemerged. A wealthy individual was found murdered within the confines of his residence. Merely 2 days later, in another upscale community, a judge along with several jury members fell victim to the masked assailant. The audacity of the perpetrator was further underscored when, during his escape, he engaged in a violent confrontation with the police, resulting in the demise of several officers. In an instant, the entire police force of New York was engulfed in a fervor of rage, vowing to deliver a decisive reckoning to the masked menace. Chapter 52. The Vampire: The Revenge Act stirred a modest commotion in New York, yet for a global metropolis boasting a population in the millions, it was of little consequence. Merely a few days later, the first host of the Revenge Acts had consummated the pact. Although the potency of the Revenge Acts was amplified, its immunity to physical assaults had been diminished. After all, the Revenge Acts had transitioned from being a specter to a living entity capable of employing phasing abilities, which could only shield against a fraction of physical attacks. Fiery explosions, for instance, were not entirely negated. Consequently, the inaugural host met his demise, besieged by a multitude of law enforcement officers. The Revenge Axe, bearing his soul, departed in search of a new vessel. In this city, the hearts of many were ablaze with vengeful fury, and Richard eagerly anticipated the day when the Revenge Axe would bestow upon him a superior soul crystal. Although the Revenge Axe was active in New York, it bore little relevance to the ordinary populace. By chance, Richard stumbled upon an article in the Florida Post, reporting that in the past month, a figure clad in a red and blue bodysuit had been swinging between skyscrapers in Queens, combating crime as a vigilante. The newspaper even featured a photograph, leaving Richard puzzled. Did this man truly find comfort in such tight attire? Was he not constricted? Or perhaps he harbored peculiar inclinations that relished that sensation. Aside from this peculiar news, Richard was taken aback by another article in the Florida Post. A woman in her 40s, desperate due to the impending Christmas season and lacking funds for a Christmas tree, attempted to pilfer a 2-meter-tall tree from a supermarket. Astonishingly, she endeavored to conceal it within her body, ultimately succumbing to severe blood loss and fainting, discovered only when the police arrived to find the tree embedded 60 centimeters within her. Richard found this perplexing yet maintained a respectful distance. Initially, Richard intended to continue his quest for urban legends and mysterious locales, seeking to procure more exquisite soul crystals. However, before he could set forth again, his wizard's tower was unexpectedly invaded. Under the cover of night, 2 individuals stealthily infiltrated his estate, evading the poisonous gas and entangling vines of the enchanted mandrake. Ultimately, they were ensnared by the bloodthorns. These intruders were not mere mortals. They were vampires. Upon their entry into the estate, Richard discerned their intentions. They had refrained from immediate aggression, merely probing for vulnerabilities in the tower's defenses. The outcome revealed that the hallucinogenic pollen of the enchanted mandrake was effective only against ordinary individuals and required fortification. The activation of the vines was sluggish, proving ineffectual against agile beings. Their survival from the blood vines was solely due to Richard's command, and by the following day, these 2 individuals were confined within Richard's laboratory. Richard was somewhat familiar with the vampiric kind, having dissected numerous specimens in the past. Within the Arcane Academy, Several vampires had undergone dissection 1,000 times or more. After all, vampires possessed a tenacious life force. Unless exposed to flames, corrosive acids, silver, or sunlight, they were notoriously difficult to eliminate. Even if disassembled into parts and reassembled, nourished with a touch of blood, it would swiftly regain its vitality. Some arcane academies, in a bid to economize, have resorted to using dissected vampires in place of human cadavers for their anatomy classes, as vampires and humans share a striking similarity in their organ structure. Richard once penned a paper on vampires, detailing how exposure to sunlight causes them to ignite violently and reduce to ashes, with temperatures soaring between 2,500 to 3,000 degrees, comparable to the outer temperature of a fireball. This begs the question, what prompts such a fierce reaction from a necrotic being when exposed to ultraviolet light? This inquiry formed part of his published works at the Arcane Academy, earning him a scholarship, and the theory has since been applied in various arcane technologies. After interrogating the two vampires, Richard gleaned significant information. Firstly, he learned that the vampires were categorized into purebloods and hybrids, and the two he had captured were hybrids. Originally human, they had been transformed into vampires by purebloods. Their abilities were mediocre, possessing a strength of approximately 12 and agility of 15. These two vampires had ventured to Richard's estate due to the elixir of life he had concocted for profit. Among the affluent purchasers of the elixir were members of the Ha-Ghost clan, who presented this life-giving potion to the vampires. Upon discovering the elixir's substantial life energy, which proved beneficial and capable of enhancing their powers, the vampires sent emissaries to clandestinely capture Richard to compel him to serve them. From these two vampires, Richard learned of the formidable strength possessed by many vampires, some of whom had existed for centuries, amassing vast wealth. Moreover, within the government of the Lighthouse Nation, there existed a faction of the Ha-Ghost clan that fervently supported the vampires. This subservient attitude stemmed from their desire to become vampires themselves, hoping to attain immortality. How perplexing it is that sheep would choose wolves as their overlords. Richard found this notion baffling. However, in the pursuit of eternal life, their motivations began to make sense. Ultimately, these individuals cared little for the nature of vampires. Their primary concern lay in power and longevity. Upon realizing that these two vampires sought the elixir of life, Richard understood its significance. The elixir was a refined essence of werewolf blood, purged of toxins, leaving only the purest life energy, a veritable boon for vampires. While immortal, vampires require extended periods of slumber after prolonged existence, and this elixir could diminish their need for such long hibernations. Thus, it became evident that this band of vampires aimed to capture him to produce the elixir for them. Initially, had he just arrived in this realm, he might have retreated to avoid confrontation with vampires. However, having regained his strength and completed the Guardian, retreating now would render his efforts in crafting the Guardian Golem futile. As for the Mage Tower, it was not a matter of underestimating the vampires. Without heavy weaponry, they could not breach its defenses. Regarding the use of heavy artillery and missiles, this was New York City, not a battlefield against extraterrestrial foes. Moreover, should he deploy the Guardians, even heavy artillery and missiles would prove futile. Previously, I believed that the soul crystals in this world would be rather elusive. However, it appears that these resources are quite abundant. Those vampires who have lived for millennia, if their souls were to be extracted, could undoubtedly yield soul crystals of a superior grade. Of course, the quality of such soul crystals might be on the lower end of the high-tier spectrum, yet they would suffice for the creation of ordinary steel golems. Speaking of which, how many of those blood-sucking pests are there? Chapter 53. Harvest. When it comes to dealing with vampires, wizards are the true experts. The vampires' reliance on their undying bodies, superior agility, and other abilities are trivial in the presence of a wizard. While ordinary humans require flames, strong acids, or silver to vanquish a vampire, the spells wielded by wizards are uniformly effective against them. Richard forcefully extracted the memories of two vampires and swiftly uncovered several vampire layers from those fragmented recollections. Vampires adhere to a strict hierarchical structure, rendering lower-ranking vampires incapable of divulging their master's secrets. Thus, Richard chose to confront them personally. As for the two vampires, he subjected them to a sunbath and subsequently harvested 2 low-level soul crystals. From the memories of these vampires, Richard gleaned a wealth of information. A truce had been established between humans and vampires, wherein humans provide a substantial amount of blood from blood banks annually in exchange for the vampire's prohibition against attacking humans. Furthermore, humans have established a vampire management office, ostensibly tasked with regulating vampires and executing those who breach the truce. In reality, this office has become a stronghold for the Ha clan, not only failing to eliminate those who violate the agreement but also consistently covering for the vampires, leading to their increasingly audacious behavior. Richard also discovered some familiar names within the memories of the two vampires. A faction of the Hades gang was reportedly involved in trafficking individuals to the vampires. It appeared that the vampires were planning something significant, as a considerable number were flocking to New York. Moreover, the vampires' carnival was approaching. Such a splendid occasion could not go unacknowledged by Richard. He first informed the Punisher, Frank, requesting his return, and then returned to the hall of the Wizard Tower to notify Katrina, Madison, and the others to refrain from venturing outside, given the influx of vampires into New York. Vampires? Are they like those from the movies? Katrina inquired, intrigued, indeed, and far more vicious. They have no interest in romantic entanglements with humans. Their sole intent is to drain your blood, Richard replied disdainfully, for what hunter would engage in romance with its prey? However, you need not worry. With your strength, vampires pose no threat to you. Both Katrina and Madison possess ample power to handle those fiends, though Anna and her daughter must exercise particular caution. Upon learning of the vampires, Anna promptly declared, Evelyn and I shall remain at the estate during this time. Indeed, Richard nodded. The estate is equipped with a defensive system and guardians. Any vampires that approach will meet their demise. After briefing them, Richard utilized the teleportation array to summon the Punisher to the estate. My lord, I have arrived, Frank announced as he emerged from the array. Frank, are you familiar with vampires? Richard prompted him to take a seat, while an invisible servant poured him a cup of tea. I have heard of them, Frank replied, raising an eyebrow. My lord, have those foul creatures provoked you? Richard nodded. Recently, some vampires have taken an interest in me, and with the carnival approaching, I am prepared to send them a rather special gift. Please, instruct me. The last war concluded hastily, but this time we shall impart an unforgettable lesson upon them, Frank declared. Typically, vampires refrain from easily converting humans into their kind, as the transformation requires a significant expenditure of their strength. However, in recent years, human technology has advanced at an astonishing pace, enabling vampires to harness certain scientific discoveries, among which is the blood slave virus. This virus allows vampires to create blood slaves with minimal energy consumption. Blood slaves, unlike vampires, possess lesser strength and do not enjoy the protracted lifespans of their creators, yet they live longer than ordinary humans and exhibit superior power, speed, and regenerative abilities. Nevertheless, blood slaves share the same vulnerabilities as vampires, rendering them mere inferior imitations of their kind. The new generation of vampires is discontent with merely maintaining a truce with humans. Having not experienced the previous war, they harbor ambitions of complete subjugation over humanity. In the suburbs of New York, nightfall is the prime time for vampire activity. Even in light of a ceasefire agreement, many vampires emerge to hunt humans, emboldened by the negligence of the Vampire Management Bureau and their own insatiable desires. A Ferrari roared down the vibrant streets, drawing cheers from the crowd, as numerous girls waved enthusiastically at the sleek vehicle. Behind the wheel was a strikingly handsome man with fair skin, igniting excitement among the onlookers. The car came to a halt, and the charming gentleman invited 3 beautiful girls to join him. Captivated by his handsome visage, the trio eagerly accepted his invitation. Where are we heading? Inquired the girl in the passenger seat. There is a party at a villa just ahead, he replied, his eyes glimmering with affection. The moment I saw you, I felt an undeniable attraction, and I wish to invite you to join me. As the sports car ventured away from the city center and into the suburbs, the girls felt a mix of intrigue and excitement. Is that true? One girl asked shyly. Absolutely. Look, we've arrived, he exclaimed, parking on the lush lawn of an opulent standalone villa, illuminated by dazzling lights, where countless men and women reveled within. Wow! The 3 girls gasped in astonishment at the grandeur of the villa. On the lawn, a chef was grilling, while a professional band performed nearby, and throngs of guests danced inside. In the center of the lawn stood a towering champagne fountain, surrounded by an abundance of delectable food. The four quickly joined the throng on the dance floor, swaying to the infectious rhythm, creating a lively atmosphere. As the music eventually subsided, a young man took to the stage with a microphone, announcing, "The party has officially begun. Indulge in the feast." At his words, jubilant cheers erupted from the crowd, and the three girls joined in the celebration. However, they soon sensed an unsettling shift, as all eyes in the vicinity turned toward them, glimmers of greed evident in their gazes. Similarly, in other corners of the villa, individuals found themselves encircled by others, the atmosphere thickening with an ominous tension. The girls instinctively yearned to flee, and in the next moment, the surrounding individuals unleashed a cacophony of shrieks, their sharp fangs glistening like daggers, radiating a chilling luminescence. Witnessing this harrowing scene, several girls were paralyzed with terror, their frantic screams echoing as they sought to escape. Yet, the vampires, who had patiently awaited this moment, could scarcely contain their hunger. They surged forward with unbridled eagerness, and in mere moments, the girls found themselves drained of the majority of their lifeblood. Suddenly, the sharp report of a gunshot pierced the air, and several vampires shrieked, their bodies engulfed in dark smoke, only to disintegrate into ashes in the blink of an eye. Chapter 54. The vampire business model accompanied by the sound of gunfire. A Ford pickup truck crashed through the iron gates of the villa, plowing into the premises, leaving several vampires crushed beneath its wheels. Before the vehicle came to a halt, a robust figure leaped from it, wielding an Uzi submachine gun, unleashing a barrage of bullets upon the vampires. In an instant, several of them were struck down, their anguished cries echoing as they turned to ashes. Though the narrative unfolds slowly, the entire sequence transpired in mere seconds. Silver bullets. The silver bullets. Quick! Take cover. The aware vampires scrambled to evade the onslaught. Frank wore a cold smirk, dual-wielding Uzis, unleashing a relentless spray of bullets that mowed down countless vampires. He was the Punisher. Some vampires recognized him amidst the chaos, yet their recognition proved futile. Seizing the turmoil, a number of vampires dashed back into the villa to retrieve firearms, while others, brimming with overconfidence, executed agile leaps and serpentine movements toward him. In a fleeting moment, several vampires surged forward, claws bared, intent on extracting Frank's heart. The fastest among them bore a cruel grin, envisioning the taste of warm, sweet blood. However, in the next heartbeat, a flash of light sliced through the air, and he felt a jolt of excruciating pain, spiraling into an abyss of darkness. Those who had charged forward were swiftly dispatched by a single arc of a long blade. At this juncture, vampires emerged from the villa, brandishing assault rifles, aiming directly at Frank without concern for friendly fire, as they knew such bullets would only cause them mild discomfort. Frank executed a roll, reloading his weapon with a single hand, and unleashed a volley of fire upon the approaching vampires. Their marksmanship paled in comparison to his, akin to that of infants, and in no time, they fell victim to silver bullets. In the end, the dozens of vampires present had no chance to flee, being slaughtered to the last. Richard's figure materialized within the villa, gently snapping his fingers as a radiant aura rapidly expanded from him, sweeping across the entire estate. Soul binding. In the void, dozens of ethereal silhouettes emerged, the very vampires who had just met their demise. Richard waved his hand, casting forth a multitude of crystals, drawing the spectral forms into them involuntarily. The originally clear crystals transformed into a murky gray in an instant. With a clattering sound, dozens of button-sized crystals fell to the ground, representing low-tier soul crystals. Soul crystals are classified into natural and artificial categories. Natural crystals form from the condensation of souls, dropping when the soul's essence is shattered. Low-tier and artificial crystals bear little distinction, yet high-tier soul crystals typically exhibit superior quality, as exemplified by the one Richard crafted for the Guardian Golem. Artificial crystals are created through soul-binding techniques and spells, forcibly enclosing souls within gemstones, and their quality varies considerably, primarily dependent on the soul's integrity, though most are inferior to their natural counterparts. Dozens of low-tier soul crystals can serve as experimental materials. Subsequently, Richard and Frank thoroughly searched the villa, successfully uncovering hundreds of thousands of dollars along with a substantial amount of gold. Indeed, vampires are affluent beings. Regrettably, they should have extracted memories from these vampires first, as their bank accounts undoubtedly held considerable sums. After this lucrative endeavor, Richard and Frank hurriedly targeted another vampire's estate. This time, Richard took direct action. With a mass immobilization spell, he froze all the vampires in place. He then employed the blood extraction spell from the necromancer's school, swiftly draining the blood from these vampires. In just a few breaths, they were reduced to desiccated husks. Richard retrieved a crystal vial to seal the extracted blood, followed by a sunburst spell, incinerating dozens of vampires to ashes. He then cast the soul-binding spell, and after extracting the memories of the highest-ranking vampires, all their souls were transformed into soul crystals. Similarly, Richard rummaged through the villa, transferring all the riches from the vampires' bank accounts. In a single night, the two cleared out 5 vampire strongholds in their vicinity, amassing a monetary gain of $30 million. It must be said, these vampires are indeed wealthy. The mass demise of vampires soon caught the attention of others in New York, and as the supreme leader of the city's vampires, Count Dracula wore a grim expression. He dispatched numerous vampires to investigate. Although they found no leads, they resorted to a rudimentary method, conducting a thorough search of the area. Soon, the peculiarities surrounding Richard's estate were discovered, as all vampires venturing into this region had vanished. Despite the absence of any information relayed back, the anomaly became apparent to the remaining vampires. After clearing the nearby vampire strongholds, Richard returned to the Mage Tower, where he purified and separated the blood extracted from the vampires, ultimately yielding blood essence. This unique substance from vampire blood can be crafted into restorative potions, granting temporary access to the vampire's formidable regenerative abilities upon consumption. For a brief period, even a pierced heart would heal rapidly, rendering this blood essence potion highly sought after and expensive. At one time, a prominent archmage in the Arcane Council operated something akin to a poultry farm, rearing numerous vampires under magical control, placing them in refrigerated chambers, and feeding them the blood of livestock daily, then extracting blood in proportion. Vampires are not limited to human blood. They can equally consume the blood of other animals, although they find human blood more delectable, with little difference in effect. The extracted blood would be sent to an alchemical workshop for refinement, ultimately transformed into blood essence potions for sale, generating immense wealth, enticing other archmages to follow suit. For a considerable period, the vampires within the prime material plane have been nearly eradicated, with only a few fortunate ones managing to escape, seeking refuge either in alternate dimensions or the lower planes. Amidst the fierce competition among several prominent archmages vying for market dominance, the price of blood essence potions plummeted dramatically, at times even being sold at a loss. Ultimately, the archmages, unable to sustain their profits, convened in secrecy, reaching a consensus to delineate their market territories and establish a commercial alliance. This pact forbade any outsiders from entering the trade while standardizing the pricing of blood essence potions. Chapter 55. New products in the realm of Motella. Vampires had once become an endangered species, prompting the esteemed druids of the Balance School to implore the archmages to cease their hunting, granting the vampires a respite for rejuvenation. The archmages, not wishing to see future generations of vampires extinguished, reached an audacious agreement with the druids, designating vampires as a protected species. This treaty prohibited any form of hunting, including for scientific purposes, until their population exceeded 10,000. Given the vampires' naturally slow reproduction rate, it would take them millennia to significantly increase their numbers without the practice of embracing. Thus, for at least 1,000 years, no one could hope to establish a vampire blood essence factory. Richard, in his earlier days, had envied the lucrative vampire factories, which were nothing less than cash cows. Eventually, as another archmage approached the end of his life, he transformed into a lich and departed for the spirit realm, selling his vampire factory to Richard before leaving. In the villa's manor, on the 4th floor of the Mage Tower, Richard stood in his laboratory, shaking a freshly concocted potion. The vibrant red liquid shimmered with ethereal light, indicating its superior quality. Blood essence potion. Recovery-type medication. Ingredients: vampire blood, evening primrose, ghost cut grass, enchanted mandrake. Quality: blue. Effect: restores 100 health points immediately upon use and grants extraordinary regeneration for the next 3 minutes. Using in conjunction with energy potions enhances the effect. Extraordinary regeneration. Rapidly restores health. As long as the heart and brain remain unharmed, health points can be swiftly replenished. Requires a cooldown of 12 hours after use. Note: using this potion necessitates substantial food intake or energy replenishment. The quality was commendable. Could indeed serve as a lifesaver in dire situations. For 3 minutes, as long as one is not struck in the heart or brain, they would be invulnerable. Richard divided the potion into several vials and handed them to Frank. After use, it was imperative to replenish energy swiftly. Otherwise, one would experience the dire sensation of hunger akin to eating dirt. Upon hearing of the invulnerability, Frank was astounded, hurriedly accepting the potion and storing it carefully, for 1 vial equated to a life. Richard retained 2 vials for himself and distributed the remainder to Catherine and others. He then contemplated the necessary procedures and registrations required to establish a vampire factory in this world. As for the blood essence potion, there was likely a market for it. Of course, this potion would need to be diluted by 100,000 times before it could be transformed into a new medication aimed at the medical industry. Moreover, the medical sector in the Lighthouse Nation was monopolized by giants. Breaking into this industry would likely necessitate a confrontation with them. It was said that entering this field was as challenging as the arms industry. Now that his strength had been restored, Richard felt confident enough to challenge these powerful entities. The titans of the biopharmaceutical industry, concealed behind countless biological laboratories, were notorious for producing things like lizard men, biochemical gases, and even unparalleled viruses. Richard had never doubted humanity's capacity for self-destruction, a sentiment shared by archmages as well. Due to the unique nature of the vampire factory, and in order to ensure its security, Richard resolved to establish it on the 3rd floor of the Mage Tower. He meticulously rearranged the runic array on this level and employed the spatial expansion technique. With his current prowess, he could create an expansive area of 10 acres within the confines of the Mage Tower's 3rd floor. Such a vast space would be more than sufficient to accommodate a vampire factory, while the remaining area could be transformed into a testing ground. After optimizing the plan with the system, Richard busied himself on the 3rd floor of the Mage Tower. Meanwhile, Dracula, the vampire, had gleaned information about Richard's villa estate from his recent intelligence gathering. He was even aware of the life potions that Richard had sold. After dismissing other targets, Dracula concluded that Richard was the one responsible for the mass deaths of vampires and promptly decided to personally visit the estate. Dracula was unlike ordinary vampires. Endowed with the trait of immortality, he could withstand direct sunlight, being impaled by silver stakes, decapitation, incineration, and even holy water from the church. Even if he were to be killed, he would resurrect after a short interval. This understanding of his own invulnerability influenced Count Dracula's conduct, setting him apart from other elder vampires who exercised extreme caution. While his counterparts were meticulous, Dracula was audacious. As for his strength, it was rather unremarkable. His longevity was not a result of superior power but rather his undying nature. Consequently, Count Dracula did not bother to send agents for a thorough reconnaissance of the estate and instead barged in directly. Expelling muggles? A mere trick of wizards. Dracula scoffed at the runic arrays surrounding the estate and, with a flash of movement, he entered. However, before he could fully assess his surroundings, dozens of vines, akin to the tentacles of an octopus, shot forth and ensnared him. In an instant, Dracula transformed into a swarm of bats to evade the tendrils. A trivial diversion. Before the words left his lips, an explosion erupted around him, and the once dashing Count found himself clad in tattered rags. Almost immediately, a barrage of hard fruit pits rained upon him like a machine gun. Hundreds of pits struck Dracula's handsome visage and other vital areas, including his groin, leaving his face marred and his body riddled with the remnants. At that moment, a blood-thorn vine, having stealthily approached from beneath, seized the opportunity while Dracula used his face as a shield against the onslaught of projectiles. The resilient thorny vine, laden with sharp, venomous barbs, lashed upward with a piercing sound that tore through the air, striking decisively between Dracula's legs. Crack! A fatal blow. The once beleaguered Count Dracula, who had been thoroughly humiliated by the enchanted pea-shooter, now resembled a duck caught by the neck, emitting a piercing cry that shattered the heavens. His body stiffened, and he seemed to grow taller, his voice caught in his throat as he clasped his hands over his groin, unleashing the most agonizing scream of his existence. Even Richard, who had sensed the intrusion and emerged to confront the foe, felt a shiver of unease. He was skilled in delivering a lethal blow with the blood thorns, yet he had not anticipated such an assault from them. The excruciating pain ignited a blaze of fury within Count Dracula, as dark magic surged around him, severing the thorns that were sturdier than steel. In an instant, he transformed into a bat, seeking to escape the onslaught in kind. However, before the swarm of bats could take flight, a fireball erupted amidst them. Subsequently, a charred figure crashed to the ground. Chapter 56. Employee Number 1. Dracula, you have truly succeeded in angering me. Count Dracula soared into the air, his figure transforming into a streak of black lightning as he rushed towards Richard. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he was sent hurtling backward at an even greater velocity. Before Dracula could touch the ground, a shadow materialized beside him, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes. Despite his attempts to dissipate and escape, he was interrupted time and again. The Guardian Golem, possessing vast combat experience, rendered Dracula utterly helpless, forcing him to rely on the thick skin acquired over centuries to endure the onslaught. To Richard's astonishment, although the Guardian Golem refrained from employing its high-frequency oscillating blade and seven-ring spells, its other attacks were potent enough to vanquish a young dragon. Yet this vampire remained unyielding. According to the classification of the Supreme Arcane Council, this vampire's power could scarcely exceed level 15, but his tenacity surpassed even that of legendary warriors. Ultimately, the Guardian Golem drew forth the high-frequency oscillating blade. This peculiar weapon appeared to consist solely of a hilt, adorned with countless runes and radiating a silvery hue, devoid of any visible blade. As the Guardian Golem extracted the hilt, a strange luminescence surged forth. The elemental furnace instantaneously amplified its output, and a blade composed entirely of energy manifested atop the hilt. As the energy output intensified, this extraordinary energy blade continued to grow, swiftly reaching a critical threshold where the surrounding light seemed to warp around it. Amidst the shimmering of the blade, it appeared as if light itself flowed along its edge, creating the illusion that it could sever the very fabric of time. "Spare him," Richard's voice resonated. In the next moment, the energy blade flashed with phantoms, and Count Dracula was instantaneously reduced to a mere human stick. The Guardian Golem cleanly severed his limbs and then retracted the blade, grasping Dracula's head with one hand and returning to Richard's side. "Master, the intruder has been subdued." The Guardian held Dracula, who now appeared in a pitiful state, nearly toothless and tattered, yet still clinging to life. "What are you?" Richard inquired, gazing intently at the vampire before him. Count Dracula, with swollen eyes, glared fiercely at Richard and declared, "Wizard, you shall pay for your actions today. I will ensure you regret this for all eternity." Richard chuckled, replying, "You find yourself in such a state, and yet you believe you can survive?" Dracula sneered, "You cannot kill me. I am Count Dracula, immortal. Even death itself cannot extinguish my existence. I will remember you. In your future, I shall become your eternal nightmare. I admit I was careless this time, but when I return, you will pay a price you will never forget." Upon hearing these words, Richard furrowed his brow and gently waved his staff, causing a golden runic circle to materialize instantly. Edict of Suppression. In an instant, a series of runes transformed into golden chains, ensnaring Count Dracula. "What is this?" As he felt the golden chains binding him, Dracula struggled vehemently to escape, yet his efforts proved futile. The chains penetrated his very flesh, branding his soul. He sensed his powers being suppressed, rendering all his magic and vampiric abilities ineffectual. "What have you done?" Dracula exclaimed in terror. Once he had subdued Dracula, Richard finally spoke. "Fear not, I shall not take your life. This is merely a minor seal."
Sous le voyage.
Richard waved his staff, allowing his soul to temporarily depart from his body. revealing a shimmering, golden-hued spectral image of his essence. With his spiritual vision activated, he gazed upon Dracula. In this state, he was able to perceive the fundamental laws of this world. Upon hearing Dracula boast that no one could slay him, not even death itself, Richard instinctively harbored disbelief. However, years of caution urged him to investigate personally. What if it were true that this creature was indeed immortal? To eliminate him now would be tantamount to liberating him. Upon activating his spiritual sight, Richard discerned the intrinsic rules of existence. Within Dracula's soul, a flicker of golden radiance shimmered, representing one of the fundamental laws of this realm, immortality. To his astonishment, "You are indeed immortal." Richard regarded Dracula with surprise. The vampire was not exaggerating. He was truly unkillable. "Ha ha ha, I am immortal, and you tremble in fear. Now you seek my mercy. Perhaps I shall graciously spare you." Dracula, witnessing Richard's belief in his immortality, erupted into triumphant laughter. Richard remained silent, casting a gaze of condescension upon him. Perceiving Richard's expression, Dracula furiously shouted, "What is that look? I have made my decision. You are doomed. I shall drain your blood, tormenting you bit by bit, allowing you to experience the essence of death. Do you truly believe that your immortality renders you invulnerable to others?" Richard, observing the still boisterous Count Dracula, inquired curiously. "In the world of Motella, there exist numerous ancient abominations. These primordial entities are exceedingly difficult to vanquish. However, if left unchecked, they would bring about the world's destruction. Hence the necessity of sealing them away. Now, with Dracula possessing the trait of immortality, and being unable to slay him, sealing him is the only recourse. Moreover, although Dracula has acquired the ability of immortality, it does not augment his strength. His power can only grow through the vampiric laws of sustenance, namely blood consumption and prolonged existence. Of course, mere longevity is insufficient. He must feed to grow stronger. As for self-destruction, a creature of his caliber possesses such formidable regenerative capabilities that even the act of self-harm is beyond his reach. I could procure a coffin, sealing you within for a millennium, a myriad of millennia, or even until the end of time itself, the obliteration of the universe." Upon hearing Richard's words, Dracula's countenance shifted dramatically, and he cried out, "No, you cannot do this. You mustn't." "I can." Richard abruptly interrupted its words, snapping his fingers, and in an instant, golden chains descended to bind him, sealing all of Dracula's powers within his body, rendering them inaccessible. "Ah, as a high-ranking vampire, your blood should possess superior qualities," Richard suddenly exclaimed with excitement. "I am in the process of establishing a vampire factory, and you shall be the factory's inaugural employee. I will provide you with a splendid coffin and ensure you are well fed, thus yielding an abundance of blood." Chapter 57. The new factory plan employee number 1, Dracula, was taken aback by Richard's words, his eyes widening in disbelief. Despite his desire to resist, he could only helplessly watch as he was confined within a box. Richard commanded the guardian golems to thoroughly cleanse the estate while rounding up all the vampires in the vicinity of the villa, bringing them back to keep Dracula company. In order to optimize blood extraction, Richard planned to construct a life refrigeration chamber, a concept originally devised by Arcane scholars studying bloodline modification, allowing individuals to enter a state of slumber. This design was later modified by the Grand Archmages who established the Vampire Factory, repurposing it as a breeding chamber for vampires. All vampires imprisoned within would remain in a comatose state, their powers suppressed and inaccessible, resembling a form of living death. The breeding chamber was equipped with a life support system that monitored the physical condition of the vampires daily, providing nourishment based on their health status. A tube would be directly inserted into the vampire's stomach, delivering blood from slaughtered pigs, cattle, and sheep. On the opposite end, a blood collection system was prepared to extract the vampire's blood. After digesting the animal blood, it would be transformed into the unique blood energy of vampires, gradually enhancing their strength. The blood collection system would commence extraction once the conversion was complete, preserving the blood in a storage chamber. Naturally, the life support system would oversee the vampire's condition, regulating the blood collection to ensure that the minimum energy required for bodily function was retained. This measure also prevented the vampires from accumulating blood energy to amplify their power. For sustainable and stable production of blood essence, this step was imperative. Relentless exploitation was the first standard for the secure and consistent functioning of the vampire factory. The vampires within the factory required classification, as the quality of blood essence produced varied among different vampires. For instance, could the blood essence yielded by Dracula compare to that of an ordinary vampire? Thus, the entire factory operated under strict hierarchical divisions, with each vampire's blood essence meticulously recorded. This system, originally managed by specialized tower spirits, now relied on golems for monitoring due to Richard's lack of tower spirits. To ensure the vampires remained unconscious, Richard infused the blood they were fed with enchanted mandrake. The enchanted mandrake would induce a deep slumber in the vampires, and its unique magical properties would evoke feelings of euphoria, lulling them into pleasant dreams. Richard, embodying a spirit of humanitarianism, sought to provide these vampire employees with a sense of well-being, allowing them to be drained of blood while immersed in sweet reverie. Upon deciding to construct the vampire factory, Richard found himself in need of ordering numerous life support chambers. In his previous life in the Mortella world, he had thousands of mages relying on him for their livelihoods and service. Creating life support chambers required merely a command, and the mages would distribute tasks to accomplish the goal. Now, however, he was alone, lacking the time to manage such tasks, and would have to resort to purchasing the chambers and subsequently enchanting and modifying them himself. A factory requires at least thousands of life pods, and the mere thought of so many needing enchantments gives Richard a headache. He urgently needs to cultivate assistants to aid him. System, summon the blueprints for the life pods. The blueprints for the life pods are retrieved. He modifies the blueprints, removing the enchanting and magical processes. The modifications are complete. After confirming everything is in order, Richard finalizes the drawings and sends them to several major companies that manufacture biological equipment for quotes. He does not have to wait long. The following day, a company responds. Upon inspection, Richard is amused to find it is a familiar face. Osborne Industries promptly replies, with Norman Osborn personally calling to assure Richard that they can fulfill the order in the shortest possible time. Other companies estimate that it will take them at least 3 to 4 months to commence production. Observing Norman's eagerness, Richard speculates that Norman must be under immense pressure, likely due to the struggles with their human enhancement serum. The shareholders of Osborne Industries are also restless, suggesting that Norman is nearing his limit. Should he increase the difficulty for the little spider? After some contemplation, Richard ultimately decides to award the order to Osborne Industries. With the funds, Norman can continue his research on the human enhancement serum. As for whether he can rectify the serum's flaws, that seems improbable, especially considering that, to Richard's knowledge, Norman has incorporated werewolf DNA serum into it. The enhancement effects of the serum would undoubtedly be more potent than the original, but the risk of madness would also escalate significantly. Richard hopes the little spider can manage the consequences. After signing the contract with Norman Osborn, the first batch of life pods is swiftly delivered. Life pods are not commonly used equipment, yet Osborne Industries possesses a recently manufactured batch. During this period, discussions surrounding refrigeration, centuries of slumber, and the anticipation of technological advancements to extend life have been quite fervent. Consequently, some companies launched life pod refrigeration projects, allowing individuals to pay a sum to lie in a life pod and awaken once biotechnology can cure current terminal illnesses or prolong life. Unfortunately, while the project was well promoted, very few committed funds, leading to the bankruptcy of companies before they could deliver the custom life pods. Those partially completed life pods now languish in warehouses. Now, Richard requires a substantial number of life pods, and the semi-finished products in these warehouses need only minor modifications to swiftly fulfill the order and recoup significant funds. With the acquired capital, he can further refine his human enhancement serum. After addressing the life pods, Richard begins his research on Count Dracula, as this vampire embodies an unholy rule of immortality, and he intends to reinforce additional seals to prevent any escape. It must be said that the vampire's regenerative abilities are indeed formidable. Within a day, his injuries have largely healed, and his limbs have reattached and regrown. Noticing that Dracula's recovery is nearly complete, Richard promptly begins to extract blood from within him. Swiftly, 90% of the blood coursing through Dracula's veins was extracted, transforming the once handsome vampire into a withered bat. After resealing the desiccated creature, Richard commenced the meticulous process of handling the blood. The essence derived from high-ranking vampires contained energy far surpassing that of ordinary ones. Richard neutralized the vampiric toxins within the blood and proceeded with a series of intricate procedures, ultimately yielding a highly concentrated essence of blood. This superior vampire essence not only facilitated rapid recovery, but also possessed the remarkable ability to extend one's lifespan. Chapter 58. The little spider Count Dracula, endowed with the gift of immortality, possesses blood that is distinctly unique. This sanguine elixir has the power to rejuvenate individuals and bestow upon them enhanced regenerative abilities. However, its potential to elevate physical prowess remains subtle, primarily due to Richard's meticulous removal of numerous substances within the blood that are beneficial solely to vampires, yet toxic to mere mortals. Following a rigorous process of refinement, Richard successfully crafted the elixir from Count Dracula's blood. With careful calculations, he discerned that the Count's blood could yield 10 portions of this precious essence. Each portion was intended for dilution at a staggering ratio of 1 million to 1, augmented with a blend of vitamins A, B, C, D, and E, alongside other ingredients like glucose to enhance palatability, ultimately transforming it into an oral solution for sale. The standard vampire elixir would be diluted to a mere 100,000 times, marketed in both a regular version and a limited edition. As Richard contemplated entering the medical sector, he instructed his agent to pursue the requisite licenses. However, he soon realized the naivety of his assumptions. Even with a clear path, the bureaucratic hurdles of the medical industry could not be surmounted in less than a year and a half. Driven by the desire for profit, Richard, under the guidance of his manager, opted to venture into the realm of health supplements. Initially dismissive of this market, he soon discovered that the health supplement industry in the United States was a colossal billion-dollar enterprise. At the turn of the century, the purchasing power of the dollar remained robust. After all, the average wage for a worker was $2,000, while across the Pacific, the average worker's salary barely exceeded $100. Health supplements, unlike pharmaceuticals, evade the stringent medical approvals, and with Richard's current connections, he could secure the necessary approvals within 2 weeks, allowing him to establish his factory and production lines in the same time frame. The health supplements Richard intended to produce would be fundamentally different from those on the market. His offerings would be authentic and effective. Although the elixir's potency would diminish significantly upon dilution, it would still accelerate wound healing, enhance physical constitution, and bolster immunity, invigorating individuals to perform laborious tasks with renewed vigor. Each box of supplements would contain 7 vials for daily consumption, priced at $100 per box, aimed at affordability and mass sales. While luxury goods may command high prices, their market is limited. Richard also had plans for high-end products. The luxurious edition, the Count Dracula Limited Edition, crafted from the Count's blood, would epitomize authentic European nobility. One sip would immerse the consumer in the essence of ancient European aristocracy, truly genuine, devoid of any false advertising. With Count Dracula himself as the passionate spokesperson, the affluent elite of North America would clamor for it. A box of the Count Dracula Limited Edition would undoubtedly fetch a price of at least $100,000, with the deluxe version possibly commanding 10 times that amount. After consumption, ailments would dissipate. No more leg pain, no more backache, and newfound vitality would invigorate their steps, eliminating various chronic ailments. Who among the wealthy elite could resist? 10,000 might seem a mere trifle, and even at a higher price point, they would eagerly compete to acquire it. The only concern would be the production capacity. It is imperative that we provide our esteemed employee, Count Dracula, with better treatment. Only through such care can we ensure he remains well-fed and robust, thus yielding more of his blood. At this moment, Count Dracula remains blissfully unaware of the dark, enslaved existence that awaits him. Lying in his coffin, he sleeps in serene tranquility. Moreover, there is an unfinished task. After tending to numerous affairs, Richard suddenly recalled that he had yet to capture a sufficient quantity of production resources. Presently, his wizard's tower houses only a handful of vampires, while the newly constructed factory stands desolate, requiring a substantial number of vampires to fill it. The strongest vampire in New York has already been apprehended, and the remaining ones should, in theory, be easier to handle. However, this endeavor will demand considerable time for capture. Richard finds himself too preoccupied for such pursuits. And as for the Punisher, he is far more adept at sending vampires to meet their demise. In a moment of contemplation, Richard pondered the prospect of hiring someone to assist in capturing the vampires. Perhaps Spider-Man? Realizing this, Richard suddenly understood that enlisting Spider-Man to capture these vampires would be highly appropriate. His agility and strength far exceed that of an ordinary vampire, and his webbing is remarkably resilient, capable of ensnaring vampires effortlessly. Furthermore, given Spider-Man's sense of justice, he certainly would not overlook the existence of vampires. Richard could even save a considerable sum. With this thought in mind, he prepared to seek out the young Spider-Man, calculating the time. He surmised that the young hero should be enjoying his summer break. It would be a perfect opportunity to assign him some meaningful tasks, rather than merely battling petty thieves. After all, he ought to strengthen his resolve to avoid being overpowered by the Green Goblin in the future. Additionally, he decided to have Frank accompany him, just in case the young lad encountered any difficulties. As night fell, Richard, accompanied by the Punisher, made their way to Queens. Although not a slum, Queens suffers from its own share of lawlessness, with few souls meandering the streets after dark. At this juncture, Richard's gaze fell upon a figure clad in a red and blue spandex outfit not far away. Spotting their target, he and Frank hastened towards it. Meanwhile, Spider-Man had just dealt with a mugger, leaving him suspended from a lamppost. "Hey boy, as a superhero, is this really all you do? Tackle these petty criminals?" Richard called out unexpectedly. Upon hearing the voice, the young hero pivoted to see the two figures just a few meters behind him, startled by their presence. "Who are you?" Spider-Man inquired. "Our identity is of little consequence. What matters is what you are currently engaged in," Richard replied. "Your abilities are commendable. Do you intend to spend your life merely combating these small-time crooks? Is that not acceptable?" The naive young Spider-Man responded earnestly. Richard shook his head. "Of course it is, but these individuals are mere trifles. The true criminals are far more malevolent. Would you care to witness such a reality? This city, with its 25 million inhabitants, sees a plethora of crimes daily, thus necessitating that someone rise to the occasion. After all, with great power comes great responsibility." When Richard uttered these words, his heart remained unperturbed. Yet for the impassioned young spider, they served as a potent catalyst. Indeed, the young spider was immediately ensnared. "What crime is this?" he inquired. "Follow me." Richard then led Frank and the young spider away from Queens, heading towards a vampire stronghold. This stronghold was none other than a bustling bar, an exclusive establishment that catered solely to its members, who were, in fact, vampires. At that moment, these vampires reveled in the bar's festivities, accompanied by numerous unsuspecting ordinary humans whom they had lured inside. These individuals were utterly oblivious to the horrors that awaited them. Chapter 59. Deceiving the little spider observing the lively bar below, the little spider regarded Richard and Frank with a hint of curiosity. "Is this what you call crime?" In the establishment, a throng of handsome men and beautiful women danced exuberantly on the floor, the flickering lights creating a surreal ambience that momentarily stirred a desire in the little spider to join the revelry. "Let us continue watching," Richard suggested. Peter Parker, exercising patience, remained focused, and soon the dance floor reached a fever pitch, with cheers erupting from the crowd. At that moment, amid the deafening music, a segment of the dancers suddenly threw their heads back, revealing sharp fangs and casting malevolent glances at the surrounding humans. The intoxicated revelers, previously lost in euphoria, were jolted back to reality by the alarming transformation around them, their drunkenness vanishing in an instant, replaced by trembling fear. Dozens of vampires opened their mouths wide, cackling maniacally as they prepared to feast. Suddenly, the bar's entrance was violently kicked open, and a figure clad in a red and blue bodysuit leaped inside, delivering a powerful kick that sent one vampire flying. It was Spider-Man. The men and women, caught in their dire circumstances, felt a surge of hope at the sight of the descending hero. "Spider-Man? How dare you cause a disturbance here? Today you shall become spider bait," a furious vampire bellowed, charging at him. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the vampire was sent hurtling back. Although vampires could easily overpower ordinary humans, they were no match for Spider-Man, who, despite lacking formal training, relied on Peter's instincts and physical prowess. However, while the vampires were momentarily knocked aside, they quickly regained their composure. Though Peter appeared unstoppable, the vampires soon brandished firearms and opened fire on him. An instinctive chill ran down Peter's spine, and a surge of urgency compelled him to roll and leap, narrowly avoiding a barrage of bullets that ricocheted off the walls. As several vampires continued to shoot at him, Peter found himself in a precarious dance of evasion. The boy is still too young. Allow me to assist him, Frank remarked, observing Spider-Man's struggles. Go ahead, but be cautious not to eliminate too many. After all, they are valuable assets of the new factory, Richard instructed. Understood. Frank nodded, then leaped from the balcony, his 2 Uzi submachine guns sweeping across the vampires. Several were immediately knocked to the ground. To minimize casualties, Frank opted for regular bullets instead of silver ones. While ordinary ammunition wasn't lethal to vampires, it was enough to incapacitate them, rendering them unable to rise. With the Punisher as support, Spider-Man finally caught his breath and began coordinating his attacks alongside him. Faced with the dual onslaught of 2 superheroes, the vampires in the bar were utterly overwhelmed. To subdue them, the little spider deployed his web shooters. The webbing was remarkably resilient, 5 times stronger than steel of the same caliber, leaving the vampires unable to break free. In the blink of an eye, dozens of vampires were apprehended. What should be the next course of action? Shall we eliminate them all? Why are they impervious to death? The young spider inquired, gazing at the vampires before him. Because they are vampires, Richard's voice resounded. Vampires? Are they not mere mythical creatures? How can they possibly be here? The young spider was filled with numerous questions. Frank patted his shoulder and remarked, if beings like you can exist, why would you dismiss the reality of vampires? It is quite simple to vanquish them. Sunlight or a high concentration of garlic essence will suffice. Frank continued, admiring the young spider for his bravery, enthusiasm, and unwavering sense of justice, albeit tinged with a hint of naivety. As for their presence here, one must inquire with those in authority. Peter Parker, incredulous, exclaimed, those in authority? Do those high-ranking officials and legislators know about these vampires? What do you think? Richard replied, not only are they aware, but many engage in dealings with the vampires. Otherwise, why would they be here? Why do they do this? For immortality, Frank explained. Vampires can live for centuries, even millennia, as long as they are not slain. Theoretically, they can exist indefinitely. Furthermore, they amass vast wealth over time, with numerous ghoul clans serving them. The truth weighed heavily on Spider-Man, shattering his long-held worldview in an instant. So, do you wish to eradicate this demonic horde that feeds on humanity? Richard inquired. Can I truly do that? The young spider asked, returning to his senses. Not in your current state, but with his training, it is possible. Richard gestured towards Frank. He is the finest instructor, capable of transforming you. For ages, vampires have regarded humans as mere sustenance. Even though a truce has been signed in recent decades, many vampires continue to breach the agreement. To protect the oblivious populace, those with the capacity to act must rise to defend the city. As a typical adolescent Spider-Man, he was drawn to heroism, especially given his innate sense of justice. May I join you? Peter pondered before speaking. Meanwhile, Frank turned his head away in resignation, covering his face with his hand, unable to witness the young spider being lured into servitude. Let me join you. I assure you I am quite capable. If it means combating crime, vanquishing these monsters, and safeguarding the citizens, I believe I can. The young spider, now fully persuaded, urged. Excellent. Our organization is in dire need of a responsible and justice-driven individual like you.
Richard Preset Spider-Man.
From this day forth, you shall be a member of our Night Watch Alliance. I am Richard, a sorcerer, and this is Frank, the Punisher. The Night Watch Alliance? Is that our organization? The little spider exclaimed with delight and then, in a serious tone, declared, Greetings, I am Spider-Man. Indeed, however, you are currently in a probationary period and must pass a formal assessment to become a full-fledged member. Richard continued. Now, Let us load these vampires onto the vehicle for transport. My lord, why not eliminate them? The little spider inquired. To slay them would be too merciful, Richard replied solemnly. Over the years, countless lives have been extinguished by their hands. These vampires are drenched in blood. They shall be confined within the prison of magic, stripped of all their powers, and ultimately they will wither away in their own time. Chapter 60. The night watchman Richard summoned Frank to drive a van, into which he unceremoniously tossed the vampires. Given their vigorous vitality, it was no trouble at all to compress and fold them into the vehicle, making transport exceedingly convenient. While Frank drove with the vampires, Richard escorted little Spider back to the Mage Tower. Curiously, Richard inquired, "What is it about that tight suit that appeals to you?" "Well, this suit is actually a modification of my boxing attire, though it seems I may have altered it a tad too generously," little Spider replied, his chatty nature surfacing after a moment of familiarity. "Truth be told, I'm not fond of it either, but I lack the funds to acquire something better and more fitting. Do you know? This hood is utterly uncomfortable and lacks breathability. And the lenses? After vigorous activity, they fog up, and this fabric doesn't absorb sweat, causing it to trickle into my eyes at times. What would you suggest as appropriate battle attire for me? Or does our Night Watchman Alliance have a standard uniform?" He continued, "I believe a trench coat or cloak would look quite dashing, ideally one that conceals the face. Although I am Spider-Man, I prefer not to be disturbed in my daily life. By the way, does our organization have any budget or support?" "Enough. If you wish to avoid a day of silence, you would do well to cease your incessant chatter." Richard felt as though 500 ducks had suddenly quacked around him, causing his head to buzz with noise. He had not anticipated that little Spider would be such a chatterbox. Okay, I'll be quiet," little Spider replied hastily, covering his mouth. "One more thing, where are we going? How do we get there?" He blurted out before miming a zipper motion across his lips. However, it was evident that Richard was not inclined to believe him. Then, little Spider witnessed a peculiar sight. Richard's fingers flickered with a glimmer of light, and he suddenly felt an overwhelming force enveloping him. Edict! Silence! Little Spider realized with alarm that his mouth seemed to have malfunctioned. He attempted to speak several times, but his lips and tongue were entirely unresponsive, leaving him flailing his arms in desperation, gesturing wildly, yet unable to utter a single word. "Ah, the world has grown quiet," Richard remarked, nodding with satisfaction, before addressing little Spider. "Let us go. I have a place to show you." Ignoring little Spider's frantic gestures, Richard invoked a teleportation spell, and in a flash of light, their figures vanished without a trace. As the light flickered, Richard brought little Spider back to the Mage Tower. Upon witnessing the sudden shift in his surroundings, little Spider's eyes widened, and he quickly surveyed the area, seemingly eager to express something, yet unable to articulate a sound. Frustration mounted as he resorted to various physical motions, attempting to implore Richard to lift the spell, but alas, all his efforts were met with indifference. Richard led little Spider to the 3rd floor of the Mage Tower, which housed not only a vampire factory but also a training ground. Though the young Spider possesses commendable strength, his practical combat skills leave much to be desired. As he embarks on the task of capturing those vampires, it is imperative that he undergoes rigorous training, and simultaneously, he must be outfitted with more suitable attire, for his current skin-tight uniform is rather unappealing. "Young Spider," I remarked, "your fighting techniques are abysmal, a sheer squandering of your innate talents. Henceforth you shall come here daily, where Frank will instruct you in the art of combat. As for your equipment and uniform, I shall prepare an ensemble for you, so fret not. Moreover, I shall grant you access to this area, but do not wander aimlessly. Should you overstep your bounds, be wary of the consequences. This is the Guardian, the sentinel of this realm, an intelligent golem. From now on, treat him with the respect he deserves." Richard succinctly conveyed the details and considerations, while the young Spider, brimming with eagerness, fidgeted restlessly, yearning to speak. Noticing he was nearly ready to burst, Richard snapped his fingers, dispelling the magical restraint. "At last I can speak. Where is this place? Is it our base? What manner of colossal iron figure is this? Training in combat techniques? I believe my skills are quite formidable already. What does our uniform look like? Is it stylish? I feel my appearance could be." If you wish to avoid revisiting the previous sensations, it would be prudent to remain silent, Richard's voice interjected. In an instant, the once loquacious young spider found himself rendered mute, as if a pause button had been pressed. He promptly covered his mouth with both hands, nodding repeatedly to indicate his understanding. Seeing the young spider's newfound compliance, Richard continued, "You claim to possess superior combat skills and look down upon this iron giant beside you. Then let us put that to the test." Richard regarded the spider with a mischievous glint in his eye, and the young spider suddenly sensed a malevolent intent. Before he could protest, Richard commanded, "Guardian, demonstrate your prowess, but refrain from using weapons or spells of the 4th tier or higher." "Understood." The cold, mechanical voice resonated, and in an instant, the guardian golem appeared beside the young spider, delivering a swift slap in his direction. The young spider felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively performed a bridge maneuver, narrowly avoiding the forceful punch that whooshed past his face. Yet, before he could catch his breath, the guardian unleashed another strike. The young spider scrambled desperately across the ground to evade the relentless onslaught. Despite his quick reflexes and spider sense, which allowed him to dodge several almost certain hits, the guardian's speed was unmatched. The young spider found himself rolling on the ground, struggling to rise or retaliate. Even so, he endured several blows that, were it not for Richard's stipulations, would have rendered him incapacitated. As for the young spider's webbing, it proved utterly ineffective against the guardian. Observing the young spider evade the golem's unerring strikes, Richard nodded slightly. The spider sense was indeed comparable to the legendary agility of the famed assassin from the Motera world. The young spider's strength and agility were commendable, and his resilience was noteworthy. Provided he hones his combat skills, he would be on par with, if not superior to, a legendary assassin. "Enough! Stand down," Richard commanded. Upon witnessing the little spider ensnared by a single leg, Richard deemed it time to halt the guardian golem. "Are you content, little one?" resonated the voice of the guardian golem. "You possess wisdom?" Peter Parker exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, it is endowed with advanced artificial intelligence," Richard replied. "I just reminded you of that." "Well, I stand corrected. Iron Giant, could you kindly release me?" The little spider conceded with resolve. "If you wish to hone your combat skills, you may seek me out in the future," the guardian golem stated as it gently set the little spider down. Richard, with a smile, inquired, "How do you feel?" "Boss, I wish to learn martial arts techniques." "A wise choice." Chapter 61. The factory commences beginning tomorrow. You are to allocate time to come here and learn combat skills, as Frank will be your instructor, Richard stated, handing several pieces of equipment to Little Spider. You may use these temporarily, but refrain from utilizing them during training. Richard prepared for Little Spider a pair of Windwalker boots, a strength belt, agility gloves, and a vitality necklace. Frank also possesses these 4 items, which Richard crafted during his spare moments. Windwalker boots. Material: cowhide. Level: extraordinary tier 1. Attribute: agility 2. Special effect: increases movement speed by 15. Strength belt. Material: crocodile skin. Level: extraordinary tier 1. Attribute: strength 2. Special effect: bull's might. When activated, temporarily grants 4 strength for 3 minutes. Agility gloves. Material: deerskin. Level: extraordinary tier 1. Attribute: evasion 2. Special effect: initiative 1. Block 1. Vitality necklace. Material: silver. Level: extraordinary tier 1.
Attribute: Constitution 2.
Special effect: vitality recovery. Rapidly restores stamina and a small amount of health over a short duration. As for clothing, Richard prepared a form-fitting red combat suit, confident that Little Spider would appreciate it. In the ensuing days, Frank commenced specialized training for Little Spider. Despite Little Spider's impressive physical prowess, Frank, having undergone bloodline enhancement, matched him in athleticism, and with his extensive experience, Little Spider found himself thoroughly challenged. On occasion, Frank would even enlist the guardian golem to intensify the training regimen. Through this grueling training, Little Spider's growth became palpably evident. Following daytime training sessions, Frank would take him into real combat, where the duo would assault various small vampire strongholds, returning each night with 30 to 50 captured vampires. During this period of rigorous training, little Spider found himself with little time for an internship. Consequently, Richard arranged for the company to issue an internship report and provided him with a stipend of $1,500. The receipt of this stipend brought little Spider great joy, inspiring him to train even harder and capture more vampires, all the while oblivious to the fact that he was unwittingly working for Richard without compensation. On the third floor of the Mage's Tower, Richard was refining the vampire factory. To extract blood more efficiently, safely, and conveniently, he ordered a complete milk collection system from a dairy farm, subsequently modifying it for blood collection purposes. For ease of extraction, these blood collectors were designed to insert directly into the vampire's veins via a pipeline. Each collector featured an automatic switch, activating to draw blood when needed and ceasing automatically once complete, a remarkably humane design that spared vampires from daily venipuncture. Meanwhile, the vampire feeding system was also completed. This system employed a force-feeding mechanism, with a soft tube inserted directly into the vampire's stomach, allowing for the infusion of blood from pigs, cattle, and sheep without the necessity of tasting it, thus achieving rapid fattening effects. The vampires find the blood of pigs, cattle, and sheep to possess a certain foul odor, lacking the exquisite flavor of human or virgin blood. Now, with the direct infusion via a soft tube into their stomachs, this unpleasant scent has been perfectly resolved for the vampires. To keep them in a state of slumber, Richard has infused the blood of cattle and sheep with enchanted mandrake, ensuring their prolonged unconsciousness. Throughout the factory, Richard has established a grand array of magical runes to suppress the vampires, intending to confine them within life-sustaining chambers once they are fully prepared. Concurrently, he has devised blood preservation vessels to maintain the collected blood until sufficient quantities are amassed for refinement. The process of refining vampire blood is not particularly arduous. In the realm of Mortella, industrialized production of such mid-level potions has already emerged. Most of the procedures can be executed using specialized equipment, with only a few critical processes requiring the direct involvement of an arcanist. Richard plans to create a golem to operate this system, as a golem can function effectively in the absence of an arcanist. This fully automated workshop is significantly less complex than a golem factory, requiring only a high-level soul core for its operation. Even for the vampire factory, Richard intends to construct a golem to oversee the entire operation. Given the unique nature of the vampire factory, this golem must possess a higher intellect, necessitating a legendary-grade golem to prevent any potential issues that could allow the vampires to escape. As of now, Richard has yet to acquire a legendary-grade soul crystal and must await the discovery of the St. Gonzalez contract. However, advanced soul crystals will soon be supplied by the Axe of Vengeance. Following the disappearance of Count Dracula, the high-ranking vampires of New York have grown anxious, seeking assistance from other elder vampires. Yet, these elders remain indifferent to the situation. They are all well aware of Dracula's uniqueness. He is immortal, and even if slain, he will resurrect in due time. Consequently, none of the elders have ventured out to search for him, merely dispatching a few individuals to lend a token hand. This has resulted in a leaderless chaos among the New York vampires, fragmenting them into disarray. Such circumstances have greatly facilitated the endeavors of Frank and Little Spider. Although some vampires have sensed that something is amiss, they are unable to rally the majority to confront the situation, allowing Frank and Little Spider to dismantle them one by one. In just a month, the two have successfully captured nearly 1,000 vampires, coinciding with the arrival of the 3,000 life-sustaining chambers Richard had ordered. Lacking sufficient assistance, Richard has reluctantly taken it upon himself to enchant these vessels. Although enchanting a single chamber is a swift task, the cumulative effort for over 1,000 has consumed a considerable amount of his time. To expedite the enchantment process, Richard has enlisted the help of the young witch Madison and the succubus Katharina. Though their enchanting skills are rudimentary at best, they manage to perform the enchantments under Richard's guidance. Furthermore, with Richard providing specialized training focused solely on enchanting the life-sustaining chambers with runes, the difficulty of the task is significantly reduced. After several days of training, the two individuals finally mastered the art of enchantment. Although their pace remains considerably slow, practice breeds proficiency, and they will undoubtedly become more adept with time. Once the enchanted life pods passed Richard's inspection, they were dispatched to the vampire factory, ensuring that each vampire would have a comfortable abode. While Richard busied himself with the construction of the vampire factory, he also tasked professional managers with reaching out to nearby farms to procure a substantial quantity of livestock blood. The daily demand for blood at the vampire factory is significant, and most farms in the vicinity of New York cater to tourism and leisure, necessitating the procurement of blood from states such as Montana, known for their thriving livestock industry. Originally, livestock blood was quite affordable, but the need for refrigerated transport over long distances has rendered the transportation costs higher than the blood itself. As costs rise, an adjustment in pricing becomes inevitable. Chapter 62. Harvest in the Land of the Lighthouse. Wealth can resolve 99 of problems. Richard swiftly located a canning factory that had previously produced health supplements. However, due to inadequate marketing and a lack of innovation, it had been swiftly eclipsed in the health product market. Richard acquired the factory at a modest price. At this juncture, the first batch of blood essence had been successfully refined. Richard needed to blend the blood essence with distilled water and vitamins to prepare the solution for canning. He named this new product Fountain of Life, labeling it with the enticing phrase Tears of Elves highly recommended, suggesting that their combined use would yield superior results. A promotional offer stated that purchasing 10 boxes of Fountain of Life would grant priority access to a set of Tears of Elves, while supplies lasted. Indeed, he had shamelessly resorted to bundled sales. To carve a niche in the competitive health and cosmetics market, one requires a vast array of advertising and marketing. Unwilling to incur such expenses, he sought an alternative strategy. With the endorsement of the Tears of Elves skincare line, Fountain of Life was poised to carve out a path through the market. After consumers experienced the benefits of Fountain of Life, it would undoubtedly establish a robust sales channel. Within 3 days, the freshly launched Fountain of Life hit the shelves. Typically, health products without advertising would vanish without a trace, but Fountain of Life ignited a buying frenzy. Countless women, upon seeing the phrase "Purchase Fountain of Life for priority access to Tears of Elves," were driven to madness. The Tears of Elves had always been highly sought after yet scarce, with waiting lists extending 6 months. The prospect of priority access sent these women into a frenzy. The production of Tears of Elves had seen a slight increase, courtesy of the enchanted plants cultivated outside the Mage Tower, specifically prepared for this promotional event. Unsurprisingly, the launch of Fountain of Life was a resounding success, with the initial stock selling out in just 3 days, netting Richard hundreds of millions of dollars. Based on the production rates of both Tears of Elves and Fountain of Life, these two products could yield an annual profit of $3 billion for Richard, an impressive sum in the year 2001. However, while $3 billion may seem substantial, it would scarcely suffice for the construction of the floating city. With a newfound influx of capital, Richard commenced large-scale procurement of materials. Having savored the benefits of vibranium, he resolved to continue purchasing it. The rarity and exorbitant cost of vibranium prompted Richard to plan a visit to Wakanda for earnest negotiations. In the ensuing fortnight, Richard successfully enchanted all 3,000 life pods, where 3,000 vampires lay peacefully ensconced within. The first phase of the vampire factory has been completed. As for the second phase, Richard intends to establish a Tower Spirit enchantment workshop before further expansion. He has no desire to dedicate his time each day to enchanting the life support pods. The enchantment of 3,000 life support pods has nearly made him rich. With the Tower Spirit enchantment workshop, such mid-tier enchantments can be efficiently executed on an assembly line, rendering the process simple, convenient, and swift. Once the workshop is upgraded in the future, the enchanting of the steel golems can likewise be handled there, allowing for the streamlined production of these golems in the floating city. The only constraint on their output will be the availability of high-grade soul crystals. Nick Fury, with both hands resting on his impeccably polished bald head, stared at the report on his desk with a throbbing headache. Since Dracula's disappearance, the vampires in New York had become unusually subdued, resulting in a significant decrease in incidents. This presented him with an opportunity to rest in his office for a while. Yet a particular report soon proved troublesome. The New York Police Department and the FBI had transferred the case of the murdering axe demon to SHIELD. Recently, New York had been plagued by a series of murder cases, all attributed to a suspect wielding a pipe axe, an immensely powerful weapon used by a ruthless assailant undeterred by death, impervious to ordinary bullets. The police had already suffered the loss of a dozen officers in their attempts to apprehend this murdering axe demon. Yet, even after one was taken down, another would swiftly emerge. In the past 6 months alone, for such demons had appeared. The federal police and the FBI were both deeply unsettled by the murdering axe demon, leading them to transfer the case to other departments. Nick Fury found himself equally troubled by the murdering axe demon. He did not recognize any of the 4 criminals that had been dispatched, save for one commonality. They had all undergone profound upheaval in a short span, becoming vagrants, and of course their signature pipe axe. In truth, each time they eliminated a criminal and retrieved the murder weapon, the pipe axe would inexplicably vanish the following day. It was patently clear that the source of this chaos lay with the pipe axe, yet they were utterly powerless against it. They had initially attempted to destroy the axe, but it would soon reappear. Although Nick Fury had dealt with numerous extraordinary events, not all such phenomena had viable solutions, much like the immortal Count Dracula. Fortunately, S.H.I.E.L.D. maintained a cordial relationship with the Holy See, from which they had procured a wealth of information. To confront this clearly causally linked mysterious event, one must seek out the root of the problem. If the source cannot be identified, the only recourse would be to seal the pipe axe away, preventing any contact with it. He had dispatched numerous agents to locate the axe, yet none had yielded results. His inept subordinates even informed him that no such murdering pipe axe existed. Were it not for his own eyewitness account of the murdering axe demon being slain, he might have believed them. That demon had withstood assault rifles and grenades, successfully breaking through, exhibiting ferocity akin to that of a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, shortly after its escape, the murdering axe demon returned to normal and was effortlessly dispatched. This was also the reason behind their eventual success in eliminating the subsequent murderers wielding the axe. However, despite the demise of these individuals, the situation remained unresolved. Nick Fury sought the assistance of 2 priests from the Vatican, hoping to seal away the malevolent axe. To their astonishment, the axe vanished in an instant before their very eyes. The protective seals established by the priests, along with holy water and crucifixes, proved utterly ineffective. Just as Nick Fury was grappling with this predicament, in the laboratory of the Mage Tower, Richard observed the pipe axe, now complete with its soul ascension, and felt a surge of delight. With the addition of several vengeful souls, the spirit within the axe of vengeance was on the verge of maturation. Chapter 63. The green demon upon the experimental table lay a pipe axe, quietly resting. Richard could distinctly sense the soul fluctuations emanating from the pipe axe. After devouring several vengeful souls, the souls of vengeance within the axe had ascended in power. Soul extraction. Binding technique. 2 beams of ethereal light flashed in succession, extracting a multitude of phantoms from the axe. As these apparitions materialized, they surged toward Richard. Yet before they could execute any coordinated movement, a vast net ensnared them. Among these spectral entities was one particularly formidable soul, towering nearly 3 meters, its features obscured and ever-shifting. Soul shock. A golden radiance swept through, shattering all the phantoms in its path, striking the most powerful soul. With a resounding explosion, the massive specter erupted like fireworks, revealing within it a middle-aged figure adorned in an Indian style, who appeared to awaken momentarily, casting a bewildered glance at Richard before dissolving into countless gray motes. Carried away by the wind, the essence of the soul coalesced into a vortex, swiftly merging into a pristine gemstone. A deep purple-black crystal fell upon the experimental table. Vengeful soul crystal, high-grade soul crystal. Richard picked up the soul crystal. Its quality paled in comparison to those used in the creation of guardian golems, merely reaching the threshold of a high-grade soul crystal. This type of high-grade soul crystal was well suited for the production of mass-produced iron golems. After harvesting the soul crystal, the power of the axe of vengeance diminished significantly. Richard gathered the remaining souls, extracting their essence to reinvigorate the axe of vengeance. With a restoration of some soul power, the axe regained considerable strength, prompting Richard to cast it into a corner of New York once more. Richard idly toyed with the soul crystal, preparing to construct a mass-produced model of the iron golem. He intended to fine-tune this model, and once adjusted to an optimal state, to commence large-scale production based on this template. The mass-produced iron golem had to meet a series of criteria: ease of manufacturing, low cost, high adaptability, reliability, competence, and minimal maintenance expenses. In essence, the goal was to craft the most cost-effective iron golem at the lowest possible expense. Simultaneously, this model needed to allow for future enhancements or the addition of weaponry. It was implausible for a single iron golem to adapt to all environments and battlefields. Thus, provisions for upgrades and modifications were essential for addressing diverse scenarios. The basic variant of the iron golem would not utilize vibranium but rather employ special steel and a touch of titanium alloy. The magical capacity of its soul crystal would peak at a mere 5th tier, yet it would still possess high-frequency oscillating blades and energy shields, albeit with lesser potency compared to the Guardians. In summary, the iron golem represented a youthful, albeit diluted, version of the Guardian, with production costs hovering around 1 million. With the experience gained from the Guardian golem, coupled with the absence of the need for vibranium and numerous auxiliary devices, the production speed of the iron golem was remarkably swift. Richard completed the creation of the iron golem in merely a week, followed by several days of debugging and modifications. Before him stood a fully assembled iron golem, slightly taller and heavier than the Guardian golem, with these distinctions primarily stemming from the materials utilized. After calculations, the cost of this iron golem was estimated at $113,000, which could be reduced to approximately $100,000 with mass production, thereby meeting expectations. Although the absence of a crucial soul crystal precluded the construction of a tower spirit enchantment workshop, preparations for other necessary equipment could commence. Richard's design for this iron golem incorporated as much blue star technology as possible, subsequently enhanced with the arcane arts of Motera. A conventional golem factory necessitates the cooperation of at least 3 tower spirits to fabricate iron golems from raw materials through an assembly line. Richard intended to employ skeletal warriors to operate mechanical devices in the production process. He planned to summon some experienced worker skeletons to engage the machinery, while the pivotal components would remain under the control of tower spirits. Meanwhile, the little spider advanced rapidly under the Punisher's training. On another front, Norman Osborn, having received substantial orders, found himself with ample funds to conduct experiments. Throughout extensive trials, the human enhancement serum underwent continuous refinement, and Osborn fortuitously acquired samples of vampire blood from various sources. Indeed, due to Richard's relentless assaults, a multitude of vampires had been captured, leaving the remaining ones in New York fragmented and vulnerable, prompting some exorcists to take action against them. Following the previous incident involving the werewolf specimen, Norman Osborn began to seek out legendary creatures, offering generous rewards. Although most leads turned out to be fraudulent, fortune smiled upon him, and he managed to procure some genuine specimens. After incorporating the blood of these mythical beings and conducting several formulations, Osborn finally succeeded in producing what he deemed the perfect human enhancement serum. Upon completion, he immediately contacted General Ross of the military, inviting him to witness the serum and requesting permission for human trials. However, General Ross had grown impatient with Osborn, fully aware of the significant flaws in the serum and that the modified warriors fell far short of Captain America's prowess. Thus, he had no intention of utilizing it. Furthermore, another military laboratory had made substantial advancements, leading to Ross's outright rejection of Osborn's proposal. Lacking military support, Osborn's human trials were left unapproved. This rejection ignited a fury within the already neurotic Osborn, whose hereditary afflictions exacerbated his rage, consuming his rationality. Ignoring his assistant's warnings after only a few preliminary tests on lab mice, he forcefully proceeded to experiment on himself. Norman Osborn injected the enhanced human enhancement serum into his own body. The life support chamber was activated, powerful currents surged within, and all the dials began their rapid ascent. In no time, the indicators on the dials reached the crimson zone and continued to rise, with the electrical flow intensifying, even affecting the power supply to the Osborn Tower. At that moment, a deafening explosion erupted. The instruments monitoring the life support chamber's data detonated one after another, and the chamber itself began to falter. Observing this alarming situation, the assistant hurried to shut down the power, but just then, the life support chamber exploded with a thunderous roar. The specialized bulletproof glass shattered into a web of cracks. As the assistant feared the experiment had failed and that Norman was in grave danger, a resounding crash echoed, and the sturdy bulletproof glass was unexpectedly breached by a single arm. In the next instant, a goblin that bore an uncanny resemblance to Norman Osborn sprang forth. Chapter 64. Americans should have their own deities. The first phase of the vampire factory has been completed. Hence Richard no longer needed to persuade Little Spider to hunt vampires. Generously, he allowed him to roam freely and even provided him with an internship stipend of $2,000. Upon receiving his earnings, Peter was elated. He intended to go on a date with his girlfriend. By the way, his girlfriend, Gwen, was also an intern at Oscorp and she was receiving a salary. Upon graduation, she would secure a permanent position. Just yesterday, Oscorp held a board meeting due to consecutive losses and Norman's repeated rejections by the military, resulting in the loss of a contract. The shareholders of Oscorp could no longer contain their dissatisfaction and convened a board meeting to dismiss Norman. At that moment, these shareholders were celebrating their recent partnership with another company. Peter and Gwen planned to watch a movie together after the festivities. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed through the hall, shattering the windows. Immediately, a goblin on a skateboard burst in, launching an assault on the attendees. Little Spider quickly grabbed Gwen and sought refuge. Once he secured her safety, he sprang into action, delivering a powerful kick that sent the unruly goblin flying. However, the enhanced green goblin was not so easily subdued. As soon as he landed, he swiftly regained his footing and charged at Little Spider. In earlier encounters, Little Spider would have likely fallen victim to the onslaught, but this time he faced an adversary after rigorous training under Frank and countless battles. Despite the green goblin undergoing 3 enhancements, he found himself at a disadvantage, even being outmatched. Had it not been for his array of bizarre weaponry and Spider-Man's concern for the innocent bystanders, the green goblin would have been vanquished long before. Richard remained oblivious to the ordeal Little Spider faced. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him. This was merely a small trial on Spider-Man's path to growth. He had already entrusted Frank with Little Spider's specialized training. The rest depended on Peter himself. Richard's focus was on high-tier soul crystals. The success of the Axe of Vengeance sparked a new idea. If the axe could cultivate a high-tier soul crystal, perhaps a similar method could yield even more, or take things a step further. The Axe of Vengeance, being a corrupted weapon, was rare and the cultivation of high-tier soul crystals was a slow process. Richard sought an alternative approach. In America, though it stands as the most developed region of Blue Star, it is also one of the most superstitious. After residing here for some time, Richard discovered that America harbors the highest number of cults on Blue Star. There are over 200 registered religions, and the number of unregistered cults could be as high as 5,000, whereas the total number of all legal countries on Blue Star is fewer than 200. Most of these cult organizations are fraudulent, and what Richard aims to accomplish is to transform the gods of these cults into reality. The cultivation of a high-tier soul crystal from the Axe of Vengeance may require a year, if not longer, while the creation of a legendary soul crystal seems nearly impossible. However, what the Axe of Vengeance cannot achieve, these cults might very well accomplish. Among these zealots, there are indeed fanatics who aspire to become the so-called sons of gods. Richard aims to actualize the deity that these cultists revere. In the world of Blue Star, the consciousness of Gaia is remarkably potent. Even the Lord of Hell, Mephistopheles, can only manifest through soul projection and by possessing a son. And even then, his power is significantly diminished. The Lords of Hell and the malevolent deities that arrive here are, for Richard, prime targets. Should he succeed in vanquishing their soul projections or incarnations, he could obtain at least a high-tier soul crystal, and legendary soul crystals would not be in short supply. Moreover, not only could he harvest the soul crystals of these gods, but perhaps even those of the fanatics as well. Such zealots are exceedingly rare. Their fervent faith allows their souls to transcend, yielding a chance of high-tier soul crystals upon their demise. In the world of Motera, every fanatic is a vital asset to the worship of the gods. The death or soul theft of any fanatic provokes a vehement response from the faith. Dispatching otherworldly envoys is a standard procedure, and in severe cases, even divine favorites may intervene. Yet, in Blue Star, there is no need for concern. The Gaia consciousness here renders it difficult for malevolent entities from other dimensions to penetrate this realm. Even if they do, they can only exert a minimal amount of power. Should they dare to come, Richard would be grateful for nature's bounty. Of course, Richard does not intend to seek out the mightiest of malevolent deities, as his own strength has yet to return to the legendary level, and a misstep could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he must select lesser powerful deities and demon lords. Richard has commissioned inquiries into the cults surrounding New York, while he himself begins the search for a suitable god. Many cults originally intend to deceive for monetary gain or carnal pleasures, with their so-called divinities being mere fabrications or direct adaptations from other religions. They do not genuinely believe in a so-called true God, which is profoundly unfair to the devotees. They invest their money, time, faith, and more only to discover that their belief was a ruse. This revelation would be an immense blow to the faithful. Therefore, Richard feels both an obligation and the capability to guide them toward a genuine true God. He aims to inspire the cultists of America, nay, the devotees, to believe in their rightful true God. There are many true gods or evil gods circulating in Blue Star, yet only a few are authentically existent. Many are mere concoctions of later generations or religious figures. Furthermore, numerous religious practitioners lack knowledge of the rituals necessary to commune with the divine, essentially failing to elicit a response from the gods. Richard sought to unearth the authentic deities, hidden within mythological tales and diverse esoteric traditions, while simultaneously preparing to facilitate connections between these divine beings and their devotees. His intention was to channel the believer's faith towards these true gods. As for the potential bestowal of divine powers or extraordinary abilities upon the faithful, that was beyond Richard's purview. Moreover, given the current state of America, the addition of more extraordinary beings could hardly worsen the situation. After all, this land is home to a multitude of superheroes. Thus, introducing a few more villains or champions into this grand American paradise would only serve to enhance the vibrancy of the blue planet. Chapter 65. Sowing several millennia ago, the European continent was a tapestry of diverse beliefs, many of which were indeed connected to true deities. However, these religions were ultimately eradicated by the ecclesiastical authorities, leading to a unification of faith. The disappearance of these belief systems does not imply the vanishing of these true gods. Richard, through an exploration of various mythologies and the esoteric knowledge of sorcerers, witches, and demon hunters, meticulously unraveled the names of other dimensional deities or malevolent entities. Subsequently, he raided these divinities, marking the more perilous ones to prevent cultists from forging connections with them. He then identified the weaker deities, preparing to assist the cultists in establishing their links with these divine beings. Before long, Richard selected several promising targets and resolved to personally facilitate the connection between the cultists and these gods. Meanwhile, acting on Richard's orders, the detective agency had diligently gathered information on the cults surrounding New York, delivering their findings to his estate. To his astonishment, he discovered that there were over a dozen cult organizations merely within New York City. The surrounding states collectively boasted dozens more. Some cults consisted of only a few dozen members, while others had swelled to hundreds, with even a couple exceeding 1,000 adherents. The vast majority of these cults were engaged in scams for money or illicit pleasures, or involved in drug trafficking, with only a handful of genuinely devout believers. Richard identified the two largest cults, which had amassed significant followings. Over years of development, these cults had even formalized their ecclesiastical structures, appearing more organized and rigorous than some monotheistic religions in certain locales. After spending several days discreetly observing these sects, Richard prepared to orchestrate a divine revelation for them, while also intending to consolidate the smaller congregations of a few dozen or a few hundred members into a more formidable assembly of thousands. After all, these true gods were not to be trifled with. They possessed standards, and if the number of worshippers was insufficient, they would be disinclined to respond. Richard arrived at an aging neighborhood on the outskirts of New York, a community steeped in history, established post-World War I, and now in a state of considerable disrepair. In truth, aside from Long Island and certain affluent districts, the majority of neighborhoods in New York resembled this one. There were also areas that, while claiming to be middle class, paled in comparison to the wealthier enclaves. In Richard's view, these self-proclaimed middle-class individuals were laughable. His purpose in visiting this particular community was to engage with a small congregation of several dozen individuals. He intended to elevate the potency of this church. Upon entering the neighborhood, Richard immediately observed 3 churches. 2 of these were Christian establishments, while the third displayed peculiar symbols, its faith and deity unknown. This latter church was Richard's target for the day. It was the weekend, and the church was hosting a gathering, with approximately 50 to 60 individuals participating in some form of ritual worship. Noticing these congregants, Richard pinpointed the leader among them and swiftly enacted a group hypnosis, causing all present in the church to succumb to a deep slumber. Richard subsequently entered the grand hall, initiating his enchantment of the dream induction to compel the attendees into slumber, wherein they would dream according to the script he had meticulously crafted. The essence of the dream was remarkably straightforward. They were to envision a true deity who would reveal to them that their prior faith was illusory, asserting that redemption could only be attained through devotion to him. Concurrently, this true deity would manifest certain miracles, such as healing their ailments or enhancing their vitality. For Richard, this was a trivial matter. A mere incantation could effortlessly achieve such results. While weaving the dreamscape, Richard imparted tales of the true deity, including his divine name and the correct manner of worship. To facilitate communication between these devout followers and the divine, Richard intentionally bestowed divine revelation upon several individuals, essentially awakening their spiritual awareness, enabling them to engage in brief communion with the true deity through specific rituals that harnessed their faith. What transpired during this communion was beyond Richard's control. However, he held firm in his belief that the true deity, not being foolish, would know how to respond appropriately. Thereafter, Richard required no further involvement. The churches would naturally flourish, and he merely awaited the eventual harvest of their fruits. To ensure he could monitor the ripening of these fruits, he cast a subtle suggestion upon another individual, a suggestion that would only activate under certain conditions. After weaving the dreams for these people, Richard silently departed. Approximately half an hour later, those who had been sprawled upon the floor began to awaken. What has happened? I seem to have fallen asleep and dreamt of a deity. Ah, you too dreamt of a deity? Brothers and sisters, I have received divine revelation. The deity has shown us mercy, manifesting personally to guide our path. Oh God, thank you for saving this lost lamb. My affliction is gone. My affliction is gone. It is a miracle. The deity has bestowed blessings upon me. The awakened throng exclaimed in unison, as those who had suffered from ailments found themselves restored to health, and the previously frail now exuded vitality. In an instant, everyone was extolling the miracles. The God we once worshipped was false. This is the true deity. From this day forth, we shall devote ourselves to the genuine divine. Under the influence of their dream memories, all were now convinced of the divine revelation and believed themselves favored by the deity. Soon, a unanimous decision emerged among them to renounce their former false gods, embracing the true deity instead, and to conduct their rituals in accordance with the divine revelation intended for the worship of this deity. Observing the response of the people unfold as he had envisioned, Richard quietly departed, setting his course for the next religion. These small sects comprised anywhere from a mere few dozen to several hundred members, predominantly congregating in aged communities or rural towns, where the populace typically possessed limited education and financial means, rendering them susceptible to manipulation. Richard's endeavors unfolded with remarkable success. Through the enchanting spell of weaving dreams, he skillfully led several minor religions to believe they had encountered divine revelation, instilling in them an unwavering faith in their deity. These small sects all venerated a singular god. In this divine revelation, Richard informed them of other believers, urging them to unite and establish a church. He conveyed that the greater the number of worshippers, and the more fervent their devotion during rituals, the more likely they would elicit a response from the divine. In this manner, Richard, within a mere span of 2 days, assisted a single deity in founding a church with 3,000 adherents. Chapter 66. The devoted followers swiftly united, forsaking their previous beliefs to embrace a singular deity. As their numbers swelled to a substantial count, these adherents commenced preparations in accordance with the sacrificial rituals prescribed in the divine revelation. 3,000 devout believers, adhering meticulously to the sacred rites and invoking the correct nomenclature of their god, engaged in a grand sacrificial ceremony. The resultant fervor of their faith transcended dimensions, ultimately reaching a mysterious realm. In this unknown dimension, a colossal figure suddenly sensed a force calling out to him. As he gazed along this ethereal current, visions spanning multiple dimensions unfolded before his eyes. On a vibrant planet teeming with life, a congregation of souls sang his praises, an unceasing tide of belief flooding into that realm, intoxicating him with its potency. How long had it been since he last felt such a force? Once, he had even imparted a fragment of his power, only to be vanquished by a mightier counterpart, leading to the loss of all his followers. Yet now, his devotees had re-emerged. It appeared that the contingencies he had set in motion all those years ago had borne fruit. Witnessing this spectacle, the figure reciprocated, bestowing a portion of his power upon the faithful, empowering them to further amplify their belief. At the observatory, Richard gazed into the distance, where a grand sacrificial ceremony was underway. As the ritual reached its zenith, Richard acutely sensed a fleeting surge of divine power that infused the body of the most devoted follower. In that moment, a faint luminescence enveloped the figure. With this sight, Richard exhaled in relief. His plan had achieved initial success, and now he awaited the expansion of these churches to entice the so-called deity into their midst. As events unfolded precisely as he had envisioned, Richard set forth to investigate the issues concerning other cults. Soon, he arrived in the western part of New York, an area notorious for its economic stagnation. Unlike the bustling communities of New York City, this place resembled a quaint town, home to a church that had seemingly been transformed into a house of worship for another sect. The original cross had been removed, replaced by an ominous symbol that appeared rather sinister. Stealthily, Richard entered the church, but as he did, a familiar scent of sulfur wafted through the air. Was this the scent of a demon? Richard inhaled deeply, confirming his suspicion. The unmistakable odor of sulfur was indeed that of a demon. Having dealt with demons countless times during his encounters in Matala, he recognized the essence. The sulfuric scent was imperceptible to the average person, discernible only to those of heightened spiritual awareness or the extraordinary. Richard had not anticipated that this cult had truly summoned a demon. Perhaps my plan would unfold more smoothly. Though somewhat unexpected, Richard felt that this would save him considerable time. At that moment, several individuals resembling priests entered the church. Among them, an elderly man clad in bishop's attire immediately caught Richard's attention. This old man was a demon. Richard was profoundly certain. He could distinctly perceive the power emanating from the old man. Upon entering, the elder addressed the congregation below, proclaiming that only the most devout followers would receive the blessings of the god Moss. He urged them to bring more souls to worship Moss. As the old man spoke, his eyes transformed into a pitch-black void, devoid of any light. A demon, astonishingly, had established a church here. Richard was taken aback, for there existed a world barrier separating hell from Blue Star, preventing demons from crossing over unless summoned through a conjuration array or a spatial rift. The demon before him was likely summoned by the original owner of this body, who had now become the unfortunate prey, devoured whole. As the demon's words echoed, the followers in the hall became fervent. Some devotees, accompanied by newcomers eager to join, formed a queue to receive the demon's baptism, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the baptism of Christianity. In Richard's eyes, a goat-headed demon grinned malevolently at the oblivious devotees, while the so-called baptism involved marking them with a demonic insignia using its claws. It was akin to how a farmer brands his cattle. This mark indicated that the lamb belonged to him. Soon, the baptismal ceremony concluded, and after finishing their prayers, the individuals began to exit the church, leaving only the demonic bishop behind. Demon, return to your hell. Richard donned the guise of a demon hunter as he entered the church. A demon hunter? How audacious of you to appear here. Your soul shall be mine. The demon showed no fear upon seeing Richard. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the body of the demonic bishop was sent flying several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Damn demon hunter! You have damaged my form. A plume of black smoke erupted from the fallen body, swiftly coalescing into a goat-headed demon towering more than 10 feet high. This apparition appeared somewhat ethereal, indicating that it possessed limited power. Although demons lack intellect, they share an innate fear of death and typically refrain from expending excessive strength. Richard could easily vanquish this demon, but its projection would likely yield at most a mid-level soul crystal, which was not his objective. He intended to stage a performance, creating the illusion that he only narrowly defeated the demon or that luck favored him, instilling a false sense of confidence that amplifying its projection would enable it to eliminate Richard. As for the demon refraining from further projections, Richard harbored no concerns. The recent influx of over 100 demon followers meant that such greedy entities would not relinquish their souls easily. The demon would undoubtedly project again, and the power it brought would far exceed Richard's, ensuring his complete and utter demise. This scenario played perfectly into Richard's scheme. He awaited the demon to project more of its strength, ready to slay it and procure a high-tier soul crystal. Subsequently, the demon hunter portrayed by Richard engaged in a fierce battle with the goat-headed demon. Ebony and Ivory unleashed a relentless barrage of bullets, causing the demon to wail in agony. After suffering 2 defeats, the demon hesitated to allow the firearms to strike again, opting instead to employ agile maneuvers to ambush Richard. However, after an intense struggle, the goat-headed demon ultimately met its demise as Richard delivered a fatal shot to its head, causing its entire form to crumble and dissipate into a wisp of dark smoke. Demon Hunter, await my return. I shall torment your soul for a century. The goat-headed demon bellowed in defiance before the black mist completely vanished. Chapter 67. Fishing upon hearing the words uttered by the ram-headed demon before its dissipating form, Richard felt no fear. Rather, he was imbued with anticipation. It was evident that the earlier performance had successfully deceived the demon into believing that the entity banishing it back to the depths of hell was merely a demon hunter equipped with specialized weaponry. Undoubtedly, this demon would not tolerate such humiliation, especially with hundreds of souls lingering in the vicinity. It wouldn't be long before the demon returned, seething with rage. To prevent the demon from sensing something amiss and fleeing, Richard meticulously retrieved a series of rune gemstones, carefully concealing them beneath the floorboards. These rune gemstones, painstakingly crafted by Richard, were a derivative of rune craftsmanship. Arcane practitioners had discovered that, in many urgent scenarios, there was simply no time to inscribe runes or arrange rune formations, thus prompting the search for alternative solutions, leading to the emergence of rune gemstones. The cost of rune gemstones was substantial, with the most expensive being those crafted from high-quality magical stones, inscribed with permanent runes. Such gemstones could be directly embedded into objects, endowing them with corresponding powers, and if no longer needed, could be extracted without damage for reuse. As long as the rune gemstone remained intact, it could be employed repeatedly. Some rune gemstones were single-use, while others could be reused until they lost their potency. The set of rune gemstones in Richard's possession was of the ordinary variety, usable only 5 times before shattering and losing their effectiveness. Of course, the utility of rune gemstones extended beyond mere applications. There existed 108 distinct types, and various combinations of these types could yield different rune formulas, producing an array of effects. To date, thousands of rune formulas had been discovered, with the tally continuously increasing. As Richard unveiled the floor, he swiftly arranged the rune gemstones according to the layout of the rune formation, embedding them at the designated nodes. A dozen rune gemstones coalesced into a spatial formation enveloping the entire cathedral, ready to be activated at the merest thought. When triggered, the cathedral would transform into an independent space, preventing the demon from escaping back to hell. Indeed, Richard harbored no fear of the demon's strength. His only concern was its potential flight. Should the demon manage to retreat, his plan to fish would be thwarted. And what of the demon's formidable power? While he might be unable to confront it directly, the guardian golem stood ready. As long as the demon lord's true form did not personally descend, Richard remained confident in his ability to subdue it. Moreover, he had meticulously arranged a binding formation specifically designed to counter demons. Just as Richard vanquished the demon's projection and it retreated to hell, one of the recently departed demon acolytes, a middle-aged man, suddenly froze. It seemed as though something sinister merged with his being in the shadows, and a grotesque ram-headed silhouette flashed upon the wall before vanishing. When he lifted his gaze once more, his eyes had turned entirely black. "Cursed demon hunter, you will pay for this." The demon now re-entered into the blue star, seethed with fury. The church has been thriving for nearly a year, during which he has consumed the souls of over a dozen individuals. Had it not been for his desire to further expand his influence, he would not have invested such effort. The goat-headed demon seeks to project greater power, necessitating further sacrificial offerings of souls. Thus, After venting his wrath in a fit of rage, the goat-headed demon swiftly departed with an array of tools, intent on procuring more souls of the faithful to amplify his strength. Meanwhile, Richard sat upon a pew in the church, one hand idly toying with a gold coin while the other leafed through a tome of magic, patiently awaiting the return of the goat-headed demon. He refrained from eliminating the demon's vessel, understanding that it would enable a quicker resurgence of its power. A cunning devil might have been wary of traps, yet the dim-witted demon would only respond with furious attempts to project more strength. At that moment, Richard sensed a formidable surge of malevolent energy nearby, followed by a billow of black smoke manifesting within the church. In the next instant, the figure of the goat-headed demon emerged from the swirling darkness, its form now solidified, a stark contrast to its previous incarnation. Clearly, it had summoned forth a greater reservoir of power. "Monster hunter, you dare linger here? I shall extract your soul and torment it for 100, nay, 1,000 years." Upon spotting Richard, the goat-headed demon erupted in fury, its wings flapping as it lunged at him. Mirror space. Spatial confinement. Suppress evil. Richard grinned at the demon, his staff radiating a gleam of ethereal light. In an instant, countless runes materialized, enclosing the church within an isolated space. Simultaneously, a multitude of golden symbols emerged, dissipating the black smoke that had once enveloped the sanctuary. The once arrogant goat-headed demon now felt an invisible pressure weighing upon it, hindering the full expression of its power. Its previously swift movements slowed to a crawl. "You are a wizard." The goat-headed demon finally comprehended the sudden shift in circumstances. "Is there any doubt?" Richard's staff glimmered once more, conjuring a portal within the church, through which the silhouette of a guardian golem appeared, positioning itself protectively before Richard. "I await the golem. What do you await?" With Richard's words hanging in the air, the guardian golem sprang into action, descending upon the goat-headed demon with a fierce strike. The demon hastily raised its claws in defense, yet against the high-frequency oscillating blades of magical energy. Its demonic skin and scales were torn open, spilling forth its vile blood, which corroded the ground and released tendrils of black smoke. "Ah!" The goat-headed demon shrieked in agony, swiping its claw, only to be thwarted by the guardian golem. In that moment, a flash of spiritual light enveloped the scene. Spell sequence activated. Weakness, maximized effect. Slow, maximized effect. Blindness, maximized effect. Interference spell, maximized effect. Spell reversal, maximized effect. Richard activated the spell sequence he had long prepared, and in less than a second, a myriad of spells was unleashed, enveloping the horned demon in a multitude of debilitating statuses. Rendered powerless, blinded, and unable to flee, it stood defenseless against the onslaught of the guardian golem. The fury that once burned within had long since evaporated, leaving only terror in its wake. With swift strikes, blades of light cascaded like mercury, enveloping the horned demon entirely. In that fleeting moment, the guardian launched dozens of attacks, overwhelming all attempts at defense with a relentless barrage of shimmering blades. The demon desperately employed its infernal powers to withstand the assault, yet against the high-frequency oscillating blades, its efforts proved futile and soon it bore numerous wounds across its form. Chapter 68. Decapitation. Richard's spell significantly weakened the strength of the goat-headed demon, rendering it utterly powerless in the face of the guardian golem. The demon relentlessly attacked with rending strikes, chaotic hammers, and elbow jabs, but alas, each blow struck the guardian golem as if it were a mere drop in the ocean, eliciting no response whatsoever. The surface of the guardian, fortified with vibranium, absorbed all assaults. Even when the goat-headed demon, relying on its imposing stature, charged forward at great speed, it was abruptly interrupted by Richard's swamp spell. In an instant, an ice storm swept forth, unleashing a flurry of spinning ice blades that sliced through its flesh, even freezing its legs solid. The goat-headed demon, engaged in battle with the guardian, staggered momentarily, exposing the vulnerable neck that had been protected until now. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the guardian golem acted swiftly. Weakness exposed. Decapitating strike. The eyes of the guardian golem ignited with a crimson glow. The luminous particles of magical energy, which had been vibrating at a high frequency, dimmed slightly at that moment, yet their potency surged. In the instant the goat-headed demon revealed a flaw. The light blade in the guardianess hand transformed into a swift shadow, descending upon the demon's neck with deadly precision. The massive form of the goat-headed demon, just regaining its balance, froze in place as a searing gash appeared on its neck, rapidly expanding until it split the creature in two, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. As the goat-headed demon succumbed to death, a faint gray soul emitted a piercing wail, attempting to flee Blue Star and return to hell. Soul binding, soul shock, soul extraction. Having awaited this moment, Richard struck with alacrity, golden chains ensnaring the demon's soul in an instant. Following that, a beam of golden light shattered the soul, causing the vast soul energy to fragment, and the core of the goat-headed demon's essence was effortlessly banished back to hell by the will of the planes. A powerful suction emerged, drawing in the shards of the demon's soul and all its residual energies into a pristine high-grade magical gemstone. With a soft thud, a crystal of purple hue, imbued with a glimmer of golden light, fell into Richard's hand. Demons, being entities not of this dimensional plane, do not linger here upon death. Richard shattered its soul. Ultimately, only the core of the goat-headed demon was ejected back to hell, while the soul energy and its essence were absorbed by Richard through the gemstone. Moreover, demons do not truly perish when killed in other planes. They merely lose their soul power, and their strength in hell diminishes. Only when slain within hell do they face true death. Richard beckoned, and the purple soul crystal landed in his palm, its violet energy swirling gently like a vortex, seemingly eager to draw in any unsuspecting soul. Within this whirlpool, a glimmer of golden light flickered intermittently. The soul crystal of Baphume. Legendary soul crystal. Upon witnessing the faint golden glow, Richard realized that his preparations had not been in vain. He had acquired a legendary grade soul crystal. Regarding the name of Baphomet, one of the 7 deadly sins inscribed upon the soul crystal, Richard remained indifferent. This demon lord had suffered a significant defeat, and it was likely that he would refrain from returning to Blue Star for a considerable time. Moreover, having sustained injuries to his power, his position would surely become precarious. Richard had dealt him a harsh blow, diminishing his strength considerably. In the depths of hell, he was not the only demon lord. Even among his subordinates, there existed several lesser demon lords. Despite the stringent hierarchy among demons, since their inception, lesser demons have continuously challenged their superior counterparts. Should a higher demon strength be significantly weakened, the previously subservient lesser demons might rebel, seeking to usurp the title of demon lord, a principle equally applicable to devils. Within the vast dominion of hell, a magnificent palace reverberated with the echoes of fury. A formidable and grotesque goat-headed demon, seated upon the throne, opened its eyes. Its blood-red orbs were filled with boundless rage, accompanied by a suppressed roar that obliterated several attendant demons into mere pulp with a mere display of power. Damnable wizard! The entire palace quaked under Baphomet's wrath. He had initially presumed his weakness would be temporary, merely a loss of a few hundred demon followers. Yet, he had underestimated the wizard's mastery over souls. Upon the destruction of his projection, the wizard had swiftly severed his soul's power from its core, resulting in a permanent loss of a portion of his soul's strength, a loss considerable enough to forge a high-ranking demon. However, his hatred did not cloud his reason. Upon reaching the level of demon lord, one no longer behaved mindlessly like ordinary demons. The intellectually deficient demon lords had long been toppled by the superior demons beneath them. Baphomet, filled with resentment at having been slain by the wizard, understood that in the realm of Blue Star, he was no match for the wizard unless he were to descend in his true form. Yet, should he do so, his enemies would undoubtedly revel in his demise, for a true death in Blue Star would be irrevocable. Contemplating this, Baphomet conceived a plan. Although he had no intention of venturing forth himself, he could dispatch other demon lords. If they could eliminate that insufferable wizard, it would be splendid. If not, given the wizard's cunning, the demon lord sent would surely face dire consequences. In such a case, those demon lords who had suffered losses in power would be unable to rebel, and he could directly absorb the strength of those severely weakened. With this thought, Baphomet promptly commenced his actions, disseminating information and coordinates pertaining to his demon followers. Richard remained unaware that his fishing expedition would be exploited by a demon lord. However, even if he had known, he would not have cared. After all, should those demon lords project themselves into Blue Star, it would merely serve as a feast for him. If any dared to descend in their true forms, Richard would likely find himself laughing awake, for he would not need to intervene. The Ancient One would impart a lesson upon them. In due course, he could simply reap the rewards. After Richard vanquished the goat-headed demon, he chose not to eliminate its followers. Instead, he intended for these demonic adherents to continue their rituals, summoning other demons so that he could later reap the rewards. With a snap of his fingers, he stored away the demon's severed head, causing the mirrored space to shatter. The church, once marred by the ravages of war in Syria, returned to its original state. Richard chose not to reclaim the runic magic circle within the church, opting to leave it intact, awaiting the arrival of the next fortunate soul. A flash of brilliance illuminated the scene, and Richard, along with the guardian golem, vanished, leaving the church in serene quietude once more. Chapter 69. Devouring souls. A radiant light emerged from the teleportation portal on the 5th floor of the wizard's tower, as Richard returned triumphantly with the guardian golem. He instructed the golem to continue its patrol while he retreated into his laboratory. With a legendary soul crystal in hand, he could scarcely contain his eagerness to utilize it for some grand purpose. Within the confines of the laboratory, Richard extracted the legendary soul crystal. Such crystals were exceedingly rare and served as a form of universal currency within the myriad planes. Their applications were manifold. They could enhance one's power, fashion golems, or create various legendary magical artifacts. Richard swiftly cast several spells to conduct tests on the soul crystal before him. The results confirmed his initial estimations. As the previous owner of the crystal had not perished, the amount of legendary energy contained within was limited, rendering it a rather mediocre specimen for a legendary soul crystal. While it could be employed to create golems or empower the tower's spirit, it would be somewhat inadequate for the construction of a golem for the mage tower itself. After careful consideration, Richard resolved to consume the legendary soul crystal. Indeed, he intended to consume it. The soul crystal harbored a vast reservoir of soul energy, serving as an excellent remedy for soul injuries. However, ordinary soul crystals were ineffective. Only those of a higher caliber would suffice. For a grand archmage like Richard, healing soul damage was an arduous endeavor, necessitating the use of legendary soul crystals. There existed alternative methods for treating soul injuries, such as seeking the aid of a high-ranking or legendary priest who could employ the legendary divine spell of restoration. In the absence of a priest, divine energy could also be utilized for healing. This divine energy was exceedingly precious within the multiverse, and Richard would refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. The divine essence he possessed was extracted from those divine abominations and ancient evils. He had exerted considerable effort to harvest this divine energy, as it was notoriously difficult to assimilate. To do so, he had to completely overpower the spiritual imprint of the original divine owner on a mental level. Failure would result in a shattered psyche, with his soul being consumed by the original divine essence, which could potentially lead to his resurrection through Richard's body and soul. In the multiverse, the resurrection of deceased deities often occurred through such means. If one possessed sufficient divine essence, the fusion of divine energies would be considerably simpler, though the risk of failure persisted. The divine essence that was easiest to assimilate was, in fact, that which had coalesced on its own, though the difficulty of gathering such essence was immense. In addition to these methods, one could employ spells such as Wish, Waters of Life, or the blessings of powerful deities, alongside the divine spells of high-ranking priests, to mend soul injuries. Currently, Richard's most effective approach was to utilize the legendary soul crystal for restoration. A soul incense was lit. This incense was beneficial for the soul, capable of mending minor soul injuries while providing a subtle enhancement to the spirit. Additionally, it served to soothe the mind, rendering meditation more efficient. Its ingredients included enchanted plants and various magical oils. Richard's soul now bears the scars of damage, necessitating the aid of certain soul spells to maximize their potency. Soul Wander. The incantation resonated in a deep tone, akin to the whispers of the soul. As the chant echoed, A shimmering silver barrier of runes materialized within the laboratory, isolating everything beyond its reach. Suddenly, the incantation concluded, and Richard appeared as if he had succumbed to slumber. In the next moment, a nebulous shadow emerged from his form, swiftly solidifying, enveloped in a faint golden radiance. The scent of soul incense wafted through the air, curling in delicate tendrils and further solidifying the shadow. With a gentle gesture, the purple legendary soul crystal ascended. A surge of magical brilliance ignited, and a wave of soul energy emanated from the crystal. The initial golden luminescence intensified, and in its brilliance, numerous spectral figures of souls emerged, representing the memories of the spirit realm. These ethereal forms gazed longingly at the golden light. Had it not been for the protective barrier, they would have surely attempted to seize it. Yet soon, some souls, unable to resist temptation, hurled themselves against the barrier, dissipating into nothingness. Richard pointed at the soul crystal, which seemed to come alive. Soul siphon, an invisible force emanated from Richard's essence, drawing forth the purple soul energy from the crystal like a river flowing into his being. The crystal dimmed at a visible pace, transforming into a pallid gray. Once the last vestige of soul power was extracted, the crystal's profound purple hue faded to a desolate gray, ultimately shattering into dust. As vast quantities of soul energy were absorbed, Richard's essence solidified, resembling that of a living being. Yet, under his guidance, this newfound strength began to mend the wounds upon other souls. His own essence bore numerous fine fractures. Ordinarily, these fissures remained hidden, but when he exerted his full magical prowess or summoned substantial energy, they became evident, diminishing his control and increasing the difficulty of spellcasting, sometimes resulting in outright failure. Additionally, these cracks inflicted pain upon him. With the influx of high-quality soul energy, Richard directed it to repair his essence, watching as the tiny fractures began to vanish. Alongside the disappearance of these fissures, his spellcasting abilities steadily improved. Crucially, that golden radiance, upon merging with his essence, swiftly eradicated a multitude of cracks. As he expended substantial soul energy, the fissures rapidly diminished, and when the last crack finally vanished, Richard infused the remaining soul energy into his essence, fortifying it further. Simultaneously, after assimilating all the soul power and the golden brilliance into his being, Richard's essence succumbed to a brief slumber. In the realm of the soul, a goat-headed demon materialized before him, launching a frenzied assault. Richard swiftly cast several spells, vanquishing the goat-headed demon. Yet, the demon soon resurrected and charged at him once more, only to be slain again by Richard. This cycle persisted numerous times until the last remnants of the demon's consciousness were completely obliterated, allowing Richard to assimilate the soul energy into his own. Although an extensive period had elapsed in the realm of souls, merely a few seconds had passed in the waking world when Richard regained consciousness. As he felt the complete restoration of his soul's wounds, a long-forgotten sense of relief washed over him. System self-check in progress. Master, your soul restoration is complete, and your spellcasting level has ascended to level 18. Chapter 70. The impending annihilation of the demiplane following the successful restoration of his soul. Richard experienced a remarkable enhancement of his powers, and the capabilities of the system bound to his soul underwent a significant leap. This system serves as a vital auxiliary tool for the grand archmages of this era, typically crafted from top-tier legendary soul crystals and a fragment of the mage's own essence. Its primary functions include providing vast computational speed, a memory palace, logical information processing, digitizing bodily information, and orchestrating spell sequences. While archmages possess extraordinary memories, the sheer volume of information they retain necessitates the assistance of such systems to organize their recollections and perform complex calculations. With the aid of this system, an archmage's combat prowess can be enhanced twofold or even more. Having restored his spellcasting level to 18, Richard now stands on the precipice of achieving legendary status, and he has devised a method to address the desiccation of the Source Sea. Concurrently, his personal demiplane may be reactivated, though he remains uncertain whether it has withstood the ravages of the temporal storm after enduring such a protracted duration. Upon reaching the 18th spellcasting level, he is now able to tenuously wield 9th-tier spells, and the challenge of reopening his demiplane is akin to casting a 9th-tier spell. Once he successfully reopens the demiplane, the subsequent difficulty of spellcasting will diminish to that of a 3rd-tier spell, effectively allowing him to access it at will. To restore his strength, Richard requires the formidable power of a complete elemental furnace, rather than a miniature variant. The full version of the elemental furnace possesses a maximum output far exceeding that of its smaller counterpart. Only through such abundant elemental energy can he once again access the Source Sea and facilitate its restoration. While legendary archmages are figures to be revered by others, for Richard, this is merely the foundation for constructing a floating city. In the basement, the energy pool awaits. To cast a 9th-tier spell, Richard must harness the power of the energy pool and the elemental reservoir. The runic array has been meticulously arranged upon the ground. With a gentle motion of his staff, Richard activates the array, channeling a surge of elemental energy into it, causing golden runes to ascend. Positioned at the center of the runic array, he raises his staff and spreads his arms wide, his form levitating gracefully in midair as his robe billows without wind. Open the demiplane. Golden energy chains materialize around him, and within the intricately complex 16-pointed star formation, Richard emanates a soft golden luminescence. The entire space quakes violently as a rift is torn in the fabric of the runic array. Before him unfolds a peculiar world, seemingly ravaged by some cataclysmic event, resembling an apocalyptic realm. The sky is marred by gaping rents, with numerous void storms swirling within those fractures, ready to shred anything that dares approach. The ground lies fissured and cracked. Molten lava flows freely, rivers and lakes have dried up, and thick plumes of smoke billow skyward. Countless bizarre creatures have perished, many reduced to mere skeletons. Once lush forests have all but vanished, with vast expanses of land transformed into arid wastelands. At the very edge of this world, the once formidable spatial barrier lies in tatters, with certain tectonic plates laid bare to the void, subsequently dismantled by tempestuous void storms. Bereft of the protective spatial barrier, the demiplane has commenced a gradual collapse. What was once a flourishing ecological garden spanning hundreds of thousands of square kilometers now dwindles to less than a third of its original expanse, incessantly contracting with each passing moment. Should no intervention occur, it is foreseen that within a decade, this demiplane may entirely vanish into the void storms. Despite the dire condition and inhospitable environment of this demiplane, Richard finds exhilaration in the fact that several life forms have managed to endure. Just moments ago, a wind god pterosaur circled around a rift in the sky, alighting upon a cliff. At the heart of the demiplane, in the most stable region of the spatial barrier, remnants of a forest persist, where numerous surviving magical creatures resolutely inhabit. Richard's ecological garden is a sanctuary he meticulously crafted over considerable time, with the collaboration of thousands of mages across the Wisdom Star. It is home to a plethora of magical flora and fauna, many of which he gathered during his travels to other planes. For instance, he once discovered a world where the ancient deity known as Father of Dinosaurs had roamed, and where a multitude of dinosaurs still thrived. Richard devoted extensive effort to capturing various dinosaurs from that plane, nurturing them within his ecological garden. Additionally, he has raised numerous draconic beasts within this sanctuary, including hybrid dragons. Hybrid dragons inherit only a fraction of their draconic legacy, typically having either a father or mother who is a true dragon. Their capabilities are generally inferior to those of pureblood dragons, and their intellect does not match that of lesser dragons. However, due to their half-dragon lineage, their strength remains formidable. The magical materials derived from them closely resemble those of true dragons, serving as excellent substitutes. In the world of Moterra, magical items such as dragon-scale armor, dragon-hide robes, and dragon-tooth swords are not exclusively crafted from the materials of true dragons. Materials from lesser dragons and draconic beasts are also regarded as dragon-related magical items, while true dragon materials are exceedingly rare. After all, true dragons possess significant power, and with the presence of dragon gods, slaying a few unruly true dragons may go unnoticed. But extensive hunting of these magnificent beasts would undoubtedly provoke ancient or primordial dragons, who would seek retribution. These ancient and primordial dragons, having lived for millennia, wield dragon language magic, elven magic, and arcane arts with unparalleled mastery, far exceeding the capabilities of standard ascending dragons. Some magic-obsessed true dragons possess spellcasting levels rivaling those of grand archmages. Among true dragons, the white dragon is the most prolific. The northernmost icy plains are home to a substantial number of white dragons, known for their high reproductive rates and rapid growth. Once, Richard's ecological garden boasted an abundance of dinosaurs, yielding a wealth of dinosaur materials, making it a renowned source of draconic materials in the world of Moterra. Moreover, dinosaur meat remains a rare delicacy. Witnessing the survival of numerous magical creatures brings immense joy to Richard. A spark of inspiration ignited, instantly transporting him into the demi-plane, while simultaneously harnessing a vast array of elemental energies to restore the realm, at the very least to halt its further disintegration. With a steady supply of energy, the deterioration of the demi-plane noticeably decelerated. Richard procured an abundance of magical materials to mend the planar barrier. He first sealed the expansive void fissures to prevent their further expansion, while directly repairing the smaller ones. Additionally, it was imperative to reconfigure the energy transmutation array, converting void energy to supply the demi-plane. Given the severe damage inflicted upon the demi-plane, considerable time was required for Richard to restore it to its current scale. Chapter 71. The ecological garden in the half-plane, the mountains have fractured, rivers have dried up, and in certain areas, flames erupt while toxic gases from the magma permeate the surroundings. Gravity anomalies have also surfaced in some locales, causing debris to float in midair. Fortunately, a multitude of protective barriers had been employed to partition the ecological garden, ensuring that even if one adjacent area faced calamity, the other remained unscathed. The construction of this half-plane involved a myriad of transformations, altering terrain, modifying the environment, adjusting gravity, genetic reconfiguration, and establishing an ecological network, taking a century to complete. Richard expended a considerable amount of energy to stabilize the half-plane, preventing further collapse, but this stability is merely temporary. It is imperative to reinforce it with various materials swiftly, as the ensuing restoration efforts will demand substantial time and resources. The void fissures have been temporarily sealed, and the gaps in the dimensional barrier have been mended with runic formations, allowing for a reprieve from the ever-looming void above. The edges of the half-plane no longer crumble into oblivion. After arranging the magical formations, Richard ventured into the interior of the half-plane. Within, a vast energy network of ley lines and a radiation force field have been established. Ordinary humans would find it impossible to survive here. The radiation force field has been modulated to prevent species from regressing and to induce mutations. Upon entering the half-plane, the temperature surged, and the surroundings resembled an ancient epoch. Towering trees, reaching heights of over 100 meters, blocked out the sun, while the ground was lush with vegetation, abundant with magically enhanced flora. The jungle stirred, and the System S alert scan revealed several red dots. Soon, through the thick foliage, Richard spotted 3 raptors, which were approaching in a predatory formation, clearly perceiving Richard as their prey. Raptor, magically mutated species. Dinosaur size, small, length, 3.5 meters, height, 1.8 meters, movement speed, swift, 65 km/h, ferocious and ruthless, known for pack hunting with an astonishing bite force and adept at running and leaping. Challenge level, 5. The magically mutated raptors. Richard was quite familiar with these dinosaurs. They were well suited for riding, and for a time, raptor knights were quite popular. He had previously tamed and sold many, and some kingdoms had even formed small raptor knight brigades. However, the lack of widespread equipment was primarily due to the raptors' carnivorous diet, which made them costly to maintain. Moreover, the succulent flavor of raptor ribs was an enticing factor. As the 3 raptors encircled him, they surged towards Richard with alarming speed. Stun spell. Richard raised his hand and cast a stun spell upon the 3 raptors. The rapidly charging creatures instantly collapsed, their bodies sliding forward due to inertia. Were it not for the ecological garden suffering over 90 damage, Richard would have considered slaughtering 2 for a delightful roasted raptor. But alas, they were now approaching endangered status. Monster control. A spark of inspiration struck, and the 3 raptors obediently rose to stand beside him. Richard retrieved a set of reins from his storage ring, fastening them onto the raptors before mounting one. "Let us go, my lovely companions," he exclaimed, pulling the reins to guide the raptors deeper into the jungle. Traversing through the bramble-laden woods, Richard swiftly delved into the depths of the jungle. Within this ecological sanctuary, numerous control and monitoring systems coexisted, alongside the most crucial repository, the genetic seed bank of the ecological garden. This bank safeguarded the seeds of all enchanted flora and the genetic material and embryos of magical creatures found within the garden. In truth, it was not merely confined to this location. Within the floating city, a more sophisticated biological seed gene bank had been established by the archmages to avert species extinction. Moreover, several dormant cryogenic chambers housed human embryos, along with a wealth of arcane knowledge and the soul jars of various mages. These invaluable items were preserved within a unique floating city, sealed away in a diminutive semiplane, known only to a select few members of the Supreme Arcane Council. The intent was clear. In the event of a conflict with the deities, should the battle result in defeat, this method would allow for the preservation of a fraction of the ember of life. Richard's creation of this genetic bank was aimed at preventing crises within the ecological garden, enabling the reconstruction of its inhabitants should extinction occur. The genetic bank before him was also the most fortified location within the garden. Upon reaching the outer layer of the bank, Richard deactivated the protective barrier. A ripple coursed through the space as the previously folded dimensions revealed a series of doors. After entering, he engaged several additional layers of protection, ultimately arriving at a chamber sealed by rock. This room employed spatial expansion technology. While it appeared to span merely a few dozen square meters, it encompassed a vast expanse of 5 square kilometers. A multitude of plant seeds, biological genes, and animal embryos were meticulously stored within. The outermost section featured a row of shelf-like containers, each preserving the seeds of various plants, all imbued with the concealment of life spell, ensuring that as long as the boxes remained unopened, the spell's effects would endure indefinitely. On the opposite side lay several small cryogenic chambers, housing the larvae of various enchanted creatures, alongside their genetic blood samples in adjacent refrigerated cabinets. These beings were not deceased. Should the chambers be opened, they would awaken and thrive in health. All magical creatures were preserved in pairs, although legendary beings such as dragons did not have their young represented. Further within the genetic bank resided the embryonic hatching center, capable of nurturing the cryogenically preserved magical embryos. Provided there was sufficient energy, small populations could be cultivated in no time. After confirming the pristine condition of the genetic bank, Richard felt a wave of satisfaction. With this repository at his disposal, he could reconstruct the ecological garden. The world of Moterra boasted numerous unique, enchanted beings that Blue Star lacked, which could not even be replicated through magical inducement. Now, with this genetic bank, he was free from concerns regarding future resources, as many extraordinary armaments and magical potions could also be crafted. Having ensured the integrity of the genetic bank, Richard retrieved the magical potion seeds he required from the seed section. He planned to cultivate these seeds within the Mage Tower, intending to plant them all once the semiplane was reconstructed. Various subspecies of dragons and dinosaurs would also be expanded in their breeding grounds, and it would not be long before he could indulge in roasted dragon delicacies. The restoration of the demiplane has been elevated on Richard's agenda. The demiplane not only pertains to the ecological garden but is also intrinsically linked to his floating city. Given the immense scale of the floating city, constructing it on Blue Star, even with magical concealment, would render it easily detectable. He harbors no illusions that the American government would consent to the establishment of such a floating city. The most probable outcome would be an accusation of manufacturing large-scale weapons of mass destruction. Thus, the wisest course of action is to construct it within the demiplane. Once the floating city is completed, let America be of little consequence. When confronted with accusations from America, it is prudent to possess tangible evidence of your endeavors. Chapter 72. The apprentices packed upon departing from the demiplane, Richard returned to the Mage Tower. He swiftly compiled a list and handed it to Anna, instructing her to procure the necessary supplies. Just before she left, Richard remarked, "Anna, the prices in America are rather steep. Let us source basic materials such as steel from the neighboring countries across the Pacific." "Understood, boss," Anna replied, glancing over the list before promptly setting to work. The restoration of the demiplane demanded an abundance of materials, and Richard also needed to prepare for the upgrades to the Mage Tower. The second phase of the tower's construction would extend directly to the 9th floor, representing the final form of the Mage Tower. As for the third phase, with its tower spirits, arcane eye, magical particle railgun, artificial magic net, and astrolabe, those would pertain to the interior decor. Richard intended to commence the second phase of the Mage Tower's construction following the completion of the Vampire Factory. He also planned to visit the orphanage to find qualified children to nurture within the Mage Tower. Even with a multitude of tower spirits to assist in management, a significant number of mages would still be required. He aimed to adopt several children for training, although this education would not be without its costs. These apprentices would undoubtedly be required to sign a pact, which would remain binding until they achieved legendary status. Should they fail to attain legend by the end of their lives, regretfully, even death would not absolve them of the pact. Richard would compassionately facilitate their rebirth as Death Knights. As for the reason not to reincarnate them as liches, it was not due to Richard's reluctance, but rather their lack of qualification. Only legendary mages are permitted to undergo lich transformation. The cost of rebirth as a Death Knight, while less than that of a lich, still demanded considerable resources. Thus, the duration of the pact would naturally need to be extended. The specifics of the extension could be determined later, as the undead possess an abundance of time. Ultimately, all contracts would conclude with the phrase inscribed in the language of hell. The final interpretation of this contract belongs to Richard. To become a mage requires certain qualifications. In a world devoid of the magical network, the threshold for becoming a mage is set at 16 points. However, with the advent of the magical network, the intelligence requirement diminishes to 12 points. Yet, in most cases, attaining the intelligence necessary to progress to intermediate mage status remains quite challenging. Of course, for lower-tier tasks, such intelligence could still prove useful. While children with an intelligence of 16 points may be rare, some may indeed fall within the range of 12 to 15. Encountering a child with an intelligence of 18 or above would be akin to winning a $5 million lottery. A rare chance, but one that could potentially lead to legendary status. Richard planned to donate funds to the orphanage to facilitate the adoption of children, not only in America but also in orphanages across other nations. Lacking the time to visit each city individually, he intended to have his company conduct a preliminary selection. The children who passed this vetting would then enter into contracts, be sent to school, and begin their studies in various aspects of magecraft. While Richard was occupied with these matters, a signal from the mark he had left with the demon worshippers suddenly alerted him. Elated, he wondered if another gift from nature had come knocking at his door. Without delay, he activated a portal and arrived near the church. Upon arrival, a rift in space emerged within the church, through which a colossal and fearsome demon traversed dimensions. As soon as this demon set foot on Blue Star, it ravenously devoured the soul of the sacrificial cultist, displaying an insatiable hunger. The remaining summoner of the demon was also consumed in a swift motion. This demon, adorned with bat-like wings, ram's horns, and cloven hooves, was engulfed in flames, exuding an awe-inspiring presence, seemingly more formidable than the goat-headed demon. However, Richard understood that its power was inferior to that of the goat-headed demon. The stronger the being, the greater the suppression it faced from the laws of Blue Star. It was likely an upper-level demon or a lesser demon lord. Richard deemed communication with the demon unnecessary and promptly engaged it alongside his guardian golem. Time stop. Having regained his level 18 spellcasting ability, and with the bloodline of the time dragon coursing through him, Richard found the execution of temporal spells considerably eased. He skillfully unleashed the time stop spell. A surge of temporal power swiftly enveloped the entire church, freezing everything within its confines, including the demon, in a moment of stillness. The auxiliary system also activated to support combat at that instant. Time stop successfully activated. Spell duration: 6 seconds. Enhanced effect duration: 6 seconds. Total spell duration: 12 seconds. Spatial gate. A portal suddenly opened beside the demon, through which the prepared guardian golem emerged. At that moment, the golem had already drawn forth the high-frequency, resonating blade of magical energy, its silvery edge glimmering faintly. Weak point break. Rapid assault. Decapitation strike. The silver blade descended with the swiftness of Mercury, Yet the suspended demon showed no reaction as the blade swept across, leaving a crimson gash upon its neck that rapidly widened until it cleaved the creature in two. Even while the effects of time stop lingered, the guardian golem continued to unleash a flurry of strikes, inflicting an additional 7 or 8 wounds upon the demon's form. Upon concluding the time stop spell, Richard swiftly retrieved a pure magical gem, executing soul binding, soul shock, and soul extraction in quick succession. As the effects of time stop faded, he unleashed all 3 spells upon the demon. The demon, just regaining its ability to move, was taken aback by an intense agony as its massive body was torn asunder, scattering into fragments. Subsequently, its soul was ensnared by golden chains. A flash of spiritual light struck the demon's essence, and in a state of bewilderment, the demon's soul shattered, the core of its essence being forcibly expelled back to hell by the plane's consciousness, while the remaining soul fragments and essence were sealed within the magical gem. An abundance of soul essence and fragments filled the gem, transforming it into a deep purple hue. The demon, caught entirely off guard, was sent back to hell, and the entire battle transpired in less than 30 seconds. With his enhanced magical prowess, Richard's strength had multiplied several-fold. Should he encounter the goat-headed demon again at this moment, he could conclude the battle within 30 seconds. With a graceful wave of his hand, Richard collected the demon's remains, and then retrieved the freshly crafted soul crystal. The demon's power was rather insubstantial, yielding merely a high-grade soul crystal upon its defeat. In the depths of hell, such a demon would barely qualify as a sublord of lesser demons. After the battle, Richard meticulously restored the church to its original state, leaving not a single floorboard damaged. He then opened a portal to depart with his hard-earned spoils. Chapter 73. The Avatar. The Demon Lord possesses not only the soul crystal, but also a plethora of materials derived from various demons. Although these demons have only entered Blue Star by possessing human hosts and are not in their true forms, they have already undergone transformation under the influence of demonic power. However, the materials obtained from these demons pale in comparison to those produced by their original forms. Upon returning to the Mage Tower, Richard realized he was burdened with an overwhelming amount of tasks. The construction of the second phase of the Mage Tower, the restoration of the demiplane, the engraving workshop for runes, the fishing of cultists, and instructing several individuals in the art of magic. Not to mention, he also needed to carve out time for amicable exchanges with Katheri and others. He truly was a master of time management. To alleviate his workload, Richard resolved to create an avatar to assist him. He retrieved various materials from his storage ring and arranged a 9-pointed star magic circle. Subsequently, he placed the recently acquired high-level soul crystal at the center of the rune array and drew energy from the energy pool. As the magical forces surged, a golden arcane radiance illuminated the space. Advanced clone technique, spell maximum effect. Within the golden arcane glow, a figure rapidly materialized, shifting and transforming until, after a few breaths, a being that bore an uncanny resemblance to Richard emerged from the rune array. He then divided his consciousness into 2 parts, retaining one within his original body while delegating the other to control his newly created avatar. This sensation was akin to operating 2 machines simultaneously. It was beyond the capabilities of a spellcaster with insufficient mental fortitude to multitask effectively. The cloning technique does not impose a limit on the number of avatars. Rather, it is constrained by the caster's mental power. Originally developed by arcanists as a life-preserving skill to prevent their own demise, the cloning technique allows the avatar to be sealed within a stasis chamber, slumbering until needed. Should the arcanist suffer a fatal injury, a predefined spell is triggered, resurrecting them within the clone. This method of revival bears a resemblance to the phylactery of a lich. As long as the clone remains undiscovered, the original cannot be utterly destroyed. Naturally, one cannot transport equipment with this technique, but if the spell is sufficiently prepared, the resurrected clone retains nearly all of its power. Over the years, the cloning technique has evolved, leading arcanists to discover numerous alternative applications. For instance, a forbidden tome designated by the Arcane Council, titled The Art of Magic, references a method for clones to experience double the pleasure. Richard, however, professed ignorance of this book, having never laid eyes upon it. The cloning technique is most commonly employed for the purpose of creating avatars. in comparison to illusionary technique. The cloning technique inherits a greater share of power and imposes almost no restrictions, allowing it to embody approximately 80% of the original strength, whereas illusionary techniques can attain a maximum of 60%. Moreover, even in the event of the clone's demise, the original remains unaffected. With Richard's spellcasting level at 18, his clone possesses 80% of that power, equating to approximately that of a level 15 Arcanist. However, the challenge level of a level 15 spellcaster is not merely 15. After all, Richard carries various spell specialties and legendary combat techniques, which he has inherited. Equip him with a suitable set of gear, and his challenge level comfortably surpasses 18. Add a steel golem to the mix, and the challenge level escalates to 20. After acquiring a doppelganger, Richard found that he could delegate numerous tasks to it, thereby liberating a considerable amount of time for himself. He entrusted the construction of the second phase of the Mage Tower and the restoration of the demiplane to his doppelganger, while he himself focused on rune engraving and fishing with cultists. The cultists in the vicinity of New York had been unified under a single sect, numbering around 5,000 to 6,000 individuals, with approximately 500 to 600 devout believers. Once their amassed faith reached a substantial level, divine entities would attempt to descend. Following the harvesting of souls, the fruits that Richard desired would be ripe for collection. To his surprise, the list he possessed revealed that the largest congregation of cultists was located in California. Upon returning to California, Richard engaged in conversation with Monica and Nicole for an evening before preparing to seek out the cultists. Los Angeles, being the second largest city in America with a population of 20 million and a thriving economy, would seem to be bustling with prosperity if it were in a different country. However, in America, the reality was starkly different. The city center of Los Angeles resembled a slum, rife with gang activity, while the affluent resided in the suburbs or Beverly Hills. Richard's destination was a working-class neighborhood, which also served as the largest gathering place for cultists in the Los Angeles area. Richard held no concern for the lives of these cultists. In truth, very few of them were normal. To him, this was merely a case of resource utilization. After recently granting a group of cultists a divine revelation, Richard felt quite pleased and was about to seek some food before heading to his next location. At that moment, however, he suddenly sensed a surge of temporal energy surrounding him. Someone was manipulating the power of time. Being a descendant of the time dragon, Richard was exceptionally sensitive to temporal forces, and his lineage granted him immunity to certain time-based spells. For instance, the ninth circle spell Time Stop would not affect him. The energy he was now perceiving resembled time acceleration. Quickly pinpointing the source, Richard activated his movement spell and instantaneously appeared nearby. Upon his arrival, he sensed a rapid flow of time energy. Realizing it was time acceleration, he promptly cast the same spell. In Richard's perception, everything around him came to an abrupt halt. At that moment, he noticed a boy of around 11 or 12 years old, with silvery hair, darting into a neighboring bakery. The boy swiftly packaged a cake and then raced back outside. Richard was momentarily taken aback. Such a young boy possessed the ability to wield temporal power. The boy exited the shop and sprinted towards the adjacent street, just as his own time energy dissipated. The passers-by remained oblivious to the extraordinary events that had just unfolded, continuing with their daily activities. The boy, carrying the cake, navigated the street with practiced ease. After traversing 2 blocks, he arrived at a seemingly dilapidated house. "Quick, sister, come see what I've brought back," the boy exclaimed joyfully as he entered the room. A little girl with vibrant red hair, nearly the same age as him, emerged and, upon catching sight of the cake held in the boy's hands, exclaimed with excitement, "Brother, is that a cake?" "Indeed. Today marks your birthday, and I went to great lengths to procure it," the boy replied. "Did you use your superpowers, brother? You weren't discovered, were you?" the girl inquired with concern. The boy, confidently patting his chest, assured her, "Rest assured, I was exceedingly careful. No one will uncover our secret, and those wicked individuals cannot capture us." "Really?" Just as the boy's words faded, an unexpected voice resonated within the room. Chapter 74. Quicksilver and Scarlet, which the sudden sound startled the two, causing the little boy to nearly drop the cake he was holding. "Be careful. If you drop it, There will be nothing left to eat, Richard said, catching the cake and looking at the two children. Who are you? The little boy asked, protectively placing himself in front of the little girl, eyeing Richard with suspicion. I am Richard. What are your names? Richard inquired, observing the two children. The little boy discreetly held the little girl's hand, his eyes darting around as if searching for an ambush. Do not worry. I mean you no harm, and there are no others outside, Richard reassured them, offering the cake. Yet, the children remained on guard, refraining from reaching for the cake. Upon seeing Richard move aside, the boy suddenly emanated a faint aura of temporal power that enveloped them both. In the next moment, they activated their time acceleration, preparing to flee the room. However, at that instant, a spark of magical energy swept through the air, causing the temporal power surrounding them to dissipate rapidly. Dispel magic! Richard exclaimed, sensing the temporal energy in an instant and immediately countering it. The boy's time acceleration failed to activate and was quickly thwarted. They had only taken a few steps before realizing something was amiss. What is happening? Why has my superpower failed me? The boy was thrown into a panic, rendered helpless by the sudden loss of his abilities. Your superpower has not failed, Richard chuckled. It is merely temporarily sealed by me. As he spoke, Richard snapped his fingers, conjuring a fireball in his hand. The radiant fireball radiated intense heat, causing the ambient temperature to soar. Startled by the sight of the fireball, the two children were filled with both fear and a flicker of yearning. Observing their expressions, Richard dispelled the spell and knelt down, addressing them. Do you like magic? Would you like to learn? Will you truly teach us magic? The previously silent little girl suddenly spoke. Of course, Richard replied with a smile. You both possess remarkable talent. However, you have yet to tell me your names. I am Wanda, and this is my brother, Pietro. Upon hearing their names, Richard realized they were indeed the ones he had suspected. Is someone pursuing you? Yes, they wish to capture us for experimentation. Thankfully, I gained my superpower, allowing me to escape with my sister, Pietro explained. Do not worry. I will help you deal with them, Richard assured them with a smile. Today must be your birthday, so let me treat you to a grand feast. At the mention of a feast, the children's eyes sparkled with delight. Richard led them to a restaurant, ordering their favorite dishes and celebrating their birthday together. During the meal, Richard inquired about their circumstances. Their homeland had endured a war the previous year, and tragically, they had lost all their family members amidst the chaos. They had witnessed bombs bearing the Stark Industries insignia claim their parents' lives. An unspeakably cruel fate for two 10-year-old children. After losing their parents, the two siblings could only struggle for survival amidst the ruins. It was during this desperate time that they were discovered and taken back to America. Initially, they believed they had encountered benevolent individuals, only to soon realize that these people were seeking numerous children for the purpose of conducting human experiments. Some children could not withstand the ordeal and perished. This traumatic experience triggered Pietro's awakening of superpowers, leading him to secretly escape with his sister. Is this magic? Within the teleportation array of the Mage Tower, the siblings marveled at the swift passage of time as they were transported across vast distances in the blink of an eye, leaving them utterly astonished. Upon arriving at the Mage Tower, their curiosity piqued, and Richard introduced them to others. Evelyn was delighted to have two new companions, relieved that she no longer had to face the daunting pile of formulas alone. Now, three of them would share the burden. Richard was eager to teach Pietro and Wanda magic, recognizing their exceptional talents. Pietro had awakened the gift of temporal power, enabling him to accelerate time, while Wanda, destined to become the Scarlet Witch, inherently possessed chaotic magic and could cast certain spells without formal training. After having them sign a contract, Richard began imparting magical knowledge to them. However, he soon discovered that both siblings faced significant challenges in grasping the spells, as their experiences of war had deprived them of formal education and left them unfamiliar with many words. Thus, he decided to teach them magical concepts while simultaneously enrolling them in school to acquire various knowledge. In the classroom on the second floor of the Mage Tower, Pietro, clad in school uniform, wore a distressed expression as he gazed at his books. Beside him, Evelyn and Wanda frowned, clearly struggling to comprehend the material. The trio either rose to drink water, bent down to pick up pencils, or distractedly stared at the flower pots. Yet their attention remained elusive from the texts. It was too challenging. Pietro felt lightheaded, exuding an air of despondency. They were all studying the zero-level cantrips, but while Pietro and Wanda were focused on Mage Hand, Evelyn was learning Greece. Why are the spells so difficult? Pietro lamented. The Mage Hand spell encompassed over 20 pages of content, alongside various casting techniques and spell models. After 3 days of diligent study, he had barely memorized half of it. Why can't these spells be like time acceleration, which I can unleash at will? It feels as though they are deliberately making it difficult for me. Arcana does not deceive, but it can humiliate. Suddenly, Richard's voice resonated. Master, you have arrived. These spells are far too challenging. Is there a simpler method? Upon hearing the voice, Pietro promptly lifted his head to speak. Richard shook his head. There is. What method? At this response, Pietro's spirits lifted, eagerly pressing for details, while Evelyn and Wanda listened intently. Utilizing the art of wishcraft to summon elemental titans to enhance your wisdom is a remarkable endeavor. Once your intellect reaches the formidable threshold of 20 points, the mastery of not just simple incantations, but even legendary spells, will be within your grasp, Richard remarked with a gleam in his eyes. Wishcraft? Can it grant any desire? Evelyn inquired. Not quite. It adheres to a strict set of protocols for wishing that cannot be altered at will. Any deviation may lead to unforeseen consequences, he elucidated. How? Then, can one make a wish? First, you must successfully cast this spell. A gentle reminder. It is of the 7th tier, he replied.
Ah, Ivens! Pietro exclaimed.
His face painted with despair. Very well, let us focus on your studies. Once you have achieved a commendable level of proficiency, I shall bestow upon you rewards, Richard said with a smile. What rewards? The trio inquired eagerly. These include storage rings, staffs, cloaks, and flying apparatuses he listed. Upon hearing this, the three were invigorated, diving back into their studies with renewed fervor. Noting their enthusiasm, Richard smiled subtly. Their potential was promising, with intellect likely exceeding 16. If they laid a solid foundation, their future learning would undoubtedly accelerate. Chapter 75. The Flower Fairy. The two little ones possess remarkable potential. Indeed, if they were to embark on the path of sorcery, they would mirror Pietro, who has innately awakened the time acceleration spell. However, pursuing the sorceress path would squander their prodigious gifts. In the world of Motera, this spell is a minimum of the 7th tier, with some variants reaching the 8th or even 9th tier, predominantly wielded by high-level mages. Although Pietro's extraordinary ability can only enhance himself, requiring physical contact to bestow it upon others, it remains a 7th tier spell. Should Pietro choose the sorcerer profession, becoming a time sorcerer would be a natural progression. Yet, the advancement would be arduous, as the high tier of time spells may confine him to the singular use of time acceleration throughout his life. As for Wanda's aptitude, it is even more exceptional. Her chaotic magic would diminish the difficulty of her casting, while amplifying the potency of her spells, rendering her a natural mage. To transform her into a sorceress akin to the Scarlet Witch, following her previous path, would be a lamentable waste of her talents. Having arranged for the two little ones, Richard resumed his sowing plans, for it is the duty of every transmigrator to ensure that more of the people of America possess their own deities. Richard's true self sought out the true gods among cultists across various regions, while his avatar at home was exceedingly busy. The restoration of the demi-plane, the second phase of the Mage Tower project, and extensive equipment enchantments and modifications occupied him immensely. The second phase of the Mage Tower project could proceed according to the blueprints, with the skeletal minions trained during the first phase ensuring that there would be no complications. Once the second phase is completed, the primary structure of the Mage Tower would be deemed finished. The most challenging aspect of the second phase is the elemental pool. The energy pool draws upon the ley line energy, which is quite limited. In contrast, the elemental pool theoretically offers boundless energy, enabling the Mage Tower's various apparatuses, such as the Arcane particle orbital cannon and other weapons of mass destruction, to find their purpose. The third phase of the Mage Tower project encompasses these weapons and various auxiliary devices, including the observatory orbital cannons, the Great Enchantment, an upgraded version of the Large Magical Barrier, the Artificial Magic Web, and the Eye of Secrecy. At that juncture, The Mage Tower would possess global strike capabilities, simultaneously laying the foundation for the construction of a floating city. The observatory and the Eye of Secrecy are designed to work in tandem. Richard currently lacks the strength to venture into outer space. He plans to deploy the Eye of Secrecy into the cosmos via a rocket. The Eye of Secrecy functions similarly to a satellite, albeit with enhanced capabilities. It not only monitors the blue planet but also possesses interstellar strike potential. Only with the Eye of Secrecy would the Mage Tower attain global strike capability, facilitating spatial coordinate positioning for teleportation and enabling global transport. Once this entire system is realized, he could dispatch a squadron of steel golems to any location on the blue planet at any time, should he desire. At that moment, this transmigrator, a mere arcane practitioner, would finally feel a semblance of security. The entire blueprint appears grand and comprehensive, yet the realization of such ambitions is exceedingly daunting. Without further ado, the advanced soul crystals and legendary soul crystals number in the hundreds, if not thousands, and a plethora of materials must be procured, requiring a vast fortune. Currently, the progress of the Mage Tower is disheartening, having achieved less than 1/10 of its completion. The journey ahead is indeed arduous, leaving him with scarcely any time for leisure. Richard devoted an entire month to meticulously traversing through all the cults listed in his manual, ultimately consolidating 14 distinct churches. After imprinting these churches with magical marks for monitoring purposes, he began to await the descent of these deities and demons. In the laboratory, Richard cautiously extracted several extraordinary biological embryos from the gene bank. With a flicker of cleansing magic, the surrounding dust and bacteria were eradicated, purifying the entire space. He then activated the runes on the life pod, a soft arcane glow emanating as the once sealed pod began to gently open. Simultaneously, the seal of time's power was lifted. Having fulfilled its duty, the essence of time vanished, returning to the river of time. Concurrently, the life concealment spell concluded, unveiling the final layer of the crystalline cover. Before him appeared a colossal flower bud, enveloped in magical crystal. Soon, the magical energies within the crystal were absorbed by the central bud, transforming the precious magical crystal into fine sand, which scattered across the floor. The bud gradually unfurled, revealing a diminutive figure within. This was a girl approximately 30 centimeters tall, possessing striking beauty. She donned a delicate pink princess gown crafted from flower petals, her hair styled in twin ponytails, adorned with an exquisite floral crown. Behind her sprouted vibrant wings, and she wore knee-high boots, wielding an ornate staff. She appeared as a meticulously crafted figurine. She was a flower fairy, often referred to as a flower sprite or little fairy. These beings are cherished children of nature. Fey life forms adept at nurturing various flora. By nature, they are kind-hearted and timid, lacking any combat prowess. Typical little fairies are classified as Tier 3 beings, possessing minimal illusionary abilities. However, nature's grace endows them with a remarkable hidden talent, making them nearly undetectable even to high-ranking mages when they conceal themselves within the forest. Only the Fairy Queen possesses strength comparable to that of a high-level mage, although they remain masters solely of nature and illusion spells. As Fey life forms, little fairies are inherently protected by nature. Encountering them in the forest can bestow good fortune upon individuals. In the world of Motera, such beings have become exceedingly rare. Many mages capture little fairies, slaughtering them to create fairy dust. This fairy dust is utilized in numerous rituals, experiments, and potion crafting, enhancing the success rate by up to 20%. Consequently, this has driven the near extinction of little fairies in Motera. Richard, alongside several esteemed archmages and powerful druids, united to prohibit the hunting and trafficking of little fairies, including the sale and gifting of fairy dust. They executed a stringent campaign against hundreds of offenders, thereby deterring those driven by greed from continuing the hunt for these enchanting beings. In the floating garden of Richard's aerial city, a multitude of fairies resided. Among them, one particular fairy aspired to ascend to the title of Fairy Queen. Typically, within a community of fairies, only one can hold the prestigious title of queen. The emergence of a second contender would inevitably lead to a schism within their ranks. Due to the insufficiency of their population, Richard had no choice but to confine the aspiring Fairy Queen within the genetic repository. Now, having arrived at Blue Star, her presence proves to be invaluable. Fairies possess the unique ability to tend to advanced flora, nurturing their growth and serving as exemplary gardeners. With the resurgence of the demiplane, the assistance of these fairies is essential for cultivating potions and restoring the environment. Chapter 76. Establishing resource points. The flower fairy, awakened from her slumber, stifled a yawn and rubbed her eyes as she began to rouse. "Tia, you're awake," Richard remarked, placing his cup of red tea down and gazing at the recently awakened queen of the flower fairies. "Yes, it seems I have been asleep for quite some time," Tia replied, shaking her little head before fluttering into the air unsteadily. "Richard, is that you?" Upon recognizing the figure before her, her expression brightened, and she joyfully flitted over. "It is I, Tia," Richard replied with a smile. This flower fairy was a familiar presence in Richard's floating city, residing in the garden, temporarily sealed within the gene pool due to her clan's insufficient numbers during her advancement. Tia, upon receiving his acknowledgement, was filled with delight and circled around Richard, her petite nose sniffing at him before she settled on his shoulder. "Richard, why does it seem that your power has diminished, and this place does not appear to be the Star of Wisdom?" Tia inquired, sitting on Richard's shoulder and noticing the absence of the magical network around them. "I apologize, Tia. We are no longer in the Motera dimension. We have arrived in another world," Richard succinctly explained the situation. "Oh, does that mean we can never return? I will no longer be able to see Sister Ailey, Sister Helen, or Sister Kelly?" Tia expressed her disappointment. "There will be opportunities," Richard assured her, gently ruffling her small head with his finger. "For now, I need your assistance in managing the botanical garden. Once the demiplane is restored, I will need your help with sowing seeds. Managing the garden? That is my forte. Leave it to me," Tia exclaimed with enthusiasm. Richard chuckled. "I will take you to the botanical garden shortly. First, let's awaken the other flower fairies." Next, Richard roused the remaining 20 flower fairies. Together with the queen, they formed a diminutive colony of flower fairies. Though small in number, this colony would gradually flourish over the years. Flower fairies are a form of natural essence, a species of fae existing solely as one gender. Their reproductive method is quite extraordinary. After maturing for a certain period, a flower fairy produces a seed, which is placed in a special flower bud. When the bud blooms, a new flower fairy emerges. The 20 flower fairies clustered around Tia, timid and bashful, even in the presence of the familiar Richard, daring only to remain within a 3-meter radius of him. Except for Tia, the other flower fairies stood merely 10 centimeters tall, adorned with semi-transparent wings. Do not underestimate these tiny beings. They possess the ability to cast spells of the first and second circle. Additionally, as a fae species, they have an inherent affinity for mischief. When they feel secure in their numbers, they become bolder and engage in playful antics. It was precisely this nature that enabled the sorcerers to capture them in large quantities. Richard, accompanied by the flower fairies, arrived at the botanical garden. Not long ago, Richard's avatar, along with Madison, Kestrel, and the 3 little ones, had conjured a plot of land using arcane circles to establish a new botanical garden. This garden was designated for cultivating the low-tier potion known as Tears of the Elves, while his previous garden was intended for planting mid to high-tier magically enhanced flora extracted from the gene pool. The skeletal gardeners were only capable of nurturing low-tier magical plants, making the flower fairies the ideal caretakers for the mid-tier and above magical vegetation. Upon entering the botanical garden, the flower fairies immediately burst into joyous cheers, flitting about the foliage in playful abandon. Richard entrusted Tia with the seeds of the magical plants that needed to be sown. Tia retrieved a small backpack adorned with a bow and began to fill it with the seeds, clearly a spatial bag. The flower fairies were also adept in spatial magic, as their homes existed within an alternate space within the forest. "Master, what are they?" The 3 little ones, engrossed in their studies of potion-making, inquired as they beheld the delightful creatures flitting about, their eyes sparkling with wonder. "They are flower fairies, also known as flower sprites or little pixies. They will serve as the gardeners of the botanical garden," Richard replied with a smile. Evelyn, watching the flower fairies, was filled with excitement and longed to rush over and embrace them. "Master, can we go play with them?" she eagerly asked. "Certainly, but be cautious. The flower fairies are shy and mischievous, Richard warned, playfully tousling Evelyn's cute bow hairstyle into a disheveled mess. Evelyn quickly escaped Richard's playful grip, made a silly face at him, and then dashed off to befriend the flower fairies. Nearby, Pietro and Wanda were equally eager, and Richard patted Pietro on the shoulder, saying, "Go and play. The flower fairies are symbols of good fortune. If they choose to befriend you, they will bring you luck. Moreover, the flower fairies possess many treasures. Should you become good friends with them, you might receive their mystical gifts," he added. Mystical gifts? The two little ones cheered at the prospect, quickly following Evelyn to join the flower fairies in their playful antics. Having settled the flower fairies, Richard prepared to release other magical creatures into the garden, including the iron-eating beast, gem beetles, burrowing beasts, and magically enhanced pearl clams. The iron-eating beast resembled a black and white bear, akin to a panda, appearing adorably endearing, yet its claws could shatter mountains and rocks. It consumed metals or ores, digesting them to eventually excrete refined magical metals. Thus, nearly all arcanists kept a few of these creatures. The gem beetle, as its name suggests, produced gems and resembled a scarab, albeit significantly larger. This creature was a magically enhanced being, a product of arcane modification of the scarab's genetic lineage. It devoured various ores, crystallizing them into gemstones on its back, with magical gems being the most precious. The burrowing beast, akin to a rhinoceros, fed on plants and quartz, developing a crown of magical energy crystals around its neck. The enchanted pearl oysters are also genetically modified organisms, capable of producing magical pearls. The genes of these enchanted creatures have become stable, allowing for extensive cultivation over time, and they can reproduce without any risk of degeneration or mutation. Consequently, every floating city or wizarding organization deliberately constructs ecological gardens for these beings, treating them as resource points for regular harvesting. Richard likewise intends to reconstruct resource points, as the forthcoming restoration of the half-plane will require a substantial amount of enchanted materials. Without the supply of resource points, even if he were to regain all his strength, he would find it exceedingly difficult to accomplish his goals without the necessary means. Chapter 77. The growth of the little spider upon the Brooklyn Bridge. A fierce confrontation unfolds between the Green Goblin and the little spider. The reckless abuse of genetic serums has bestowed immense power upon the Green Goblin, yet it has also driven him to complete madness, erasing the brilliance of his humanity in the throes of insanity. Both the werewolf and vampire genes harbor a profound thirst for blood, a malevolent trait that even Norman Osborn's technology cannot eradicate. Coupled with the hereditary afflictions of the Osborn lineage, this ultimately leads to Norman Osborn's total descent into madness. Due to his connection with Harry, the little spider displays a modicum of mercy towards the Green Goblin. However, the goblin shows no such restraint. It is this very mercy that results in the capture of the little spider's girlfriend. A pumpkin bomb hurtles forth, its shockwave propelling the little spider aside, while Gwen plummets from the bridge's lofty height of over 200 meters. Undeterred by the injuries inflicted by the explosion, the little spider leaps from the bridge, launching his webbing to ensnare Gwen. Yet, in the next heartbeat, he is thwarted by a car hurled at him by the Green Goblin. Instinctively, the little spider contemplates relinquishing the vehicle but hesitates upon hearing the cries of a child emanating from within. This fleeting moment of indecision grants the Green Goblin the opportunity he seeks, delivering a powerful blow to the little spider's face. "Peter, do you not relish your role as a hero? Yet you shall never save your beloved." The Green Goblin's maniacal laughter fills the air, but before he can finish, the little spider retaliates with a swift kick, sending him flying. With no time to pursue the Green Goblin, the little spider propels himself off a pillar, hurtling downward like a cannonball. However, upon reaching the bridge's base, nearly at water level, he sees no sign of Gwen. "Gwen, where are you? Please respond to me." The little spider collapses into tears, overwhelmed by despair. "Peter, is that you?" At that moment, a voice like a celestial melody reaches his ears. The little spider whirls around to find Gwen standing unharmed on a nearby boat. In an instant, joy floods his being, and he leaps onto the vessel, enveloping Gwen in a tight embrace. "Thank goodness you're safe. I cannot bear to lose you again." The little spider weeps like an 18-year-old child. "Now you know fear? The little spider raises his gaze to meet Frank's eyes. Frank, you saved Gwen, he exclaims in delight. Your task is not yet complete, Frank replies coldly. Do not allow yourself to be distracted in battle, nor grant the wicked an opportunity, for the consequences will haunt you for a lifetime. I understand. In that moment, the little spider's eyes shine with an unprecedented resolve, as if he has transcended from boyhood into maturity. In the Mage Tower, Richard emerges from the laboratory, having just reactivated the embryos of the gemstone beetle and the iron-eating beast, placing them into the incubation chamber. In approximately 3 days, these embryos will develop into juvenile forms, at which point they will be released into the wild. Richard takes a sip of the freshly brewed tea prepared by Madison, the cool sensation refreshing his spirit and easing the tension in his brow. He cannot help but commend, you've brewed it quite well. Really? The little witch Madison's face radiated with joy as she couldn't help but pat her well-stocked pantry. To be frank, she was not particularly fond of tea, especially without sugar and milk. She preferred carbonated beverages like cola. I had added calming herbs, mint, and mandrake to the brew. Richard set down his teacup and remarked, It's not bad, but you all should refrain from drinking this for now. Your constitution isn't strong enough, and you might experience hallucinations. Both the calming herb and the enchanted mandrake can induce such effects. If your physical prowess or mental fortitude is insufficient, it's best to avoid trying it. Understood. Madison's momentary look of embarrassment quickly vanished. How did they fare in their studies today? Did they make friends with Tia? Richard casually inquired. As Madison had already learned a great deal of arcane knowledge as a witch, she was responsible for imparting some foundational concepts. They did quite well. The little ones are very diligent, Madison replied, her expression slightly peculiar, as if she were holding back discomfort. Richard, oblivious to her expression, nonchalantly stated, That's good. I'm quite hungry. What are we having for dinner? Catherine ordered pasta and pizza. All right, Richard replied with a slight frown. Since arriving here, his culinary standards had markedly declined. Hamburgers, salads, pasta, pizza, and grilled steaks had become tiresome. He found himself yearning for the halfling chef from the floating city. Richard was contemplating whether to hire a top-tier chef with a generous salary from the Flower family. Upon arriving at the dining hall, he found the 3 little ones already seated at the table. Upon seeing Richard approach, they quickly stood up to greet him. Hello, mentor. What happened to you? Richard asked, raising an eyebrow. The trio bore bruises, particularly Pietro, whose eyes were darkened and a swollen handprint marred his cheek. They instinctively glanced at one another, lowering their heads. It's nothing, Evelyn murmured. I just woke up early and fell down the stairs. Richard turned his gaze to Pietro, who quickly added, I was so engrossed in my book that I bumped into a tree. And you, Wanda? Did you also collide with a tree? Richard inquired, shifting his attention to Wanda. I slipped while bathing, Wanda replied. Is that so? Richard sat down. Indeed. The 3 chimed in unison. Tia, why don't you tell me? No sooner had Richard spoken than a flash of light appeared, and the flower fairy Queen Tia materialized beside him. With a flutter of her wings, her petite form settled onto Richard's shoulder. The children were working, and those 3 suddenly rushed over to cause a ruckus, only to be tricked by the children's illusions. Tia reported directly to Richard. Richard's lips twitched slightly. He was not inclined to take Tia's word at face value. Given the mischievous nature of the fairy folk, it was highly likely that the trio had been thoroughly pranked by the flower fairies. However, this was not without merit, as it could motivate the little ones to learn magic more eagerly. I understand, Tia. You may return to your duties. MHM. Tia rose and made a playful grimace at the 3 little ones. Then, in a flash of vibrant colors, vanished without a trace. Observing Tia's departure, Richard gently addressed the trio. Were you bullied by the flower fairies? Fear not, their powers are unlikely to increase significantly. If you dedicate yourselves to your studies and cultivation, you shall soon catch up. Once you master your spells, you can teach them a lesson. He paused, but for now let us have our meal. Upon hearing their mentor's encouragement, the 3 little ones instantly regained their fighting spirit, brimming with confidence as they nodded vigorously. Witnessing their spirited expressions, Richard silently chuckled to himself. He would not reveal to them that although the flower fairies were merely level 3 beings, Their queen was a formidable level 15 entity. Beyond the capability of even intermediate mages to contend with, victory would require at least a high-level sorcerer. It was essential to provide them with a joyful childhood. Chapter 78. The Gem Cave Laboratory, Cultivation Pool. Several black and white meatballs rolled about within, captivating Evelyn, Wanda, and Pietro, who were utterly enchanted by these adorable creatures. Were it not for the protective barrier, the trio would likely have dashed in to embrace and play with them. "Master, could I raise one?" Evelyn implored, clinging to Richard's leg, her large eyes shimmering with a pitiful innocence. "They are not merely cuddly pets, but rather ferocious beasts. If you wish to raise them, you must possess adequate strength," Richard responded with a smile. "Then, Master, how can we raise them?" The three young ones inquired eagerly, their faces brimming with anticipation. "You must at least learn the fireball spell," Richard stated. The fireball spell, an advanced version of the basic fire spell, is classified as a 5th-tier magic. To master it, one must reach at least level 12. Upon hearing this requirement, determination surged within the trio. "Master, we will certainly learn the fireball spell," they exclaimed, filled with enthusiasm. "Let's go," Richard encouraged. Beside the adorable iron-eating beasts, another cultivation pool housed a multitude of beetles, the gem beetles. After surpassing their hatching phase, these gem beetles would enter their growth stage. Their sustenance consisted of various ores, which they would consume, partially ingesting and partially extracting the minerals to coalesce within their shells. The types of gems crystallized upon the backs of the gem beetles varied widely, ranging from ordinary rubies, sapphires, and diamonds, with the most valuable being the magical gems. These magical gems contained inherent magical power, far surpassing the worth of ordinary jewels. The variety of gems produced by the gem beetles was influenced by their diet. Their preferences would affect both the type and quality of the gems. Typically, gem beetles grow to the size of a basketball, with the gems they yield ranging from the size of a pigeon egg to that of a chicken egg. A rare few might reach a meter in size, and those of such dimensions usually produce exquisite gems. A limited number of gem beetles can be housed within a wizard's tower, fed with various ores. However, for large-scale breeding, it is advisable to locate a vein of ore, allowing these creatures to thrive and propagate within it. As magical beings, gem beetles require habitats in regions rich in magical energy. Thus, establishing a rune array in their breeding area suffices. Richard planned to cultivate gem beetles on a grand scale, naturally seeking a substantial ore vein. Fortunately, Amaryllica was abundant in resources with numerous ore veins available. He prepared to identify a vein suitable for releasing the gem beetles. After some time, he effortlessly located a general map of the ore veins in Amaryllica. Selecting an appropriate vein on the map, he utilized a teleportation spell, making several jumps to reach his destination. The use of teleportation typically demands spatial coordinates. In the absence of such coordinates, one must calculate the points using their own mental prowess. This method necessitates a precise understanding of the coordinate data. Otherwise, an error could result in being teleported into a mountain or beneath the earth, leading to dire consequences. Consequently, advanced wizards generally cast protective spells during teleportation to avert such mishaps. A flash of teleportation light enveloped Richard as he materialized amidst a lush forest. The system promptly scanned the surroundings, effortlessly identifying numerous mineral veins nearby. Concurrently, Richard discerned the presence of an active mining cave not far from the mountain, indicating that this site was owned. However, this did not deter Richard from acquiring some minerals. After all, how could the endeavors of a grand archmage be deemed theft? This was a noble pursuit for the sake of world peace and the safety of Blue Star. One ought to feel honored to contribute to the security of all humanity. System: conduct a thorough scan of the surrounding area and mark the mineral vein information. Establishing task. Initiating scan. An invisible force radiated from Richard, swiftly sweeping through the woods, mountains, and rocks before returning just as rapidly. Establishing real-time image model. Soon, a holographic projection materialized before Richard, laden with a wealth of data. Among the information meticulously catalogued were the critical mineral vein details, along with annotations on the energy of the earth veins. The system sought to identify the most suitable regions for establishing a habitat for the gem beetles. Calculating. Optimal area marked. The design blueprint for the gem beetle habitat is complete. As the system's voice resonated, a plethora of blueprints appeared before him, all meticulously annotated with various details. Upon seeing the completed designs, Richard commenced the establishment of the gem beetle habitat. For an archmage like Bai Qi, constructing a habitat was far from daunting. With the spells Fossil to Mud and Mud to Stone at his disposal, the task resembled the simplicity of stacking building blocks. The foundational spell Fossil to Mud had a base range of 10 cubic meters, which could be enhanced with each level of casting, doubling the spell's effect. Given Richard's current casting level, he could influence an impressive volume of 190 cubic meters at once. Arriving at the designated site, Richard began to cast spells according to the blueprint. As the magical light flickered, the rocks in a targeted area swiftly softened. With a wave of his hand, he collected the earth into a pocket dimension, revealing a passageway 2 meters high and 1 meter wide. Before long, Richard reached the end of the passage and cast another spell to remove more earth, completing a tunnel that extended 500 meters underground. This area was precisely where the mineral veins were most abundant. Richard then initiated an expansion in all directions, and soon, a grand hall emerged before him. Next, he proceeded to lay out the rune array as depicted in the blueprints, connecting the surrounding earth energy to transform the space into an elementally vibrant zone. To prevent collapses, Richard erected several stone pillars around the perimeter and cast a hardening spell upon them. After a full day, he had constructed the rune array and linked the surrounding earth energy. With the activation of the array, the nearby earth energy immediately converged toward this location, rapidly amplifying the concentration of elemental energy several-fold. Richard released the gem beetles that had already hatched. After a brief period of acclimatization, they swiftly ascended to the adjacent vein and began to gnaw at the ore. Observing their thriving existence, Richard nodded in satisfaction and subsequently released the remaining gem beetles. These creatures reproduce at an astonishing rate, with a growth cycle ranging from 3 months to 6 months. Once matured, a single gem beetle can produce hundreds of eggs, and within a few months, this place will teem with thousands of gem beetles flourishing in their habitat. After completing the construction of their dwelling, Richard sealed off the tunnels he had excavated and established a teleportation array here. From this day forth, this site has been designated as the first resource point, the Gem Cavern, located outside Richard's Wizard Tower. Chapter 79. The Eye of Secret Arts. Establishing a resource point is no simple task. It must be situated in an area capable of yielding stable and long-term output. To prevent the discovery of the gemstone cave, Richard deployed a muggle-repelling array, a protective barrier, and a vigilance formation around the vicinity of the cave. Ordinary individuals who venture here will instinctively feel compelled to vacate the area, thus diminishing the likelihood of detection. Once the vigilance formation was established, any disturbance within the gemstone cave would trigger an immediate alert. After completing these arrangements, Richard took out several magical crystals and gemstones, summoning the alchemical flame to melt these materials. He meticulously combined them in precise proportions and, using the runes of the hand, began to swiftly inscribe runes upon them. One by one, the runes seamlessly integrated, intertwining to form an intricate and marvelous rune array. Eventually, a golden radiance flickered before coalescing into a crystal orb the size of a soccer ball. Detection Crystal Orb. Type: Reconnaissance Tool. Level: Extraordinary Tier 3. Bonus Effect: Eye of Truth. Eye of Truth. Capable of monitoring all sites within a 3-kilometer radius. Spells such as Invisibility, Shadow Stealth, Interdimensional Travel, and Illusionary Magic are rendered ineffective under this skill. Richard placed the crystal orb at the center of the leyline energy array, allowing him to observe the situation from his mage tower at any time. In truth, had he not been short-staffed, Richard had intended to leave behind a steel golem and 12 stone golems as guardians. For now, he would have to postpone that plan. After establishing the defensive measures for the gemstone cave, Richard checked on the thriving gemstone beetles before activating the teleportation array to depart from the location. At the mage tower, Richard was diligently organizing the records of spatial coordinates. During this period, he had left dozens of spatial coordinates throughout America, and in addition to these, he had also placed numerous warning marks in the congregating areas of the cultists. Whenever eldritch beings or demons descended, these warning marks would emit alerts. With over 1,000 runic marks, spatial coordinates, and other rune arrays, the accumulation of information could easily lead to errors or delayed responses. After careful consideration, Richard resolved to establish an information platform. This platform would serve to organize the runic marks, allowing for instantaneous reception and replies, as well as facilitating the reception of transmission signals and assisting Richard in marking the spatial coordinates of various regions. With so many tasks at hand, why not directly create the Eye of Secret Arts? It could function as an information platform while also monitoring the blue star, determining future teleportation coordinates through its insights. Thus, he made this delightful decision. But first, he needed to retrieve the soul crystal of Norman Osborn. As Richard spoke, he made his way toward the dungeon. Ultimately, the little spider had slain Norman Osborn, while Frank, acting on Richard's orders, secretly brought back Osborn's corpse and placed it within the anti-magic prison. Upon the demise of an individual, the soul lingers for 7 days before embarking on its journey to the netherworld. It may traverse to hell or be guided by divine messengers into heaven. However, since the gates of heaven have been sealed, few souls find their way there, with many ultimately destined for the realm of the dead. Richard arrived at the anti-magic prison, where within a small chamber lay the lifeless form of Norman Osborn. His soul remained confined within his body, suppressed by the anti-magic barrier. Norman Osborn was initially a scientist, possessing a soul with certain enhanced attributes compared to the ordinary. Yet, his own folly led him to inject himself with a human enhancement serum, further augmented with werewolf and vampire traits. This reckless decision precipitated a relentless struggle between his dark consciousness and his self-awareness. The human soul is a wondrous entity. The potential of an ordinary soul remains largely unknown, often appearing as a dull gray, inconspicuous. However, should one endure trials or suffer unspeakable torment, the soul may radiate a luminous brilliance. Throughout this process, many inferior souls are discarded, with only a select few achieving transcendence. Norman Osborn's soul exemplified this struggle, teetering on the brink of madness and composure, entangled between darkness and light, as the conflict between humanity and bestiality raged within him, allowing his soul to emit a resplendent glow. In life, Norman was engulfed in anguish, consumed by madness and darkness, with only a fleeting return to his humanity at the moment of death. Richard gently waved his staff, dispelling the anti-magic field of the prison. Released from its constraints, Norman Osborn's soul departed from his corpse. Soul binding, golden threads shot forth, swiftly transforming into a massive net that ensnared Norman Osborn's spirit. At this juncture, his soul had fully succumbed to darkness, no longer resembling its human form, but rather appearing as a grotesque monster. The creature thrashed desperately, striving to escape its bindings, yet no amount of struggle could disturb the net. Soul shock, a flash of ethereal light struck the abomination, which emitted a wretched scream as its form shattered into fragments. The figure of Norman Osborn materialized, only to dissipate into a haze of gray light. Concurrently, the essence of his soul surged into the pure crystal prepared by Richard, culminating in the creation of a high-grade soul crystal. Richard instructed Frank to return Norman Osborn's remains, while he proceeded to the laboratory with the soul crystal, intent on crafting the Eye of Arcana. The creation of the Eye of Arcana is no simple endeavor, necessitating extensive knowledge of enchantment. Traditionally, the eye serves as the watchful gaze of mage towers, floating spires, and aerial cities. Subsequently, due to demand, arcanists continuously upgraded the eye, enhancing its capabilities. It evolved into a formidable magical artifact, amalgamating functions of attack, long-range support, reconnaissance, spatial positioning, data reception and processing, and communication connectivity. According to the definition of the Blue Star, this is a super-artificial satellite, with the advanced soul crystal serving as its core, akin to a powerful artificial intelligence central processing unit. Upon returning to the laboratory, Richard first prepared various materials, then instructed the system to retrieve the design blueprint for the Eye of Arcana. System, please enhance the design of the Eye of Arcana by integrating it with Earthstar technology. Acknowledged. Task establishment in progress. Enhancement complete. Soon, the system produced a revised blueprint. After confirming the accuracy of the design, Richard commenced the fabrication of the Eye of Arcana using the assorted materials. Chapter 80. The Eye of Arcane Secrets. 2. The Eye of Arcane Secrets, crafted by the Arcane Council, possesses formidable power. However, it is not without its flaws. The technology of Blue Star is also quite advanced. This time, Richard's creation of the magical eye merges the strengths of both the Arcane Council and Blue Star's technology, resulting in a significantly more potent Eye of Arcane Secrets. Richard meticulously customized numerous components, enchanting them to greatly enhance their performance, thereby elevating the capabilities of the eye. For Richard, the crafting of the eye was not overly challenging. Various materials required were partially procured through his company, while others were gathered from the demiplane. Some exceedingly rare materials could not be obtained, so he temporarily substituted them with less potent alternatives. In his laboratory, Richard was engraving a magical crystal sphere. The Eye of Arcane Secrets is equipped with several magical crystal spheres for reconnaissance, complemented by specialized detection runes and divination spells, allowing it to monitor vast areas. Coupled with Blue Star's electronic cameras, the reconnaissance range of the eye has expanded several-fold. The offensive capabilities of the eye utilize the technology of magical particle railguns. Once a target is locked, these high-frequency beams of magical particles can strike across hundreds, even thousands of kilometers. The power of the magical particle railgun on the eye is somewhat less than the damage output of those on a wizard's tower, operating at a power level between the 9th and 10th rings, but it is upgradable, promising further enhancement in potency. Such formidable attacks cannot be sustained continuously. If a substantial number of eyes are produced in the future, alongside the establishment of an artificial magical net and floating cities, these eyes could be interconnected to form a magical matrix, significantly amplifying their power. The tower spirits associated with the eye are of low rank, as they rely on high-tier soul crystals. However, they possess the advantage that, in greater numbers, they can create a tower spirit matrix. Once this matrix is established, they will share their abilities, and the computational power and intelligence of such a matrix could surpass even that of high-tier legendary tower spirits. Only with such a matrix can hundreds or thousands of eyes be coordinated for various operations. The high-tier legendary tower spirits on the floating cities will also form a tower spirit matrix, with one spirit designated as the Supreme Commander. In fact, all wizard towers constructed upon the floating cities are integral members of this tower spirit matrix. The network of Eyes of Arcane Secrets is not limited to just one. According to Richard's plans, at least 100 eyes are necessary to complete the network. At that point, the eyes will not only serve to monitor various locations on Blue Star but will also act as a protective layer. Any illicit intrusions attempting to breach Blue Star will be detected and intercepted by the eyes. Once the network of eyes is fully established, a mere thought from Richard will activate the surrounding eyes, allowing him to unleash the magical particle railgun in a barrage. Within a mere second, numerous strikes equivalent to the power of 11th ring spells could rain down, capable of erasing America from the map. This formidable capability also provided the arcane practitioners with the confidence to challenge the deities of faith. Apart from the formidable divine powers and the ethereal realms of the deities, the faith in the gods is bolstered by an almost limitless legion of petitioners and otherworldly envoys. Without potent area-clearing skills, the sheer number of these petitioners could easily overwhelm you. Deities possessing divine realms can summon divine energy to instantaneously cast spells of the 9th or even 10th circle, as long as their reservoir of divine power remains unexhausted. This is why it is often advised to engage in divine slaying only when the deity has vacated their divine realm. Historically, nearly all recorded divine falls occurred during tumultuous years when deities departed from their realms. The construction of the Arcane Eye Network is not a task that can be accomplished swiftly, and the procurement of materials presents its own challenges. Richard requires a substantial quantity of high-grade soul crystals to serve as the core of the Arcane Eye. To safeguard the Arcane Eye from destruction, the Arcanists endowed it with the ability to traverse the shadow planes, enabling it to retreat into these realms when under threat. The shadow plane is a secondary dimension tethered to the material world, characterized by a perpetually gray landscape. High-tier wraiths typically possess the transient ability to enter the shadow plane, and this capability of the Arcane Eye is derived from them. The Arcane Eye that Richard is currently crafting is somewhat less potent, though upgrades are planned for the future. The energy source for this Arcane Eye is a miniature elemental furnace, akin to that used by guardian golems, primarily intended for reconnaissance, information transmission, and data computation. Consequently, the construction of this Arcane Eye progresses swiftly, and within approximately 2 weeks, Richard completes its fabrication. The Arcane Eye resembles a colossal eye, about 1 meter in diameter, crafted entirely from metal, with a high-quality magical energy crystal orb at its center. In fact, the Arcane Eye utilizes spatial technology, featuring a vast internal space, and its exterior can morph, granting it camouflage capabilities. Arcane Eye, basic model materials: vibranium, rune-infused adamantine, enchanted titanium alloy, soul crystals, etc. Level: extraordinary tier 5, upgradable. Weight: 632 kilograms. Abilities: Eye of Insight, legendary. Divination, 7th circle. Concealment, camouflage, information organization, information transmission, spatial coordinate calculation, coordinate recording, energy strike, rapid flight. Auxiliary equipment: none. Richard has reserved upgrade potential for the Arcane Eye, allowing it to disguise itself as an artificial satellite or even an asteroid. Upon completing the Arcane Eye, Richard prepares to send it to its designated orbit in space. During his time in the Motera world, Arcanists deployed the Arcane Eye by directly opening a stargate and placing it within. Currently, Richard's power has not yet reached legendary status. He can only access outer space through a soul descent into the stargate, which is not feasible for his physical form. Therefore, Richard decides to enlist the assistance of a rocket for transportation. Fortunately, commercial satellites can now be launched, allowing Richard to utilize his company's name to facilitate the satellite launch. After Anna reached out to companies involved in the launch of commercial satellites, Richard received a price list indicating that launching a satellite would cost $62 million. Furthermore, the launch companies required an inspection to ensure the satellite would not be employed for military purposes. In addition, there were a series of other fees and insurance costs, bringing the total expenses potentially to over $100 million. Richard was not inclined to allow anyone to inspect his satellite, especially considering that American rockets had recently experienced a failed launch. Should another failure occur, the Eye of Mystical Law would be destroyed. Consequently, Richard instructed Anna to contact a company from the land of the rising sun. To his surprise, the launch fee from this company was only 50 million RMB, and no inspection of the satellite was necessary. This remarkably affordable price amounted to merely $7 million. Richard promptly decided to proceed with the launch of the Eye of Mystical Law through this company. Chapter 81. The Arcane Network in the name of his company. Richard launched a satellite, while the Flower Nation aspired to establish its presence in the International Satellite Launch Arena. Upon receiving Richard's order, arrangements were promptly made. The Flower Nation's satellite launches were economically advantageous, employing a shared launch method that allowed multiple satellites to be sent into orbit simultaneously. Richard was fortunate, as the most recent launch had available weight capacity, sparing him the wait of several months. He instructed Anna to negotiate the details of the satellite launch, with the transportation and installation of the Arcane Eye managed by the Flower Nation, delivered directly via air freight. Within a mere week, the Arcane Eye was aboard the Long March rocket, ascending into the cosmos, with total expenses amounting to less than $10 million. Once the Arcane Eye entered space, Richard activated the central crystal within the Mage Tower. Simultaneously, the energy conduit opened, unleashing a torrent of elemental energy. A deep chant resonated, accompanied by a glimmer of golden light as the runic array began to operate, amplifying Richard's soul tendrils by 100-fold. Initially, the soul scanning enveloped a vast area, while the soul tendrils transformed into fine threads. Under the enhancement of the runic array, the range of the soul tendrils expanded significantly. In an instant, Richard's mental tendrils could traverse tens of thousands of kilometers or more, linking with the arcane mark. Mental link. As the runic array illuminated, elemental energy rapidly depleted, and at that moment, Richard's mental prowess extended beyond Blue Star, penetrating the boundless expanse of space. The inky void was eerily tranquil, filled with various energies, while the distant, resplendent starry river captivated the senses. Soon, Richard sensed the swiftly moving arcane mark beneath the starry sky. With a flicker of his mind, the mental link promptly connected with the arcane mark. Buzz! A beam of soul light ignited, and the preconfigured runic array activated instantaneously. Detecting the soul link. Soul mark verified. Matrix code correct. Connection command validated. Initiating tower spirit. Elemental furnace ignited. In the vast cosmos, the arcane eye's magical luminescence flickered slightly. In the next moment, a surge of potent elemental energy radiated, followed by the activation of the tower spirit, and the arcane eye commenced its operations. The elemental furnace functioned normally. Tower spirit successfully activated. Mental link established. Data platform online. Data sharing in progress. Adjusting flight posture. The arcane eye entered its predetermined orbit. After successfully establishing a mental link with the arcane eye, Richard connected it to the central crystal of the Mage Tower. Ideally, the ultimate form of the arcane eye network would require a link with the tower spirit. However, lacking a tower spirit at present, he could only connect to the central crystal. Fortunately, with only a single arcane eye, the data processing demands were manageable and would not cause chaos. Even with a few more arcane eyes, the system could handle the load. Yet, should the number of arcane eyes reach into the dozens or hundreds, the use of a tower spirit would become imperative. A flicker of brilliance illuminated the central control chamber, where a spectral image of a cerulean planet materialized before him. This planet was none other than Blue Star, the very abode of Richard. The arcane eye was positioned above the Mage Tower, in synchronous orbit with Blue Star, busily receiving spatial coordinate data and scanning the environmental conditions of the planet. In due course, a plethora of information was inscribed upon the virtual representation of Blue Star. With a gentle tap on the image, Richard magnified a specific area tenfold, revealing the intricate topography of mountains and rivers. He continued to zoom in rapidly, soon discerning the entirety of New York City. After several additional enlargements, a multitude of hurried figures came into focus, depicting the current state of the streets of New York. With the fusion of arcane and technological prowess, the arcane eye could distinctly identify even an ant scuttling along the ground. It displayed the energy environment of the current region. With a soft whoosh, the three-dimensional representation of Blue Star exhibited the flow of energy. Within New York City, several energy convergence points emerged, two of which shone the brightest, while the others were diminished by a factor of 10, merely surpassing ordinary areas. The two most potent energy sources were Richard's Mage Tower and the Temple of New York. The remaining energy convergence points were predominantly naturally occurring energy nodes. Richard pointed towards the Temple of New York, and in an instant, its visage appeared before him. The temple's magical barrier proved ineffective under the scrutiny of the arcane eye. The grand palatial structure stood in stark contrast to its surroundings, yet passers-by appeared oblivious, as if nothing was amiss. Within the sanctum of the temple, numerous young individuals clad in black robes were either engrossed in their studies or practicing spells, entirely unaware of the arcane eye's presence. Richard observed that approximately 100 apprentice mages were honing their skills within the Temple of New York, alongside a dozen official mages, though the arcane eye could not ascertain their levels of power. After scrutinizing the Temple of New York, Richard directed the arcane eye to another location on the spectral representation, and the scene of the North American division of Hydra materialized before him. At that moment, a throng of agents bustled in and out of the facility, while several Quinjet fighters were taking off and landing. The optical cloaking effect of the Quinjet fighters was rendered futile under the gaze of the arcane eye. Richard then employed the arcane eye to survey various regions across America, yielding exceptionally clear results. Moreover, it extended beyond America, revealing the entirety of the North American continent, alongside a significant portion of South America. However, despite the clarity of these areas, the arcane eye could only focus on a limited number of regions. Its computational capacity allowed for the simultaneous monitoring of 50 areas, while more detailed scrutiny could accommodate only 30. Furthermore, the current arcane eye was restricted to monitoring this specific region. The other side of Blue Star could only be observed once additional arcane eyes were deployed in the future. The greater the number of arcane eyes, the more extensive the areas that can be monitored. Upon completing the network of arcane eyes, Richard would have the capability to simultaneously oversee tens of thousands of regions. He directed the arcane eyes to surveil the territories inhabited by the cultists, while also designating critical locations such as the headquarters of the Serpent Shield, the New York Temple, California, and the Gem Caverns for scrutiny. The remaining areas would be under a patrol mode, receiving attention only when a high-energy response was detected. Should any issues arise in the closely monitored regions, Richard would be immediately informed and could teleport directly to the site using his teleportation spell. With the arcane eyes in place, Richard need not worry about miscalculating coordinates within their range. He could teleport freely and without concern. Chapter 82. Recruiting apprentices. The progress of the second phase of the Mage Tower construction is remarkably swift. While Richard is preoccupied with establishing resource points and crafting the arcane eye, his avatar is diligently overseeing the construction of the Mage Tower's second phase. This phase aims to expand the original 5-story structure to a grand 9 stories. According to the architectural blueprint, the total height of the 9-story Mage Tower will reach 150 meters. The combined height of the first 5 levels is merely 40 meters, while the subsequent 4 levels will soar to 110 meters, averaging over 25 meters per level, with the 9th level alone towering at 50 meters. The substantial space occupied by the 9th level is due to the numerous installations required, including an observatory, arcane particle orbital cannons, a control center, a navigation platform, and a lock mechanism hub. The 6th level of the Mage Tower is designated to become an automaton workshop, where the Mage Tower's legion of constructs will be stationed. The 7th level is intended as a dormitory for apprentice mages, serving as both their study and activity area, while the 8th level will function as a library. Many items from the 5th level will be relocated to the 9th level, transforming the 5th level into a laboratory. Thanks to the relentless efforts of numerous skeletons working day and night, and the application of the spell Transmute Mud to Stone, the construction of the Mage Tower has progressed at an astonishing rate. In just 2 months, the overall construction is nearly complete, with only the engraving of the runic arrays remaining. While the avatar is tirelessly occupied, Richard enjoys a relatively leisurely life. However, today he intends to visit the orphans recently brought in from various parts of America. Over the past 3 months, Richard's company has employed various methods to locate thousands of orphans across America. Following an initial screening, more than 100 children were selected for a second evaluation. Those who pass the second round will remain here. Subsequently, after signing soul contracts, they will have the opportunity to learn the knowledge of mages and become esteemed apprentice mages. Richard conducts a test for these children. The test is based on the criteria established by the Supreme Arcane Council, requiring a minimum score of 70 to indicate suitability for magehood. A score of 90 or above suggests potential advancement to senior mage status, while only those achieving 95 or higher possess the qualifications to become legendary figures. In his own testing years ago, Richard scored 96, attributed to his innate intelligence attribute of 17 points, a high score bolstered by his studies prior to his transition. He garnered numerous scholarships through the publication of innovative arcane papers, which he then utilized to purchase wish spell scrolls to enhance his intelligence attribute. Throughout his journey to the legendary tier, he continued to employ wish spells, including the Greater Wish, to augment his intellect. Before arriving in Blue Star, his intelligence had reached 32 points. However, the cataclysmic temporal storm inflicted severe damage on him, causing a significant decline in his attributes. In a mansion on the outskirts of New York, over 100 children are undergoing testing. After an entire day's effort, all the children have been evaluated, and ultimately, only 32 have succeeded in passing the test. Among the 32 children, the highest score achieved was merely 86, with none reaching the elusive 90. Richard was not surprised by this outcome. According to the data provided by the esteemed Arcane Council, only 1 in every 300 children possesses the potential to become a mage, and among 5,000 apprentice wizards, only 1 may have the possibility of advancing to legend. In reality, the ratio of those achieving legendary status is even lower, as some individuals falter along their journey. Once the remaining children were appropriately arranged, Richard led them to the Mage Tower. Upon witnessing the wondrous flora within the estate, the innocent children were instantly filled with curiosity about magic. Following this, Richard cast several simple cantrips, which captivated the children's interest, prompting them to express a desire to learn. Richard successfully forged soul contracts with these eager youngsters. He then called over the 3 small ones, instructing them that these children would accompany them in their studies of spells, and directed them to guide the newcomers in collecting their personal belongings, dormitory keys, and books. Upon realizing that these children would be learning spells just like them, the 3 small ones brightened, adopting a mock-serious demeanor as they pointed and gestured towards the newcomers. "Are you the new students at the academy? What are your names?" they inquired. "George, John, Connell." The newcomers timidly responded with their names. Since discovering that they were at a magical academy, these children perceived everyone around them as mages, as formidable figures, and were easily intimidated in their ignorance of the true circumstances. Although the three small ones appeared to be of similar age, they exuded an undeniable presence that compelled obedience. "Welcome to the New York Academy of Magic. Henceforth, we shall be classmates," one of them proclaimed. "In the academy, it is imperative to respect the instructors and senior students, and to study diligently, heeding their guidance." "Do you understand?" "We understand," the 32 children replied earnestly. "That's splendid. Additionally, there are many perilous areas within the academy. It is best to avoid them, especially the botanical gardens. By the way, there are flower fairies within the gardens. If you manage to defeat them, you will receive a mysterious reward." The mention of a mysterious reward ignited excitement among several children. "Furthermore, there are numerous skeletal servants around. Do not be afraid upon encountering them. They will not harm you. They are summoned by the instructors to assist with tasks. Now, let us take you to collect your belongings and familiarize yourselves with the environment." With that, the three small ones turned and led the children away. If one were to observe them from the front, they would notice a mischievous grin creeping at the corners of the three small ones' mouths, as if they were suppressing a laugh. Watching the eager children, the three small ones silently mused, "Cherish these joyful moments while they last. Soon you shall comprehend the arduous nature of spellcasting." Richard merely smiled faintly at their mischievousness. The three young ones had certainly been chastised by that group of flower fairies on numerous occasions, never emerging victorious. Observing their recent antics, Richard mused that incorporating this as a cherished tradition within the Magical Academy would be quite commendable. The trio had not spoken falsely. Should one be fortunate enough to win the favor of the flower fairies, they could indeed receive mysterious gifts. It is worth noting that the fairies possess an abundance of exquisite treasures. Take, for instance, the nectar of 100 flowers, a substance capable of enhancing one's mental acuity and magical prowess directly. Its effects surpass those of many potions, and its gentle potency renders it particularly suitable for apprentices. Chapter 83. The fruit matures. Beep. Beep. Alert. Master, a high-energy warning has been triggered by the secret method number 13. The eye of the secret method has locked onto the target. A spatial energy reaction has been detected in the target area. The spatial gate is expected to open in 13 minutes and 24 seconds. Having just concluded his meditation, Richard promptly arrived at the central crystal. Eye of the secret method, activate real-time imaging. A flash of spiritual light illuminated a concealed church over 1,000 kilometers away. The once spacious church had undergone a grotesque transformation. Its formerly pristine walls were now adorned with numerous distorted, abstract paintings of eyes, evoking a sense of oppression and psychological discomfort. At the center of the church stood a circular altar, its appearance chilling. The altar was intricately carved with horrifying and malevolent reliefs, predominantly depicting a twisted monster. Blood flowed profusely across the altar, and 2 corpses were suspended above it, continuously bleeding. In the very heart of the altar, a vibrant green flame blazed fiercely. In the next moment, the space began to warp, and a fissure slowly emerged, expanding under the relentless burn of the green fire. Beneath the altar, dozens of fervent cultists knelt in worship, chanting prayers with fervor. Their faces were alight with fanaticism, reflecting a madness that had overtaken them. Witnessing this scene, Richard realized that the seeds he had sown long ago had finally germinated. It was evident that the other dimensional demon sought to descend upon this world. These cultists, already unhinged, had now become mere vessels for that deity. Richard refrained from acting hastily. While he could easily vanquish them at this moment, doing so would prevent the demon's arrival. His true aim lay in acquiring the soul's crystalline essence of these fiends, indifferent to the lives of the cultists, regarding them merely as expendable resources. Soon, amidst the cultists' chants, the spatial fissure widened further, and a tentacle forced its way through the rift, quickly followed by another. The 2 appendages tore at the fabric of space, relentlessly squeezing their bodies through. Within moments, The majority of the creature had entered, allowing Richard to discern the approximate form of the so-called demon. It was a grotesque amalgamation of man and octopus, possessing an octopus head with numerous tentacles, each adorned with an eye and lined with fang-filled suckers. The octopus head bore 7 eyes in total. As the cultists beheld this cephalopod visage, their fervor escalated. Their prayers became even more devout, their gazes entranced. Clearly, their perception had been utterly distorted. No longer did they view the human form as healthy and perfect. Instead, they now revered the octopus head as the epitome of perfection. Upon witnessing their god, the cultists descended into madness. Before long, the entirety of the octopus head had emerged, and with it, the spatial fissure vanished into oblivion. Narshan, you are the progeny of chaos, an omniscient and omnipotent deity. We willingly offer our souls and flesh, merging with you to enter your divine realm. The fervent cries of numerous cultists echoed, with many moved to tears upon witnessing the deity's descent. These individuals, resembling pilgrims, murmured in rapture, their sanity unraveling. A lamentable wail erupted as the octopus head on the altar suddenly shot forth dark crimson tentacles, which instantaneously pierced the bodies of the surrounding devotees. In an instant, the once robust followers were reduced to mere skeletons, their flesh and souls devoured, leaving nothing but human skin encasing bone. The essence of their blood and spirit rapidly inflated the underdeveloped octopus head, transforming it into a robust form. A multitude of crimson eyes opened, and the cultists fell completely under its control. In rapid succession, dozens of tentacles sprang forth, consuming the cultists with astonishing speed, reducing them to mere skeletons in a matter of breaths. After feasting upon these followers, the octopus head swelled further, reveling in its newfound power, and in the blink of an eye, it drained the entirety of the congregation's flesh and soul. The octopus head now towered over 3 meters, its physique extraordinarily formidable, with 7 eyes gleaming with a sinister light. Mirror space. Space lock. Portal. Just as the octopus head consumed all the cultists, a flash of spiritual light erupted, locking the space-time of the church. The teleportation beam dissipated, and Richard, accompanied by the guardian golem, materialized within the church. The supermagic techniques, instant spellcasting, maximum spell effect, and spell penetration activated. Protection against evil. Suppression of evil. Command, dread. Spell counter. Richard's true meteor shower. Richard's strike palm. Richard's diamond palm. Richard's crushing palm. The moment Richard appeared, a cascade of spells was unleashed, a series of spiritual lights flickering as the octopus head was swiftly targeted. Even though its avatar possessed formidable resistance, surrounded by malevolent energy, it was momentarily stunned by Richard's incantations. The realm of evil was immediately suppressed, and the octopus head's body stiffened. Though only for a fleeting second, its intended spells were interrupted. Subsequently, dozens of meteors, shimmering with arcane brilliance, struck the evil domain, exploding upon impact. Those meteors, seemingly lacking in power, tore through the malevolent energy encasing its body. Colossal hand descended, propelling it into the air. The newly grown avatar of the dark god, taken by surprise, was met with 2 more gigantic hands crashing down. Its evil domain provided no protection whatsoever, resulting in a gruesome display of flesh and bone. At the very moment Richard made his move, the guardian golem immediately activated the elemental forge. The magical energy particles in its grasp vibrated at a high frequency, unleashing a radiant blade of light that pierced through the darkness like the dawn, illuminating everything in its vicinity. With a cacophony of furious and fearful roars, the surrounding malevolent force field began to dissipate rapidly, akin to ice melting under the scorching sun. The writhing tentacles, caught in the brilliance of the sword's light, were severed one by one. The octopus head thrashed wildly in a desperate attempt to escape, yet under Richard's control, it was utterly immobilized. In the next instant, the brilliant blade descended, and the guardian golem cleaved the octopus head into several segments. Chapter 84. Divinity having meticulously prepared his tactical maneuvers, Richard seized the moment the deity and demon matured, swiftly dispatching the projection of the deity in mere heartbeats. A bizarre, hissing sound erupted, piercing the eardrums and inciting a frenzy within the soul. In the next instant, a surge of dark smoke enveloped the fragmented form of the deity, giving rise to a colossal spectral silhouette, the soul of the octopus-headed entity. Towering at 7 to 8 meters, this spectral form collided with the cathedral's dome, surrounded by an aura of malevolent power. In rapid succession, the octopus-headed soul unleashed a multitude of tentacles, launching them towards Richard, attempting to siphon his life force with an intangible might. While you live, you cannot succeed. Do you think death will grant you that? Richard scoffed. With a flourish, he cast Soul Shock, Maximize Spell, and Death Ripple, Maximize Spell. A flicker of violet light illuminated the space, striking the octopus-headed soul and interrupting its life-draining ritual, shattering several of its tentacles. Following this, a wave of purplish-black luminescence swept through, obliterating its very essence. Accompanied by the anguished wail of the octopus-headed entity, its form began to blur. Shadows escaped from its corporeal body, filling the cathedral with eerie cries. Those were the remnants of the malevolent cultists it had recently devoured. Their souls entirely consumed, left behind mere echoes, which soon shattered like fragile bubbles, returning to the sea of origin. The massive form of the octopus head exploded like a balloon, revealing its soul core, which was promptly expelled from the blue star by the consciousness of the dimension. The residual overwhelming soul energy swiftly coalesced, culminating in the manifestation of a golden-hued soul gem before Richard's eyes. He reached out, and the soul gem fell into his grasp. Nation's Soul Stone, a legendary grade soul crystal, seemingly imbued with a hint of divinity. It appeared that the entity named Nation had invested considerable resources. The demise of this avatar would likely incite profound rage. Simultaneously, in an unknown dimensional plane, a colossal and fearsome creature resembling the octopus emitted a furious roar, its numerous tentacles thrashing wildly, causing the entire realm to tremble. Content with the acquisition of the soul gem, Richard did not overlook the corpse of the octopus-headed being, meticulously storing it within his spatial ring. He proceeded to dismantle and destroy the bizarre murals and altars within the cathedral, reclaiming the runestone he had previously arranged in a runic array. The cultists had been entirely annihilated, and with Nation having lost an avatar, it would dare not return for a century or two. Hence, this place had become obsolete. Any future endeavors to ensnare prey would necessitate a change of venue. Thus, he resolved to clear the area entirely, leaving behind a secretive mark for surveillance, ready to reap the rewards should any unwitting beings venture into this domain again. If they were to separate from their divine powers, that would be an even greater fortune. The quality of this soul crystal is comparable to that of the one obtained from the demon lord he vanquished before, with the distinction that this one, bestowed by Nazian, carries a hint of divinity. This fragment of divinity grants its avatar dominion over an evil realm, rendering it immune to numerous spells and negative conditions. Moreover, until the evil realm is breached, he remains impervious to harm. This phenomenon bears a striking resemblance to the avatars of the gods in the world of Motera, although the divine manifestations of those deities are vastly more formidable. To combat such an evil domain, the earliest spell devised was the Meteor of Ma Yufu. Though its damage is modest, it was specifically designed to counter divine realms. After refinement, Richard developed his unique spell, Richard's True Meteor Shower. This incantation can unleash a number of arcane meteors equivalent to his spell level, and with enhanced magical effects, both the quantity and potency are further amplified. Once Richard had cleared the battlefield, he compassionately incinerated the deceased cultists into ashes and interred them in the church's backyard before returning to the Mage Tower. In the laboratory, Richard examined the soul crystal before him, noting that its divine power was minimal. According to system standards, it amounted to merely a trace. Nevertheless, divine power is inherently precious, with a minimum threshold for deification being 10 points of weak divine power. Richard activated the runic array, torrents of elemental energy surged forth, illuminating the array with a golden radiance, causing the soul crystal to levitate. A deluge of energy poured into it, awakening the crystal, which emitted a dazzling brilliance. Divine extraction. The golden luminescence within the soul crystal was gradually siphoned away. As the divine power was stripped, the golden glow faded from the crystal. Observing this phenomenon, Richard raised a hand to his forehead, summoning a unique domain-like force to begin guiding the golden light into himself. Divinity is a pure force, capable of merging with any power, yet it can also be entirely extricated. Richard had dedicated nearly a century to understanding the nature of divine power to sever it from the divine aberration, and only then did he begin to master its essence, integrating divinity within his being. As traces of divine power entered his body, he soon felt a swelling sensation within his soul, at which point all the divine essence from the soul crystal had been extracted. Upon merging with the divine power, an octopus head materialized within his soul sea. In terms of mental confrontation, Richard felt no fear. After all, he had previously vanquished it head-on. Now, encroaching upon his territory was tantamount to courting death. Within the soul sea, Richard relentlessly struck it down, erasing the last vestiges of divine power associated with the octopus head. Only after this step could he claim the divine power as his own. If the mental imprint of divine power is not thoroughly eradicated, the risk of backlash looms large. Even deceased deities could potentially resurrect from within you, a cautionary tale that has precedent, hence the necessity for vigilance. Divine power possesses the capacity to elevate objects or beings to a higher essence. Transforming ordinary bloodlines into divine ones enhances the body in every aspect, simultaneously altering the essence of the soul. For instance, the lifespan of divine beings far exceeds that of ordinary humans. Divine power grants Richard immunity to numerous adverse conditions, allowing him to transcend certain regulatory limitations, thereby amplifying his arcane prowess. Moreover, when confronted with entities possessing unique domains, he remains impervious to their exempted damage. Chapter 85. The Tower of Rune Enchantment. The divine power is immensely potent. It is the divine essence that has elevated the artifacts within the multiverse, endowing them with formidable strength. In the annals of Motera, at the genesis of the cosmos, the beings that first emerged were imbued with divinity from the moment of their birth. However, as the era of chaos waned, the newly birthed races were no longer graced with divine essence. Although divine beings proliferated, thereby increasing their numbers, their inherent divinity began to diminish. Subsequently, the deities conferred divinity upon creatures of their choosing, leading these blessed beings to be known as divine favored or chosen of the gods. This marked the onset of the second era of divine evolution, during which the gods began to propagate their offspring, resulting in a significant emergence of divine abominations. By the time the gods recognized the anomaly, these abominations had already proliferated throughout the multiverse, wreaking havoc across numerous planes, leading many to their ruin. As time flowed onward, during the ascendance of the Arcanists, divine beings became exceedingly rare, rendering the study of divinity increasingly challenging. After vanquishing the will of the octopus-headed entity within the divine realm, Richard commenced the integration of divine power into his own being. Yet, as he absorbed this divine essence, a relentless thirst for blood and carnage surged within his mind. Fortunately, he had foreseen such a predicament. As long as he persevered, he believed he would escape its dire consequences. In a fleeting moment of clarity, Richard transformed, embodying a level of rationality that was strikingly profound. All vestiges of anger, bloodlust, and ferocity were rendered impotent against his will. The mechanized mind was conceived by Arcanists as a countermeasure against ancient evils, divine abominations, and primordial hatred. Many of these ancient foes wielded the power to distort minds. Merely gazing upon them could drive an ordinary person to madness. In battles against such adversaries, constant mental interference necessitated an unwavering will to resist, a feat even the Arcanists found daunting. In the face of such foes, only the monks could withstand the onslaught, which explains why ancient evils and divine abominations are subdued by the monasteries throughout the multiverse. To combat these threats, the mechanized mind was devised, inspired by the soul core of the tower constructs. This phenomenon enables Arcanists to attain a state of heightened rationality, clarity, and emotional detachment, allowing them to cast spells, engage in combat, concoct potions, and calculate spell models with remarkable efficiency. However, this spell cannot be employed continuously for extended periods. Otherwise, it risks rendering one emotionally numb, ultimately bringing their personality perilously close to that of the mechanized mind. Some wizards do not shy away from this state, as it allows them to remain perpetually calm, rational, lucid, and precise. Yet, Richard is unwilling to succumb to such a fate. He resists becoming an emotionless entity, almost machine-like in nature. He harbors numerous desires. He relishes exquisite cuisine, fine wine, beautiful companions, and nearly all forms of indulgence. Above all, he cherishes freedom. He toiled diligently to become a grand arcanist, establishing a floating city to possess the strength necessary for enjoyment. If he could not indulge in even this modicum of pleasure, what was the purpose of his relentless cultivation? Richard became remarkably rational. The tumult of emotions held no sway over him. Even while awakening his mechanized intellect, he concocted several vials of potions. Once the effects of the spells dissipated, the negative emotions associated with his divine power were entirely eradicated. On Richard's system interface, his divine value ascended from 5 to 6. Having integrated divine power, Richard grasped the soul crystal, preparing to utilize it for the creation of the arcane core for the Golem workshop. This legendary-grade soul crystal, having absorbed a substantial amount of the souls of cultists, possessed mediocre quality. While it could barely suffice for crafting a tower spirit, the quality of this soul crystal would limit the tower spirit to a maximum level of 22. The tower spirit of a mage tower must connect to the arcane eye in the cosmos, forming a mystical network, while also preparing for the future elevation of the mage tower into a floating tower. A level 22 tower spirit simply could not support these functions. To achieve such a caliber, the tower spirit must be at least of high legendary status. The disparity between different tiers of legend can sometimes be greater than that between level 0 and legendary. The threshold for legend is level 21. Upon reaching this level, one enters the realm of legend, while level 30 remains legendary, and even level 40 is still considered legendary. The gap between level 40 and level 21 is vaster than the chasm between man and dog. Only arcanists of level 35 or higher are entitled to be called grand arcanists. At his zenith, Richard attained a professional level of 45 as a grand arcanist, and it was this formidable prowess that emboldened him to explore divine anomalies, ancient malevolent artifacts, and venture into the battleground of ancient gods in the astral realm in search of treasures. Ideally, the tower spirit of the mage tower should be above level 27, while the core tower spirit of the floating city must be at least level 30. Naturally, the higher the level of the tower spirit, the better. The higher the level, the more potent the spirit's capabilities. The most crucial aspect of the Golem workshop is the rune enchantment workshop, where the soul core and various rune enchantments can be crafted. A legendary grade tower spirit is sufficient to accomplish the vast majority of enchantments. With the enchantment workshop in place, it can autonomously produce rune gemstones, significantly reducing the workload of the demiplane. Richard meticulously sculpted the soul crystal, golden radiance flickering as runes imbued with magical essence were intricately engraved within. These runes interwove, forming wondrous magical arrays, which ultimately coalesced into a complete rune mark. Upon the completion of the rune engraving, the soul crystal had undergone a remarkable transformation. If the previous soul crystal resembled a raw gemstone, the current one was akin to a meticulously crafted, resplendent jewel. Of course, at this juncture, the tower spirit was not yet complete. A more critical step awaited. As the rune arrays activated, a surge of energy began to flow. Richard swiftly chanted incantations, golden runes materializing in abundance. Create life. Weave the soul. 2 spells were cast, and a flicker of soul energy gently quivered within the core of the soul, as if awakening from a deep slumber, heralding the birth of a new life. Master, your servant is at your service, a mechanical voice intoned. It seems satisfactory. Richard nodded in approval and then commanded system, extract the rune engraving technique. Extracting data. Data replication complete. Transmitting rune engraving technique to the tower spirit. Richard announced. Transmitting data. Richard's mind stirred, and an arcane energy surged forth from him, establishing a connection with the tower spirit, transmitting through a mental conduit. Soon, the rune engraving technique was fully transmitted, and the intellect of the rune engraving workshop was brought to completion. Chapter 86. The fully automated rune enchantment workshop on the 3rd floor of the Wizard's Tower. Within the Golem factory and the rune enchantment workshop, Richard affixed the newly crafted tower spirit to the control hub of the workshop. With a surge of soul energy, the tower spirit began interfacing with the rune workshop, initiating the takeover of the Rune Workshop. The connection to various components was established, and the data parameters were adjusted. The Tower Spirit completed its integration. Accompanied by a radiant glow, the Rune Enchantment Workshop officially commenced operations. The system performed a scan. The light of the soul swiftly swept across, and a plethora of information materialized before Richard's eyes. Rune Enchantment Workshop Tower Spirit, Legendary Construct Level, Legendary Tier 2, Materials, Soul Crystal, Steel, Rune Steel, Magical Titanium Alloy, etc. Abilities, Advanced Rune Enchantment and Engraving Expertise. The Rune Tower Spirit prepared to craft Rune Gem number 33. Richard reviewed the attributes and commanded, "Proceed with your task." The Rune Workshop sprang to life, and a perfect-grade magical gem was introduced into the workshop. The meticulously prepared magical apparatus began to operate. The carefully refined spells, Ninth Ring Spell, Scorching Ray, Shadow Ray, and Touch of Darkness, set to etching and photolithography of the magical gem. Invisible runes were precisely inscribed, and approximately 10 minutes later, the rune gem was complete. Richard picked up the rune gem and proceeded to appraise it.
Rune Yemno.
33. Quality. Perfect. Upon seeing the rune gem, Richard nodded in satisfaction. The workshop had met the design specifications. This rune workshop could produce 20 of these gems at once and could operate continuously for 24 hours, or enchant 4 steel golems simultaneously, although the enchantment process for the golems would take nearly a full day. The Rune Workshop's Tower Spirit was set to produce all rune gems from 1 to 108. Obeying your command, it responded. With Richard's words, the enchantment workshop began to operate at full capacity, with ley line energies interlinking, and a faint blue arcane glow began to flicker throughout the workshop. With the establishment of the Rune Enchantment Workshop, the golem factory could also be constructed, creating an automated assembly line for golem production. Once the materials were available, steel golems would be produced in an endless stream. Of course, this required an ample supply of soul crystals. While high-grade soul crystals were scarce, larger soul crystals were relatively easier to obtain. Perhaps he could craft some granite and obsidian golems. These two types of golems were cost-effective and possessed commendable strength. The granite golem had a challenge level of 10 and was quite useful, barring its inability to fly. The obsidian golem could be fashioned into an obsidian gargoyle, capable of flight, possessing ranged attacks, and exhibiting agility with a challenge level of 13. Richard designated the rock golem production line as a contingency plan and returned to the laboratory to prepare for the processing of the evil godbody. Although the octopus-headed nation was merely an avatar, as a vessel for an evil god, it represented an invaluable high-tier material. Observing Richard effortlessly slay the octopus head was akin to slicing through vegetables, leading one to underestimate its significance. In truth, the octopus head's avatar was of legendary caliber, a formidable entity boasting a challenge level of 21. Richard's ease in dispatching it was attributable to his meticulous ambush. The moment it descended, it had already fallen into his carefully laid trap. Upon extracting the octopus head, Richard noted that, although devoid of life, its corpse still radiated an aura of malevolence. If left unchecked, this embodiment of an evil deity could corrupt the surrounding environment, twisting life forms into grotesque aberrations, ultimately transforming the area into a domain of wickedness. Much like the ancient gods, whose demise warped the very fabric of space, giving rise to monstrosities from their remains, this avatar, while less potent, was still a force to be reckoned with. In Richard's palm appeared a silver rune-engraved dagger, which he deftly employed to dismember the octopus head. The most valuable components lay within its eyes, 7 primary orbs and dozens of secondary ones, followed closely by its tentacles and the essence of its flesh. Should Richard choose the path of a necromancer, the remaining bones would prove invaluable, potentially crafting a staff of skeletal remains that would evoke envy among liches. Even the skin of this malevolent being could be peeled away to fashion a robe of human hide, though such items were far too macabre for Richard's tastes, appealing only to those necromancers who dwell in graveyards. After meticulously dissecting the octopus head, Richard retrieved various materials from his storeroom to commence the creation of high-tier magical artifacts. His first endeavor involved the tentacles, which he fashioned into binding ropes capable of instantly ensnaring humans or other beings. These tentacles would absorb the strength of their captives, enhancing their own power while simultaneously unleashing a debilitating touch that rendered victims weak and feeble. This equipment could be temporarily affixed to the body, springing forth to achieve a swift and thorough binding. Furthermore, as tentacles, they possessed an inherent damage bonus against females. Richard retained the finest specimens, recognizing the tentacles' extensive utility. They had once garnered immense popularity in the world of Moterra, with countless individuals clamoring for their acquisition. An anonymous arcanist, known for traversing rainy nights with an umbrella but without a weapon, even published a tome titled The Art of Binding, revered by many enthusiasts as a spiritual guide. The eyes of the malevolent deity were transformed by Richard into a mind circlet, an accessory capable of withstanding sound waves, charms, mental, illusion, and control spells, exhibiting remarkable resistance against psychic magic. It maintained the constant ability of true sight, allowing one to pierce through most illusions. Crafted from enchanted Tyrannosaurus hide and the eyes of nation, its external appearance resembled that of a common scarf or forehead protector. Richard produced 3 in total, with 2 of the eyes repurposed into bracers. Although the protective capabilities were somewhat diminished, their lethality was significantly enhanced. These bracers could directly unleash mental spells, such as Mind Hammer and Confounding Gaze, capable of inducing unconsciousness or disturbing the minds of their targets. The remaining 2 eyes were fashioned into rings, each imbued with mental protection and exceptional resistance, along with the ability to cast spells like Weakening Ray. The secondary eyes were crafted into talismans, which, upon activation, bestow temporary immunity against mental, charm, psychic, and illusion spells, with each talisman capable of being utilized 5 times. As for the remaining essence of flesh and blood, Richard intended to forge a weapon. The essence from Nation is indeed a precious resource. Once enchanted, this weapon would inherit certain abilities from Nation, enabling it to drain life and bestow formidable regenerative powers. Ultimately, Richard resolved to create a battle axe, as wielding such a weapon would enhance the exhilaration of combat while simultaneously siphoning life and restoring vitality. When entrusted to a reliable individual, it would serve as an inexhaustible force on the battlefield. Chapter 87. The new ensemble Richard dedicated an entire week, depleting numerous precious materials, to enchant several pieces of equipment. Among these, the axe, circlet, and bracers were intended for the Punisher Frank. Although Frank's innate enhancements were not particularly high, he excelled in combat and the use of various weapons. In his capable hands, these items would realize their true potential. Another piece, the Mind Circlet, was prepared for the Little Spider, while the Mind Charms were meant to be distributed among the apprentice mages as rewards. The system initiated a scan of their data. A flicker of ethereal light illuminated the lab, revealing the intricate details of the equipment. Mind Circlet, Magical Artifact, Grade, Extraordinary Level 4. Material, Eye of the Evil God, Enchanted Tyrannosaurus Hide, Silver, Magical Gemstones, etc. Attributes: Wisdom 2, Perception 6, Magic Resistance 5, Mind Resistance 25. Additional effects: Mind Shield, True Sight. Accompanying skill: Mind Link. Binding Touch, Magical Artifact, Grade, Extraordinary Level 3. Material, Touch of the Evil God, Silver, Magical Gem Powder, etc. Attributes: Perception 4, Toughness 12, Lubrication 3. Additional effects: Shadowbind, Weakening Touch, Energy Drain, Minor Lightning. Accompanying skill: Entangling Bind. Upon examining the attributes of the Binding Touch, Richard felt a surge of satisfaction and promptly stowed the tendrils away. They would serve as his new playthings. Later that evening, he took them to tutor the young demonesses, Catherine and Madison, who had been rather indolent of late, showing little interest in their studies. Thus, it fell upon Richard to personally impart his knowledge. Mind Charm, Magical Artifact, Grade, Extraordinary Level 2. Material, Eye of the Evil God, Silver. Attributes: Perception 2, Mind Resistance 10. Accompanying skill: Lesser Mind Protection, 5/5, Rechargeable. Disruption Bracers, Magical Artifact, Grade, Extraordinary Level 4. Material, Enchanted Tyrannosaurus Hide, Eye of the Evil God, Silver, Magical Gemstones. Attributes: Perception 6, Initiative 10, Resistance 8, Mind Resistance 20. Additional effects, lesser mind protection. Accompanying skills, mind dread, mind disruption. Bloodthirsty butcher, battle axe, grade, legendary level 1. Material, essence of evil god's flesh and blood, enchanted vibranium, enchanted titanium alloy, rune magic steel, gold, magical gemstones, etc. Weight, 12. 63 kilograms. Attributes, perception 6, strength 6, constitution 8, mind resistance 15, resistance 10. Additional effects, tear, greater sharpness, life drain, demon breaking, rapid assault, hurricane slash. Accompanying skills, greater acceleration, greater frenzy, like walking on air. Equipment requirements, strength 14, constitution 15, agility 12. The inspiration for this axe stemmed from a renowned high-level legendary magical axe, once wielded by a legendary barbarian, famed for his extraordinary feats. His most notable achievement involved wielding the battle axe in a frenzy, creating a blade storm that felled a demon lord, unleashing legendary frenzy and executing rapid attacks. The legendary barbarian became a veritable meat grinder upon the battlefield. Additionally, with the incorporation of life drain and whirlwind slash, one providing sustainability and the other extending the range of attacks, one can engage in battle for hours without fatigue. Henceforth, the Punisher shall don the mind ring and mind bracers, wielding a firearm in one hand and the bloody butcher in the other, charging forth with unbridled determination. After acquiring several pieces of equipment, Richard summoned Frank and Little Spider to collect their gear. "Boss, is this our new equipment?" Little Spider exclaimed excitedly as he donned a mind ring. He then, rather inexplicably, retrieved a mobile phone from his tight suit to take a selfie, declaring, "So cool. Boss, I feel my spider sense is sharper than ever. Is this just my imagination? I think it would be better if you changed out of that hood and tight suit." Richard grimaced at the sight of Little Spider in his spandex, thinking he resembled a football encased in a ring. "Boss, I believe your sense of aesthetics is somewhat outdated. My battle suit is currently all the rage, even praised for its style in the Horn Herald," Little Spider chattered on. "Well, if you like it, that's what matters. The mind ring indeed enhances your spider sense and aids in resisting dizziness and mental attacks," Richard interjected, cutting off Little Spider's ramblings. The child was still young, pursuing the unconventional, yet Richard could capture various photographs of him now, intending to create a PTT album for him to enjoy in a few years. He contemplated renting a large screen in Times Square to present a fashion photo shoot, accompanied by a fitting background music, certain that Little Spider would be moved to tears. Frank, standing nearby, remained silent, but after donning his gear, he immediately felt the difference, his eyes gleaming with eagerness as he gazed at the battle axe in his hand. "You may head to the training ground on the 3rd floor to test your new equipment. By the way, if you desire more excitement, you can request the Guardian's assistance for sparring." The two made their way to the training area, seeking the Guardian for a sparring session. Following their practical combat experience, they discovered just how significantly their abilities had improved. Little Spider's spider sense, which had not always triggered, now had a success rate exceeding 90 after the enhancement. Each time the Guardian launched an attack, a chilling sensation ran down his spine, an instinctual warning that if he did not evade, death awaited him. It was that day he truly grasped the terrifying nature of the Guardian's golem. In contrast to Little Spider, Frank experienced an even greater enhancement. As he swung the battle axe, he initially could discern its form, but soon the axe's shadow began to manifest phantoms, with wind blades swiftly emerging amidst them. These wind blades were capable of tearing through armor steel that was 50 centimeters thick, yet regrettably, he still found himself utterly overwhelmed when facing the Guardian. Richard, savoring a cup of evening primrose tea, took a blissful sip. The tea shimmered with a silvery luminescence, reminiscent of a gentle moonlight. As the tea graced his palate, he felt an ethereal lightness envelop him, his mind and spirit infused with a tranquil joy, as if a bright moon had appeared. This was the unique effect of evening primrose, known for its ability to soothe the spirit and slightly enhance mental fortitude. After a tiring day of work, Richard would indulge in a cup to relish the moment. Richard, hurry, hurry, save him." At that moment, Katharina's urgent voice pierced through the air. Richard's mental energy surged forth instantaneously, and in the blink of an eye he materialized within the hall. There, he beheld Katharina cradling Madison, whose eyes were tightly shut and whose breath was faint, nearly imperceptible. Through his perception, he sensed Madison's life force rapidly waning, ensnared by an ominous power. A curse. A reckless pursuit of death. Richard's countenance turned frigid as he swiftly unleashed a series of spells. Negative energy resistance. Soul guardian. Mind resistance. In an instant, these incantations were cast, severing the curse's malevolent grip. Madison, whose vitality had been so fragile, immediately stabilized, her life force beginning to rejuvenate. Then, a flicker of ethereal light illuminated the room as Richard extended his hand, grasping the sinister curse that had coiled around Madison, extracting it with determination. Chapter 88. The Little Witch's Early Experience of the Curse. Richard extracted the force of the curse, which, while not particularly potent, equivalent to a fifth-tier spell, posed a significant threat to Madison, whose current strength was only at level 7. Faced with this intangible and formless curse, she had no means of defense. Fortunately, Richard forcefully severed the curse, alleviating Madison from its grip. "What happened to me?" Madison inquired, bewildered. "You have been cursed," Richard replied. "Where have you been recently?" "Where? I have only been to the academy," Madison responded. "It seems you were ambushed on your return to the academy. Those who dare to strike against me shall face retribution." As he spoke, Richard's aura shimmered, and his loose mage robes billowed, radiating immense magical energy that enveloped him in a golden glow. Trace the source. A beam of golden light penetrated the curse, swiftly pursuing its origin. The light traversed the fabric of space and soon identified its target. A silent water mirror materialized before them, and as the surface rippled, a blurred figure emerged, gradually becoming clearer. The Supreme Witch. Madison recognized the woman instantly as the image sharpened. "Is she not the protector deity of your kind? How could she dare to attack you?" Kazerwai exclaimed in shock. "I understand now." Madison's face contorted with fury. "She fears that I might usurp her position as the Supreme Witch and seize her power. That vile creature." Seeing Kazerwai's confusion, Richard explained, "It is likely that Madison's rapid growth in power has threatened her. The strength of the Supreme Witch is not solely her own. It is a collective essence drawn from all witches. When the current Supreme Witch ages, her power transfers to the most qualified and powerful witch. That wretched creature. All my strength has been cultivated through my own meditation. I shall eliminate her," Madison declared, seething with rage. Meanwhile, in a mysterious manner, the Supreme Witch was conducting a ritual. Before her stood a meticulously crafted scarecrow, beside which lay a crystal ball. Summoning flames, she ignited the scarecrow. "What is happening? Wasn't the ritual successful? Why is there no response?" The Supreme Witch gazed at the crystal ball, which remained unchanged. Curse backlash. Just then, a surge of dark energy erupted from the scarecrow, swiftly entering the Supreme Witch's body. Her smile faltered, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood, her complexion paling instantaneously. The once radiant features of her face began to age rapidly, as if she had aged 30 years in mere seconds. "Damn it!" Backlash. The Supreme Witch's expression shifted drastically as she hastily retrieved a peculiar potion and consumed it. Observing the Supreme Witch through the water mirror, Richard's lips curled into a cold smirk. He then flicked his finger, sending a glimmer of spiritual light through the void towards the Supreme Witch. Finger of Death. The Supreme Witch, having just consumed the potion, remained utterly oblivious to her surroundings. In an instant, she collapsed to the ground, her life force rapidly dissipating. Within the span of 2 seconds, she was extinguished. The Supreme Witch was irrevocably dead, and at the moment of her demise, the magical energy within her began to vanish swiftly. Concurrently, miles away, Madison felt a surge of magical power coursing through her, and spells began to materialize in her mind. Overwhelmed by a deluge of knowledge and magic, Madison promptly lost consciousness. "What has happened to her?" Kassav inquired, bewildered. "She has fainted from the onslaught of the witch's inherited knowledge," Richard replied after glancing at her. Kassav appeared somewhat perplexed. With a snap of his fingers, Richard levitated Madison's form and transported her to the meditation chamber on the 2nd floor, activating the energy conduit. Soon, the elemental energy within the room began to escalate rapidly. Accompanied by the witch's legacy, a torrent of energy commenced flowing into Madison's body. Satisfied that all was well, Richard departed from the scene. After 3 months of construction, the second phase of the Mage Tower had reached completion, with only the arrangement of runic formations and the construction of the elemental pool remaining. Although the technology for supplying energy from the elemental pool had become somewhat antiquated, the utility of elemental water was extensive. Moreover, until the elemental furnace could be crafted, utilizing the elemental pool for energy was the most economical choice. Even after the establishment of the elemental furnace, the elemental pool would serve as a backup energy source, ready to be activated should any issues arise with the furnace. The energy from the elemental pool was gentle, suitable for powering any construct or runic array. Many genetic modification techniques required the use of elemental water. Richard planned to build an elemental pool in the basement, thereby rendering the energy pool unnecessary. Richard! Suddenly, a burst of light erupted, and the flower fairy queen, Tia, materialized beside him. "What is the matter?" Richard asked, taken aback by Tia's appearance. "Richard, it's Madison. She has been bullying me and has captured several flower fairies, stealing my honey, which I had prepared as a gift for you," Tia complained, looking utterly aggrieved. "Madison?" Richard paused, surprised. "She has awakened?" "Yes. She is currently in the garden, tormenting me," Tia whimpered. Richard recalled that Madison had previously coveted the flower fairies' honey, but the fairies, aside from their close bond with him, had a strong affinity for Cassave, likely due to their shared Fey lineage. Madison had been repeatedly rebuffed, and after one encounter with the fairies, she had been soundly reprimanded by Tia. It appeared that the young witch, having acquired the witch's legacy, was now seeking retribution. In a flash of inspiration, Richard appeared in the botanical garden, where he observed a brazen figure standing defiantly in the treehouse. "Flower fairies, hand over the honey, or I shall spank you," Madison declared, her shadowy tendrils ensnaring several fairies as she gloated. Amidst the foliage, a dozen flower fairies peeked out, chirping and pleading with Madison. "All right, Madison, release them. I'll give you some of the honey," Richard said curtly. "It's you, little Richard," Madison exclaimed, placing her hands on her hips. In a flash of inspiration, she appeared beside Richard, lifting his chin with her finger and teasingly said, "Little pup, come back with me later. Sister will take care of you." Richard grinned at her. This little sorceress seemed to thrive on mischief. Suddenly, a tendril shot forth, and the once arrogant little witch found herself in a state of panic. "What is this ghastly thing? Let me go."
No.
"What is this position? Hurry, release me. Please, it tickles. Why can't I control my magic? Oh dear, let go. I can't muster any strength." Chapter 89. The super sorcery talent. The young sorceress found herself ensnared by several tendrils of binding energy, which contorted into a submissive posture. 2 of the tendrils transformed into whips, striking her ample form with unrelenting force. "I was wrong. Please release me. I recognize my mistakes." "What mistakes?" Richard feigned a stoic demeanor. "What mistakes?" Madison inquired, her uncertainty palpable. "Are you seriously asking me? It seems you have yet to grasp the depth of your errors." Richard commanded the tendrils to continue their punishment. Madison struggled against her restraints, but the tendrils possessed the ability to absorb energy, rendering her magical attempts futile. "Go, Richard. Yes, strike her backside," Tia exclaimed excitedly, waving her small wand in encouragement. "I understand my faults. I should not have let my pride cloud my judgment. I should not have bullied others. Boo-hoo." Eventually, Richard withdrew the tendrils. Once released, Madison stood obediently to the side, her hands covering her rear, chastened and no longer boastful. In a gesture of goodwill, Tia presented Richard with a jar of floral honey. He then led Madison to the training grounds, eager to assess her capabilities. Madison's powers stemmed partly from her bloodline heritage, partly from the legacy of the Supreme Sorceress, and partly from her diligent studies. Richard instructed the Guardian Golem to engage her in combat, swiftly determining her combat prowess. Madison displayed commendable strength. Having inherited the legacy of the Supreme Sorceress, her professional rank reached level 16. However, her spellcasting exhibited certain deficiencies. Some inherited which spells could be cast almost instantaneously, yet her mastery of the Arcane series was limited to spells of 4th tier and below. Her mental acuity and magical energy surpassed that of a typical mage, yet her control felt less intuitive, akin to a child of 8 wielding a weapon, dangerously clumsy and prone to self-harm. Her recent capture of the Flower Fairy was orchestrated by Tia to provoke her pride, leading to Richard's necessary correction. It must be noted that these Flower Fairies, despite their charming and innocent appearances, harbored dark natures within. Mischievous and cunning, they delighted in trickery, though they typically refrained from crossing the line. If one were to discipline them, they would soon comply. Richard had previously dealt with such mischief-makers by using spells to bind them, subjecting them to enchanted chili powder for an entire day, after which they emerged subdued. Although Madison's mental and magical attributes indicated she had met the standards of a level 16 mage, she struggled to harness her true potential. After all, it was not her own power, and thus her control remained tenuous. In light of Madison's circumstances, Richard devised a comprehensive study regimen to aid her in mastering her magical abilities. The legacy of her which lineage paled in comparison to that of the Arcanists, let alone the Warlocks, necessitating extensive learning on her part. Among the essential spell effects that advanced mages must master, often referred to as supermagic techniques or spell specialties, are instantaneous casting, spell amplification, spell enhancement, silent casting, spell penetration, mobile casting, combat casting, focus and casting, and material-less casting. A graduate of a mage academy is expected to be proficient in all these techniques. Beyond these, advanced mages are also required to comprehend higher-level specialties, such as instantaneous casting. The foundational level begins at 3rd circle spells, progresses to 4th and 6th circle spells for intermediate levels, and reaches legendary specialties for advanced levels, such as legendary instantaneous casting, which is exceedingly difficult to master. Furthermore, spell specialties can be utilized in conjunction. A mage's might is not solely determined by their professional level or the number of spells they have mastered, but also by the specialties they possess. The more combat specialties one acquires, the greater their power becomes. For instance, some mages may be of level 15, yet their assessed challenge level might only be 8, while others of the same level can boast an assessed challenge level as high as 18. Take Madison, for example. Despite being at level 16, Richard's level 15 clone could easily outmatch her tenfold. Richard had compiled a collection of over a dozen books, placing them before Madison with an air of authority, stating, "These are the essential knowledge you must command. Learn them swiftly." Gazing at the towering stack of books, at least 50 centimeters high, Madison was left in a daze, lamenting, "I used to avoid studying, which is why I pursued a career as a child star in Hollywood. After finally becoming a witch, why must I still learn? Am I to be a supreme witch in vain?" The extraordinary world is not akin to the ordinary realm. In the mundane world, one can find a job without study, albeit with more toil. However, in the extraordinary world, neglecting effort could lead one to become a mere spirit crystal. Richard scoffed, "Supreme witch? You are merely peering at the sky from the bottom of a well. How can you claim to be a supreme witch when you have not even mastered combat casting? Do you believe witch hunters will wait for you to finish your incantations before they strike? Yet, there is no need for concern. The human body is remarkably intricate. The enhancement of the physical form will reciprocally benefit the soul, and likewise, the elevation of the soul will fortify the body. A significant boost in your mental acuity signifies an enhancement of your soul, as evidenced by improved memory and cognitive abilities. In essence, you become more intelligent, and the difficulty of learning diminishes. Is that truly the case?" Madison exclaimed with excitement. "Indeed, it is true." "Splendid," Richard replied. "Now, these books comprise the compulsory curriculum for novice and intermediate mages. Once you have completed these, there will be advanced mage courses to undertake." After handing the books to Madison, Richard turned to leave. With over 30 mage apprentices now, he intended to create a teaching spirit tower, dedicated to imparting knowledge of intermediate spells and specialties to the apprentices. Richard wished to avoid spending excessive time on instructing his disciples. Thus, the teaching spirit tower would be the optimal solution. He would only need to conduct assessments periodically to ensure comprehension and address any gaps in knowledge. Simultaneously, To enhance the apprentice's grasp of various spell concepts, he planned to produce a batch of wisdom potions. The wisdom elixir temporarily enhances intellect by 35 points for a duration of 1 hour. The children, all possessing an intelligence level exceeding 14 points, experience a remarkable surge in their cognitive abilities, reaching a temporary peak of 17-19 points. This state, akin to cerebral overclocking, yields immediate results in their studies. Following the administration of the wisdom elixir, a rest period of 2 hours is mandated before further use, with a maximum of 3 vials permitted per day. Exceeding this limit could inflict severe damage to the brain. Richard is intent on providing them with additional enhancements, as he urgently requires a substantial number of novice, intermediate, and advanced mages to assist him. In order to expedite the growth of these apprentice mages alongside Madison, he plans to employ a greater array of supplementary potions. He intends to combine the wisdom elixir with the calming potion and the energy elixir. The calming potion swiftly relaxes the mind and spirit, revitalizing both mental and emotional vigor, while the energy elixir rapidly restores vitality, ensuring one remains perpetually invigorated. This combination perfectly addresses the fatigue associated with the use of the wisdom elixir, allowing for uninterrupted study over a full 24 hours, a prospect he believes they will greatly appreciate. Richard is convinced that his strategy is exceptionally sound.